Sir, how do you manage to live in a zombie-infested area? Those zombies dare not approach. I simply grow some vegetables and raise livestock. And that's how I survive. Qin Zhuo found himself somewhat speechless. How else could one live? After all, he was too afraid to venture outside, and the zombies were equally hesitant to enter. The individuals emerging from the safe zones seemed somewhat dull-witted. Vegetables? Are you suggesting these are edible? Goodness, I recognize these livestock. They existed in ancient times, long before the outbreak of the zombie virus. And these vegetables and flowers are also from the ancient era. Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes and brought over the lunch he had prepared. Don't be so astonished to have a taste of this beef. Beef. Aye. Chapter 1. The Incompetent in the Apocalypse. Delicious, truly delicious. Sprinkling pepper and salt over the freshly cooked beef, a tender, succulent steak was completed, exuding an irresistible aroma. Qin Zhuo lifted the plate to his nose, unable to refrain from vocally praising his culinary skills. Such remarkable culinary prowess. It would be challenging to find another soul on this earth who could rival it. In a previous life, even a Michelin-starred chef would bow in deference. He was undoubtedly the supreme culinary master. Whether it was Western cuisine, Chinese fare, or a variety of delicacies, Qin Zhuo could effortlessly conjure them, never faltering. Regrettably, at present, he found himself merely a lonely, overlooked cook. Reflecting on this, Qin Zhuo couldn't help but sigh, and the steak on his plate suddenly lost its allure. In truth, Qin Zhuo was a traveler, having crossed into this world over 2 years ago. This was an apocalyptic realm overrun by zombies, desolate and dilapidated. With resources scarce, he had yet to encounter a living soul. According to the information at his disposal, this world could be classified as a high martial arts realm, where humans could cultivate a variety of skills. In simple terms, human physical attributes were divided into 4 types: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, with each attribute allowing for the mastery of distinct skills, each accompanied by formidable attack effects. Of course, these attributes were not choices. They were predetermined at birth and required repeated awakenings to enhance their power. Zombies, being transformed humans, could also evolve, just as humans could cultivate. Thus, this world was far more terrifying than those depicted in films. One could easily be obliterated by a zombie's skill. Initially, Qin Zhuo was filled with enthusiasm, believing he could, like many other travelers, become the savior of this apocalypse, wielding a miraculous system to tear apart zombies and establish a new order. However, he never anticipated that the system would detect his lack of cultivation potential, deeming him a non-cultivation physique. What an extraordinary misfortune. In this world, only 1 in 10,000 possessed a non-cultivation physique, and he was the unfortunate exception. This meant that in this apocalypse, he was destined to be an inconsequential commoner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the cooking method for premium steak. Gaining 250 experience points, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, and Qin Zhuo had long grown accustomed to it. After placing the steak on the table, he reclined in the rocking chair, intending to catch his breath before indulging in his culinary delight. As he closed his eyes to relax, he inadvertently glanced at the system panel within his mind. Host, Qin Zhuo. Age, 21. Skills, culinary arts masterful, horticulture masterful, arts and crafts masterful, musical performance masterful, architectural engineering masterful. Physical attributes, none. Attack skills, none. Item rewards, 20 crop seeds, 50 flower seeds, 10 poultry chicks. Indeed, this was Qin Zhuo's golden finger as a transmigrator, a system capable of aiding him in acquiring any skill and providing the essentials for survival, with the only drawback being the inability to learn any offensive skills. The various skills defined by the system were categorized into 8 realms. Over the course of 2 years, under the guidance of the system, and through his relentless efforts, Qin Zhuo had cultivated all the skills within the system to the highest realm of mastery, acquiring numerous seeds of crops and flowers, as well as chicks of poultry. Yet it was all in vain. In such a perilous post-apocalyptic world, the inability to cultivate offensive skills was tantamount to merely waiting for death. No matter how many skills he possessed, or how many seeds and chicks he owned, encountering a zombie would inevitably lead to a gruesome fate. Since I am here, I shall make peace with it. Qin Zhuo softly uttered these 6 words, then sat up, bringing the plate from the wooden table before him, and picked up the knife and fork to savor his steak feast. For the past 2 years, it was these 6 words that had sustained him on a mental level. Of course, mere mental fortitude was insufficient for survival. The primary reason he had endured until now was the land he currently inhabited. 2 years prior, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a dilapidated farmstead with a mere thatched cottage of over 20 square meters. Although the cottage was in ruins, the scenery outside resembled a vibrant oil painting, with an array of unknown flowers competing in a riot of colors, their fragrance wafting 2 kilometers to the edge of the farm. Initially, he was unaware that this was a world overrun by zombies until he stumbled upon the farm's edge 2 kilometers away. Beyond the farm's fence, a horde of zombies roamed. Qin Zhuo was paralyzed with terror, hastily fleeing back to the thatched cottage, hiding beneath the bed in fear, only to find that the zombies had not pursued him. After several cautious explorations, he discovered that these zombies were not oblivious to his presence. Rather, they seemed to harbor a fear of this farm, daring only to roar outside its barriers without daring to step inside. Still, Qin Zhuo remained apprehensive, expending considerable effort to set traps around the farm's perimeter before finally settling down in the thatched cottage. Time swiftly passed, and now, 2 years later, Qin Zhuo had become a master in various fields, fully aware of the state of this post-apocalyptic world. However, devoid of combat capabilities, he could only remain confined within the farmstead, utterly incapable of confronting the zombies he'd in. However, 2 years have passed, and he has come to terms with the situation. If he cannot cultivate, then so be it. With greater power comes greater responsibility, and, consequently, greater risk. In this lifetime, he shall tend to flowers and plants, care for domestic animals, delve into poetry and literature, explore architectural wonders, and occasionally create exquisite culinary delights. Embracing the role of a carefree recluse, or rather, a serene hermit, is quite appealing. After swallowing the last morsel of steak, Qin Zhuo returned to his thatched cottage, turning on the tap in preparation to wash his plate, only to find that no water flowed as it usually did. Is the pressure insufficient again? Qin Zhuo grumbled, stepping out of the cottage to the water well. He grasped the pump handle and pulled vigorously several dozen times, drawing water from the depths. Operating the well was one of the skills he had mastered for the past 2 years. He had relied solely on this water source. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he was about to return to wash the plate, a sudden, melodic jingling sound emerged from behind him. Goodness! Upon hearing the noise, Qin Zhuo immediately sensed danger, rushing back to the cottage. He retrieved a large machete, over a meter in length, which he had forged during his studies in metallurgy, precisely for such unforeseen circumstances. Could it be that zombies have burst in? After 2 years, have they finally grown restless enough to come for me? Though a hint of anxiety crept in, he was no longer the fearful person he had been 2 years prior. I'll take a few zombies with me. If I must, I shall fight to the end. Draped in his self-made iron armor, he wrapped the machete with cloth, crouching as he stealthily navigated through the peculiar flowers, making his way towards the edge of the farm. The traps at the farm's perimeter had all been triggered, revealing a line of deep pits, into which the zombies must have fallen. Crouching at the edge of one pit, Qin was swallowed nervously. After a moment, a pale hand emerged from the depths, gripping the edge tightly as it attempted to ascend. In a swift motion, Qin seized the opportunity, raising the machete and bringing it down with force upon the hand. Chapter 2. Finally encountering a living soul. Ah, spare my hand. Just as the machete was about to strike, a piercing, melodious scream reached Qin ears. A living person? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he exerted all his strength to twist the blade away. Thud! The sharp edge veered from its original path, narrowly missing the hand and striking the ground beside it. Then, a head adorned with a bun emerged from the trap, and a pair of large, pleading eyes gazed at Qin Zhuo. You. They both voiced their surprise simultaneously, yet it was evidently not the opportune moment for conversation. Come up first. Qin Zhuo untangled the cloth from the machete, tossing it aside, and grasped the young girl's wrist, effortlessly pulling her from the pit. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, though seemingly delicate. She evidently possessed remarkable skills, for Qin Zhuo had not struggled to pull her up. There are several companions of mine, still below. Please help me bring them up. Of course. Having spent over 2 years in this world, this was Qin Zhuo's first encounter with another living soul, and his heart swelled with excitement. At long last, we have found our comrades. Together with the young lady, we managed to pull the remaining companions out of the trap. Fortunately, when Qin Zhuo set the trap 2 years ago, he did not install any lethal mechanisms. He merely dug a deep pit, so everyone emerged relatively unscathed. Thank you, big brother. After all the companions were rescued, the young girl sincerely expressed her gratitude to Qin Zhuo. It was but a small effort. Let us not linger and leave this place at once. Given that he had finally encountered living souls, and they had sought him out at his farm, Qin Zhuo felt compelled to extend his hospitality. Moreover, the perimeter was teeming with zombies, making it clear that this was not a suitable place to remain. Thus, he led everyone through the vibrant flora until they reached his humble abode. "Sir, are you the only one here?" One of the three burly men accompanying the girl, a scarred leader, was the first to inquire. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, replying, "Within a 2-kilometer radius, I am the sole inhabitant. Beyond that, I cannot say." A flicker of doubt crossed the scarred man's face, but he ultimately nodded in agreement and refrained from further questioning. "Please, have some water. It is nearly noon, and I presume you have not eaten yet. I shall prepare a meal for you." Though he was uncertain of the social customs in this world, the universal practice of sharing a meal at the appointed hour seemed to hold true. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, nothing could be more delightful than a hearty lunch. "That would be much appreciated, sir," the scarred man responded courteously as Qin Zhuo turned to enter the thatched cottage. Once he was inside, he turned to the young girl and remarked, "Miss, this place is quite peculiar." The young girl nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with the man's assertion. "This region is a veritable zombie hotspot. There are no signs of life for miles around. Yet this individual manages to survive," he writes, "simply astounding. Indeed, judging by the facilities, it is evident he has been living here for quite some time. Just the trap alone could not have been set up in a day or two." What is most curious is that the zombies seem to harbor a distinct aversion to him. As soon as we entered the farm, they dared not pursue us. The other team members echoed their thoughts, each brimming with curiosity about Qin Zhuo. The young girl furrowed her brow, surveying the surroundings before saying meaningfully, "The most astonishing aspect is not merely this, but rather how he survives here alone. What does he eat and drink?" In this apocalyptic world, the greatest threats to survival, aside from zombies, are food and water scarcity. Were it not for the need for sustenance, they would not have risked venturing out from their safe zone into a world overrun by the undead in search of supplies. This young man is undoubtedly extraordinary. Sigh, it is all my fault for being overly ambitious, causing trouble for everyone. The young girl sighed, acknowledging that this was her first time leading a team in search of supplies. In her eagerness to prove herself, she had acted recklessly, leading them into the heart of a zombie-infested area. Now, with their food and resources nearly depleted, returning home posed a significant dilemma. As the crowd wore expressions of despair, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air, prompting them to swallow in anticipation. "Lunch is served," Qin Zhuo announced, holding a wooden board adorned with 4 plates, each containing a steak the size of a brick. "My heavens, is that steak?" As Qin Zhuo placed the board on the table before the astonished gathering, the young girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I apologize, everyone, I don't have much to offer. So please make do and fill your stomachs." "Make do and fill our stomachs." Upon hearing such words, everyone turned to Qin Zhuo in utter shock. Beef, even in the peaceful days of yore, was considered a luxury in this apocalyptic era. It was more precious than gold. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Qin Zhuo began to doubt his words, awkwardly adding, "Please, eat up, there's more to come. I'll fetch you some juice." With that, he hurriedly retreated to the thatched hut, his mind swirling with confusion. Had he truly misspoken? Why did they bear such expressions? It was merely ordinary steak, hardly worthy of such reverence. Outside, the crowd, saliva pooling in their mouths, eagerly picked up their plates of steak, their hands trembling with excitement. Am I dreaming? Miss Lou, Scarface, and actually going to eat steak? He just mentioned there's more to come. Could it be there's enough beef for everyone? In my 30 years of life, I've only heard the elderly speak of the deliciousness of beef. Who would have thought I'd have the chance to savor it today? With a collective sense of wonder, they began to devour the steak, their expressions reflecting unparalleled ecstasy. Only Lu Fei and Scarface wore peculiar expressions rather than the steak. They were more intrigued by Qin Zhuo's identity. "Juice is here." Qin Zhuo re-emerged, having prepared the juice, once again capturing the crowd's attention. Of course, most were fixated not on him, but on the 4 cups of juice he held. Red, green, blue, yellow. The 4 cups contained 4 distinct juices, which appeared utterly extravagant to the 4 onlookers. Watermelon juice, green apple juice, blueberry juice, and yellow peach juice. Please choose your favorites. Qin Zhuo placed the juices on the table and, this time, chose to remain sitting beside the group. As they swallowed, their astonishment deepened. With the exception of apples, they had never even laid eyes on the other fruits. Who was this young man, possessing such a bounty of long-extinct fruits? Lu Feifei and Scarface exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Silently, they each selected a cup and began to taste, their curiosity about Qin Zhuo's origins intensifying. "May I ask where you hail from?" "We come from a safe zone," Lu Feifei replied, her face alight with sheer enjoyment as she sipped her juice. "Oh, a safe zone 25 kilometers to the northeast. You must be quite formidable to traverse such a distance through the wilderness. Have you ever been to the safe zone, sir?" Scarface was taken aback. The journey to the safe zone was fraught with peril, as the path was teeming with zombies, making solitary passage nearly impossible. Qin Zhuo quickly shook his head and replied, No, I merely possess knowledge of it. I have never been there. Unlike you, I lack the ability to cultivate, as I am not of a cultivating physique." Chapter 3. This is not amusing at all. Non-cultivating physique? Scarface looked at Qin Zhuo with suspicion, his eyes clearly revealing profound doubt. "Young man, are you jesting? If you possess a non-cultivating physique, how could the zombies possibly refrain from entering?" Lu Feifei, straightforward as ever, directly exposed Qin Zhuo's facade. Qin Zhuo scratched his head, equally bewildered, and replied, "I don't quite understand either. Regardless, I have lived on this farm for the past 2 years, and those zombies have never troubled me." In truth, like everyone else, Qin Zhuo was at a loss. He had personally verified that as soon as he left the farm, the zombies would launch an attack against him. This indicated that the zombies' reluctance to disturb him had nothing to do with him personally, but rather with the farm itself. However, what precisely they feared about the farm remained a mystery. Leaning gently against the back of his chair, Qin Zhuo crossed his legs and shook his head, saying, "As you can see, apart from me, there are merely flowers and plants here. I cannot fathom what those zombies might be wary of." Upon the mention of flowers and plants, Lu Feifei immediately recalled the patch of flora they had just traversed, the likes of which she had never seen before. "Young man, did you cultivate those flowers and plants on the farm? What kinds are they? Why have I never encountered them before? Not even I have seen them." Qin Zhuo let out a wry smile. Over the years, through the assistance of the system and self-study, he had mastered the identification and cultivation methods of various plants. Yet, even he could not accurately name the natural flora of the farm. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Fatty, you go wash the dishes. Skinny monkey, you set up the tent." After assigning tasks, Scarface turned back to Qin Zhuo and asked, "Sir, would you mind if we camp here for the night?" Qin Zhuo waved his hand lightly and smiled. "Of course, I don't mind at all. You may stay as long as you wish." Having finally found living companions, Qin Zhuo certainly would not send them away. Consequently, Skinny Monkey took his backpack to one side to set up the tent, while Fatty, looking puzzled, approached Qin Zhuo after tidying the dining table. "Sir, could you kindly tell me where to wash the dishes?" "Allow me." Qin Zhuo rose, intending to take the dishes. But Lu Feifei swiftly intervened. "No need to trouble yourself, young man. Just tell me where to wash them. It would be exceedingly rude to eat someone else's food and then have them wash the dishes." Moreover, she was quite curious about the interior of the thatched cottage and saw this as an opportunity to explore. To the left upon entering, there's a dishwashing sink. Qin Zhuo pointed toward the entrance, but then stood up again to personally guide Lu Feifei into the thatched cottage. As Lu Feifei followed Qin Zhuo inside, she was immediately enveloped by a delightful fragrance. "Wow, it smells wonderful. What is that scent?" "Ah, it's the fragrance of osmanthus. I just picked some this morning, intending to make osmanthus cake." "Osmanthus?" Lu Feifei was utterly astonished, as if she had heard something extraordinary, nearly dropping the dish she held. "Indeed, it is osmanthus. Without a doubt." Observing the astonishment on the other person's face, Qin Zhuo began to question whether he had made a mistake in identification. Could it be that the flowers he picked were not osmanthus? Impossible. Those osmanthus trees were planted by his own hands 2 years ago. There was no way he could be mistaken. Furthermore, these trees are remarkably resilient. One merely needs to cast the seeds into the soil and let them thrive on their own. In essence, they are hardly a rare botanical marvel. What could this girl possibly find so astonishing? "Miss, may I inquire your name?" Noticing Lu Feifei still ensnared in her amazement, Qin Zhuo decided to shift the conversation. "Oh, I am Lu Feifei. I am Qin Zhuo." Nodding awkwardly, Lu Feifei turned to place her tray into the sink, her mind entirely preoccupied with the tumult within her heart. "So, this is the fragrance of osmanthus? It truly is as the elders described, an aroma that envelopes the senses. How delightful it would be if transformed into pastries." Lu Feifei was not merely being overly dramatic. It was because osmanthus had long since vanished from this world. Since the day of her birth, osmanthus had existed solely in the tales of the older generation. To her surprise, she encountered it here today. As Lu Feifei's fingers brushed against the water flowing from the faucet, she could not help but gasp in awe. The water was chilling to the bone, offering an indescribable sense of comfort. This water. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is well water, so it might be a bit cold. Well water? You have a well here? Yes, I dug a well myself for daily consumption and washing. Qin Zhuo's casual remark struck Lu Feifei like a thunderclap. A single individual possessing a well. It was almost unfathomable. One must understand that within the safe zone, thousands of people share merely a handful of wells. Although the inhabitants of the safe zone have mastered the art of well digging, identifying the locations of underground water veins is exceedingly challenging. Consequently, over the years, only a few wells have been successfully excavated. Water resources are the second most critical scarcity, following food needs, and daily water usage is strictly regulated. Activities such as washing dishes, which waste water, are generally prohibited. Reflecting on this, Lu Feifei's gaze toward Qin Zhuo transformed entirely. She reaffirmed her hypothesis that the man before her was undoubtedly a person of profound depth and extraordinary capability. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo remained oblivious to Lu Feifei's thoughts. Noticing her disregard for his presence, he awkwardly pursed his lips and turned to the cutting board, preparing the ingredients for dinner. Taking the remaining beef out, Qin Zhuo trimmed the fat, leaving only the lean steak, discarding the excess fat into the trash. This scene was precisely witnessed by Lu Feifei, who immediately exclaimed, "Qin Zhuo, why did you throw away the meat?" She hurriedly turned off the faucet, shook the water off her hands, and rushed toward the trash can. "Miss Lu, what are you doing?" Qin Zhuo was taken aback, hastily setting down the knife in his hand and firmly grasping the little hand of Lu Feifei, which was reaching toward the garbage bin. "That is all fat. It is far too greasy to consume." "Fat? But that is still meat." Lu Feifei was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the sheer wastefulness of it all. They seldom had the luxury of fresh meat. Even frozen meat was a rare treat. Yet here, an abundance of fresh meat lay discarded in the trash. Even if it was fatty, wasn't it still delectable? "Those are truly unappetizing. We can't even finish the lean beef. Why would we bother with that fat?" Qin Zhuo sighed in exasperation. Was this little girl truly so inexperienced that she could not appreciate even the fat? Although they were in a post-apocalyptic world, surely it could not be this dire. If not for the sake of politeness, he might have told Lu Feifei that even the dogs he cared for would refuse to eat such fat. So why should they indulge? "Brother Qin, what are you saying? You have so much beef that you cannot finish it? Surely you jest." Lu Feifei, abruptly halted at the door, looked at Qin Zhuo with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. "Why would I make such a jest? This is hardly amusing." Chapter 4. Fierce Beasts, miss, please come here quickly. Just as Lu Feifei was about to inquire about the quantity of beef from Qin Zhuo, a sudden, urgent roar from Scarface echoed from a distance. "Go on, your companion is calling for you." Qin Zhuo waved his hand and turned to enter the thatched hut. Lu Feifei frowned, but the words lingered on her lips, unspoken. She turned to see Scarface waving at her anxiously, prompting her to hasten over. "Scarface, what is the matter?" Scarface cast a wary glance at the thatched hut, ensuring Qin Zhuo had not followed, before whispering, "Miss, the fatty and the thin monkey have made a discovery." He then mysteriously pulled Lu Feifei toward a nearby mound. Atop the mound, fatty and thin monkey were crouched low, occasionally peering ahead, their expressions rife with tension. Lu Feifei instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Had zombies breached the farm? "Miss, there is no need to panic. No zombies have infiltrated." Upon hearing Scarface's words, Lu Feifei sighed in relief, but what he said next made her heart race once more. "However, they have spotted numerous unknown creatures, and we cannot ascertain their aggressiveness." "Unknown creatures?" Lu Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief as she climbed up the mound, gazing over its edge. Below, a throng of unfamiliar beings gathered. Among them several massive creatures with horns, their fur nearly dragging on the ground, presenting a truly terrifying sight. "Miss, you are well read. What are these creatures?" At merely 18 years of age, Lu Feifei hardly possessed extensive knowledge. Scarface's remark stemmed from her being the daughter of the leader of the safe zone. Her upbringing had endowed her with a far richer education and training than most. At this moment, they could only hope she had encountered or heard of these enigmatic beings through literature or from the elder generations. They resemble cattle. But the cows I've seen in books do not have such long fur, nor are they so robust. Lu Feifei furrowed her brow, her expression grave. The smaller ones must be goats. They are quite rare now, with only a handful left in the safe zone. I never expected to see so many here. As for those lurking in the corner, they must be wolves. As she caught sight of several fierce-looking creatures crouched in the corner, Lu Feifei's complexion drained of color. "Ow! Ow, ow!" At that moment, the wolves seemed to have noticed the group atop the mound, all turning to glare at them with low, menacing growls. "Protect the miss, prepare for battle." None present had encountered wolves before, yet they had all heard of the fearsome reputation of these animals. Without hesitation, they entered a state of readiness. Wind, fire, lightning, and thunder. For distinct attributes manifested upon the four individuals, radiating with vibrant hues. Lu Feifei's hair danced as if caught in an unseen breeze, exuding an air of valiance. Her attribute was wind, and with clenched fists, she awaited the wolves' assault, prepared to send them soaring into the sky. Everyone, what are you doing? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Zhuo had already positioned himself behind the crowd. Brother Qin Zhuo, you mustn't approach. We've encountered a ferocious beast. You should return immediately. It's perilous here. Lu Feifei gracefully leaped, her body seemingly floating through the air, landing lightly before Qin Zhuo. With her arms outstretched, she shielded him from harm. A ferocious beast? Qin Zhuo was utterly perplexed, pondering whether he had unwittingly been neighbors with a formidable creature for the past 2 years. Impossible. He frequently visited the hillock and had never encountered any such beast. However, observing the anxious expressions of the gathered crowd, Qin Zhuo began to doubt himself. After all, these individuals were adept practitioners of extraordinary abilities. Something must have genuinely alarmed them. Oh no, my pet is still behind the hill. Qin Zhuo slapped his forehead and, placing his thumb and forefinger to his mouth, let out a sharp whistle. A piercing sound echoed, and immediately from behind the hillock came a cacophony of barks. In the next moment, the plump boy and the lean monkey, who were perched atop the hill, turned pale and shouted in panic, "This is bad. The wolves are charging up." Plump boy, lean monkey, prepared to unleash a lightning attack. Wait. It was only then that Qin Zhuo realized that the so-called wolves were likely his own pack of huskies. Brother Qin Zhuo, hurry and leave. We can handle this, Lu Feifei insisted, pulling him away as they floated down the hill. As an ordinary mortal, Qin Zhuo had no chance of escaping Lu Feifei's wind manipulation and could only helplessly watch his beloved huskies face peril. Sit. Qiuqiu, sit. In a moment of desperation, Qin Zhuo shouted towards the hill. Everyone froze, only to witness several wolves that had ascended the hill suddenly sitting down in unison, obediently panting and gazing at the crowd with kindly eyes. What is happening? Seeing this, the plump boy and lean monkey halted their attacks, looking back at Qin Zhuo with incredulity. These wolves actually obeyed commands. Dear friends, you are mistaken. These are not wolves, but dogs. Qin Zhuo was utterly flustered. Surely these individuals had not encountered a Siberian husky before? Dogs? Impossible. We have numerous dogs in our safe zone, but none resemble these. They look more like wolves. Of course, they are descendants of dogs and Arctic wolves, hence their wolf-like appearance. Arctic wolves? Lu Feifei was momentarily bewildered. What are they? You needn't concern yourself with that. Qin Zhuo now comprehended that many aspects were beyond the grasp of these individuals. Further explanations would be futile. The majority of life forms in this world, including human civilization, had vanished long ago during the outbreak of the zombie virus a century ago. This was an irreversible process. Those lost beings could only gradually become ancient creatures. Much like dinosaurs, people could only reconstruct their appearance through fossils, yet who could definitively ascertain their true nature? Do not be afraid, they bear no aggression. Besides, you all possess extraordinary abilities, so there is no need for trepidation, is there? Qin Zhuo let out a wry smile and hurried up the earth mound, only feeling relief once he confirmed that all the huskies were unharmed. Miss, this individual has taken a wolf as a pet. He must be formidable. His repeated concealment of strength suggests ulterior motives. While Qin Zhuo was examining the huskies, the scarred man approached Lu Feifei and whispered, "Surely not?" Lu Feifei furrowed her brow, finding Qin Zhuo entirely uncharacteristic of someone with malicious intent. Anyone who could treat the offspring of wolves as pets would not resort to such elaborate schemes if they wished to harm others. Chapter 5. The Unquestionable Master Qin Zhuo. Fearing that these simpletons might harm his beloved pets, swiftly led all the dogs into his thatched cottage. The others, including Lu Feifei, observed with a mixture of awe and trepidation as the fierce beasts obeyed Qin Zhuo's commands. I recall from my historical readings that wolves are ferocious creatures. While their individual combat abilities may be lacking when they gather in packs, their terror rivals that of zombies. I propose we rest tonight and depart at dawn. Although there are no zombies here, the atmosphere is undeniably eerie. The portly man and the lanky monkey whispered to each other, perceiving the huskies as equally perilous as wolves. Indeed, we shall set forth for the safe zone tomorrow morning. While Lu Feifei yearned to remain and uncover more mysteries, they had already been away from the safety of their zone for several weeks. If they delayed any longer, her father would undoubtedly grow anxious. As twilight descended, the group felt secure within the farm, untroubled by the threat of a zombie incursion, yet they remained vigilant regarding the movements behind the dirt mound, where several massive, hairy beasts lingered. Miss, I apologize for my lack of preparation. I failed to procure food and supplies for you. Scarred brother lamented. Do not speak thus. Scarred brother, it is not your fault. My recklessness led us into a zombie-infested area. As long as we return safely, nothing else matters. As the esteemed young lady of the safe zone, she was destined to become a leader, guiding the community to survive. Returning empty-handed from her first expedition for food and resources would greatly tarnish her future authority. However, Scarred brother abruptly shifted his tone, casting a furtive glance at Lu Feifei. That Qin fellow has an abundance of beef. Perhaps we could. Absolutely not. Lu Feifei interjected, fully comprehending his insinuation. Though we find ourselves in chaotic times, we must not forsake our humanity. We intruded upon another's territory and were met with warm hospitality. How could we possibly seize their provisions? Upon hearing her words, the portly man and the lanky monkey exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound respect. Yet, truth be told, they felt utterly incapable of snatching food from Qin Zhuo. After all, the enigma of his strength was difficult to fathom. What the young lady says is true. Besides, this is a zombie stronghold. Anyone who can thrive here in comfort for 2 years cannot be an ordinary person. We must not entertain any nefarious thoughts lest we provoke the master. The portly man and the lanky monkey deemed Scarred brother's idea perilous and swiftly expressed their stance. Alas, I merely wished for the young lady not to return empty-handed. Scarred brother sighed, fully aware of the group's sentiments. In terms of experience and credentials, none could rival him. He understood better than anyone that Qin Zhuo was extraordinary. Yet, for the sake of the young lady's reputation, he was willing to risk everything. Very well, Scarred brother, let go of those unwelcome thoughts. Perhaps on our journey back, we shall discover food and supplies. Lu Feifei offered a gentle smile and spoke a few words of comfort to Scar before turning and disappearing into the tent. Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is ready. Please come and partake. At that moment, Qin Zhuo emerged once more, carrying several plates of steak. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, the fatty and the thin monkey's eyes sparkled with anticipation, saliva pooling in their mouths. Scar shot them a frustrated glare, then retreated into the tent. This left the fatty and the thin monkey in an awkward predicament, with the two leaders silent on the matter of dining. They dared not voice their own appetites. Miss? Qin Zhuo placed the trays upon the table, calling out several times without receiving a response. Sir. We don't have the habit of dining for dinner. You might as well take it back, the fatty lamented, licking his lips in regret. What? Such a habit exists? My apologies. I should have inquired beforehand. Qin Zhuo, wholly credulous of the fatty's words, genuinely believed that the people of this world did not partake in dinner. He shook his head and said, Very well, you all should rest. I shall dispose of the steaks. Dispose of them? How do you intend to do that, sir? The fatty's eyes widened with anticipation. After all, it was steak, a tantalizing treat that was just within reach yet tantalizingly out of grasp. Of course, I shall throw them away. Throw them away. The thin monkey leaped up at Qin Zhuo's words. Indeed, if they cool, they will no longer be appetizing. They must be discarded. Qin Zhuo was taken aback by the thin monkey's reaction, yet he acknowledged that a cold steak would indeed be a detriment to its flavor, leaving him with no choice but to dispose of it. Wait, don't throw them away. I'll eat. Me too. Upon hearing that Qin Zhuo intended to discard the steak, the fatty and the thin monkey could no longer contain themselves. Such a culinary delight could not be wasted. Even if it meant enduring Scar's ire, it was a risk worth taking. I'll eat too. Simultaneously, Lu Feifei peeked her head from the tent. Her previous silence stemmed from a belief that it was inappropriate to continually consume what belonged to others. However, upon hearing Qin Zhuo's intent to dispose of the steak, she could no longer remain composed. After all, it was a rare delicacy. How could it be thrown away? With 3 voices clamoring for the steak. A smile spread across Qin Zhuo's face as he pointed towards Scar's tent and inquired, What of your companion? Will he not partake? Do not mind him. It suits him perfectly not to eat. I shall save that for provisions on our return journey. With the young lady now joining in, the fatty no longer worried about Scar's reprimands and promptly brought Scar's portion before himself. All right, you all enjoy. I shall prepare some additional items. With a smile, Qin Zhuo set down the trays and returned to the thatched hut. When he emerged again, he found Scar seated at the table, ravenously devouring his meal, exclaiming between mouthfuls, Damn, this is delicious. Qin Zhuo's lips twitched slightly. Could this be the legendary truth of deliciousness? Miss, he said, approaching the table and placing 2 large burlap sacks at the corner. I just heard Fatty mention that you all will be returning tomorrow. Here are 20 pounds of raw beef, 10 pounds of cooked beef, and 20 pounds of fruit. Please take them with you. After speaking, Qin Zhuo retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket and gently placed it in front of Lu Feifei. I noticed your keen interest in osmanthus during the day. Here are some flowers I gathered. I haven't picked many, but you may take them home to brew some tea. Upon hearing Qin Zhuo's words, the scarred man suddenly choked, awkwardly letting out a burp. The onlookers were frozen in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the cloth bag. 30 pounds of beef and 20 pounds of fruit, though not a great quantity. It comprised exquisite beef and rare fruits. Are you truly giving us this beef and fruit? Lu Feifei asked, unable to believe such generosity. Indeed, I have no shortage of these, Qin Zhuo replied with a sigh, expressing his regret. As you can see, there are still a dozen yaks behind the hill. Unfortunately, the area is swarming with zombies. Otherwise, you could easily take a few yaks home. Yaks? So those long-eared creatures are yaks? The thought of leading a few back seemed feasible. Please, enjoy your meal and rest. Just leave the plates here. If you plan to depart early in the morning, there's no need to wake me. I prefer to sleep in. While he yearned for companionship, Qin Zhuo understood that these individuals needed to return to the safe zone, so he refrained from urging them to stay any longer. As for accompanying them to the safe zone, he had considered it, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing his inability to fend for himself in the face of zombies. Tending to my little patch of land is quite satisfactory. The group watched Qin Zhuo's retreating figure, their hearts filled with profound admiration. A truly remarkable individual. In this apocalyptic world, not only could he generously share his provisions, but he also dared to indulge in slumber amidst the very heart of a zombie-infested area. What an extraordinary level of mastery he possessed. Chapter 6. Peril the following day. Lu Feifei and her companions quietly gathered their belongings and stepped outside. Only after distancing themselves from the residents of Qin Zhuo did they dare to speak. Lu Feifei whispered. Others in the safe zone have ventured out numerous times, yet they have been unable to bring back much food. We have encountered an opportunity upon our return. They will surely regard us with newfound respect. The scarred man gazed admiringly at Qin Zhuo's abode, remarking, Mr. Qin Zhuo is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. Managing to thrive in a zombie-infested area with such ease, his strength must far exceed our imagination. Indeed, I have never encountered anyone like Mr. Qin Zhuo, another added. Miss. It is getting late. We must hasten our return. The portly man inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a flicker of seriousness as he looked towards the open road. While they had enjoyed relative safety within the confines of the farm, the moment they stepped outside, the zombies would relentlessly pursue them. Survivors in this post-apocalyptic world were few, yet they possessed the ability to cultivate their skills, granting them a sufficient level of defense. Firearms still held a deterrent effect against zombies, however. The prowess of cultivators surpassed that of mere weaponry. Cultivators were classified by their evolutionary stages. Those who had evolved once or twice were considered ordinary cultivators, capable only of manipulating the energy within their bodies. Those who had evolved thrice were classified as intermediate cultivators, possessing a single skill. Advanced cultivators, on the other hand, required more than 7 evolutions to attain their status and wielded 2 skills. In their region, advanced cultivators were exceedingly rare, with intermediate cultivators also in short supply. As survivors honed their abilities, it was speculated that zombies were not a singular type, but rather categorized into several forms. Among them, primary zombies were weak yet numerous. Intermediate zombies possessed a certain degree of offensive capability, capable of inflicting harm on cultivators. Advanced zombies had developed the ability to manipulate their surroundings, rendering them impervious to the influence of ordinary cultivators. Lu Feifei took a deep breath, her expression grave as she declared, "Let us proceed. We must traverse the zombie-infested area to return to the safe zone. We must ensure the safe return of this food." "Yes, miss," came the reply. The 3 formed a protective barrier around Lu Feifei, channeling their energy as they surged forward. Among them, the scarred man had evolved more than thrice, endowing him with a skill of thunderous might, his aura crackling with immense energy as he led the way. The lean monkey and the portly man emanated energy that could only repel the encroaching zombies, incapable of eliminating them. Should they encounter intermediate zombies, they faced the risk of losing their lives. Bang! Brilliant light enveloped them, sending all surrounding zombies flying. Roars echoed as the zombies lunged forward. Their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, claws outstretched, creating a truly terrifying sight. The sounds of collision and impact reverberated, yet the relentless zombies continued their charge. The narrow road was strewn with debris, the ground littered with mangled corpses, presenting a ghastly tableau. Amidst the towering boulders, the iron sheet-covered area of their safe zone came into view on the horizon, now less than a few hundred yards away. "Miss, we are nearing the safe zone." Scar wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. They had expended an excessive amount of energy during their journey and were now compelled to pause for a brief respite, though no one dared to let their guard down. Suddenly, the thin monkey's expression changed dramatically as a sharp pain shot through his arm. Before he could react, a zombie, drooling hungrily, lunged at him. Die! Scar summoned the thunderous power within him, converting it into a blade of lightning that swiftly dispatched the zombie. Are you all right, Thin Monkey? Lu Feifei inquired with concern. The thin monkey trembled, his complexion pale as a ghost. Gritting his teeth, he staggered backward, lamenting, Miss, I have been infected. His words sent shockwaves through the three companions. Infection was a perilous predicament, and they were still far from the safety of the zone, leaving them powerless to aid him. Miss, we must hasten our departure, Scar urged, casting a grave look toward the direction of the safe zone. The perimeter is swarming with zombies. The longer we linger here, the greater their numbers will swell. Lu Feifei hesitated, recognizing that had it not been for the thin monkey's desperate desire to prove himself, he would not have faced such a fate. Miss, you must go on without me, the thin monkey said, a ghostly smile crossing his pallid face. I am already infected. There will be no one to save me upon our return. We cannot afford any more delays, Scar insisted with a heavy tone. He then approached the thin monkey, retrieving an item from his possession and placing it in the hands of his companion. It is not that we do not wish to save you, but at this critical juncture, I cannot act otherwise. If you can reach Mr. Qin Zhuo, perhaps he might be able to assist you. With that, he dashed toward the safe zone without a backward glance. Left behind, the thin monkey sat against a stone, his face ashen as he recalled Scar's words. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and began to sprint toward the rear. As he entered the safe zone, the zombies erupted into chaos. The low-level zombies were momentarily repelled, but soon the mid-level zombies emerged, possessing significant offensive capabilities, their sheer numbers creating a formidable onslaught. Suddenly, Scar was caught off guard and sent flying by the force of the attack, the excruciating pain rendering his complexion even more pallid as he spat blood onto the ground. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, "Protect the miss," he shouted. At that moment, only the hefty companion remained, having evolved merely twice and now rendered powerless. He had scarcely managed to shield Lu Feifei a few times before he too was hurled away by the zombies. Just as a zombie was about to reach Lu Feifei, an immense gust of wind surged forth, the force of the wind tearing through the zombies' flesh and eliciting anguished cries from them. Simultaneously, Lu Feifei's energy levels plummeted, but fortunately, the zombies were momentarily deterred. Miss, this is an energy evolution, Scar exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Feifei had only evolved twice and had not acquired any skills. However, it was evident that her internal energy had undergone a transformation. In Scar's recollection, although Lu Feifei possessed considerable talent, her lack of rigorous training had hindered her ability to evolve further for a prolonged period. He recalled the steak he had savored not long ago, a dish that had radiated an intense warmth, which he initially assumed was merely a figment of his imagination. However, upon reflection, he realized there was more to it than met the eye. Those steaks were likely imbued with latent energy, capable of subtly influencing the evolution of cultivators and enhancing their practice. As he pondered these revelations, the scarred man was profoundly shaken. The notion that such steaks could facilitate the evolution of energy within a cultivator's body was nothing short of astonishing. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were witnessing something truly extraordinary, and he murmured, This is nothing less than a miracle. What level of mastery does that gentleman possess? Chapter 7. The Rescue of the Thin Monkey Roar. The intermediate zombies rose up, their voices filled with a menacing growl as they lunged forward, claws bared. Bang! Before the zombies could reach Lu Feifei, the scarred man wielded his blade, swiftly dispatching them. He immediately stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Feifei, shouting, Fatty, if you're alive, get up. We must hurry back to the safe zone. The chubby man's expression shifted as he scrambled to his feet, shielding Lu Feifei as they raced towards safety. Tap, tap, tap. As the zombies approached the safe zone, a barrage of bullets erupted, eliminating them in mere minutes. The remaining zombies, filled with fear, retreated, unwilling to draw closer. Upon returning to the safe zone, the rich aroma invigorated the guards on duty. Feifei, you have finally returned safely, exclaimed Lu Jun, the leader of Area A, rushing forward. His heart eased only upon seeing his daughter unharmed. Not long ago, he had been terrified at the sight of her venturing out with others. Dad, I'm fine, just exhausted from the energy depletion after my evolution, Lu Feifei replied, her voice somewhat weak. A hint of color returned to her previously pale face as she added, but we brought back beef and fruit. Beef and fruit. Lu Jun stood frozen, staring blankly at his daughter. In his memory, beef was a delicacy from ancient times, a precious food that existed before the zombie apocalypse. Such items were considered exceedingly valuable in that era. In this post-apocalyptic world, beef had become virtually non-existent. Having lived for over 50 years, this was the first time he had heard of its existence. The sheer shock overwhelmed him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and stagger back a few steps, speechless. Nearby survivors also stood in stunned silence. Beef was indeed a rarity of unparalleled worth. Fei, are you telling the truth? Lu Jun, regaining his composure, gazed incredulously at his daughter, unable to restrain himself from asking again. Lu Fei nodded, saying, Dad, we encountered a remarkable individual who gifted us 20 pounds of beef along with fruit. What? This beef was a gift from him? 20 pounds. Such revelations left everyone astounded. What kind of extraordinary person could bestow such an abundance of food in a world ravaged by scarcity? It was simply unfathomable. Many survivors around them rolled their eyes in disbelief and fainted, overwhelmed by the magnitude of such generosity. In Qin Zhuo's farm, coughs echoed through the air. After a few seconds, a figure entered the room. Mr. Qin Zhuo, the thin monkey, having opened his eyes, gazed incredulously at Qin Zhuo before him. His impression lingered from that frantic dash to the farm. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he exclaimed, Mr. Qin Zhuo, you must throw me out. I have been infected and might scratch you. Gazing at the nearly incoherent and emaciated figure before him, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly. There's no need for panic. I've already administered the herbal remedy. You will not succumb to infection and transform into a zombie, he explained in a calm tone. Oh, so the medicine has been applied? I want to be infected? The pallor of the emaciated man's face was replaced with shock as he instinctively glanced at his palms, only to find the scratches had vanished, leaving no trace behind. How is this even possible? He understood that within the confines of safety, few could be treated once infected. Such remedies were typically reserved for the affluent and powerful. As an ordinary man, he believed he would never have access to such treatments. The preparation of these medicinal herbs was notoriously arduous, and as he gazed at the poultice adorning his arm, his pupils dilated in disbelief. These unassuming herbs managed to completely eradicate the infection. How could that be? Thank you, Mr. Qin Zhuo, for saving my life. But these herbs? He couldn't help but look toward the remedies. Qin Zhuo casually replied, Oh, these herbs? They are merely common ones grown outside. Now rest here. I have matters to attend to. Common herbs grown outside? This statement left the emaciated man in a state of shock. Could such ordinary herbs truly eliminate the infection caused by zombies? He stared incredulously at the departing Qin Zhuo, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the afternoon, as he emerged from the room, the emaciated man still felt extremely weak. The blazing sunlight caused a slight dizziness, and he swayed slightly as he made his way to a spot near Qin Zhuo. Why have you come out? Are you feeling bored? Please, take a seat and rest, Qin Zhuo said without turning his head. At that moment, Qin Zhuo held a paintbrush, deftly creating a painting on the canvas depicting the very farm before them. Though the emaciated man was a simpleton with no artistic flair, he could still appreciate the skill in the artwork. The fluidity of Qin Zhuo's movements made the corner of the farm appear almost lifelike, captured perfectly on the paper. Mr. Qin Zhuo, your painting is exquisite. It looks so real. As he spoke, he suddenly felt as if something was concealed within the painting. A fervent energy surged forth, shattering into countless specks, which then rushed into his body. With a resounding crack, a sound reverberated within him, and the weakness dissipated, replaced by a fierce vitality. Moments later, he experienced a breakthrough, and a new piece of information flashed in his mind. This is a skill. I've actually undergone energy evolution. The emaciated man stood frozen, gripping the chair tightly. The pain in his hand felt distant as exhilaration enveloped him entirely. Just moments ago, he cast a glance at the painting. Yet he could scarcely fathom that the energy within him seemed to resonate, resulting in an instantaneous evolution of that very energy. Mr. Qin Zhuo was undoubtedly a master. His artwork was not merely lifelike, but upon closer inspection, one could even sense the rich energy that permeated it, capable of inducing an evolution in one's own energy. The slender monkey was profoundly astonished and stumbled forward, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, Mr. Qin Zhuo, thank you. Without you, I would never have been able to overcome my limitations. As he spoke, his tremulous form swayed even more, and it seemed he was on the verge of collapsing, prompting a swift response to assist him back into his chair. You are still nursing an injury. It would be wise to rest, Qin Zhuo remarked. He was unable to cultivate, and thus felt no energy resonance, leaving him oblivious to the situation, while the slender monkey's words left him perplexed. The slender monkey, perceiving that Qin Zhuo appeared unfazed, as if his actions were trivial, felt an even deeper admiration for him. Truly, he was a master, and his methods were indeed profound and inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, the slender monkey focused intently on every gesture and word of Qin Zhuo, eager to glean further insights. Chapter 8. What? You were bitten by a zombie? Within Area A, Lu Fei had conveyed all the details to Lu Jun. Upon learning the news, Lu Jun was taken aback. He observed the 20 pounds of beef, nearly driven to madness by its mouth-watering aroma, leaving them momentarily speechless. However, this food could merely alleviate the situation in the safe zone. Over time, they would still face considerable difficulties. Therefore, he instructed the collection of valuable items and selected sufficiently powerful cultivators to escort Lu Feifei to meet Qin Zhuo for food exchange. Feifei, I have prepared a team of cultivators for you. It is imperative that you return with food. Additionally, ascertain what that gentleman requires, so we can make the necessary preparations upon your return. Also, try to bring back some seeds. Although the soil in our safe zone is poor, acquiring seeds could alleviate our food crisis, Lu Jun urged fervently. Lu Feifei nodded deeply, though a weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon her shoulders. She represented the hopes of the entire Area A, and the burden was unmistakably heavier. Suddenly, while Qin Zhuo was enjoying tea in the courtyard, he noticed a commotion outside the farm. This is not good. Someone is approaching. The lean monkey's expression shifted, his injuries having largely healed. He promptly grasped his weapon, eyes alert to the surroundings. Let us investigate. I suspect it is highly likely that other survivors have arrived nearby, Qin Zhuo said gravely. The emergence of survivors in a zombie-infested zone was indeed a peculiar occurrence. All of this is food, they marveled. In a world beset by famine, how could there be so much food? Moreover, the zombies had hesitated to enter this area. Could it be that a formidable individual resided here? A group of battered cultivators staggered into Qin Zhuo's farm, greeted by the sight of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as the meat hanging outside. The sight of this bounty made their mouths water, their previously pallid faces flushed with excitement as they fixated on the meat. Who are you? Qin Zhuo demanded, his voice taut with caution. Their awareness sharpened upon seeing him. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue outfit. His left cheek bore the marks of a zombie attack, leaving 4 deep scars that rendered his visage rather fearsome, and his blue attire was tattered. This man was Han Ku, a cultivator from Area D. Please, do not misunderstand. We are survivors from Area D. We have been searching for food for quite some time and only just noticed this farm, which piqued our curiosity, Han Ku explained, though there was an unsettling glint in his eyes, skillfully concealed. The sheer scale of this farm, belonging to the young man before them, astonished them greatly. What sort of individual was he to possess such resources in this apocalyptic era? Qin Zhuo had not given it much thought. Upon hearing that the individual was a survivor, he smiled and said, a survivor from District D, please come in and take a seat. The friend responded with courtesy. Han Ku followed Qin Zhuo into the room, but upon seeing the scene before him, he was utterly dumbfounded. Several plates of steak lay upon the table, a sight that left them speechless, their eyes fixed on the steak as if they could not look away. The situation in District D was relatively harsh, with food being scarce. Such exquisite and delectable steak was an unimaginable rarity in their lives, and now they were witnessing it firsthand. This is steak. I have seen it mentioned in the diaries of several esteemed individuals. It was a food of great rarity in ancient times, nearly impossible to find in this era. Yet now, I am able to behold it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow, his expression perplexed. This is merely ordinary beef. It appears you have not yet dined. Please, allow me to share these with you. I will prepare some more. Qin Zhuo spoke generously. Prepare some more? The words jolted them back to reality, and Han Ku, filled with excitement, inquired, do you have more beef here, my friend? I have plenty of beef. If you wish, I can let you take some back with you. For now, I will cook the steaks. Please wait here a moment. Qin Zhuo replied nonchalantly as he turned towards the kitchen. The revelation left everyone in a state of disbelief. Such delicious and precious steak. And there was still more in the back? They could even take some home? Stunned, they felt as though they were in a dream. Slap. The tall, lean individual beside them slapped himself hard across the face, and as the pain registered, he exclaimed, This is truly happening. It was unfathomable that someone could possess such an abundance of food. It was utterly shocking. The others exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with newfound thoughts. Han Ku discreetly surveyed them, all the while eating, and then turned his gaze to the lean fellow, asking, My young friend, just who is this remarkable individual? The lean fellow chuckled at their astonishment and explained, Mr. Qin Zhuo is an extraordinary person. I am aware of his standing, for I have not been here long. And it was his aid that allowed me to survive. This statement surprised Han Ku slightly. He scrutinized the lean fellow, noting his somewhat weakened state, though he was steadily recovering. Pray tell, what injuries have you sustained? Oh, it is nothing much. I was merely bitten by a zombie. The lean fellow clarified. Oh, bitten by a zombie. What? You were bitten by a zombie. Han Ku's face paled as he reacted strongly, instinctively pulling his chair back to distance himself from the lean fellow, drawing his weapon and pointing it at him, his gaze filled with wariness. You were bitten by a zombie. and yet you are so nonchalant about it? The lean fellow, noticing the bloodstains on them, clearly indicating they had recently dispatched numerous zombies and were likely stronger than he, hastily explained, "Please, do not be alarmed. It was merely a bite from a zombie." Is it merely a matter of being bitten by a zombie? Hanku and the others were on the verge of madness. In this apocalyptic world, being bitten meant certain death, and it was evident that the thin monkey lacked any significant power to obtain an antidote. Yet, he spoke as though it were of little consequence. Was the world truly this insane? Observing their agitation, the thin monkey hastily clarified, "Please, do not be alarmed. I have received treatment from Mr. Qin Zhuo and have since returned to normal." This explanation brought a sigh of relief to Han Ku and the others. However, it didn't take long for them to sense something amiss. Treatment from Mr. Qin Zhuo? They could hardly fathom that an ordinary person could possibly heal such an injury. Chapter 9. Lu Feifei's unexpected return. It was utterly astonishing that, in such a dire environment, one could heal a wound inflicted by a bite and remain unscathed by any infection. The lanky figure gazed incredulously at the thin monkey. In his recollection, those infected without an antidote could only resign themselves to their fate, awaiting death. It was not that only the wealthy and powerful had access to the antidote. Clearly, the thin monkey did not belong to this privileged group, but had fortuitously stumbled upon an opportunity. His companion remarked, "There must be some extraordinary method at play here. We ought to inquire thoroughly. If we can learn it, it would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial to us." Hanku, with narrowed eyes, savored his steak in silence. Yet his curiosity regarding Qin Zhuo was palpable. The latter not only possessed a plethora of culinary delights, but also knew how to treat wounds from bites, preventing infection among cultivators. This piqued Hanku's intrigue. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside, prompting the thin monkey to rise and exit the room. The lanky figure observed two silhouettes departing and, scanning the surroundings, whispered, "Did you hear that? He possesses the means to heal wounds from zombie bites without succumbing to infection. I have never heard of such a thing. If we could eliminate him, we would surely acquire his methods, not to mention a substantial amount of food." The others were evidently enticed, having searched for sustenance for a considerable time. It was a rare opportunity to acquire such an abundance of food, especially precious items like beef. Hanku squinted meaningfully at the outside world, suggesting, "Let us find an opportunity to eliminate him. Upon our return, we can bring everyone here. This place is safe from zombie incursions and brimming with provisions." The captain's words rang true. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for their district. The lanky figure and his companion smiled, envisioning brighter days ahead. Meanwhile, a group stealthily approached from the outside, clad in special attire made of leather armor, stained with blood, resembling a horde of sanguine figures. "Who are you?" Qin Zhuo demanded cautiously. Suddenly, the bloodied figures removed their helmets, their curious gazes falling upon Qin Zhuo. And among them was the frail Lu Feifei, who had returned. "Brother Qin Zhuo," she exclaimed. However, upon noticing the thin monkey beside him, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Ah, a ghost. You, thin monkey, weren't you bitten by a zombie?" "My lady," the thin monkey explained, "I was indeed bitten, but thanks to Mr. Qin Zhuo's treatment and care, I am now free of any infection." Lu Feifei looked at Qin Zhuo with astonishment, as if she had heard something utterly incredible. Being the daughter of Lu Jun, she was well aware of the immense effort required to develop an antidote against infection, especially in a world where materials were exceedingly scarce. Currently, her father possessed merely 4 vials of the antidote. The creation of such a remedy demanded considerable resources, and the rarity of medicinal ingredients made the extraction process exceedingly challenging. The conditions here for Qin Zhuo are evidently inadequate. How can he possibly refine the medicinal herbs he possesses? Furthermore, is it truly wise to so casually administer such an expensive antidote to a mere monkey? How remarkably generous. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. They were acutely aware of the rarity of antidotes, yet Qin Zhuo nonchalantly produced one, even offering it to a creature of such limited prowess. This was an almost mad act, leaving them both astonished and filled with admiration. In these dire times, individuals of such selflessness, prioritizing the salvation of others, are indeed a rarity akin to phoenix feathers. "Brother Qin Zhuo, you are truly remarkable. The antidote is an exceedingly precious substance, and I never imagined you could create it." Lu Feifei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Her words prompted those behind her to nod in deep agreement, their gazes filled with respect for Qin Zhuo. Initially skeptical upon hearing Lu Feifei's mention of this place, they were now profoundly shaken by the reality before them. Though the scale of the farm was modest, the surroundings were lush with verdant grass and trees. Flowers exuded a delightful fragrance under the scorching sun, and an array of vibrant vegetables caught the eye. In addition, several large, shaggy creatures frolicked about, accompanied by some unknown beings emitting strange calls. Exquisite meats, highly coveted in the outside world, were suspended from the eaves. their savory aroma wafting through the air, inciting salivation. To possess such a paradise in this desolate world was beyond their wildest dreams. A master, without a doubt. An unimaginably skilled individual. There's nothing extraordinary about it, merely some ordinary herbs. My backyard is filled with them. I just fiddled around with them the other day. Qin Zhuo replied dismissively. Ordinary herbs? You have many more in your backyard? Just casually fiddling around? The crowd gazed at Qin Zhuo, utterly flabbergasted. In their secure zone. Creating an antidote required vast manpower and resources, consuming immense energy to conduct research. Yet here, Qin Zhuo had seemingly cured it with just a few common herbs. This was simply incredible. Moreover, he had done so with such casualness. If Mr. Qin Zhuo were to take this seriously, the outcome would be unimaginable. The crowd stood there, feeling as if the weight of the world had been added to their shoulders, a dizzying sensation overwhelming them. They were genuinely astonished by Qin Zhuo, their mouths dry, rendered speechless. Unperturbed, Qin Zhuo smiled and said, "Come on in. How fortunate. Just before you arrived, we had a group of survivors from District D stop by." The mere mention of District D survivors caused Lu Feifei and the others to change color. The reputation of the District D survivors was far from favorable. They were known for their ruthless nature and adeptness at coercive tactics, unhesitatingly seizing any precious food they encountered. If this group were to arrive and lay eyes on such an abundance of provisions, they might harbor ill intentions. "Miss, should we not warn Mr. Qin Zhuo?" murmured a burly middle-aged man beside Lu Feifei, his expression shifting as he leaned in to speak. Lu Feifei raised her hand lightly and said with an air of indifference, "Brother Qin Zhuo is indeed an extraordinary individual, capable of managing such an expansive farm in this apocalyptic world. Do you truly believe he is merely an ordinary person? Those from Zone D who seek to take advantage of Brother Qin Zhuo will surely find themselves in dire straits." With that, she quickened her pace to keep up with Qin Zhuo. As Qin Zhuo entered, the practitioners from Zone D exchanged glances, discreetly drawing forth their sharp daggers. However, upon noticing the presence of additional individuals following Qin Zhuo, their expressions shifted, and instinctively, they sheathed their daggers and retreated a few steps back to their seats. Han Ke furrowed his brow and, raising his gaze, observed that Qin Zhuo had brought others into the room. Chapter 10. The poisoning. Allow me to introduce you to the survivors from Zone D. This is Han Ke. Qin Zhuo, oblivious to any undercurrents, proceeded with the introductions. Lu Feifei, being the daughter of Lu Jun, was naturally well informed about various matters. She discreetly cast a glance at Han Ke, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Ah, so you are Captain Han from Zone D. I have heard that the individuals from Zone D possess exceptional strength, making them impervious to ordinary zombies. However, I do hope he is well aware of his surroundings and refrains from any rash actions." Her words darkened Han Ke's expression. He fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Lu Feifei, forcing a smile that barely concealed his irritation, and replied, "Miss Lu, you jest. I have indeed heard of your father's esteemed reputation. His acumen is truly admirable." The exchange between them was laced with tension, each word imbued with an unsettling undertone. Qin Zhuo sensed the discord and interjected with a smile, "Guests are always welcome. Since you are here, please take a seat while I prepare some food for you." "Thank you, Brother Qin Zhuo," Lu Feifei replied sweetly. Meanwhile, those beside her remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Han Ke and his companions. Once Qin Zhuo retreated to the kitchen, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, with everyone eyeing one another warily. "Miss Lu, how's the situation in Zone A?" Han Ke inquired. In response, Lu Feifei remarked, "The onset of the apocalypse has rendered the situation in Zone A quite dire. We are facing a food shortage. Fortunately, we encountered Mr. Qin Zhuo, and the circumstances have since improved somewhat. Yet, Zone D is quite a distance from here. How did your team arrive at this location?" The distances between the safe zones vary. Zone A is relatively closer to this area, while Zone D is considerably farther away, implying that their presence here was not without complications. Moreover, Zone D's reputation for ruthlessness preceded them, as they were seldom well received. Lu Feifei recalled hearing her father mention numerous matters regarding Zone D in the broadcasts. The survivors from Zone D are formidable, often resorting to seizing resources from other safe zones. Han Ke explained calmly. "The situation in Zone D is far from optimistic. Our geological conditions are poor, and agricultural yields are minimal. If we do not venture out to search for food, our survival may soon be at risk." Although the two parties appeared to be engaged in conversation, they were subtly probing one another. As night descended, a tall, slender figure beside Han Ke expressed concern. "Captain, Lu Feifei from Zone A is quite formidable. With them around, it may prove challenging for us to achieve our objectives." Their initial plan had been to deal with Qin Zhuo swiftly, seizing their supplies and abducting the individuals for survival. However, Lu Feifei's sudden arrival complicated their scheme, presenting significant obstacles, especially considering the reinforcements she had brought along. Their prior collaboration with Qin Zhuo indicated that any aggressive move would likely encounter Lu Feifei's people. Han Kagao leaned against the wall, gazing out at the moon beyond the window. Squinting, he remarked, "If the straightforward approach fails, we shall resort to subtler means. Rise an hour early tomorrow and introduce this vial of poison into the food." As he spoke, he revealed a small bottle containing the venom. The tall, slender man nodded earnestly and lay down to rest. At dawn, while the light was still dim, the tall man stealthily made his way to the kitchen, cautiously approaching the food to extract the poison. Just as he prepared to introduce the lethal substance, a voice boomed from outside. "Who goes there?" The lights in the room flickered to life, revealing Qin Zhuo entering the kitchen. His gaze fell upon the slender man, prompting him to inquire, "What brings you to the kitchen at this hour?" I'm a bit hungry, Mr. Qin Zhuo. The food here is truly delectable and indeed district. We face a severe shortage of provisions." I couldn't resist. The tall man's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his complexion visibly pale. Qin Zhuo, not suspecting any ill intent, merely chuckled and shook his head. "I see. Considering that many guests are arriving today, I decided to rise early to prepare some food. I can whip up a portion for you shortly." "Really? I am immensely grateful, Mr. Qin Zhuo." The tall man sighed in relief, uplifted by this news. After all, Qin Zhuo's culinary creations were renowned for their exquisite taste, leaving a lasting impression. With a smile, Qin Zhuo moved aside and began to prepare the meal. As he skillfully wielded the knife, the ordinary ingredients seemed to come alive under his deft hands, sliced with precision and falling into the pot, releasing an enticing aroma. The tall man watched in wide-eyed astonishment. In D District, where food was scarce, enjoying a gourmet meal required considerable skill, which he had possessed to earn his opportunity. He had once witnessed a chef in the home of a leader, transforming simple ingredients into culinary masterpieces. Yet, Qin Zhuo's fluid movements surpassed even that chef's, showcasing extraordinary knife skills and achieving an impeccable balance of flavor and aroma. "Mr. Qin Zhuo, you are undoubtedly an exceptional chef. Your technique is the finest I have ever witnessed." The tall man, momentarily forgetting his original intention, couldn't refrain from praising him. Qin Zhuo smiled at this compliment, humbly replying, "You jest. This is merely a simple technique." Suddenly, as Qin Zhuo flipped the contents of the pot, the ingredients danced within, exuding a delightful fragrance, while the flames blazed ever more fiercely. This looks precarious, Mr. Qin Zhuo. Be careful." The tall man's expression shifted dramatically, unable to contain his alarm. Yet, before he could utter more, Qin Zhuo continued to stir the pot, the ingredients settling steadily within, before he covered it with a lid. He cast a peculiar glance at the tall, slender individual and explained, "This is merely a very ordinary flipping of the pan. There is no danger involved." "Just an ordinary flipping of the pan?" The tall individual widened his eyes, as if he had just heard something utterly astonishing. "So, that is merely a routine operation? Is that not a skill? I saw flames erupt. Surely that must be a skill developed after evolution." Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes and, with a hint of exasperation, clarified, "You are overthinking it. The flames appeared because there was oil inside. When it was flipped, it came into contact with the fire and ignited." "What? Oil can burn? Then, isn't that Mr. Qin Zhuo's skill?" The tall individual could not help but exclaim in wonder. Chapter 11. Are you a pig? Skills. Qin Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. He glanced down at the oil beside him and explained to the tall, slender man beside him, "This is refined oil suitable for use." The terms refined and usable oil momentarily puzzled the tall man, who stared blankly at Qin Zhuo and exclaimed, "Mr. Qin Zhuo, could it be that you are a refiner?" Such a profession was exceedingly rare in the apocalypse. For instance, the detoxifying agents utilized in our District D were crafted from materials extracted by refiners. This edible oil undoubtedly constituted an extraordinarily valuable resource, of which I had previously never heard. Refiners held a significant position in the apocalypse, esteemed by all secure zones. Many matters necessitated their intervention, particularly in the extraction of detoxifying agents, as ordinary individuals would encounter grave difficulties in such endeavors. A single misstep could lead to contamination of the detoxifying agent, and if injected into the human body, it could result in mutations. Gazing at Qin Zhuo, the tall man was overwhelmed with shock. A chef of unparalleled skill, executing his craft with remarkable grace, was an almost incomprehensible being in such dire times. Moreover, he could extract the essence of food and medicinal herbs, further establishing himself as an exceptional refiner. The duality of these identities left the tall man feeling dizzy. He had never encountered such a prodigious talent. Noticing the tall man's naive demeanor, Qin Zhuo could not help but roll his eyes, unwilling to engage with someone so oblivious to the most basic of life as knowledge. Seemingly aware of Qin Zhuo's strange gaze, the tall man felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly excused himself from the kitchen. Upon exiting, he returned to his room. eager to relay what he had just witnessed to Hanku. However, upon seeing him, Hanku inquired, "Did you poison it?" "Poison? Oh dear, my mind. I completely forgot I was supposed to poison it." The tall man slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had been so captivated by the unusual occurrences with Qin Zhuo that he had forgotten his initial task. Hanku's heart raced, his expression darkening. "You blockhead. I tasked you with poisoning it, and you forgot? Are you a pig?" The tall man, wearing a pained expression, found himself at a loss for words. An hour later, the group tidied up and exited the room. Upon entering the hall, they noticed several chairs had been added, and the small table was laden with food. There were steaks, vegetables, and an abundance of fruits, among other delicacies. Although they were aware of Qin Zhuo's vast food supplies, witnessing such a bounty in the apocalypse caused their hearts to surge uncontrollably, leaving them momentarily speechless and breathing rapidly. Such an array of food was enough to drive any survivor to madness. Numerous incidents had erupted over food scarcity, and the sight before them instilled an undeniable sense of astonishment. "What are you dawdling for? Please, everyone, take a seat and enjoy the meal. There is little else available, and the table is rather small. Otherwise, I could have prepared more food," Qin Zhuo greeted with a smile. The table was indeed modest, yet it could accommodate more culinary delights. Such seemingly casual remarks stirred their emotions. In comparison, they felt like mere paupers, while Qin Zhuo exuded the aura of a billionaire. "Thank you, brother Qin Zhuo. We are simply astonished by the abundance of food." Lu Feifei's voice trembled slightly, revealing her astonishment. Although Lu Jun was the leader of Area A, the supplies within the safe zone were scarce and of poor quality. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, having any food at all was a considerable fortune. Thus, they were exceedingly frugal at home, allowing only a single portion per person. Despite having sensed Qin Zhuo's affluence, each encounter left them quaking with uncontainable awe. The shock was profound and unyielding. Hanku was equally moved, his gaze filled with an unmistakable fervor and madness. Coming from a background akin to mercenaries, they teetered on the brink of danger, their lives perpetually at stake. They had glimpsed plenty of food before, yet they understood the necessity of returning with provisions. Although they could perceive Qin Zhuo's plentiful supplies, the sight of the food overwhelmed them, mingling astonishment with an insatiable desire for possession. He yearned to claim these provisions entirely. Hanku forced a smile and spoke, "Though we have seen Mr. Qin Zhuo's provisions before, the sheer variety and abundance before us today leaves us utterly astounded." "What are you saying? In other places, food may be scarce, but here, there is still plenty. Please, everyone, sit down and eat." Qin Zhuo replied with a gentle shake of his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Without hesitation, the others settled down, picking up their chopsticks and eating with unrefined eagerness. Observing this, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly. He did not interrupt their meal, but quietly exited the room to engage in some physical activity outside. He wandered to a cleared area behind the farm, where he often played with his husky after breakfast. Picking up a ball, he called out, "Ball, fetch the ball. Mau Mau, come and sit." Though his voice was soft, it caught Hanku's attention. Cautiously, he approached Qin Zhuo's location. Before he could arrive, a peculiar sound reached his ears, accompanied by rising dust, as if a colossal creature was approaching. "Ah, zombies." Hanku emanated a formidable aura, crackling with energy, which instantly drew Qin Zhuo's attention. He hurried over, exclaiming, "What is happening?" "Brother Qin Zhuo, there are zombies here. Be careful, I will eliminate them," Hanku replied, eyeing the few monstrous figures ahead with vigilance. Curiously, he remarked, "Why do these zombies seem so strange? Could they be the result of mutated movements?" Qin Zhuo, upon seeing the enormous creatures ahead, couldn't help but wear a bemused expression. Lu Feifei's unfamiliarity could be overlooked, but how is it that you, Hanku, with your strikingly large eyes, have roamed the world for so long without ever encountering an ox? Do not strike. This is not a creature born of a zombie mutation, but rather an ox that I have raised. The meat you consume comes from its flesh," Qin Zhuo hastily clarified, wishing to prevent Hanku, this naive youth, from injuring the ox. "What? This is an ox?" Hanku's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his brow. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a peculiar creature, and he had even dined upon its flesh. The more he contemplated this matter, the more bizarre it seemed, and he could not help but gaze at Qin Zhuo with a look of utter bewilderment. Chapter 12. Hanku was startled upon encountering the beef. Hanku was struck with an overwhelming sense of disbelief, particularly upon witnessing the presence of these cattle. The sheer volume of meat yielded by such magnificent creatures was beyond imagination. He recalled having seen newspapers from countless years ago, which chronicled events from the world before the apocalypse. Among those records, the existence of the cattle was noted, regarded as an exceedingly rare entity. Yet, Following the onset of the apocalypse, these animals had nearly vanished from existence, as the harsh conditions of the New World rendered survival for such beings nearly impossible. With humanity itself on the brink of extinction, the notion of sustaining such livestock seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, within Qin Zhuo's modest farm, such a rare treasure existed. Indeed. This is cattle. Is there a problem? Qin Zhuo retorted. Han Ku's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing this, and he could not help but respond, no. There is no problem. Juan. Who goes there? Han Ku exclaimed, instantly lowering his voice at the sound of barking, only to notice the Siberian husky beside Qin Zhuo. He instinctively gathered his strength, preparing to attack the dog. Wait, don't strike. This is my pet. Qin Zhuo hurriedly clarified. Han Ku was left utterly bewildered by this revelation. The husky, though small in stature, stood poised on all fours, emitting peculiar sounds. And beneath its fur lay the semblance of a powerful creature capable of fierce attacks. Could this be a pet? Unable to contain his curiosity, Han Ku inquired. Brother Qin Zhuo, though my experience is limited, I can sense a certain destructive power emanating from these unknown beings. They are exceedingly dangerous. Keeping them will surely lead to trouble, I suggest. His skepticism was palpable. How could such an aggressive creature be a pet? Aggressive? Qin Zhuo knelt down to pet the husky, responding, You are overthinking it. Han Ku. Look, they pose no threat at all. They are my pets. This left Han Ku in disbelief as he watched the husky remain docile under Qin Zhuo's touch. How could such a seemingly aggressive creature be so gentle? It was simply unfathomable. How had Qin Zhuo achieved this? But the subsequent scene left him utterly astonished, his eyes widening and mouth agape. Qin Zhuo tossed a ball towards the backyard, leading to an incredible sight. The husky burst forth with astonishing speed, leaping into the air to snatch the ball mid-flight. It then swiftly returned to Qin Zhuo, dropping the ball at his feet and sitting beside him, wagging its tail. This spectacle completely astounded Han Ku. Overwhelmed by shock and confusion, he exclaimed, Mr. Qin Zhuo, I am genuinely curious about how you accomplished this. This creature clearly possesses the capacity for aggression, and with its size and number, coupled with such speed, how is it that you have managed to make them so obedient? Observing the nearly incoherent Han Ku, Qin Zhuo smiled and elucidated. I have raised them since they were young. I am their closest friend. And they are humanity's most loyal companions. Qiu, Mao Mao, you may go play over there. I shall join you shortly. The several huskies seemed to comprehend his words. Scampering off, Han Ku, still incredulous at the scene before him, exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily returning to the hall. Yet the images he had just witnessed lingered in his mind. The tall, slender individual and the others noticed Han Ku's hurried return and whispered, Captain, do you think Qin Zhuo has been killed? Should we seize the opportunity to eliminate the individuals from Area A? Captain, might I have a moment of pleasure with that Lu Feifei? It is rare to encounter such a vivacious woman in this post-apocalyptic world, where food and water are exceedingly scarce. Bathing is a luxury. Apart from exceptional individuals like Lu Feifei, few could maintain their cleanliness in these dire times. Naturally, they were captivated by Lu Feifei's beauty, and the others were equally intrigued, their thoughts visibly wandering. Han Ku shot them a stern glance, furrowing his brow. It is far too simplistic to entertain such thoughts now. I observed Qin Zhuo closely. He is far from ordinary. He has also raised numerous unidentified creatures, which possess a considerable degree of aggression and are remarkably obedient. Should anything befall Qin Zhuo, these unknown beings would undoubtedly launch relentless attacks against us. Additionally, I have noticed several large cattle here that could provide us with substantial beef. This revelation left everyone in astonishment. They had never encountered huskies before, and Han Ku's serious demeanor alerted them to the gravity of the situation. The tall, slender individual recalled the events of that morning, his expression growing serious. Indeed, Qin Zhuo is formidable. I suspect he excels in alchemy, capable of refining substances into their essence. Moreover, he can enhance food, even conjuring flames, which is quite peculiar. What? He is an alchemist? Able to augment food and create flames? How can this be? I have never heard of such a thing. The other two, having seen little of the world, were taken aback by the tall individual's claims, astonished by the revelations. The tall individual continued, This morning, as I was preparing to poison, I sensed something was amiss. Otherwise, I would have already executed my plan. Captain, what shall we do next? We cannot remain idle. If they become aware of the situation, our comrades may find themselves in peril. Lu Feifei from Area A is clearly aligned with them. If they unite, we will be in a precarious position. This line of reasoning caused Han Ku to hesitate. After considerable contemplation, he replied, We must seek an opportunity to continue with our poisoning. If we can eliminate them all, everything will belong to us. As for those unknown creatures, while they possess the capacity for aggression, They are no match for our formidable strength. Qin Zhuo, dear brother. Just as Qin Zhuo was amusing himself with the husky, he heard the voice of Lu and Fei Fei from behind. He turned his head, revealing a faint smile, and inquired, "Ah, it is you, Fei Fei. What brings you here?" Lu Fei Fei's complexion flushed slightly as she noticed the husky beside Qin Zhuo. Her gaze tinged with apprehension. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath and spoke. "Qin Zhuo, brother, we have come to exchange some food with you. We have brought a few items. Would you be able to?" Chapter 13. The master artist observing Lu Fei Fei's tense demeanor. Qin Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. He remarked, "I initially thought it was something difficult. If it were any other matter, I might be of no assistance, but when it comes to food, I can certainly help you." With a considerable number of people in attendance, he offered to prepare ample provisions for them to take back, suggesting that he would forego any items they had brought. Lu Fei Fei was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. She had felt anxious earlier. Considering the vast number of inhabitants in the safe zone, her request would undoubtedly be substantial. Yet, Qin Zhuo's casual generosity in offering food was astonishing. In a world ravaged by chaos, food could drive anyone to madness, and his willingness to part with it so readily was remarkable. "Qin Zhuo, I thank you for your generosity in providing us with food. However, I must insist that you accept the items we brought. Otherwise, I cannot find peace of mind." Lu Fei Fei exhaled, relieved, and continued, "Our safe zone has limited supplies, yet we have prepared a variety of items. If they can be of assistance to you, it would be our sincere gesture." "Very well, I shall accept your offerings," Qin Zhuo replied with a smile, then turned and settled onto a nearby bench. "In this apocalypse, there are few survivors, and I lack the ability to cultivate like you do. However, I understand that the more survivors there are, the greater the threat of relentless zombies. You are the hope for this world. I will assist you as much as I can." Lu Fei Fei was deeply moved by his sincerity. Such genuine individuals were rare in this desolate world. "Qin Zhuo, we will do our utmost to gather survivors. One day, we will surely eradicate these zombies and restore normalcy to our world." As if struck by a sudden thought, Lu Fei Fei cautioned, "Qin Zhuo, not all survivors in this world are virtuous. Some possess a fade of humanity while harboring malicious intent, lurking in the shadows to strike when least expected." Though she did not specify, her words pointedly referenced Han Ku and others. The survivors from District D employed ruthless tactics and were exceedingly formidable. Compared to those from District A, they resembled ferocious wolves, tenaciously pursuing their prey, leaving no chance for escape. This reality instilled a sense of vigilance, prompting Lu Fei Fei to warn Qin Zhuo, influenced by her father's accounts. Qin Zhuo turned his gaze toward Lu Fei Fei, having sensed none of the underlying dangers. He mused, "Such individuals likely exist. In this world of despair, we must show mercy when possible." With that, he leisurely rose, casting a smile at the strikingly beautiful Lu Fei Fei. "I plan to paint shortly. Would you care for a portrait?" This proposition astonished Lu Fei Fei, as she had never witnessed Qin Zhuo's artistic talents, and in this bleak era, few would pursue such seemingly superfluous skills. They devoted all their energy to cultivation, battle, and the search for sustenance. Lacking survival skills rendered such pursuits futile, perhaps even leading others to perceive them as mad. "Brother Qin Zhuo, can you draw?" Lu Fei Fei inquired, astonished. Qin Zhuo chuckled softly, humbly responding, "My drawing skills are merely passable. After all, I cannot cultivate, and here life is rather comfortable, leaving me with little to do but paint. My current existence resembles a form of self-cultivation, albeit the incessant noise from the zombies outside is somewhat bothersome." Hearing this, Lu Fei Fei couldn't help but laugh, finding Qin Zhuo exceedingly interesting. His thoughts diverged from those of many, igniting a desire to learn more about him. As they arrived at the painting area, Qin Zhuo entered the room to retrieve his materials. Meanwhile, the thin monkey approached, standing beside Lu Fei Fei as if awaiting something. "Thin monkey, what brings you here?" Lu Fei Fei asked curiously, but he soon sensed something amiss. The thin monkey's aura had notably intensified, indicating an evolution. It was only upon their interaction that he discerned the change. With a hint of excitement, the thin monkey explained, "Miss, you may not be aware, but shortly after I was healed by Mr. Qin Zhuo, I chose to stay. At that time, Mr. Qin was painting, and I found his artwork to be extraordinarily lifelike, as if it had come alive, truly a masterpiece. After gazing at those paintings, I felt an energy surging within me, leading to a breakthrough in my abilities." Lu Fei Fei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but repeat, "You mean to say that after merely observing a painting, your strength increased?" "Indeed, Mississippi. You are aware that our talents are rather ordinary, and considering my previous injuries, I assure you that my words hold truth." The thin monkey insisted, Sensing Lu Feifei's skepticism, Lu Feifei stared at the thin monkey, at a loss for words. This notion was indeed bizarre. Are you suggesting that merely viewing a painting led to your enhancement? Surely you jest. Yet, observing the thin monkey's earnest demeanor, doubt began to creep into his mind. At that moment, Qin Zhuo emerged from the room with his materials, encouraging Lu Feifei to sit in a more prominent position while he stood before the easel to paint. As time passed, Lu Feifei's gaze underwent a subtle shift, particularly when he locked eyes with Qin Zhuo, stirring an unexpected ripple within his heart. The sensation was exquisite, causing a blush to bloom uncontrollably upon his face. Witnessing Qin Zhuo's poised stance and the fluidity with which he wielded his brush revealed his exceptional skill, igniting a flicker of anticipation for his own portrait. 10 minutes later, Qin Zhuo set down his brush, a smile gracing his face as he said, "It's finished. Come over and see how it turned out." Intrigued, Lu Feifei leaned forward, and upon seeing his portrait, his eyes brimmed with astonishment, utterly captivated. "Is this truly me?" The figure in the painting is adorned in a striking blue gown, with long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. She emanates an aura of breathtaking beauty, and her eyes seem to have come to life, concealing within them the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Such beauty defies description. Lu Feifei, overwhelmed with joy, hastily gathered her belongings and, casting a shy yet grateful glance at Qin Zhuo, said, "Thank you, Brother Qin Zhuo. This is the finest gift I have ever received." As she spoke, her excitement made her rise on her toes, and bashfully, she placed a gentle kiss on Qin Zhuo's cheek. This unexpected gesture left Qin Zhuo momentarily stunned. He watched Lu Feifei depart, touching the spot where she had kissed him, and then noticed the envious and admiring expression on the face of the lanky monkey beside him, prompting him to chuckle and shake his head in amusement. Chapter 14. The vibrant vegetables as Qin Zhuo watched Lu Feifei's departing figure. A flicker of something unusual passed through his gaze. The lean monkey squatted nearby, his eyes filled with envy and astonishment. Lu Feifei was a goddess in the hearts of all survivors in Area A. She was stunningly beautiful, with an exquisite appearance and an admirable lineage, and her amiable demeanor endeared her to many. Rarely had anyone witnessed Lu Feifei close to other men, and the intimacy she displayed just moments ago was unprecedented. The lean monkey envied Qin Zhuo immensely. "Mr. Qin, I have never seen Miss Lu show such shyness. She must surely have feelings for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo could only shake his head. Upon returning to the hall, Qin Zhuo noticed that the gaze of Han Ku and others within the hall converged upon him almost simultaneously, especially those who had accompanied Lu Feifei. Their eyes were tinged with a peculiar wariness. Fortunately, they were cautious of Qin Zhuo's enigmatic presence, thus refraining from being overtly obvious. Otherwise, they feared that inciting Qin Zhuo's ire would prevent their escape from the farm. They did not believe that an ordinary person could thrive here, let alone possess a farm of considerable scale. Among those who had followed Lu Feifei was a burly middle-aged man, his eyes filled with curiosity as he respectfully inquired, "Mr. Qin, I am quite intrigued by those crops. Might you take me to see them?" He had noticed an abundance of vibrant crops flourishing beside the left side of the house, which prompted his inquiry. "Crops? They are merely ordinary vegetables, with seeds. They can be cultivated. If you desire, I can let you take some seeds back with you." Qin Zhuo replied dismissively. "Let us take seeds back?" The burly man was left speechless, his face a mask of astonishment. In this post-apocalyptic world, seeds were exceedingly precious, as self-sufficiency required fertile land. However, the frequent zombie incursions rendered safe zones perilous. Thus, seeds that yielded quick harvests had become invaluable treasures. They had never encountered such flourishing vegetables and speculated that the seeds were extraordinary, yet they had not anticipated Qin Zhuo's casual generosity in offering them some. This level of magnanimity left them dumbfounded. "Mr. Qin, I cannot express my gratitude enough. With these seeds, our safe zone will undoubtedly thrive for a longer duration." "You are truly a benefactor," the burly man exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. A benefactor? It was the first time Qin Zhuo had been referred to as such. "Indeed, Mr. Qin, you may not know, but food is scarce in our Area A, and these seeds are immensely valuable. Taking them back equates to bringing hope," Lu Feifei interjected. However, her gaze towards Qin Zhuo now exhibited a hint of shyness and evasion. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Zhuo scratched his head. "When you return, I shall prepare them for you. I have plenty of seeds here. But enough of that. Do you not wish to see those vegetables? Follow me." Qin Zhuo led them to the farming area. Before their eyes lay a lush expanse of vegetable fields, alongside which stood several fruit trees, their heavy fruits exuding a mouth-watering aroma. The vegetables and fruits before them stirred the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them momentarily frozen in bewilderment. It seemed they had never before encountered such vibrant produce. It It was as if a tremendous force had struck them, profoundly shaking their innermost beings. In a world ravaged by chaos, food had become an exceedingly precious commodity. Gazing at the array of vegetables and fruits, their eyes brimmed with astonishment. Turning to look at Mr. Qin Zhuo, they were filled with a sense of reverence and disbelief. Few could achieve such feats in these trying times. Mr. Qin Zhuo was undoubtedly an enigmatic figure of remarkable depth. Before arriving here, I had heard the young lady mention an abundance of food, but witnessing it firsthand was truly beyond comprehension. In my lifetime, this was the first time I had laid eyes on such vibrant vegetables. In a world where greenery was nearly non-existent, streets and alleys lay strewn with discarded materials in disarray. Although their cultivation area possessed seeds, they paled in comparison to these vegetables. The ability to cultivate such seeds rendered Mr. Qin Zhuo nothing short of extraordinary. With a rather peculiar expression, Qin Zhuo could not help but inquire, "Are these not just ordinary vegetables? Why such a strong reaction?" Indeed, the majority of the seeds he had acquired were of common varieties, such as cabbage and leafy greens. Yet, amidst the apocalypse, where zombies roamed, it was likely that such vegetables had long been destroyed. The crowd felt a tinge of embarrassment at their reactions, while simultaneously marveling at Qin Zhuo's mystique. Such precious vegetables were regarded as mere commonplace fare in his eyes. A robust middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, but soon his gaze fell upon the vegetables, whereupon he sensed something amiss. He quickly discerned that those vegetables were infused with a mysterious energy. "Miss, look at these vegetables. They are inexplicably imbued with a layer of enigmatic energy," the burly man exclaimed in astonishment. This revelation not only caught Lu Feifei's attention but also alerted those around them to the presence of this mysterious energy saturating the vegetables. In an instant, their pupils dilated, and their gazes ignited with fervor. These vegetables were already incredibly rare, yet the notion that they contained absorbable mysterious energy was enough to drive them to the brink of madness. However, they soon dismissed their greedy thoughts. All these vegetables belonged to Qin Zhuo, and considering his years of consuming such produce, his power would be formidable indeed. With this realization, their glances towards Qin Zhuo were tinged with apprehension. Standing at the back, Han Ke sensed something was amiss. He could distinctly feel that Qin Zhuo exhibited almost no energy fluctuations, indicating that he was an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Yet, the presence of mysterious energy within the vegetables puzzled him greatly. Could it be that this farm possesses a unique energy? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, with no energy fluctuations emanating from Qin Zhuo, he could not possibly be a cultivator. This left only one possibility. There was something extraordinary about this land. Upon realizing this, Han Ke's gaze took on a somewhat peculiar quality. He was becoming increasingly impatient to eliminate Qin Zhuo. The land was indeed extraordinarily unique. If he could seize control of District D, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement for that area. Observing Lu Feifei and the others standing near Qin Zhuo, Han Ke understood that the moment to act had arrived. Any further delay would allow Qin Zhuo and Lu Feifei to forge a complete alliance, after which they would likely have no opportunity left. Time waits for no one. Han Ke's eyes lingered on Qin Zhuo's silhouette, and he murmured thoughtfully, "It seems the time to act has come. I can no longer afford to waste time." Chapter 15. The anxious Han Ke. "Captain, are you all right?" The tall, slender figure cast a concerned glance towards Han Ke. Han Ke shook his head and replied, "I merely believe we should take action swiftly. The closer Lu Feifei becomes to him, the more disadvantageous it is for us." This sentiment resonated deeply with the tall, slender figure, who had previously contemplated taking action against Qin Zhuo but had regrettably forgotten in the aftermath. "Captain, what are your plans moving forward?" he inquired softly, surveying their surroundings. Han Ke responded, "If we cannot confront them openly, we must resort to subtler methods. Lu Feifei and her associates are not easily dealt with. The most effective approach would be to poison them." Meanwhile, as they deliberated in the background, Qin Zhuo accompanied the others on a tour of the farm. The burly middle-aged man gazed wide-eyed at the surrounding crops, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. The farm boasted a plethora of vibrant vegetables, teeming with life, an extraordinary sight he had not encountered elsewhere. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. In a post-apocalyptic world, the abundance of food was enough to drive one to madness, and it was only natural for tensions to rise. As time flew by, noon arrived. Qin Zhuo stood outside, gazing skyward as the scorching sun bathed the earth, while faint cries emanated from the many menacing figures beyond the farm's borders. As the afternoon approached, he remarked, "Let me prepare some food for you. Brother Qin Zhuo, allow me to assist you. After all, it has been quite a burden for you to accommodate us." Lu Feifei offered willingly. Han Ke seized the opportunity, stepping forward. "Miss Lu is absolutely right. It weighs heavily on our conscience to keep you occupied. Today, please allow us to lend a hand." Seeing the consensus among the group, Qin Zhuo pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. Thinking to himself, let this be a small favor for myself. As guests, you are most welcome here, and it is only right that I host you well. However, since you wish to help, come with me to the kitchen. Lu Feifei and Han Ke followed Qin Zhuo into the kitchen. Recently, with the influx of guests, Qin Zhuo had prepared a considerable amount of food to entertain them, revealing a splendid display of assorted fruits, vegetables, and beef, all enticing with their vivid colors and aromas. Despite having tasted numerous dishes, the sight of these fresh ingredients left Lu Feifei and Han Ke in awe. Brother Qin Zhuo, these ingredients are incredibly precious in the outside world. For you to serve us. Lu Feifei swallowed hard, unable to contain her admiration. As guests, and moreover as friends, it is only natural that you are treated well in my home, Qin Zhuo answered with a smile. Taking his place at the chef's station to prepare the food, Lu Feifei, recognizing the situation, refrained from further comments. However, as a young lady unaccustomed to manual labor, she found the work somewhat strenuous, yet she persevered without complaint. On the other side, Han Ke stealthily approached the beef, gazing at the succulent pieces before him. He could not resist swallowing hard, yet he poured the poison he had concealed into the meat, carefully mixing it in. After completing these tasks, Han Ke felt an unsettling tension within him. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart before returning to the pretense of preparing food. However, his peripheral vision remained fixated on Qin Zhuo, anxious that he might detect something amiss. Qin Zhuo possessed extraordinary culinary skills, his movements fluid and seamless as he cooked. Lu Feifei watched in astonishment from the side. The chefs from her household could never achieve such mastery, nor could they be compared to Qin Zhuo. She sensed an unmistakable charm emanating from him as he cooked. Yet, before she could ponder further, she witnessed Qin Zhuo frowning as he disposed of the beef he had placed on the table into the trash bin. Lu Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Zhuo, what are you doing? She asked, struggling to suppress her impulse to rummage through the garbage. This was not her first encounter with Qin Zhuo discarding food. Each instance filled her with profound sorrow. If these provisions were placed within a safe zone, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among survivors, who would fight tooth and nail for them. Yet, to Qin Zhuo, food appeared to be a mere consumable. If it did not please him, he would discard it without hesitation. Should word of such behavior spread, it would surely lead others to deem him insane. In a world ravaged by scarcity, such wastefulness could not be deemed anything but madness. Han Ke, noticing the commotion, particularly when he saw Qin Zhuo pouring the beef into the trash, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was not pity that gripped him, but rather panic, as he thought, could Qin Zhuo have discovered something? He had executed his actions with utmost secrecy. Almost no one had noticed the poison he had administered. How could an ordinary person like Qin Zhuo detect the anomaly in the beef and dispose of it entirely? Was this mere coincidence? Brother Qin Zhuo, beef is a precious ingredient. Why not save it to treat everyone? Discarding it is such a waste. Han Ke could not help but interject. With the complete disposal of the beef, the poison was gone, and he was reluctant to relinquish his hard-earned opportunity. Observing their agitation, Qin Zhuo shook his head and explained, this beef has been stored for too long. It has spoiled and would pose a risk to consume, so I only discard food that is unfit for consumption. Simply because the food has been stored for an extended period, you choose to discard it? Lu Feifei and Han Ke exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend Qin Zhuo's rationale. Such an expensive ingredient seemed to hold no value in his eyes, casually tossed aside. What manner of person was Qin Zhuo? Rest assured, I have prepared fresh beef to treat you, he added, noticing their reluctance. With that, he returned to his workstation. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned his gaze towards Han Ke, who stood not far away. That single glance sent chills down Han Ke's spine. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, thoroughly soaking his clothing. A casual glance, in his perception, resembled a moment of revelation to him. This gaze served as a stark warning. The eerie sensation it evoked was one he had not experienced in a considerable time, and astonishingly, he sensed the presence of such scrutiny emanating from an individual incapable of cultivation. This was truly unfathomable. However, Qin Zhuo chose to remain reticent, swiftly turning his attention back to the tasks at hand. It was only then that Han Ke exhaled in relief, though unease still gnawed at him. He feared that Qin Zhuo had uncovered something. If they did not hasten their actions, they would soon find themselves in grave peril. Chapter 16. The gift from Lu Feifei. Half an hour later, all the dishes were meticulously prepared. Qin Zhuo carried the food into the hall, arranging it elegantly on the table, and then cheerfully proclaimed, the meal is ready. Everyone, please come and dine. The tall, slender individual and others could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the tantalizing spread. Their hesitation, however, stemmed not from the allure of the food, but rather from a recent mention by Han Ku regarding the intention to poison the gathering. It was evident that Han Ku had gone to great lengths to assist in the preparation, raising suspicions that the food might indeed be compromised. At this critical juncture, they dared not take a single bite. Noticing the peculiar pallor on the faces of the tall individual and the others, Qin Zhuo inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Is there something wrong with the food?" "No, it's just, we're feeling a bit unwell, so we lack an appetite for the moment," the tall individual replied, swallowing again and taking a deep breath to suppress his intense desire, offering a somewhat forced explanation. Qin Zhuo regarded this response with a hint of confusion. After all, his food was perfectly safe and could not possibly pose any issue. What was going on with them? Lu Feifei's companions observed that the tall individual and his group had not touched the food, their surprise quickly morphing into suspicion. Could it be that these individuals had indeed poisoned the dishes? The survivors of District D were notoriously ruthless, prepared to resort to any means to achieve their ends. With an abundance of food available at Qin Zhuo's farm, it was only natural that they would feel envious. The fact that Han Ku had been assisting in the kitchen, combined with the strange behavior of the tall individual, led them to suspect that the food might indeed be tainted. One of Lu Feifei's burly subordinates could no longer contain himself and asked, "Miss, is it possible that these dishes could?" It was clear that they too sensed something amiss, which was why none dared to partake. Their gazes instead fixed warily on Han Ku and his companions. Perceiving the strange atmosphere surrounding him, Han Ku wore a sullen expression, refraining from offering any explanations. He had indeed poisoned the food, but regrettably, the tainted meat had been discarded by Qin Zhuo, rendering his concerns moot. Yet, the tall individual remained suspicious, even refusing to eat. Were these naive souls not revealing their own guilt? Sensing the odd tension in the air, Qin Zhuo turned his gaze toward the group, unable to restrain himself from asking, "What is the matter? Surely no one is feeling ill from the food." The burly middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, and then he spoke with great seriousness. "Mr. Qin Zhuo, I suspect that Han Ku has poisoned the food. Otherwise, why would his subordinates be so anxious and refuse to eat?" This assertion caused the tall individual and others to tense up, instinctively placing their hands on their weapons, as if ready to act at any moment. Indeed, for those surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, both beef and sustenance were of utmost importance, and they would scarcely abandon the hard-earned provisions. Given that Han Ku had also been in the kitchen earlier, it was only logical for them to suspect that someone had indeed tampered with the food. Upon hearing the mention of poison, Qin Zhuo's countenance altered slightly. Yet he swiftly reassured everyone, stating, "Rest assured, all the food has passed through my hands. It is impossible for me to overlook any toxins. Eat with peace of mind. There is nothing amiss with this food." Despite his explanation, it was evident that the others remained somewhat hesitant. In that moment, however, Han Ku suddenly began to eat, seemingly indifferent to the potential presence of poison. Observing this, the others sighed in relief and picked up their chopsticks to join in the meal. From the sidelines, Qin Zhuo watched them, a sense of unease bubbling within him. He was not naive. If Lu Feifei and the others sensed something amiss, it was likely that Han Ku and his companions were the ones to act. Recalling Lu Feifei's previous warning to keep an eye on the survivors in Zone D, he surmised that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Could it be that Han Ku, upon seeing such an abundance of food, intended to turn against him? As someone who lacked any combat skills and was utterly defenseless, Qin Zhuo felt a palpable tension in the air. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Both parties were clearly aware of the underlying tension, and given the circumstances, they had chosen not to engage in open conflict. Fortunately, the meal concluded without incident. While Qin Zhuo stood outside, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the sky, he had distinctly sensed an imminent threat lurking beneath the surface. "Brother Qin Zhuo, we harbor no ill intentions towards you. However, it is evident that Zone D has ulterior motives. You must be cautious." Lu Feifei, noticing his troubled expression, approached him to explain. Upon observing Qin Zhuo's silence, Lu Feifei's expression shifted subtly, and then, as if struck by a thought, she remarked, "Brother Qin Zhuo, I believe you have yet to see the treasures we specifically brought for you. Although these items, once considered rare and precious, have deteriorated over the years, they still hold immense value. I believe some of them may pique your interest." This revelation piqued Qin Zhuo's curiosity. What could these relics from many years ago be? After all, remnants from the peaceful era had nearly vanished, as humanity had resorted to desperate measures in pursuit of cultivation and sustenance, causing many ancient treasures to fade away with time. Your words have certainly aroused my curiosity. What are these items? Qin Zhuo inquired with a smile. You will understand once you see them. Follow me, Lu Feifei replied, a smile gracing her lips as she led the way. Qin Zhuo chuckled softly, shaking his head before following Lu Feifei into the room where the items were displayed. Upon entering, he noticed several boxes arranged within. Inside lay a collection of gold, silver, and jewels, along with antiques, calligraphy, fragmented stone sculptures, peculiar artifacts, and some half-decayed sheepskin scrolls, as well as aged and discolored tomes. These items were indeed a curious assortment. And amongst them, certain pieces captured Qin Zhuo's interest. What astonished him was the existence of intact compasses and objects capable of indicating direction, a rarity in this world after so many years. In addition, there was a rather aesthetically pleasing handgun. Qin Zhuo, unable to cultivate, found this handgun to be quite an excellent means of self-defense. Should he encounter danger, it could very well safeguard his life in critical moments. Lu Feifei, noticing the handgun in Qin Zhuo's possession, chuckled and remarked, "This handgun is no ordinary weapon. I have heard it belonged to a formidable cultivator who left it behind after vanquishing several exceptionally powerful zombies. My father mentioned that it serves as a token, and with this handgun, one could summon that formidable individual for assistance. Unfortunately, despite the passage of time, no one has laid eyes on that powerful figure. Many speculate that he may have perished, yet no one can say for certain." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo gazed at the handgun with great interest. Chapter 17. Pesticides and weeding in this perilous post-apocalyptic world, while survivors possess the ability to absorb energy and cultivate their skills. The scarcity of food and the rampant presence of zombies render the chances of that esteemed elder's survival exceedingly slim. Qin Zhuo, with an implicit understanding, accepted the handgun that provided him with a semblance of security. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei fell into a momentary silence before looking up and saying, "Brother Qin Zhuo, you are not mistaken. The apocalypse is indeed treacherous. I have witnessed too many formidable individuals fall, and we are powerless to intervene. Zombies are far more formidable than we anticipated, with elite zombies existing beyond the advanced ones, exhibiting immense strength. We, as human warriors, are incapable of inflicting harm upon them. We find ourselves in the southern region, while the western region recently experienced a massive outbreak, with zombies overwhelming all human safe zones. Our humanity is precariously hanging by a thread. In our southern region, particularly in Area C, we suffered total annihilation just days ago." This news caused Qin Zhuo to shudder. His grip on the handgun trembled involuntarily, his pupils dilating as he turned his face and could not help but ask, "Is this true?" "Absolutely," Lu Feifei continued. "Not long ago, when I returned to Area A, I heard my father's subordinate mention this matter. The outside world is perilous, and we are in dire need of food and manpower. Otherwise, our fate will not be much better than that of Area C." This revelation rendered Qin Zhuo silent. He finally realized that he was situated in the southern part of the continent, where the threat of zombies was even graver. However, he did not dwell on these thoughts for long. With the system by his side and the knowledge that zombies dared not tread upon his farm, he felt a sense of safety, though a flicker of concern lingered in his subconscious. Noticing the change in Qin Zhuo's expression, Lu Feifei paused her speech. And after a moment, she said, "Brother Qin Zhuo, regardless of the circumstances, we still possess hope, do we not? We shall not relinquish our hope. One day, we will surely eradicate every last zombie." Qin Zhuo gazed deeply at Lu Feifei and nodded. Indeed, there is still a chance. With that, he set his thoughts aside, rising to return to the farm to prepare for weeding and other tasks. Lu Feifei, filled with curiosity, squatted beside Qin Zhuo and inquired, "Brother Qin Zhuo, what are you doing? Aren't these things food? Why are you discarding them?" "Food," Qin Zhuo replied with an odd expression, glancing at the weeds before him. Contemplating, "In this world where food is scarce, surely we cannot resort to eating weeds. These are weeds. They hinder the growth of food. We must apply pesticides to ensure the healthy growth of crops. Otherwise, the food will be compromised, and consuming it could lead to problems," Qin Zhuo explained. "Weeds? Pesticides? What are those?" Lu Feifei could not contain her curiosity and asked. In her recollection, the food she consumed contained these very weeds. Could it be that they are inedible? Just then, a burly middle-aged man approached, his expression inscrutable as he asked, "Mr. Qin Zhuo, are you implying that this food is toxic and unfit for consumption?" Looking at these naive individuals, Qin Zhuo felt a sense of helplessness. He could only patiently explain that these weeds were inedible, and that food required sufficiently good fertilizer, as the weeds would hinder their growth. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd was struck dumb. The robust middle-aged man, in disbelief, remarked, "So that's why those seeds are growing so slowly, and why the fruit seemed to be rotting or nibbled at. I thought it was simply the nature of the seeds." Now he understood that they were affected by these weeds. The crowd suddenly realized, as if they had discovered a new world. They had consumed these weeds for several years, and only now did it dawn on them that the weeds were problematic. Their faces turned a shade paler, with some rendered speechless. Seeing their expressions, Qin Zhuo could not help but shake his head. For seeds to thrive, they require ample fertilizer, which comes in two forms, human or animal manure. Their excrement is remarkably effective in promoting rapid seed growth. This revelation left the crowd astonished. Human manure? They widened their eyes in disbelief. Food was exceedingly precious in the apocalypse. They had invested a certain amount of water to cultivate seeds, hoping to yield sufficient food to stave off hunger. There was no way they would allow manure to be applied to their seeds. Anyone who dared to do so would surely face dire consequences. However, Qin Zhuo's words left them in doubt, yet leaning towards belief. Especially given the flourishing seeds and vibrant vegetables in his farm, alongside the heavy-laden fruit trees, these were testaments to his accuracy. The seeds in their safe zone grew at a painfully slow pace, yielding little fruit. The robust middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he solemnly stated, "Mr. Qin Zhuo, thank you for imparting such vital knowledge to us. I have greatly benefited. Upon returning, I will certainly inform our leader so that these matters can be implemented." This statement jolted the crowd back to reality. The ability to enhance seed growth with such techniques was incredibly valuable. That Qin Zhuo had divulged everything without reservation astonished them. Truly, Mr. Qin Zhuo is a benevolent soul. They gazed at him with admiration, their eyes filled with gratitude. They believed that this knowledge would undoubtedly enable them to significantly increase food production within their safe zone. Brother Qin Zhuo, you are remarkable for having thought of such a method. But why does what you've spread seem to have no odor? Lu Feifei asked curiously. Just moments ago, upon hearing about manure, her expression had clearly changed. Yet soon, she sensed something amiss, as she detected no foul stench, but rather a peculiar fragrance. In response to this, Qin Zhuo smiled and said, "What I have created is the second method. It is the result of extensive research utilizing various materials, and this is fertilizer. This fertilizer is more effective than manure and carries no unpleasant odor." His words left the crowd wide-eyed, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Homemade fertilizer? They appeared as though they had encountered a ghost, and it became evident why the food flourished so vibrantly. It was indeed due to the remarkable fertilizer. Their hearts brimmed with admiration for Mr. Qin Zhuo, for creating such a unique fertilizer was nothing short of astonishing. In this post-apocalyptic world, they had never heard of the existence of such a substance. The efficacy of the fertilizer was undeniably apparent. Gazing at the surrounding fruits and vegetables, they were utterly astounded and filled with reverence, for achieving such results was the work of a master. Mr. Qin Zhuo was, without a doubt, a genius. Although the production of the fertilizer is somewhat cumbersome, I still have plenty in my warehouse. If you wish, I can allow you to take a few bags back with you, Qin Zhuo remarked with a smile. What? Allow us to take a few bags back? The burly middle-aged man trembled, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. He gazed at Qin Zhuo in shock, stammering, "Mr. Qin Zhuo, are you truly offering us several bags?" Chapter 18, The Respectful Hanku Indeed. Is there a problem? Qin Zhuo inquired, somewhat puzzled. Though the fertilizer was scarce, he could still spare a portion. After all, as a solitary individual, he could not possibly distribute all the fertilizer by himself. Upon hearing this, the burly middle-aged man was plunged into darkness, collapsing entirely. Lu Feifei promptly instructed others to carry the burly man away, and then expressed her gratitude, saying, "Brother Qin Zhuo, thank you. With this fertilizer, our safe zone is sure to yield a remarkable harvest." He was deeply astonished himself. Such fertilizer was exceedingly rare, and its production must surely be arduous. Qin Zhuo had given it to them without a moment's hesitation, which left them all astounded. Truly, he was an extraordinary individual, treating such valuable items with such disregard. The onlookers were equally bewildered by the sheer incredibility of his generosity. Qin Zhuo, upon hearing their reactions, merely shook his head, dismissively stating, "It is merely ordinary material." Merely ordinary material? The crowd was left speechless. The fact that such precious resources appeared to be as commonplace as pebbles in Qin Zhuo's eyes was nothing short of astonishing. In the midst of their astonishment, Qin Zhuo proceeded to treat all the fruits and vegetables with a special concoction, attending to the surroundings as well. Lu Feifei and the others did not leave, but instead crouched nearby, carefully observing and learning, contemplating how they might replicate his methods upon returning to their safe zone, thereby enhancing their food yield. Meanwhile, Hanku stood in a clearing, visibly anxious. Not long ago, the suspicious glance from Qin Zhuo had filled him with trepidation. He suspected that Qin Zhuo might have discerned their intentions, causing him to hesitate momentarily. "Captain, what is the matter?" The tall, thin individuals noticed Hanku's unease and quickly approached him with concern. Hanku glanced at them and replied, "I suspect that Elder Qin Zhuo has likely uncovered our intentions. Just a moment ago, while I was in the kitchen, he specifically warned me." Recalling that penetrating gaze, Hanku shuddered slightly. It was a sensation he had not felt in many years, and the wariness intertwined within Qin Zhuo's gaze further unsettled him. "Moreover, I have come to realize that we have been overly clever for our own good. I previously speculated that Elder Qin Zhuo was incapable of cultivation. I was utterly mistaken. Our inability to perceive his prowess stems from our own weakness. That glance from earlier awakened me. Should we persist in our obstinacy, we may soon find ourselves lifeless in the wilderness. His words left the tall, thin individuals visibly shaken, their expressions filled with dread. They understood that Han Ku was not one to succumb to despair. He acted with ferocity, and under his guidance. They had carved out a place for themselves in this apocalypse. If even he regarded Qin Zhuo as an unparalleled powerhouse, there could be no doubt about it. The tall, thin man cast a glance towards Qin Zhuo and instinctively asked, "Captain, what shall we do next? Should we hasten our departure?" "Indeed." Han Ku nodded slightly and spoke earnestly. "We must hasten our return to the safe zone. Since Senior Qin Zhuo has generously provided us with ample provisions, we should express our gratitude rather than harbor resentment. Our goal should be to cultivate a good relationship with Senior Qin Zhuo rather than offend him. With those supplies, we can sustain ourselves in the safe zone for quite some time." At this point, Han Ku expressed his concern. "Only by fostering a good rapport with Senior Qin Zhuo will we be able to secure sufficient food when the need arises. To us, food is exceedingly precious, yet to Senior Qin Zhuo, it is as commonplace as a meal." He continued, "Moreover, this time we should bring along some beautiful women to forge connections. We cannot afford to lag behind. Lu Feifei has relied on her beauty to navigate smoothly through. But our safe zone also boasts numerous stunning women who are by no means inferior to her." This statement left the tall and slender individuals exchanging peculiar glances. Rendered momentarily speechless, "Senior Qin Zhuo, we have intruded upon your time considerably, and we sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused. Given the food shortage in the safe zone, we hope you can prepare some provisions for us. Next time we visit, we will certainly bring ample tokens of gratitude." During dinner, Han Ku rose after thoughtful contemplation, clasping his fist in a gesture of utmost respect. This scene rendered those present somewhat taken aback. "Miss, did you hear that?" One burly middle-aged man whispered. Han Ku previously referred to Qin Zhuo as little brother, yet just now he addressed him as senior. "Indeed," another replied, "though it is merely a title." Han Ku's demeanor indicates a profound respect for Qin Zhuo, devoid of the previous undercurrents of hostility. This revelation left Lu Feifei and the others momentarily at a loss. What could have transpired to incite such reverence from Han Ku towards Qin Zhuo? It was said that the D district is filled with fierce and ruthless individuals, known for their merciless ways. For them to behave so courteously and respectfully was nearly inconceivable. Qin Zhuo's expression was peculiar. Not long ago, he had heard Lu Feifei mention that Han Ku might take action against him, which had left him quite anxious. But now, what was the meaning of this? He was perceptive enough to notice that Han Ku had just shown him considerable respect, devoid of any animosity. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Or perhaps these individuals were simply capricious? It was truly a strange affair. Let us not be overly harsh. In these apocalyptic times, the number of survivors is scant. We should assist one another. I will prepare some food for you, so that your safe zone can weather this crisis," Qin Zhuo said. Smiling as he observed Han Ku setting aside his grievances, Han Ku expressed his gratitude. "Senior Qin Zhuo, we were thoughtless before, causing you considerable trouble. We sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook our past transgressions." "Not at all," Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. Though he was curious about the nature of Han Ku's prior grievances. Observing the scene, Lu Feifei was clearly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Han Ku would so swiftly relinquish his earlier sentiments. After a moment's reflection, she too rose and said, "Brother Qin Zhuo, it is time for us to take our leave. I wish to promptly convey this information to everyone. After all, the sooner it is implemented, the sooner we can secure food and navigate through this crisis. The food supply in the safe zone is scarce, but with the advent of new technologies, we can achieve better harvests." Lu Feifei is already eager to return to the safe zone to share this news. Moreover, Qin Zhuo has imparted considerable agricultural knowledge to him. Had it not been for Han Ku and others lurking with ulterior motives, he would have hastened his return to the safe zone long ago. Now that Han Ku is preparing to depart, it is time for them to bid farewell as well. Upon learning that Han Ku and Lu Feifei intend to return, Qin Zhuo did not press them to stay. "Very well, since you are all ready to leave, I shall prepare some provisions for you, so you may take them back to the safe zone." Qin Zhuo smiled faintly, concealing his emotions and revealing no hint of discomfort. Both parties expressed their gratitude, bowing their heads in silence as they dined. Chapter 19. The Elder attacked by zombies before a fence on the farm. "Help me. Those zombies have gone mad." A feeble voice caught Qin Zhuo's attention. He approached the fence and discovered an elderly man with white hair half lying outside, his arms and body stained with blood. Particularly alarming was a gaping wound on his leg, which sent shivers down one's spine. Upon seeing the elderly man, Qin Zhuo was quite astonished. Under normal circumstances, Anyone bitten by zombies to such an extent would be as good as dead. Yet, the old man had evidently fled from a considerable distance and still clung to life. Qin Zhuo hurriedly assisted the elderly man into the house. He then noticed that the thin monkey was still asleep inside, which surprised him. Wasn't he supposed to leave with Lu Feifei? It turned out that the thin monkey had not fully recovered from his injuries, so he had stayed behind. Furthermore, bringing the thin monkey along would undoubtedly complicate Lu Feifei's Group S movements, which is why he chose not to accompany them back to the safe zone. Mr. Qin Zhuo, who is this? The thin monkey's expression shifted as he became aware of the elderly man's condition. Upon noticing the wounds on him, he exclaimed, Mr. Qin. His injuries are severe, and he has been bitten by a zombie. He cannot survive for long. If he turns into a zombie, it could be perilous. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face paled, and with a somber expression, he remarked, what this young brother says is true. Alas, I have burdened you. Just cast me aside. After all these years, I have lived long enough. However, Qin Zhuo reassured him, do not worry, elder. It is merely a zombie bite. I possess a method to restore you to normalcy. This declaration left the elderly man visibly taken aback. He stared blankly at Qin Zhuo and could not help but inquire. Are you jesting, young brother? A zombie bite is simply untreatable, and the environment here cannot produce an antidote. An antidote? That is unnecessary. I have cultivated various medicinal herbs that can heal your wounds, Qin Zhuo replied nonchalantly, releasing the elderly man and rising to fetch the herbs from the inner room. The elderly man remained skeptical and whispered, young brother, surely you jest. I have never heard of any herbs capable of healing wounds inflicted by zombies. It was only then that the thin monkey realized and smacked his forehead, exclaiming, look at my head. I'm always a step behind. Mr. Qin Zhuo actually has the herbs to heal your wounds. To be honest, I was bitten by a zombie not long ago. You can see the 2 holes on my arm. Those are from a zombie bite. It was only after using the medicinal herbs that I returned to normal. This explanation, coupled with the elderly man noticing the scars on the thin monkey's hand, led him to believe a little more. It is truly hard to believe. This is the first time I have heard of herbs that can heal wounds from zombie bites, the elderly man remarked with a hint of wonder. Mr. Qin Zhuo's place is truly extraordinary. He is indeed a remarkable individual. You will soon grow accustomed to it, the thin monkey chuckled. Remarkable individual? The elderly man's expression grew peculiar as he tugged at his injury, feeling the flesh tear, which brought waves of pain. The individual who had just arrived appeared remarkably youthful. How could he possibly be an expert? Yet, observing the serious demeanor of the slender monkey, he could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Earlier, as he approached, he had distinctly noticed a plethora of enticing aromas wafting through the air, an abundance of fruits and vegetables, alongside various cuts of red meat hanging outside. In his own heavily plagued by zombies, possessing a farm that the undead dare not approach was indeed a remarkable feat from this perspective. It was evident that Qin Zhuo was an extraordinary individual, truly exceptional. Had he perhaps misjudged him? At that moment, Qin Zhuo returned with medicinal herbs. The unpleasant odor, coupled with persistent waves of pain, caused the elderly man with white hair to gasp sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively leaned back. Old sir, bear with it. Once this passes, you shall return to normal, Qin Zhuo explained, noticing the expression on the elderly man's face. Even the seasoned veteran, having traversed countless lands and encountered numerous tribulations, found beads of sweat pooling on his forehead, and his aged visage was glistening with perspiration. A few minutes later, the white-haired elder exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, laboriously leaning against the chair to catch his breath. Soon, he sensed a significant alleviation in the area that had been bitten. The excruciating pain had subsided. Wiping away the cold sweat, astonishment filled his murky eyes. He felt no alteration within his body. He felt remarkably healthy, indicating that the damage inflicted by the zombie had been entirely eradicated, allowing the wound to heal and restore normalcy. Just moments ago, he had been skeptical, but having experienced it firsthand, he realized his own folly. These herbs truly possess the capability to heal wounds inflicted by zombies. Such an incredible revelation. The elderly man murmured to himself in disbelief. The slender monkey merely smiled, offering no explanation. Only through personal experience could one truly appreciate the wonders of Master Qin Zhuo. He too had been a non-believer. Yet now he was convinced that Master Qin Zhuo was indeed a remarkable figure, a veritable marvel. The slender monkey assisted the elderly man back into the hall. Please have some water. Master Qin Zhuo has prepared food for you, he remarked. The elderly man stared wide-eyed, his arms tense as he clutched the chair. In this post-apocalyptic world, after years of wandering, he had never encountered a dwelling so pristine. Most safe zones were located among the ruins of cities, where dilapidated metal structures could be repurposed to form barriers against monstrous invasions. The urban areas were in utter decay and disarray. This small house was remarkably clean, a sight he had never before witnessed. Qin Zhuo is truly extraordinary. The elderly man mused inwardly. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Qin Zhuo emerging with food. It was a bowl of white porridge, some vegetables, and a plate of beef. Is this food meant for me? The elderly man stammered, overwhelmed with disbelief. Such luxurious provisions were nearly unheard of, while vegetables and meat were somewhat acceptable. Porridge was a rarity he had never encountered in his lifetime. Hearing this, Qin Zhuo chuckled. Indeed, elder, given your injury, a lighter diet would be more suitable. Thus, I have prepared an abundance of vegetables and a modest amount of meat for you. Once you recover further, I shall provide you with a more varied selection of food. The elderly man, gazing at the spread before him, could not help but look at Qin Zhuo with gratitude, exclaiming, Young brother, I am truly thankful. Not only have you rescued me, but you also extend such hospitality to an old man like myself. You flatter me, elder. Had I not encountered you, I might have gone on my way. However, seeing you injured outside my farm, how could I stand idly by? Qin Zhuo replied with a smile as he took a seat. He then inquired, May I ask your name? Are you from the safe zone? As the white-haired elder savored the food, he was momentarily taken aback by the indescribable flavors before diving back into his meal. Once he had eaten his fill, he responded, I do not belong to that area, and my name is of little importance. You may call me Subo, for I am considerably older than you. Subo? Very well. Please rest comfortably in the hall. I have some matters to attend to. Qin Zhuo's expression became slightly peculiar, yet he chose not to probe further. After giving a brief acknowledgement, he returned to his farm to continue his tasks. Chapter 20. The bounty brought back by Lu Feifei a few days later, in the hall. Uncle Su sat calmly enjoying his meal. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could detect a slight tremor in his hand as he wielded his chopsticks. Despite his advanced age, and being a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse, having witnessed countless horrors, he found himself utterly astonished by Qin Zhuo. Since his arrival at the farm, he had indulged in at least 10 varieties of exquisite dishes, each one a culinary delight he had never before encountered. The flavors were extraordinarily delectable, creating an irresistible allure, particularly due to the exceptional techniques employed to present the food's taste. Consuming these dishes was nothing short of a divine experience, a feeling unparalleled by anything he had known. Uncle Su held deep admiration for Qin Zhuo, who managed to procure such a plethora of food in these dire times, along with the astounding culinary methods that defied belief. He felt a growing numbness, as if the shock of it all was buried beneath layers of disbelief. He could hardly fathom the extraordinary nature of Qin Zhuo. In addition to the countless delicacies he had sampled, he had also heard an array of piercing screams, not from zombies, but from a pack of huskies. The bizarre creatures had left him utterly astonished, as if he were a country bumpkin stepping into a grand spectacle for the first time. Overwhelmed by the novelty of it all, from bewilderment to astonishment, and finally to a state of shock that had rendered him numb. These emotions were almost too much for the nearly 50-year-old man to bear. His younger brother, Qin Zhuo, was indeed a remarkable individual, possessing an astonishing array of wonders in this bleak world. Shaking his head, the complexity of his feelings deepened as he savored the noodle dish before him. Ah, this yanchen noodle. It is truly delightful. As noon approached, the sun blazed overhead. Look, Miss Lu has returned, came the call. Quickly, go out and greet Miss Lu. The outside world is teeming with frenzied zombies. We must ensure her safety. With this urgent command, several figures darted towards the safety zone, fully armed and clad in protective gear, exuding an air of fierce determination as they charged into the fray. Utilizing their formidable strength, they repelled and dispatched the undead, swiftly escorting Lu Feifei and her companions back to safety before the zombies could react. It's food. Miss Lu has brought back provisions. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Their spirits lifted. Under the careful organization of Lu Jun, they safely returned indoors, where all the food was promptly collected. Lu Jun rushed to the hall. Concern etched on his face as he approached Lu Feifei. Feifei, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? Should we call a doctor to examine you? Cough, cough. Dad, I'm fine, Lu Feifei reassured him, shaking her head. After taking a sip of water, she felt significantly better and, suppressing her fatigue, sat up. Dad. This time we not only gathered an abundance of food, but we also discovered 2 methods to accelerate the growth of crops. What? Lu Jun staggered back a few steps, unable to contain his astonishment. Feifei, are you saying you know how to make the seeds grow faster? Indeed, these methods were taught to us by Mr. Qin Zhuo. Lu Feifei replied. The words echoed in Lu Jun's mind like a thunderclap. In the apocalyptic world, food was exceedingly precious, and the geological conditions varied greatly, leaving them uncertain about securing sufficiently good soil. Thus, their hopes were pinned on seeds. They believed that with superior seeds, they could harvest an abundance of food, enabling humanity to safely endure within the secure zone and even defend it by driving the zombies away. However, despite acquiring numerous seeds over the years, the yield was disappointingly meager, barely enough to sustain them. As of now, only 2 types could be cultivated for an extended period. Yet even that was a mere drop in the bucket, hardly sufficient for long-term sustenance. Hearing Lu Feifei's words, Lu Jun could not help but sway slightly. "Dad, are you all right?" Lu Feifei inquired with concern. Lu Jun, with some effort, sat beside her and explained, "I am overwhelmed with joy, Feifei. You are well aware of the seed predicament in our safe zone. It has become increasingly difficult for everyone to live in peace. Just recently, there were deaths within the safe zone, and our food situation is perilous. Your method is of utmost importance. It could ensure our survival, and you are our treasure." His face was filled with shock and admiration as he contemplated Mr. Qin Zhuo's generosity in revealing such precious knowledge to them. Lu Feifei spoke earnestly, "Indeed, Mr. Qin Zhuo is the most benevolent of individuals. He not only taught me numerous techniques, but also brought back fertilizers. These fertilizers will not only enhance the growth of our crops, but also yield superior results." Upon hearing the term fertilizer for the first time, Lu Jun's expression turned perplexed. Lu Feifei patiently elucidated the background, and upon grasping the full context, Lu Jun was astounded, unable to fathom such a thing existed in this world. "I have lived for so many years, yet this is my first encounter with such knowledge. Mr. Qin Zhuo is truly extraordinary." Noticing Lu Feifei's fatigue, Lu Jun promptly advised, "Feifei, you must rest well today. Tomorrow, once you feel better, we shall expedite the implementation of these matters." The following day, Lu Feifei felt significantly improved and, accompanied by others, ventured to the planting area. Observing the somewhat chaotic site, overrun with weeds, she noted that despite being cleaned, the air was still permeated with the foul stench of rotting food. Lu Feifei profoundly sensed the stark contrast between this place and Mr. Qin Zhuo's farm. It was as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Accompanying her were 2 experts, brothers dedicated to the study of seeds and food cultivation. The elder brother, He Yun, and the younger brother, He Hai, hurried to the scene upon hearing about the new technology Lu Feifei had brought back, eager to learn. However, the subsequent scene left the brothers dumbfounded. "Miss Lu, this cannot be done. These are all food. If you discard this food, what will we eat next? Miss Lu, please stop." The 2 brothers, witnessing Lu Feifei discarding the weeds, rushed forward with excitement to collect them. Their actions drew the attention of many onlookers, who were filled with curiosity about the unfolding scene. Upon noticing Lu Feifei's presence, their intrigue deepened. Just yesterday, she had acquired a substantial amount of food from a mysterious sage, along with methods for cultivating it. However, those who had witnessed Lu Feifei's recent actions were momentarily taken aback. What was Miss Lu attempting to do? Had she lost her senses? After all, those were provisions. They could not fathom the reasoning behind Lu Feifei's decision to discard food. Was this not a gross waste? Chapter 21. Fertilizer. Seeing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Feifei furrowed her brow and explained, "Master He, for so many years, we have misunderstood the purpose of these items. They are inedible." Her words astonished the crowd. He Yun and He Hai wore expressions of bewilderment and peculiarity. Having consumed these items for many years, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where food was scarce, they could hardly accept that Lu Feifei claimed these were not consumable. "Lu Miss, you cannot be serious," He Yun remarked, his brow knitting together, followed by a stern expression. "I recognize you are Mr. Lu's daughter, but these are our hope for survival in the safe zone. You must provide an explanation. Otherwise, even if Mr. Lu were to come himself, I would not permit you to act recklessly in the planting area." He Hai stepped forward as well. They had invested considerable time researching these items, and their findings were well developed. They could not allow Lu Feifei to disrupt their progress. Lu Feifei, however, remained unperturbed. "I once visited a farm where the vegetables and fruits were extraordinarily enticing and vibrant. I was truly astonished to witness such perfection amidst the apocalypse. It was only later that I realized we had been utterly mistaken." At this moment, a robust middle-aged man standing behind Lu Feifei stepped forward. He produced a cabbage and several fruits from his pocket, explaining, "These are the foods our young lady acquired from Mr. Qin Zhuo's farm. She is not speaking in jest. We have all witnessed the incredible abilities of Mr. Qin Zhuo." The crowd gazed intently at the produce in the man's hands, their eyes ablaze with desire, yearning to claim them for themselves. After all, they had never encountered such flawless fruits. Unable to contain himself, He Yun stepped forward to take the fruits and vegetables. After inhaling their fragrance, he exclaimed in astonishment, "These items are beyond belief. Such pristine fruits exist in the apocalypse. Many years ago, before the apocalypse arrived, my grandfather was an extraordinary researcher. It was through his earnest teachings that I learned many unknown truths. These fruits existed only in ancient times, a period so distant that it is hard to fathom. I find it difficult to comprehend what kind of person Mr. Qin Zhuo is. Could he possibly be a sage from the ancient era who has survived until now? His words left the crowd in utter disbelief. They held great faith in He Yun's assertions, for he spoke no falsehood. His ancestors had tirelessly researched various subjects for the safe zone, including the antidote that originated from their efforts. Mr. Qin Zhuo? What might that practitioner look like? To provide us with such an abundance of food and teach Miss Lu the methods of cultivation, he must certainly be an extraordinary being, perhaps even a powerful figure from ancient times. After all, the existence of a farm in a zombie-infested area is a notion that borders on the fantastical. Yet here he stands. Many survivors could not help but engage in hushed discussions. They held Qin Zhuo in deep reverence. For individuals capable of achieving such feats in the apocalypse were nearly non-existent. Consequently, Qin Zhuo became their faith, their deity. Lu Feifei was equally astonished upon hearing this. She understood well that He Yun was not an ordinary person, particularly after his recent remarks, which provoked profound contemplation. Indeed, Mr. Qin Zhuo was extraordinary. His presence there likely indicated a desire for a life of leisure and tranquility. What mindset must one possess to live serenely amidst a zombie-infested wasteland? The fear exhibited by Mr. Qin Zhuo, along with his lack of emitted energy, probably stemmed not from a deficiency of power, but rather from the overwhelming strength he possessed, rendering them incapable of sensing his true abilities. With these thoughts, they felt a tremor of awe. The more they pondered, the more they appreciated Mr. Qin Zhuo's remarkable nature. Miss Lu, we sincerely apologize for our earlier impulsiveness. He inhaled deeply, calming the tumult within him, and respectfully continued, Miss Lu, please proceed. We are eager to hear the esteemed insights of Mr. Qin Zhuo. I am certain that his words are pearls of wisdom. Lu Feifei paused momentarily before explaining. These weeds are inedible. Consuming them excessively could lead to problems. Perhaps because we are cultivators, the effects on us are minimal. But they would certainly cause issues for the seeds. This revelation left the He brothers momentarily speechless. They held no doubts. For the food Lu Feifei had brought back sufficiently demonstrated that Mr. Qin Zhuo's actions were indeed correct, and that they had been mistaken. Now it makes sense why the food was so scarce. We had foolishly mistaken these weeds for sustenance. If it weren't for that gentleman's guidance, we would have remained obstinately ignorant, He Yun lamented. Subsequently, Lu Feifei produced fertilizer to introduce to the group. What? There exists such material in this apocalypse? How utterly astonishing! He Yun exclaimed, unable to fathom it. Beside him, He Hai appeared somewhat dazed. After a considerable pause, he spoke. I have seen this substance mentioned in my grandfather's journal. He recorded many significant matters within his writings, which my brother and I frequently perused. Among them was a reference to a type of fertilizer capable of providing a better growth environment for food. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, we have been unable to find any fertilizer, and my grandfather did not document the method of its creation. I never expected to witness something from my grandfather's journal here. This revelation left the others momentarily bewildered. Lu Feifei was equally taken aback. Upon hearing the He brothers' words, she struggled to process the information. Is what master he said truly accurate? Lu Feifei could not help but inquire. He Hai solemnly affirmed, I would stake my life on the truth of my words. All of this is recorded in my grandfather's journal. Could it be that Brother Qin Zhuo hails from that era? No, that cannot be. Lu Feifei swiftly dismissed her own thoughts. If Qin Zhuo were indeed from that era, he would at the very least be several centuries old. How could he possibly appear so youthful? Numerous aspects simply do not align. Lu Feifei was engulfed in perplexity, unable to fathom the true nature of Qin Zhuo. He exuded an aura of enigma that compelled one to delve deeper into his essence. Chapter 22. The Resilient Servant in Qin Zhuo's Farm. As dusk descended, Su Bo leisurely reclined in a deck chair, a pot of tea beside him, occasionally sipping from his cup. Ah, such days are truly enchanting. I have not savored a moment of such tranquility since that incident 2 decades ago. Su Bo mused as he sipped his tea. His gaze fell upon Qin Zhuo, diligently working on the farm, particularly drawn to the pistol at his side, which caused his eyes to flicker with curiosity. How did this young lad come to possess such a weapon? Oddly enough, my injuries have healed remarkably quickly. To have a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse is indeed enviable. Given that pistol, I shall lend a hand. With a smile, Su Bo took another sip of tea, rising to offer assistance. Noticing Su Bo's arrival, Qin Zhuo remarked, Su Bo, you should rest over there. You still have injuries. Indeed. It is crucial for Su Bo to recuperate, the slender monkey chimed in. Upon hearing their words, Su Bo replied, seeing you both toil here, I cannot just sit idly. Though I am but an old relic, I can still be of some assistance. Well, If you insist, Qin Zhuo relented, seeing Su Bo's earnest demeanor. He conveyed the tasks that needed attention, and with their help, they swiftly completed all chores before darkness fell. Later that evening, as Qin Zhuo entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, Su Bo seized the opportunity to follow. Yet, upon entering the kitchen, he was taken aback. It was not his first time in the kitchen, but witnessing Qin Zhuo's fluid and graceful handling of the ingredients left him momentarily speechless. Sensing Su Bo's presence, Qin Zhuo set down what he was working on and turned to him. Su Bo, the meal will be ready shortly. Is there something you wish to discuss? No. Nothing. I merely came to take a look, Su Bo stammered, feeling dazed as he exited the kitchen. Once back in the hall, he slapped his forehead. My mind is becoming increasingly muddled. I even forgot what I intended to say. Su Bo wore a wry smile, clearly astonished by Qin Zhuo's culinary prowess, which had momentarily rendered him speechless. Now, having returned to the hall, he would have to find another time to converse with Qin Zhuo. After dinner, Su Bo summoned Qin Zhuo to the backyard, where they settled down. Qin Zhuo, playfully engaging with the husky, smiled and inquired, Su Bo, you had something to discuss with me earlier in the kitchen, didn't you? What is it? Su Bo, observing the close bond between Qin Zhuo and the husky, was somewhat taken aback. He recalled the husky as a creature from ancient times, though its exact nature eluded him. Young brother, I am grateful for your care these days. My injuries have nearly healed, Su Bo reflected thoughtfully. Qin Zhuo smiled and said, Su Bo, you are being too modest. We are among the few survivors in this apocalypse, and we ought to assist one another. Su Bo shook his head, fully aware that his fortune had been exceptional. Had it been someone else, they would likely have turned a blind eye. After all, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles, as meddling in the affairs of others can lead one into peril. He recognized that his presence might have brought Qin Zhuo trouble, even endangering his life. Yet, rather than abandon himself, he had miraculously salvaged his own existence with extraordinary materials. This was a debt of gratitude. Young brother, are you aware of the origins of the pistol at your waist? Su Bo suddenly shifted the conversation to the firearm. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo smiled and replied, I do know a bit. It is said to have belonged to a predecessor from decades ago, though no one has seen him for quite some time. Some claim he has perished, while others assert he still lives. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Su Bo's eyes as he reflected, he is indeed alive, though you may not know it. I was once a follower of that predecessor, and a few years back, during a zombie outbreak, we became separated. I was pursued by the undead. Had it not been for your timely intervention, young brother, I would likely have become a mere shell of my former self. You saved my life, and for that, I am immensely grateful. As an old man with little to offer, I wish to dedicate the remainder of my days to serving you. Su Bo spoke with utmost sincerity. Qin Zhuo listened thoughtfully. Although he had not encountered many formidable individuals, he subconsciously felt that Su Bo was indeed one of them, a sensation more intense than any he had experienced before. If Su Bo chose to remain, he would undoubtedly be of great assistance. In a world fraught with danger, where Li Yin wandered alone, encountering malicious individuals could prove perilous. Having a powerful ally like Su Bo would at least ensure his safety. Gazing intently at Su Bo, Qin Zhuo said earnestly, Su Bo, it is clear that you are a strong figure. To speak candidly, I wish to have you stay, but you must understand my concerns. Su Bo paused, taken aback, and replied, do not worry, young brother. From now on, I shall address you as young master. I harbor no ill intentions, and should I ever act maliciously, may the heavens strike me down with lightning. I am a cultivator, and I honor my commitments without hesitation. Despite Su Bo's assurances, Qin Zhuo remained somewhat hesitant, as he had always lived alone and was naturally wary of outsiders. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected that the host will be accepting a servant. Acceptance successful. You will receive a set of distillation materials, which can be used to craft light beverages. This announcement startled Qin Zhuo, as it was the first time he had encountered such a prompt. Very well, since Su Bo is willing to stay, I wholeheartedly welcome him. I will rely on you for safety, Qin Zhuo said with a genuine smile. Su Bo nodded, responding earnestly, rest assured, young master. As long as I am here, anyone who dares to enter the farm without your consent will face dire consequences. Qin Zhuo nodded in agreement at this declaration. Ding. The servant has been successfully accommodated. The rewards have been deposited into the warehouse, and the servant's information is as follows. Name, Su Bo. Age, 64. Strength, loyalty, 90. Upon receiving this notification, Qin Zhuo was taken aback. What might Su Bo's strength truly be, if it is not even displayed? At the age of 64, possessing such formidable prowess must indeed be a testament to the adage that one grows stronger with age. The presence of such a powerful and highly loyal servant brought Qin Zhuo a sense of relief. Encountering individuals like Han Ku would undoubtedly become less troublesome. After delegating a few tasks, Qin Zhuo promptly prepared to return to the warehouse to inspect the distillation equipment. In the post-apocalyptic world, distillers are an exceedingly rare commodity, and the prospect of acquiring one seemed almost fantastical. Therefore, having obtained it, he could hardly contain his curiosity to assess its condition. Chapter 23. Mr. Qin Zhuo. The erudite previously, Mr. Qin Zhuo had prepared beverages such as apple juice to entertain his guests, a feat made possible by his acquisition of a juicer. The special power supply equipment obtained within the system was rather limited, only capable of covering small areas. Consequently, he stored them in the freezer. The cows he raised produced milk. However, he was unable to create authentic cow's milk. The milk, though drinkable, possessed an odd taste and harbored various bacteria. For in this apocalyptic world, there existed no remedies for such trivial ailments. Thus, he refrained from producing it. However, with the distiller at his disposal, the situation was markedly different. He could now generate pure water and beverages. Seizing the opportunity while time was still on his side, Qin Zhuo diligently set to work, pouring the previously saved milk into the distiller for refinement. Within mere minutes, pure milk emerged from the distillation process, devoid of any unpleasant odors, presenting itself as exceptionally pure cow's milk. With great care, Qin Zhuo transferred the pure milk into bottles and then proceeded to the hall, calling over Subo and the lean monkey. "Young master, what is it?" Subo inquired, clearly intrigued. The lean monkey was taken aback. "What on earth?" Subo, a formidable warrior, was incredulous that he referred to Qin Zhuo as young master. In response to their astonished expressions, Qin Zhuo explained, "This is the milk I just distilled. I would like you to taste its flavor." This declaration left both men momentarily speechless. The lean monkey, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Mr. Qin Zhuo, this isn't from those hairy beasts, is it?" "Indeed, it is milk extracted from them. However, the taste of the raw milk was unpleasant, but with the distiller, we can eliminate the odd flavors and attain a more delightful taste." Seeing their confusion, Qin Zhuo elaborated further. Yet, they remained in a haze of misunderstanding. The lean monkey, somewhat apprehensive, queried, "Is this really safe to drink?" Subo, not dwelling on such concerns, lifted the cup and took a hearty sip. The milk's flavor was remarkably pristine, surpassing all expectations. He marveled, "This is the first time I have tasted such water. It is infinitely more delightful than any beverage I have ever encountered. Unlike apple juice, which carries its own unique taste, this milk evokes an enchanting sense of nostalgia." His words astonished the lean monkey. "Is it truly that delicious?" Cautiously, the lean monkey took a sip, and an unprecedented sensation flooded his mouth, a feeling he had never experienced before. In disbelief, he stared at the milk in his hand and consumed the entire contents in one go. Unable to restrain himself, he licked his lips and exclaimed, "Mr. Qin Zhuo, this milk is simply the finest delicacy in the world. In all my years, I have never tasted such a delightful drink." Hearing this, Qin Zhuo could not help but smile, saying, "This milk is unlike any ordinary beverage. It is rich in protein and far more beneficial for the body than other drinks." "Protein?" The slender monkey could not help but inquire, "Mr. Qin, what is this protein? Is it something we consume?" Qin Zhuo elucidated, "You see, our daily sustenance comprises 3 essential components: protein, fat, and carbohydrates, with protein being the most vital of them all. Protein accelerates muscle recovery and alleviates physical fatigue. Furthermore, it fortifies the body and hastens its growth. While fat is not inherently beneficial, the human body does require a certain amount for supplementation. Carbohydrates are equally indispensable, as all these elements are crucial to our well-being." This explanation left both individuals momentarily speechless, as they had never encountered such a perspective before. The slender monkey, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, grasped only a portion of the information and, after some contemplation, remarked, "Mr. Qin is truly knowledgeable, far surpassing those elderly gentlemen in our safe zone. You cannot imagine, they have shared many things, yet their explanations are so convoluted that we could hardly comprehend them. However, what Mr. Qin has conveyed is clear and easily understood. If he were to teach in our safe zone, he would undoubtedly excel beyond those old men." In response to this compliment, Qin Zhuo merely shook his head. He lacked the courage to venture beyond the sanctuary. Should he embark on such a solitary journey, the zombies would undoubtedly rend him to pieces without hesitation. Even with Subo's assistance, he felt uncertain about leaving the farm. It was so secure. Why would he leave this haven to suffer outside? With an abundance of food available, wouldn't it be more pleasurable to savor it here? It is getting late. You should both return to rest. Tomorrow, we have numerous matters to attend to, Qin Zhuo remarked as he glanced at the time. The two promptly retreated to rest. The following morning, They rose early to prepare for the day's tasks. Today, Qin Zhuo intended for them to extract the milk, as well as dispose of the milk that had been stored for an extended period, for it had surpassed its viability. Milk left too long would spoil, and thus, he had no choice but to discard it. The slender monkey, having gathered a portion of the milk, was about to take a break and quench his thirst when he witnessed Qin Zhuo pouring the milk out. He hurried forward in alarm, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin, what are you doing? This is milk. Are you really going to waste it like this?" Recalling the exceptionally delightful taste from the previous day, he felt a profound sense of regret. Such delicious milk. Why would Qin Zhuo choose to pour it out? Was he out of his mind? Qin Zhuo paused momentarily, then patiently explained, "This milk is spoiled. It has been stored for over 6 months. If left any longer, it will only deteriorate further, and in this environment, milk cannot maintain its shelf life for long." This explanation rendered the slender monkey momentarily speechless, as he could not fully grasp the concepts of environment and spoilage. All he knew was that it was a shame to waste such exquisite milk. While others frantically searched for sustenance, Qin Zhuo was nonchalantly discarding food and pouring out beverages, a behavior that seemed utterly deranged. "I comprehend the rationale, yet this appears to be an egregious waste." The lanky figure swallowed hard and could not restrain himself from speaking. Qin Zhuo shook his head and gestured towards a herd of cattle nearby, explaining, "With so many cows here, they produce milk daily. If we were to retain all of it, it would occupy a considerable amount of space. The farm is limited in size, so we must optimize our arrangements. Moreover, we can continuously generate this milk. Therefore, the loss is inconsequential." As he spoke, he continued to pour it out. The tall, thin man stood frozen, watching the milk flow away, his eyes brimming with sorrow. As a poor individual, witnessing such an abundance of food being wasted filled him with deep regret. Though he understood Qin Zhuo's reasoning, the sight of such squander still pierced his heart. Chapter 24. Survivors of Area C. A few days later, at a distance of several thousand meters from the farm, a group of anxious survivors was desperately evading their pursuers. Their bodies were battered and bruised, and their faces were pale, leaving one to imagine the harrowing experiences they had recently endured. There were 3 of them, led by a middle-aged woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, though several parts of her attire were visibly torn and stained with blood. Her disheveled hair framed a face filled with panic. Beside her stood a man and a woman, both in equally dire straits. The man had only one arm remaining, his face smeared with dirt, and he frequently turned to glance behind him, seemingly relieved that no zombies were in sight for the moment. They had taken refuge beside a low rocky slope, panting heavily. "Lo, if this continues, we won't last more than a few days," the one-armed man gasped, his anxiety palpable. The woman echoed his concern, her attention drawn to some discarded clothing nearby, which only heightened her alarm. The middle-aged woman, Lo, scanned the surroundings and caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a human settlement not far off. Wait, how could there be a human dwelling in the heart of a zombie-infested zone? The nearest safe zone is still quite distant. No, it must be a figment of my imagination. Originally, they had intended to seek refuge in Area A, but they had encountered a sudden ambush by zombies, and only the 3 of them had survived from a group of dozens. However, their situation was grim. Survival seemed impossible without food and water in such a perilous area. But as Lo raised her head, her pupils dilated in disbelief as she exclaimed, "That is not an illusion at all. There is indeed a human settlement ahead." "What? A human settlement?" The one-armed man trembled, astonished. They had never witnessed another living soul in such a perilous place, aside from those in safe zones. Gazing at the farm area, their expressions shifted to one of incredulity. The woman exclaimed with newfound hope, "Lo, we are saved. It must be that some human elder resides there. If we can enlist their help, we will surely survive." Lo wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. However, soon a daunting reality set in. The distance to the farm was considerable, and reaching it would take time. Furthermore, countless zombies roamed outside the farm, determined to prevent anyone from entering that territory. "We must quickly tend to our injuries, regardless of the challenges. This is our only opportunity, and we cannot afford to miss it. Do you understand?" Lo spoke with earnest gravity. "Rest assured, we know what to do," the 2 replied, nodding earnestly. They began to focus on their recovery, consuming the few remaining supplies they had in preparation for their journey. As evening descended, a series of loud knocks echoed in the air. Outside the farm, a commotion arose as Subo, the lean monkey, and others, fully armed, approached the exit, their gazes filled with vigilance. Qin Zhuo followed closely behind, his hand instinctively resting on his firearm. At that moment, the door creaked open. 3 bloodied figures burst in, their faces bearing an expression of distress, their bodies drenched in crimson, a clear indication that they had recently endured a savage assault by zombies. With great effort, they had finally reached the sanctuary of the farm. "Who are you?" Zhuo demanded. The abruptness of his voice startled the three newcomers. They could sense the formidable strength emanating from Zhuo, causing their expressions to shift. The trio consisted of Sister Luo, a one-armed man, and an unremarkable woman. Sister Luo quickly responded, "Please, sir, do not be alarmed. We hail from Zone C and are merely passers-by who were pursued by zombies, forcing us to seek refuge here. We hope to rest for a few days. Once our injuries have healed, we will make haste to leave and will not impose upon you." Her earnest words struck a chord with Qin Zhuo. Zhuo remained watchful but turned to Qin Zhuo, inquiring, "Young master, what do you think of these three?" The address caught the trio off guard, leaving them incredulous. They found it hard to believe that someone as young as Qin Zhuo could be referred to as young master. In terms of strength, they had detected no energy emanating from him. How could such a person command the respect of an elder? However, it soon dawned on them. Their inability to sense any energy fluctuations might indicate that Qin Zhuo's power was so overwhelming that their own inferior skills rendered them unaware of it. As they surveyed the surrounding fruits and vegetables, their eyes widened in disbelief. It was utterly astonishing. In a world ravaged by famine, the presence of such abundant produce was a treasure beyond measure. Furthermore, the existence of a farm in a zombie-infested area spoke volumes of remarkable capability. In that instant, they dared not underestimate Qin Zhuo any longer and treated him with utmost respect and courtesy. "Allow them entry. Lean Monkey, please assist them," Qin Zhuo instructed before retreating to his room. His decision to keep them there stemmed from a desire to do good, as well as a recollection of a conversation he had with Lu Feifei not long ago. She had mentioned the dangers of the zombie tide erupting outside, particularly noting that Zone C had recently been decimated by zombies. Thus, he wished to glean insights into the events that had transpired. Lean Monkey guided them to the restroom, saying, "Esteemed guests, this is the restroom. Please take a moment to freshen up. I will prepare some clothing for you." The newcomers were momentarily taken aback, gazing at their pristine surroundings. In this post-apocalyptic world, they were unaccustomed to such cleanliness. "It's too clean," they thought, whether in Zone C or other safe zones. Everywhere was usually chaotic and disorderly, with few places as immaculate as this restroom. "Excuse me, my friend, where can we fetch water?" Sister Luo couldn't help but inquire. The lanky monkey was clearly taken aback, taking a considerable moment to regain his composure. He chuckled and remarked, "Look at the faucet on the left. It holds a source of water. Rest assured, there is ample water for you to bathe." With that, the lanky monkey departed. Once he was gone, the three individuals remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Sister Luo stepped forward and turned the faucet. Immediately, a stream of crystal-clear water began to flow, sending refreshing chills coursing through her body. She couldn't help but glance down at the bloodstains on the ground, utterly stunned. Water. So much water. How could this be possible? Sister Luo, wielding some influence in Area C, had indulged in many luxuries. Yet, the sheer abundance of water and the tantalizing delicacies it promised were beyond her imagination. She found it hard to believe that anyone could thrive so lavishly in this post-apocalyptic world, with a veritable cornucopia of food, water, and a safe haven all at their disposal. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never dared to conceive such a possibility. Chapter 25. Request for assistance. Sister Luo, what shall we do? The one-armed man was also left speechless, unable to fathom the situation. However, Sister Luo, being a seasoned veteran, quickly regained her composure and promptly stated, "Let us proceed one at a time. We must be cautious and not offend the owner of this farm." The young man they encountered earlier was undoubtedly extraordinary. Such a formidable figure being addressed as young master and commanding respect, along with the abundant provisions of food and water, made it imperative that they tread carefully. The three of them busied themselves, taking half an hour to prepare. They entered the hall, still damp from their previous endeavors. Upon stepping inside, they immediately noticed the table adorned with a plethora of delectable dishes. The enticing aroma wafting from the food was nearly overwhelming, and their stomachs audibly protested their hunger. "Let us sit down and dine," Qin Zhuo suggested with a smile. "In that case, we shall not hold back," Sister Luo replied, her hunger unabated, as she eagerly took her seat, devouring the meal voraciously. "No need to rush. Should it prove insufficient, I can prepare more for you," Qin Zhuo remarked with a grin. This statement caused them to shudder slightly. They had grown numb to the surprises Qin Zhuo had provided them, and in their hunger, they bowed their heads to eat. Once they had nearly finished, Qin Zhuo produced some milk and cheerfully announced, "These are my homemade beverages. You must try them. Wow, the taste is exquisite. This is the most delightful water I've ever had," they exclaimed, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they gazed at Qin Zhuo, overwhelmed by the myriad of wonders he had presented to them. Qin Zhuo, unfazed, waved his hand and inquired, Are you all from Zone C? I have heard that Zone C recently faced a zombie onslaught and has been overrun. His words caused their expressions to shift, their brows furrowing in anger and frustration. To be candid, Zone C indeed succumbed to a zombie attack. Nearly everyone fell victim to the infection. However, some managed to escape, and we are among them. Sister Luo responded with palpable indignation. When we left, there were 16 of us, but we encountered a horde of zombies. A special grade zombie emerged, and had it not been for my husband's intervention, we would surely have perished. This revelation made Qin Zhuo gasp in disbelief. He had not anticipated the outside world to be so perilous. Although he felt a twinge of surprise when Lu Feifei mentioned it, he had assumed that zombies would not reach the southern regions and that his farm would remain safe. Now, a sense of impending crisis began to gnaw at him. A special grade zombie? How could such a creature appear in the southern region? Qin Zhuo inquired. Upon mentioning the special grade zombie, Sister Luo's tone grew grave as she solemnly replied, "If I am not mistaken, it must be a product of evolution. Many humans have become its prey, allowing it to rapidly advance and achieve the status of a special grade zombie. These creatures possess immense power and destructive capabilities, and they are exceedingly ferocious. Only those who have evolved more than 15 times and possess 3 skills stand a chance against such a being. Evolved more than 15 times." Upon hearing this statement, Qin Zhuo could not help but shake his head. While the southern region is perilous, it has not yet reached a level of extreme danger. There are indeed several formidable individuals, yet in Qin Zhuo's recollection, he had never encountered anyone who had evolved 15 times, as those of such caliber would command their own territories. Such exceptional beings are exceedingly rare, particularly in the southern region. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Zhuo cautiously articulated his thoughts, then inquired, "May I ask how to address you? I am Luo Min, a cultivator from Zone C, and these are my 2 companions, Zhou Kong and Wu Shui." Luo Min introduced with a respectful demeanor. He understood that the young man before him was likely a hidden powerhouse. Thus he spoke with great reverence, fearful of offending Qin Zhuo. The occurrence of such events in Zone C was highly undesirable, and he expressed his condolences, urging them to adapt to the circumstances. "What are your plans moving forward?" Qin Zhuo asked. When the topic of plans arose, Luo Min remained silent for a moment before responding. "We intend to seek assistance in Zone A and relay the information so that they can prepare in advance. Many zombies have already begun to pursue us, and it won't be long before they surge into the southern region en masse, leading to a highly dangerous situation. Senior, if possible, we would like to request your support." Luo Min's expression was earnest, his gaze filled with excitement as he looked at Qin Zhuo. If he could secure Qin Zhuo's aid, he believed that these troubles could be swiftly resolved. "Request my assistance. Are you jesting?" Qin Zhuo thought, startled. As an ordinary individual, how could he possibly confront such a dire threat? Maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied earnestly, "The number of zombies is in the billions, and I am but a solitary individual. What could I possibly do to contend with such a horde?" This assertion left Luo Min momentarily speechless. Indeed, Qin Zhuo was merely one person, while the zombie numbers were overwhelmingly vast. "Luo Min, if you can muster sufficient manpower, I shall lend you my support, but for now, the next steps are in your hands. You must understand that cultivation is a trial. The greater the strength, the heavier the tribulations. If you can survive these challenges, your power will soar. This is an opportunity you should seize. Do not let me jeopardize it." Upon hearing this, Luo Hai was visibly moved, promptly rising to declare, "Senior speaks true. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare, and I cannot afford to miss this chance. If not for your guidance earlier, I might have let it slip away. Senior, I implore you not to intervene in this matter. I wish to rely on my own abilities to succeed." Hearing these words, Qin Zhuo felt a sense of relief. Observing Luo Min's determination, he smiled and said, "In that case, I shall refrain from further discussion. You 3 should take the next few days to rest and recuperate before setting out." "Thank you, Senior." The 3 expressed their gratitude. After providing some final instructions, Qin Zhuo departed from the hall. After the crowd gradually dispersed, the one-armed man, Zhou Kong, inquired, "Sister Luo, why did you say that earlier? If we could enlist the help of a senior, it would undoubtedly benefit us and alleviate much trouble. If we could secure the senior's assistance, our situation would be much more stable." He truly could not comprehend why Luo Min had uttered such words. Upon hearing this, Luo Min furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her displeasure. "You were astute the other day, yet how could you be so muddled at such a critical moment? Both of us are outsiders, having just arrived, and we have no connections with that senior. It is inherently impossible to solicit their aid, especially since that senior just enlightened me." This revelation left both of them astonished. And Zhou Kong could not help but ask, "Sister Luo, what did that senior impart?" I did not sense anything at all. Chapter 26. The virtuous Luo Min the Elder advised us to venture to the safe zone on our own. Do you know why? Luo Min inquired. The two shook their heads in response, believing that the Elder simply did not wish to intervene, as they were neither kin nor acquaintance. And it was unlikely that someone would assist upon first meeting. Furthermore, at such a level, their resources would likely be insufficient to persuade the Elder to act. Luo Min spoke earnestly. The Elder has discerned that my strength has reached a critical juncture for a breakthrough. This moment presents a rare opportunity. If the Elder were to intervene, it would cause me to miss my chance. Opportunities are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. They are precious and fleeting. The Elder's seemingly casual remark was, in fact, guidance for me to seize this moment, contrary to your assumptions. This explanation left the two in a state of astonishment. With merely a glance, they could perceive the depth of Luo Min's cultivation, which was likely unfathomable. Additionally, there was the equally enigmatic servant, whose strength they could not even begin to gauge. To have such a servant willingly assist them was no trivial matter. If Qin Zhuo lacked the strength to intimidate them, how could he command such loyalty? Qin Zhuo was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Zhou Kong and Wu Shui were filled with awe, and upon realization, they held Qin Zhuo in high regard. That Elder was truly extraordinary. We were indeed foolish to almost jeopardize Luo Min's opportunity. Zhou Kong admitted with a hint of embarrassment. He was well aware of Luo Min's formidable capabilities, yet he himself had stagnated in his cultivation for quite some time, continuously seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. Recently, during the outbreak of the zombie tide in Zone C, they had fought their way through numerous encounters, which had granted them profound insights and accelerated their progress. Luo Min, we acted too impulsively just now. Should we not go and apologize? Wu Shui suggested timidly. Yes, we must go. Regardless of what the Elder may say, you cannot offend him. Do you understand? Luo Min's expression was earnest as she repeatedly cautioned them. Upon hearing this, the two suddenly comprehended and prepared to express their gratitude properly. They exited the room, but as soon as they stepped outside, they sensed something amiss and raised their heads to survey the farm. There they saw Qin Zhuo, busily scattering an array of unfamiliar items across the fields, while Su Bo and the thin monkey assisted with their tasks nearby. Young master, Su Bo seemed to notice Zhou Kang's arrival and immediately called out softly. Qin Zhuo turned to face them, setting aside his tools with a smile. Ah, it's you. What brings you out? Shouldn't you be resting in your room? Elder, we inadvertently offended you earlier. We were blind to your worth and neglected you. We beg for your forgiveness, Zhou Kang stated earnestly, gazing at Qin Zhuo with gratitude. Thank you. These words momentarily left Qin Zhuo bewildered. He had no intention of intervening, and his previous remarks had merely been a means to placate Luo Min. Why were they now coming to express their gratitude? What was happening? Qin Zhuo's expression revealed no hint of change, while Su Bo and the thin monkey wore equally peculiar looks. Internally perplexed, he maintained a facade of wisdom and spoke slowly. If Luo Minrua can comprehend this, then my earlier guidance was not in vain. As for the two of you, Zhou Kong, despite your severed arm, prolonged cultivation and energy consolidation will ultimately benefit you greatly. One day, you may even restore your lost limb. This statement left Zhou Kong in a state of astonishment as he held unwavering faith in Qin Zhuo's words, convinced that through diligent practice, he could regain his former self. No matter how long it took, he was determined to persevere. Thank you, esteemed senior. I will certainly devote myself to my training, Zhou Kong exclaimed with fervor. Qin Zhuo, observing him, silently shook his head, thinking, to cultivate to the point of regaining one's arm, how could that be possible? I merely offered some vague consolation. As he contemplated how to navigate the situation concerning Wu Shui, Su Bo interjected, young man, my master speaks the truth. Such phenomena do indeed exist. Within a secure area in the eastern region, I once witnessed a powerful individual who had undergone more than 30 evolutions manifest a lost arm. The sight left me utterly astounded. At that level, one's energy is vast enough to coalesce into a limb, allowing for normal function, even surpassing the agility of an ordinary arm. This explanation convinced Zhou Kong entirely. The thin monkey, however, voiced disbelief. Is it truly possible for such occurrences to exist? Yet overcoming 30 evolutions seems exceedingly arduous. Su Bo replied calmly, indeed, such strong individuals are formidable, but that does not preclude the possibility. With dedicated training and a stroke of good fortune, it could be achievable. Thank you, esteemed senior. Although it may be challenging, at least I now have a goal. Far better than my previous aimlessness. I shall strive towards this direction in the future, Zhou Kong expressed gratefully. Observing Su Bo and Zhou Kong in this manner, Qin Zhuo found himself momentarily bewildered. How should he proceed with his next words? What sort of situation was this? Ah, why do these vegetables seem to be infused with energy? Wu Shui suddenly exclaimed. noticing the vibrant energy fluctuations emanating from the vegetables. Initially suspecting her own eyes, she soon confirmed the authenticity of the energy waves. If these energy-infused vegetables existed, did that imply the food they had consumed earlier also contained a significant amount of energy? Zhou Kong and Wu Shui felt invigorated by this revelation. The esteemed senior is truly generous to provide us with such vegetables. Qin Zhuo, observing their reactions, thought to himself, they are merely ordinary vegetables. There is nothing remarkable here. You are injured. It would be best to return to your rooms and rest for a few months. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kong expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. We shall not disturb you further. Watching the two depart, Qin Zhuo felt somewhat bewildered. Perhaps he had not done much at all. These outsiders truly were peculiar, engaging in all manner of strange behaviors. The farm was of considerable size, yet with the assistance of two individuals, the tasks were completed with remarkable efficiency. By the time evening descended, they had nearly finished their work. Upon shedding their garments and entering the hall, they were struck by the sight of the immaculate space, devoid of any dust. This unexpected scene left Qin Zhuo astonished. What was happening? Were these outsiders not only uninvited guests but also tidying up? At that moment, Luo Min stepped forward, a faint smile gracing her features. Apologies for intruding, esteemed seniors. We felt it was only right, especially after receiving your guidance earlier. With some leisure time on our hands, we took the liberty of tidying up the hall. Chapter 27. Luo Min departs. Rest assured, senior, we have not touched anything else. Luo Min explained. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly upon hearing this, his gaze resting upon Luo Min as he smiled and remarked, many have visited here, yet few possess the grace you exhibit. Your praise is unwarranted, senior. However, I have encountered numerous astonishing wonders here, particularly the diverse array of foods, which are nearly impossible to find in the outside world. Luo Min could not help but express, recalling the remarkable items she had seen recently. When the subject of food was raised, Qin Zhuo dismissed it nonchalantly. Those foods are exceedingly ordinary, once ubiquitous before the apocalypse. It is a pity that their existence faded from public view with the onset of the catastrophe. Yet, if one were to obtain their seeds and allow sufficient time, they could indeed reappear in the post-apocalyptic world, provided that the zombies do not interfere. Luo Min could not help but smile wryly upon hearing this. Though your words are simple, achieving such a feat is exceedingly difficult. The zombies roam freely, controlling vast territories, while human safe zones exist precariously, like threads between the cracks. Without food, survival is impossible, leaving us with no means to contend with the zombies. Even though safe zones are not genuinely secure, the prospect of cultivating these foods in peace is nearly unattainable. She envied the senior, who could cultivate food in such a place with ease, living a carefree existence, where even the zombies dared not tread. You speak the truth, yet the realization of this is far too challenging. Aspiring to reach your level is but a distant dream. Luo Min admitted with a sigh. Qin Zhuo, however, countered, a distant dream? I beg to differ. If you could enter Area A, I believe you would witness astonishing results. What do you mean by that, senior? Luo Min inquired, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, a lean figure emerged, carrying food and smiling as he explained. That is because not long ago, the senior provided my young lady with a considerable amount of fertilizer and imparted valuable knowledge on cultivation. I believe our safe zone will soon bear ripe fruit, enabling us to weather the crisis. Luo Min was taken aback by this revelation. You are from Area A? Indeed. Recently, I was bitten by a zombie, but thanks to the senior's treatment with mysterious herbs, I have recovered. I was supposed to leave here, but due to my incomplete recovery and not wanting to burden my young lady, I shamelessly chose to stay for the time being. You were bitten by a zombie? It is astonishing that you appear unaffected. Which herbs could possibly cure such an infection? Luo Min exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. She was aware that antidotes could eliminate infectious diseases, yet they were far too precious for the average person to obtain. Moreover, the creation of an antidote demanded an enormous amount of resources, including a significant quantity of food, which faced widespread opposition. People understood that the chances of utilizing such an antidote for themselves were slim. The idea of consuming precious food resources for such a purpose was understandably met with resistance. However, she had never heard of any herb capable of eradicating such a terrifying infectious disease. The lean monkey chuckled. In due time, you will understand. Mr. Qin Zhuo is truly an extraordinary individual, possessing a plethora of wondrous items. Should you linger here longer, your eyes will surely be opened. Listening to their flattering remarks, Qin Zhuo could not help but shake his head, stating, You flatter me. I am merely an ordinary person. A few days later, Luo Min approached Qin Zhuo, expressing her gratitude for his care. We are immensely thankful for your assistance these past few days. Our injuries have nearly healed, and it is time for us to set out towards the safe zone. Their wounds had sufficiently mended, and it was indeed time to depart. The emergence of the elite zombies was a significant matter. They could no longer afford to delay. It was imperative to relay this information to other safe zones, so they could bolster their defenses against the impending zombie onslaught. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, advising, exercise caution on your journey. Those zombies will not be as amiable as we are, and the distance to the safe zone is considerable. Remain vigilant. Thank you for the warning, Senior. We shall be careful, they replied. Once they departed from the farm, the trio felt an overwhelming sense of peril. The zombies, with their gnarled claws and the stench of decay, included several formidable advanced zombies. The identity of this senior was shrouded in mystery, as even the advanced zombies dared not encroach upon his vicinity. From their recent interactions, Luo Min's expression grew solemn. She sensed that Qin Zhuo was undoubtedly a peerless powerhouse. Though he emitted no discernible energy fluctuations, she perceived that he had attained an extraordinarily profound level. Their own cultivation was too low to detect the subtle changes. The distance to Zone A was substantial, and they would have to rely solely on themselves moving forward. They resolved to exert their utmost effort to break into Zone A. Once within their territory, assistance would be dispatched to meet them. Luo Min tightened the bindings on her hands, inhaling deeply as she prepared for action. Rest assured, Sister Luo. Though these zombies are formidable, they are no match for us, Zhou Kong replied, despite having lost an arm. The energy within him remained intact, and under Qin Zhuo's prior guidance, his strength had indeed increased. With a roar, the trio launched their assault. They unleashed an exceptionally potent energy, overwhelming the surrounding zombies in mere seconds, before dashing forth with the swiftness of lightning. Although the zombies were frenzied, they could not keep pace with Luo Min and Zhou Kong, left to watch helplessly as the trio escaped. Simultaneously, the three were astonished to feel varying degrees of enhancement within themselves. Upon reflection, they were even more surprised to realize their recovery time had been reduced by at least half compared to their expectations. This remarkable rate of recovery dawned on them only later. My speed is astonishing. Just moments ago, I effortlessly annihilated those intermediate zombies. My fire attribute strength has surged significantly. It must be the result of the senior's culinary skills that have elevated me, Zhou Kong exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. They all knew that Qin Zhuo's dishes were infused with energy and were extraordinarily delectable. It is undoubtedly the nourishment that has invigorated their bodies, endowing them with enhanced resilience and formidable prowess. Such transformations are often imperceptible in the short term, only revealing their true nature amidst the chaos of battle. This method is profoundly sophisticated. Reflecting on these thoughts, they felt a surge of exhilaration, their hearts brimming with confidence. Luo Min, equally invigorated, recalled recent events and, upon glimpsing the outline that loomed not far ahead, exclaimed, "The safe zone lies just ahead. We must hasten our pace." Chapter 28. Can a simple gymnastics routine lead to breakthroughs? Quickly, there are survivors. Dispatch a rescue team at once to bring them back. In Area A, some individuals detected the arrival of the survivors and promptly organized personnel for the rescue mission. Upon their return, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. One of the team leaders inquired, "From which safe zone do you hail? How is it that you have ventured so close to our sanctuary?" "We come from Area C," responded Luo Min gravely. "We kindly request to meet Lu Jun, as we have significant information to convey." This declaration caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present, who immediately proceeded to make arrangements. Although the turmoil in Area C had stirred considerable chatter, only the higher echelons were privy to the truth, while the ordinary survivors remained blissfully unaware. Nonetheless, the mere mention of their identity warranted a degree of politeness, especially considering the formidable strength of Luo Min and his companions. "Oh, you are from Mr. Qin Zhuo's faction?" Lu Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Min nodded, elucidating, "We were fortunate to receive assistance from Senior Qin Zhuo. Otherwise, we would have been torn to shreds by the zombies. Furthermore, we bear urgent news that must be communicated to you." "What does this matter?" Lu Jun asked, noting the gravity of Luo Min's demeanor and recalling the recent events in Area C, which led him to surmise that a grave situation had unfolded. While zombies were indeed ferocious, most human survivors possessed the ability to cultivate their strength, and the defenses of the iron ruins would afford them some measure of time. Thus, the likelihood of immediate peril was quite low. However, the situation in Area C was dire, having recently been reported as a complete annihilation, with no survivors. The devastation of Area C was attributed to an assault by elite zombies, and we encountered two of these powerful beings. Their strength is formidable. Ordinary cultivators cannot intimidate them. Should they appear in the southern regions, it would pose a significant threat, necessitating an effective strategy to address this menace, lest their rampage result in the obliteration of most safe zones in a short time. Lu Jun's countenance shifted dramatically, although he had anticipated the complexities of the situation. he was nonetheless taken aback upon learning the truth. Elite zombies are terrifying. They surpass even the most formidable of humans, and eliminating them is an arduous task, achievable only with the collaboration of several powerful individuals. I assure you, every word I speak is the truth, Luo Min declared solemnly. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo sat in the external corridor, his brow furrowed. I am uncertain whether they have reached the safe zone, he mused. Beside him, Su Bo chuckled. Young master, Luo Min possesses considerable strength. Their united presence in the safe zone should pose no threat. My genuine concern lies with the elite zombies they mentioned. Oh, Su Bo, what insights do you possess? Qin Zhuo inquired, sensing Su Bo had knowledge to share. Su Bo explained, I have some understanding of the situation. The strength of elite zombies is extraordinarily formidable, and ordinary forces are rendered ineffective against them. Only through substantial manpower might they be vanquished. I am particularly apprehensive about their potential arrival nearby, for it would spell danger. The words cast a shadow over the countenance of the lean monkey. What kind of terrifying power could a special-grade zombie possess to warrant such gravity from Su Bo? Observing their expressions, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly. He did not believe that zombies could breach the safety zone. Although he had never encountered particularly formidable zombies, the safety zone had remained secure for over 2 years, making any issues highly improbable, even for a special-grade zombie. Considering the current perilous situation, Qin Zhuo rose to engage in some physical activity. He began to perform calisthenics. And with each movement, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, as if awakening from a slumber. Meanwhile, the lean monkey, who had been preparing to check on the situation, was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Qin Zhuo bouncing energetically, he was unsure of what to make of it. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and spoke. Mr. Qin Zhuo, do not fret. Haven't the zombies yet to arrive? Perhaps we are merely causing ourselves unnecessary distress. It's possible there is no special grade zombie at all. They might have made an error. What were you just doing? Qin Zhuo, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly. Once seated, he replied, what I was doing was calisthenics, which helps alleviate tension and invigorate the muscles. The lean monkey was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. However, he decided to mimic Qin Zhuo's actions, soon feeling warmth envelop his body. A peculiar force began to envelop him, swiftly covering his form, and within moments, he felt a surge of energy, his strength intensifying. This marked an evolutionary transformation. The lean monkey had evolved for the 4th time. He stared incredulously at his palm, exclaiming, how is this possible? Just a few movements, and my energy has evolved. I had only just made a breakthrough half a month ago. Quickly, he recalled the fruits and vegetables he had consumed over the past fortnight, all brimming with immense energy. This sustained nourishment, combined with this opportunity, had enabled his strength to reach a new pinnacle. Yet, he was astonished by the transformation. Mr. Qin Zhuo, thank you. Without your assistance, I would likely never have achieved this breakthrough, the lean monkey said, his expression brimming with excitement. This scene left Qin Zhuo momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? Had he truly said anything significant? Was it merely the calisthenics that had catalyzed such a transformation? Surely, this cultivation could not be so trivial. Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Zhuo could only muster the courage to say, a breakthrough in strength is commendable. This is all your fortune. He opened his mouth to continue, but ultimately refrained. Uncertain of what more to say, the lean monkey, invigorated, settled down to absorb the energy. Qin Zhuo, observing this, shook his head slightly. He resumed his calisthenics. Knowing that he needed a robust physique, and these simple exercises were an effective means to break a sweat, persistent dedication has significantly strengthened his physique. And with the incorporation of exercises such as push-ups, his body has acquired a more defined silhouette. After more than half an hour of exertion, Qin Zhuo was drenched in sweat, a sensation that was quite invigorating. Casting a glance at the lean monkey still absorbing energy, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly and rose to depart. Young master, just now I sensed a surge of energy. Is everything all right? Su Bo inquired hastily as Qin Zhuo returned. Regarding this matter, Qin Zhuo turned his gaze towards the respective area and gestured, saying, the lean monkey has experienced a breakthrough in strength. He is currently engaged in energy absorption, so let us refrain from disturbing him. Chapter 29, Taking Action. Oh, has the lean monkey made a breakthrough? Su Bo's expression was one of astonishment. He was well aware of the lean monkey's mediocre talent and saw nothing remarkable about him. It was likely that his advancement in cultivation was the result of Qin Zhuo's guidance. With his seasoned perspective, Su Bo could discern that the lean monkey's cultivation had entered a plateau phase, and any further advancement would require a substantial accumulation of experience, along with extensive practical combat. Thus, he was exceedingly curious about what exactly Qin Zhuo had imparted to elicit such a silent breakthrough in the lean monkey. This was truly remarkable. Young master, you are indeed extraordinary. Achieving a breakthrough under your tutelage is as effortless as drinking water or eating, Subo remarked instinctively. Effortless as drinking water or eating. Subo, you flatter me. I have done nothing at all, Qin Zhuo replied, shaking his head. After all, he had merely performed a few sets of calisthenics to enhance his own physical condition. Who could have anticipated that the lean monkey would benefit from it and actually make a leap in strength? What a strange occurrence. Is cultivation becoming too simplistic in this era? Subo laughed. Tomorrow, it is time to collect the vegetables from outside. At this point, Qin Zhuo seemed to recall something. We also need to plant some seeds tomorrow, as I still have a few seeds left to sow. Very well, I shall rise early to tend to it. Subo nodded in agreement. The next day, Qin Zhuo rose early, changed his attire, and proceeded to the farm to plant the seeds. Subo and the lean monkey stood by to assist him. Mr. Qin Zhuo, what kind of seeds are these? The lean monkey inquired with curiosity. Upon mentioning the seeds, Qin Zhuo lifted his head and smiled. These are eggplant seeds. Eggplant? What kind of food is that? I have never heard of it before. The lean monkey was evidently surprised. Although he had seen many foods in Qin Zhuo's possession, he was unfamiliar with their names and had only grasped a portion of them. Eggplant was clearly a novel term to him. Is this fellow even from Earth? How could he not know of eggplant? Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes and patiently explained. Eggplant is quite a delightful food. It has its own merits compared to what we typically consume. However, braised eggplant is exceptionally delicious. The lean monkey gazed intently at Qin Zhuo, unable to restrain himself from saying, I see. I am genuinely looking forward to tasting this eggplant. He felt a sense of numbness. The food materials unattainable in the outside world were nearly all present here, and the farm boasted a variety of produce, including tomatoes and cucumbers. Learning about yet another type of food astonished him greatly. He simply could not fathom where Qin Zhuo sourced these ingredients. Mr. Qin Zhuo must be an extraordinary person, undoubtedly possessing unique means to acquire such items. In this apocalyptic age, obtaining these foods is exceedingly difficult. Indeed, Mr. Qin Zhuo is truly remarkable, the lean monkey thought to himself. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Subo's murky gaze as he earnestly remarked. Young master is indeed a divine being. Many years ago, I stumbled upon this food in some ancient tomes, which, at that time, had been reduced to fragments by the bites of zombies. Yet, even to this day, the memories remain vivid in my mind. When reminiscing about those days, Subo's brow was furrowed with a deep sense of nostalgia, as he remarked, the ingredients for this food seem almost impossible to exist, yet here they are. Each one of them, which is truly astonishing. This was not the first time Subo had expressed such sentiments. However, each encounter with these ingredients intensified the awe within him. Qin Zhuo, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head, saying, the reason we have obtained such a wealth of food seeds is crucial. With the first seed, we can continuously cultivate more of the same. There is nothing extraordinary about it. You are overthinking it. This statement held truth. Previously, Qin Zhuo had acquired numerous seeds within the system, and although he had received more seeds during skill enhancements, they would inevitably run out. Hence, he had diligently preserved the seeds he had learned to store. At that time, he had even shared many seeds with Area A. The two did not respond, harboring immense admiration for Qin Zhuo in their hearts, despite the casual manner of his words. Acquiring those seeds was no easy feat. The zombies had ravaged the entire world, leaving almost everything in ruins. Survivors were compelled to search for materials on their own, a task fraught with challenges. Both the lean monkey and Subo had experienced this firsthand. Although they possessed varying levels of strength, they were acutely aware of the formidable opponents they faced. Likewise, greater power attracted the attention of even more formidable zombies. In such an environment, obtaining a sufficient number of seeds was nearly fanciful, yet Qin Zhuo had managed to do so, amassing a considerable quantity, which left them profoundly astonished. Qin Zhuo was undoubtedly an unparalleled powerhouse. Subo opened his mouth, intending to speak, but furrowed his brow instead and said, Young master, outsiders have arrived. Let us go and see. With that, the group set off to investigate, only to find the door had been forcefully breached, while outside, the zombies clawed and snarled, yet dared not step inside. The ground was stained with blood, which had seeped into the farm. Soon, they beheld 3 men and 1 woman ravenously tearing at the red meat hanging from the eaves and rummaging through the refuse for food. This scene caused Lei Ting to raise an eyebrow, thinking to himself, have these people lost their minds, resorting to eating food from the trash? The lean monkey, witnessing this, felt a twinge of empathy. Had they arrived in such dire circumstances, they too would have acted with similar frenzy, for food was exceedingly scarce, and no one would easily overlook any sustenance. Who are you? Entering without my young master's consent is rather presumptuous, Subo stated coldly. This remark snapped the 4 individuals back to reality. Upon seeing the well-groomed group, their expressions darkened, and they clenched their teeth in frustration. Old fool, Mind your own business. Do you believe I will kill you in a moment? I never anticipated that you would possess such an abundance of food. This food now belongs to us. The survivors gazed greedily at the surrounding provisions, their faces reflecting avarice. Humph, you dare to cause trouble here? If you had approached us with respect, perhaps we would have shared our bounty with you. But since you have chosen to behave so arrogantly, do not blame this old man for being ungracious. Old Su took immediate action. Two individuals halted their movements, their eyes cold as they remarked, "This old fool truly lacks awareness. If that is the case, I shall show him what he deserves." With that, the two drew their weapons, preparing to strike Su in order to intimidate him. As they engaged, a clash of light ensued. The two men found themselves staggering violently, their weapons inexplicably sent flying, while a deep imprint appeared on their chests. Chapter 30. Without rules. There can be no order. Astonishment washed over the two men as they gazed at Elder Su, an elderly gentleman nearing his 50s, who possessed such remarkable strength. Their expressions were filled with disbelief, as they had just been shaken to their course. Particularly, the two men felt their chests deeply concave, nearly all of their ribs shattered, leaving them trembling uncontrollably in excruciating pain, their eyes wide with terror. It dawned on them that this elder was not to be trifled with. Prolonged exposure to him would indeed prove perilous, potentially costing them dearly. At that moment, two more individuals approached, their gazes warily fixed on Elder Su and Qin Zhuo. It was evident to them that Elder Su's power was formidable, while the lean figure, a novice practitioner with merely 4 stages of evolution, was hardly impressive. As for Qin Zhuo, they could not sense any energy emanating from him. Yet, they understood that Elder Su had addressed him as young master, indicating that Qin Zhuo's identity was undeniably significant. Perhaps their initial assumption that Qin Zhuo lacked any cultivation was misguided. Rather, it was likely that his prowess was simply beyond their discernment, as their own abilities were woefully inadequate to perceive the true levels of a powerful individual. In this post-apocalyptic world, where food was scarce, the existence of such individuals was almost inconceivable, especially after witnessing firsthand how the zombies had hesitated at the entrance. It was precisely this that had spared them from disaster, only to be met with the sight of an abundance of food within. Having endured hunger for several days, they could no longer restrain themselves. "My friend, this is a misunderstanding. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely..." The leader of the muscular men wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his tone laced with respect. He was keenly aware of the need to avoid offending Qin Zhuo and his companions. With a frigid gaze, Qin Zhuo replied, "As Elder Su has stated, had you approached us amicably, we would have gladly welcomed you. However, this is not a shelter where anyone can come and go at will, especially not with such blatant disregard for the rules. You may remain, but you are not permitted to enter the inner quarters." Qin Zhuo's voice was devoid of warmth. "Elder Su, keep a close watch on them. Should any of them dare to act recklessly, show no mercy." Elder Su affirmed, "Rest assured, young master. Should any of them step out of line, I shall deal with them decisively." Ignoring the men, Qin Zhuo departed. As he had mentioned, he desired for others to come forth with provisions, yet if they behaved arrogantly, what course of action could he take? His strength was insufficient for adequate protection, and even Elder Su was similarly constrained. Rules must exist, otherwise, chaos would ensue, leading to utter disorder. Outside the farmhouse, the leader of the muscular men wore a grim expression. He shot a glare at the other two and said, "That elder showed us mercy just now. Had he truly engaged, we would not have survived to leave. Brother, these individuals are taking advantage of us. We are all survivors at this critical juncture. We should be helping one another." Yet, he not only barred our entry but also... The man who had been struck in anger wiped the blood from his face. "Shall we wait until nightfall to strike? I refuse to believe they can withstand us." Smack. The robustly built man delivered a resounding slap to the face of his companion, coldly remarking, "Are you a fool?" The formidable elder possessed immense power. And what could we possibly use to contend with such an adversary? Moreover, the prowess of that young man was unfathomable. We were utterly outmatched. He had already shown mercy towards the survivors, and you still wish to provoke him? Do you seek to ensure our demise here? Soon. We must humbly approach him to seek forgiveness. Otherwise, we shall encounter grave troubles. Do you believe we can evade those frenzied zombies once we leave the farm? This statement caused the faces of the two men to pale. Initially, they had not grasped the gravity of the situation. But upon being so pointedly addressed by the robust man, they quickly comprehended that the two individuals in question were terrifyingly powerful, far beyond their capacity to confront. "Brother, we were in the wrong. We shall go and apologize at once," they exclaimed, attempting to rise and enter. Yet, just as they were about to do so, Su Bo emerged. "It seems you have forgotten my young master's warning," Su Bo remarked coldly. "Esteemed elder, we were indeed blind to our own folly. We wish to sincerely apologize to your young master, hoping he might grant us an opportunity," one of them earnestly pleaded. Subo regarded them thoughtfully for a moment before responding. I shall relay this matter to my young master. Should he choose not to forgive you, I advise you to leave swiftly. Leave swiftly? Their expressions darkened further. They had only just arrived, and the zombies outside were exceedingly vicious. Whether they could survive the journey back was highly questionable. As these thoughts filled their minds, regret washed over them. Why did they have to offend that young master? Was this not a path to self-destruction? Subo paid them no mind and returned to the hall to inform Qin Zhuo. Mr. Qin Zhuo, how do you propose we handle this situation? Asked the lean monkey, unable to contain his curiosity. Noticing their expectant gazes, Qin Zhuo replied calmly. We are operating within a small safe zone, and it is inevitable that other survivors will arrive in due course. If, at this critical juncture, anyone behaves arrogantly, we shall only invite endless troubles. Rules must be established. Without them, chaos reigns. If they genuinely repent, we may allow them to enter temporarily for rest and provide them with sustenance. However, should they remain ungrateful, we must not hesitate to act decisively. We cannot afford to be lenient. Subo wholeheartedly endorsed this sentiment. Having encountered many varied individuals, he understood that some were exceedingly greedy, and admitting such individuals would only bring relentless danger. Qin Zhuo's approach was indeed justified. Without rules, chaos would ensue. Failing to establish order would only lead to turmoil. Very well, I shall keep a close watch on them. Should they dare to act recklessly, I will ensure they understand the consequences of their folly. Subo declared. Thank you, Subo. I appreciate your assistance, Qin Zhuo said before retreating to his quarters to rest. As night fell, the farm had settled into a profound silence. Yet peculiar sounds occasionally echoed through the air, instilling a deep sense of trepidation among the men in tactical gear. They feared that zombies might have infiltrated the premises. However, without the consent of Qin Zhuo, they dared not act recklessly, acutely aware that Subo was vigilantly observing their every move. Should they act out of line, that formidable figure would undoubtedly intervene without hesitation. As they spent a restless night cloaked in anxiety, the men in tactical attire found themselves ravenously hungry, their expressions grave. Yet they refrained from voicing their discomfort, merely casting longing glances towards the others. After an agonizing 30 minutes, Qin Zhuo emerged. He regarded the group and stated, "Come in. The earlier incident may have been a misunderstanding, but once you are in my presence, you ought to be fully aware of your status and the conduct expected of you. Do you comprehend? Rest assured, senior. We will not act out of line." The man in tactical gear replied promptly, bowing respectfully. Chapter 31. The Beauty Trap. At this moment, the man clad in robust attire had shed his previous arrogance, responding with utmost respect. He understood that the young man before him was not someone he could afford to offend, especially since he was about to provide sustenance, something for which they ought to be profoundly grateful in this apocalyptic world. Come along, I have prepared food for you. Qin Zhuo said with a smile. Food? I am incredibly grateful, esteemed senior, the man exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. I am Lu Yong, and if you require any assistance, we would spare no effort to fulfill your requests. Let us eat first, and then we shall discuss matters, Qin Zhuo replied succinctly, aware that Lu Yong's words were merely polite formalities. Upon entering the abode, the pristine decor and the tantalizing aroma of the food brought tears to their eyes, for they had never encountered such delectable fare. The mere fact that Qin Zhuo was willing to share this bounty filled them with elation. Thank you, esteemed senior, Lu Yong expressed once more. Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, saying, Please, sit and eat. I have some inquiries for you as well. Oh, what would you like to know, esteemed senior? We will disclose all that we know, Lu Yong replied as he and his companions devoured the food voraciously, eager to consume even the plates. Observing their ravenous consumption, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly. Once they had eaten sufficiently, he inquired, Are you from a safe zone? Upon mentioning the safe zone, Lu Yong's expression darkened. After a brief hesitation, he replied, We do not hail from any of those safe zones. We are merely survivors from the outside world. We have formed an alliance, the Survivor Alliance, to shelter those scattered in distant lands, as some individuals prefer not to remain confined within the safe zones. Our Survivor Alliance is located deep in the south, a place of safety. However, we are facing a dire food shortage as our seeds inexplicably fail to germinate. Recently, our food supply has become precarious. Thus, we had no choice but to send people out, and we are among them. His tone turned regretful as he added, Esteemed senior, with so much food at your disposal, might we exchange sufficient goods for it? Qin Zhuo responded coolly. It is not that I am unwilling to trade with you, but your location must be quite distant from the safe zone. You have witnessed the circumstances along the way. Do you believe you can safely return to your main camp with the food? This statement paled Lu Yong and his companions, for they recognized the truth in Qin Zhuo's words. Their strength was already waning, and they had ventured here in desperation. The prospect of returning seemed daunting. You are correct, esteemed senior. Whether we can survive the return journey with the food is uncertain, and that would only waste your provisions, Lu Yong sighed ruefully. I apologize for my earlier insolence. Please do not take it to heart. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, glanced at the sky, and said, your injuries are considerable. Since you have arrived here, allow me to assist in your healing. Su Bo, you and Shouho should head to the fields to address the situation. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Su Bo and Shouho promptly set off to attend to their tasks. Soon, Qin Zhuo returned with the necessary items. While Lu Yong and the others dared not take any action, they understood that their presence here was solely due to Qin Zhuo's benevolence. To create any disturbance at this crucial moment would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thinking along these lines, they refrained from any reckless behavior. Senior, I truly appreciate your assistance. Lu Yong expressed gratefully. After your treatment, I can already perceive a significant improvement in my leg, and other injured areas have also healed considerably. It is nothing short of a miracle. The others nearby felt a tinge of confusion. But they quickly speculated that Lu Yong was merely trying to ingratiate himself with Qin Zhuo, thus they paid it little mind. However, when it came time for their own treatment, they experienced the astonishing effects firsthand. In less than a few minutes, their injuries had healed remarkably. The tingling sensation and the surge of vitality coursing through their bodies left them wide-eyed in disbelief. Their journey had been fraught with peril, having endured numerous assaults from zombies. The fact that they had managed to return alive was a stroke of luck, yet their injuries had persisted and even worsened. They never anticipated that Qin Zhuo could so effortlessly alleviate the majority of their ailments, and it appeared that they would soon return to normal, filling their hearts with astonishment. Senior Qin Zhuo possesses extraordinary skills, they mused. How could my injuries have improved so drastically in such a brief period? It is simply unfathomable. Senior Qin Zhuo is undoubtedly a remarkable individual. I am fortunate not to have offended him earlier, otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. The group could not help but feel a mix of admiration and trepidation. Encountering such an extraordinary healer was a stroke of fate. Thank you, Senior Qin Zhuo. I can feel my wounds improving significantly. Lu Yong expressed his gratitude once more. Qin Zhuo smiled and replied, there is no need for such formality. We are among the few survivors in this apocalypse. In times like these, we should be helping one another. Although zombies rampaged outside, they could not breach the farm, allowing you to recuperate in peace. Thank you, Senior Qin Zhuo. The group responded with deep bows of appreciation. After Qin Zhuo departed, Lu Yong rubbed his injured areas, feeling a notable relief wash over his pale face. Senior Li is truly a remarkable figure. His medical skills are exceptionally refined. I can already feel my wounds returning to normal. While this statement might seem somewhat exaggerated, the fact remained that his injuries had healed substantially. And in this state of recovery, he would be back to normal in a matter of days. This was ample proof of Qin Zhuo's extraordinary medical prowess. The three companions beside him shared a similar sentiment, although they recognized that such statements could be seen as hyperbolic. They could not deny the formidable strength of Qin Zhuo's medical abilities, which left them in a state of incredulity. In such an environment, the existence of a farm is remarkable, and the elderly gentleman possesses formidable strength, earning profound respect from none other than the esteemed Qin Zhuo. It seems that this Qin Zhuo is indeed extraordinary. The only woman spoke earnestly. Her words captured Lu Yong's attention, prompting him to suggest, Qin Shui, that senior possesses extraordinary abilities. Perhaps you should consider approaching him. It could greatly benefit you. This remark caused Qin Shui to blush. Though the color soon faded as she sighed, I would indeed like to, but Captain, you must understand that with such formidable prowess, that senior could have any woman he desires. As for me, a withered flower, I shall refrain from intruding. Chapter 32. An awkward encounter recently. The external environment has been tumultuous. One can only hope that no further calamities arise, for it is we, the common folk, who ultimately bear the brunt of such turmoil. Lu Yong perceived a cacophony of distressing roars from the outside world, interspersed with the heart-wrenching screams of the undead. He understood that survivors had ventured into the vicinity. Yet their fortune paled in comparison to his own group, as they had fallen victim to an onslaught of zombies. The situation was undoubtedly perilous. Had they not managed to reach the farm, they would likely have become mere shells of their former selves. The woman beside him fell silent for a moment before speaking. Brother Young, we are fortunate, yet we cannot linger here indefinitely. We must return to the Alliance. However, given the arduous journey we undertook to arrive at this place, returning may prove to be a daunting task. Her words rang with a semblance of truth. They had been on the brink of succumbing to the relentless assault of the undead when they fortuitously discovered the farm's existence, prompting them to risk everything to reach it, thus preserving their lives. Let us venture outside and assess the situation. There may still be survivors, Lu Yong declared. adjusting his clothing over his wounds and taking a deep breath before stepping out. Simultaneously, Qin Zhuo and his companions sensed the arrival of survivors. Though they too were besieged by the frenzied attacks of zombies, their anguished cries echoing incessantly, a torment to the ears. Furrowing his brow, Qin Zhuo was reluctant to intervene. He knew what he ought to do, yet he felt powerless, lacking the strength to render assistance. The sheer volume of the undead outside had reached an alarming threshold, instilling fear in everyone. "Young master, should I go out and take a look?" Su Bo, moved by compassion, contemplated aiding the survivors, especially since they were nearing the farm's vicinity. Qin Zhuo, however, remained absorbed in planting seeds, his focus unwavering. This perplexed Su Bo and the lean monkey, as they believed Qin Zhuo was not the type to turn a blind eye to those in need. Yet, they soon grasped the underlying reason for his inaction. It was likely that the odds of survival for those outside were slim. After all, with the overwhelming number of zombies, if one were to intervene every time someone was injured, exhaustion would be inevitable. Qin Zhuo had undoubtedly witnessed too many such instances, leading him to a state of emotional detachment, hence his refusal to act. Su Bo seemed to comprehend this, and he felt a subtle enhancement in his own abilities. With utmost respect, he expressed, "Thank you, young master, for your insights." Qin Zhuo, taken aback, wondered about the implication of Su Bo's words. He had not spoken a single directive, nor had he sought to involve himself in any turmoil. Confused, he simply shook his head and returned to his tasks. Once he had organized everything, Qin Zhuo re-entered the room with a selection of fruits, observing that Lu Yong and his companions were approaching, accompanied by 2 additional individuals. The 2 individuals before him were men, their bodies marred with wounds, one of them having suffered a grievous injury with a leg severed, revealing a ghastly white bone that shimmered ominously, instilling a sense of dread and anxiety. The ground surrounding them was stained crimson, creating an unsettling sight that caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow. Lu Yong, noticing the discontent in Qin Zhuo's gaze, hastily approached, saying, "Senior, we salvaged these men without your consent. I sincerely apologize." "Senior, may I?" Qin Zhuo cast a glance at him and replied flatly, "Shouho, fetch some medicinal herbs for their injuries." "Yes, my lord." Shouho's expression shifted slightly. He refrained from further comment and turned away to fulfill the task. The injured man trembled as he gazed at the group before him, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you, friends, for your timely assistance. Had you arrived any later, we would have perished without a grave." He continued, "Those zombies were utterly relentless. We have been fleeing for our lives, and now we can finally breathe a sigh of relief." This revelation caused Su Bo's brow to knit in contemplation as he queried, "You say you were being pursued?" At the mention of this, a flicker of anger crossed the injured man's pallid face as he gritted his teeth. It was that band of survivors known as the Survivor Alliance. They are driven by greed, robbing us of our provisions. Moreover, they employed some materials to incite those zombies to attack us, creating an opportunity for their escape. The peculiar nature of his statement caused a shift in the expressions of those present. Su Bo regarded him with a strange look, glancing at Lu Yong, who was supporting him, for the latter was indeed a member of the Survivor Alliance. "What is the meaning of this?" the man inquired, sensing the tension in the air. At that moment, Lu Yong spoke candidly. "To be frank, I am indeed a member of the Survivor Alliance, but I am unaware of the matters you just mentioned." "What? You are one of them?" the injured man exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze toward Lu Yong now laced with wariness. However, recalling their earlier intervention, he added, "You are different from the others. You saved our lives. Yet I share a vendetta against the rest of the Survivor Alliance. If I encounter them, I shall seek vengeance." This declaration left Lu Yong feeling quite helpless. The Survivor Alliance was a mixed bag, and the very term alliance implied a multitude of factions. The alliance aimed to consolidate survivors from the outside world, drawing in those abandoned or unwilling to comply with the mandates of the safe zones. This hodgepodge of individuals left Lu Yong in a state of exasperation as he explained, "The Survivor Alliance is exceedingly complex. We are but one faction. Yet we have no intention of becoming adversaries with this friend." "I am Lu Yong," he stated sincerely. This earnest demeanor garnered a modicum of goodwill from the injured man, who replied with a smile, "I am Chen Kong, a survivor from Area D." "Ah, a survivor from Area D. What is your relation to Han Ku?" The slender monkey, returning with medicinal herbs, suddenly realized and inquired, "Do you know Brother Han?" Chen Kong looked at the slender monkey with astonishment and replied, "I left the safe zone at the same time as Brother Han. He has yet to return, and we have been searching for him for quite some time without uncovering any trace." "Has he not returned to the safe zone?" The slender monkey was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, for Brother Han had already departed with his group some time ago. Moreover, their strength was not insignificant. Even if they encountered zombies, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. At this critical juncture, he ought to have returned to the safe zone. How could it be that he had not? Could it be that something unfortunate had transpired? Chapter 33. The Enchanted Herbs. I am not entirely certain about this. Yet it is evident that Brother Han has not returned to the safe zone. We departed just 7 days ago, and had they returned, they would undoubtedly have encountered us. As he spoke, his countenance grew pale. Our provisions are nearly depleted, and their absence has rendered our circumstances exceedingly dire. Our primary objective during this expedition was to forage for sustenance, and secondarily, to locate Han Ku and his companions. Their group boasts formidable strength, and their presence would greatly alleviate our concerns. Lu Yong's complexion grew even more ashen as he continued, his voice laced with worry. Upon our arrival, we encountered numerous zombies, including a special grade 1, which has raised our apprehensions regarding their safety, even. A special grade zombie. This was not the first time Qin Zhuo had heard of such a creature. Previously, Luo Min had been attacked by a special grade zombie, narrowly escaping serious injury and death, thanks to her husband's timely intervention. In the interest of ensuring their survival, it was likely that their entire unit had perished. To our astonishment, those zombies inexplicably pursued us, wreaking havoc in the southern region. The attacks on Zone C are probably linked to the special grade zombie. Furrowing his brow, Qin Zhuo retreated to his quarters, while the others congregated in the hall. Upon witnessing such a pristine room amidst the apocalypse, they were profoundly taken aback. It was astonishing that such an intact space could exist in these dire times. Cough, cough. Brother Lu Yong, might I inquire about the distinguished individuals we just encountered? Chen Kang's pale visage bore an expression of curiosity as he cast his gaze towards the other rooms. That elder Su possessed remarkable strength, and his every utterance and movement exuded an aura of intimidation. It was evident he was a formidable elder. As for the other individual, Qin Kong could not discern his cultivation level, yet he understood that Qin Zhuo's capabilities were undoubtedly exceptional, for Elder Su treated him with utmost respect. A demeanor that was truly astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yong earnestly replied, "That young man is an extraordinary elder, possessing immense power. To my knowledge, his abilities surpass even those of Elder Su. I inadvertently offended him previously, and it nearly cost me dearly. Thankfully, he bore no grudge. Otherwise, we might have met our end." As he continued in a hushed tone, he remarked, "My friend, is it not remarkable to possess a farm in this place? Have you not noticed? Since our arrival, the zombies have not dared to approach." The gravity of these words struck Qin Kong profoundly. Grateful that he had not spoken carelessly moments ago, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "My arm is injured. I would appreciate the assistance of my brothers in treating it. I assure you, I will repay you handsomely in the future." Lu Yong dismissed the concern lightly. No need for formality. With that, he began to tend to their wounds. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, and one individual exclaimed in astonishment, "My wound is healing at an astonishing rate, almost visibly." Another, whose leg had suffered severe injury and had nearly lost all sensation, suddenly felt a resurgence of feeling. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous. He gazed in disbelief at the materials before him, unable to resist turning to the lean monkey who had entered and said, "My friend, these herbs are truly remarkable. Might we take some with us?" "That is out of the question," the lean monkey replied, casting a glance at them. "There are indeed many more herbs in the backyard, cultivated across several patches. However, I can only permit you to take them with the young master's consent." "There are several patches of such herbs?" Qin Kong, disregarding his pain, looked incredulously at the lean monkey. After all, the efficacy of these herbs was quite impressive, and he had hoped to bring some back as a precaution, for medicinal supplies were exceedingly rare in the apocalypse. Possessing more could mean the difference between life and death. He could hardly fathom that the owner of this farm had cultivated such a vast quantity of herbs. Truly astonishing. "Pray tell, my young brother, who might your young master be? How could he possess such an abundance of food and herbs? It is nothing short of extraordinary." After a moment's reflection, Qin Kong could not help but voice his curiosity. The very notion was so astounding that, over the years, he had never encountered anyone with such wealth and ample resources. Such news, if revealed, would surely incite madness. The lean monkey explained, "I am not privy to the origins of the young master, but he is an extraordinarily gifted individual, aware of many things you have yet to witness or experience." Indeed, this was true. Reflecting on what he had just heard, Qin Kong felt a strong conviction. "I shall refrain from further inquiries, lest I incur the displeasure of that esteemed elder." With that, he took a deep breath and sat down, focusing on recuperating his energy. The lean monkey shook his head at this sight, recalling that he had worn a similar expression upon his first visit. The more one encountered such wonders, the more overwhelming the sensation became, and he had since grown somewhat numb to it. Qin Zhuo appeared as a learned scholar, while he felt like a mere child, unable to suppress his awe at the marvels surrounding him. "What is the status of their condition?" Qin Zhuo inquired. Glancing at Su Bo replied, "Young master, Their injuries have nearly healed, but full recovery will likely require a few more days. Moreover, I have noticed a peculiar scent about them. A peculiar scent? Qin Zhuo asked. Intrigued, Su Bo continued. Indeed, this scent evokes a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the aura of practitioners I encountered years ago. It is quite strange. I suspect that the individual responsible may be someone I have previously encountered. This revelation surprised Qin Zhuo. He knew Su Bo had been immensely powerful in his youth and had garnered the favor of a formidable figure, subsequently becoming a follower. While referred to as followers, they were essentially individuals who assisted in various tasks. Some followers were not significantly weaker than their predecessors, and it puzzled Qin Zhuo to learn this. For it seemed that with a little more effort, the latter could surpass the former. Why then, he pondered, would one choose to follow another? Yet, upon reflection, it made a certain sense. The number of cultivators who rise to greatness is exceedingly scarce, and the disparities between them are vast. Consequently, some followers contemplate learning from their seniors in hopes of becoming formidable themselves. After a moment of reflection, Qin Zhuo spoke. Su Bo, I will arrange dinner shortly. Please inform them of the situation. Now that we have survived, let us focus on recuperating here. As for the external circumstances, Shou Ho, please pay close attention in the coming days. He sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. While he had only heard of the existence of elite zombies from Lu Feifei, the reality of their presence remained uncertain. This ambiguity left him in a state of half-belief. Nevertheless, should elite zombies approach this vicinity, he would need to exercise caution. Although the farm instilled fear in the zombies, the specifics of the situation were unclear, and he must remain prepared for any eventualities. Chapter 34. Rescuing a Zombie Bang. The sound of collisions echoed relentlessly, with violent tremors resonating from outside. The noise caused the faces of everyone on the farm to pale. They feared that zombies were about to invade, which heightened their anxiety and instinctively prompted them to grab their weapons in preparation for battle. Su Bo was about to deliver food to the others when he noticed the commotion, immediately deciding to investigate the situation. Senior Chen Kong and Lu Hu approached with grave expressions. Su Bo glanced at them and then moved to open the door, having observed that most disturbances were caused by survivors. While zombies were exceedingly wary of the farm's presence, they dared not enter the farm, and they were also deeply afraid of those inside. However, they were unwilling to leave without a fight, which is why they were outside, flailing about. Creak. The door swung open, and to their astonishment, it was indeed a zombie. Senior, it's a zombie. Kill it. Lu Hu shouted immediately. They understood all too well the dire consequences that the presence of a zombie could entail. If they did not eliminate it, the farm would soon become a haven for the undead. Su Bo furrowed his brow, about to speak, when he noticed the zombie pleading in a human voice. Please, don't kill me. I'm just a survivor. I was bitten by a zombie. Have you lost your mind? You were bitten by a zombie. It won't be long before you become one yourself, and you're already a third zombie. The others turned pale at the revelation of the bite. Survivors who had been bitten were the most dangerous. No one could predict whether he might bite someone else. Such ticking time bombs needed to be dealt with swiftly, or they would soon cause great trouble. Su Bo frowned, hesitating. Although the individual had been infected, there were medicinal herbs with healing properties at Qin Zhuo's place, and he contemplated whether to inform Qin Zhuo. However, he was also concerned that if he left, the others would not hesitate to eliminate this stranger. Bring him inside. We must try to save him. At that moment, Qin Zhuo stepped out and spoke calmly. His words left everyone dumbfounded, as they dared not defy Qin Zhuo's decisions, yet they were baffled as to why he would choose to save someone. Wouldn't the best course of action be to eliminate him? Lu Yong pondered for a moment and could not help but advise, Senior. I know you possess immense strength and profound cultivation, but being bitten by a zombie initially offers a chance for treatment. However, it is evident that quite some time has passed since the bite, and further treatment may prove futile, potentially backfiring. If he spreads the infection, we could find ourselves in grave trouble. Senior, please consider this carefully. This is of great importance, Chen Kong interjected. He was grateful for Qin Zhuo's assistance and felt temporarily safe, but harboring a ticking time bomb within the farm was no trivial matter, and over time, the trouble could escalate significantly. Qin Zhuo cast a languid glance at them and stated, I possess a method to cure infectious diseases. As long as there remains a shred of rationality, one can return to normalcy. This declaration rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Could such a miraculous remedy truly exist? They regarded Qin Zhuo with skepticism, for they had never encountered such an extraordinary cure, and for a fleeting moment, they were at a loss for words. You are all woefully short-sighted. The medicinal herbs in my master's courtyard are no ordinary ingredients. Otherwise, do you think wounds would heal so swiftly? The slender monkey stepped forward, casting a disdainful look at them before adding, Young master, I shall escort him below at once. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, glancing at Lu Yong and the others without uttering another word. In his view, their actions were not inherently wrong. However, he possessed a means to save the individual. And at this critical juncture, taking a life was unnecessary. Once Qin Zhuo and his companions departed, the others finally began to process what had transpired. Had the esteemed Qin Zhuo just claimed he could cure the majority of infectious diseases? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. The prospect of healing someone infected by a zombie was exceedingly difficult, and the antidotes were solely in the possession of those in power within the safe zone. Though it was said that anyone could utilize them, in truth, only the privileged had access. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Kang's expression darkened, as if he recalled some infuriating matter. Lu Yong, perceiving the undercurrents of pain in his words, ventured, "Brother Qin Kang, those sanctimonious individuals in the safe zone have always behaved this way. Our survivor alliance is different. If we had an antidote, anyone bitten would undoubtedly receive it." Hearing this, Qin Kang scoffed. "Such words depend on your willingness to believe. I have little faith that those wielding power would extend such mercy to ordinary folk. It is likely only Mr. Qin Zhuo would be so generous as to part with precious herbs to save a stranger. Truly, he is a benevolent soul." Initially perturbed, Lu Yong found resonance in the latter part of Qin Kang's statement, responding, "You speak the truth. I have never encountered anyone so magnanimous." A chorus of anguished cries erupted, persisting for several minutes before subsiding. "Goodness, this fellow is exceedingly cowardly," one remarked. "It is merely a matter of applying some herbs. Is it truly necessary to writhe in such agony, appearing as though on the brink of death?" Observing the stranger's inability to endure the pain, Qin Zhuo's countenance was rife with contempt. After all, when Master Su applied the medication, he had gritted his teeth in silence. That level of fortitude had earned Qin Zhuo's admiration, yet this young man was profoundly disappointing. Enough. A grown man who cannot withstand such trifling pain is hardly a man at all. Qin Zhuo retorted with irritation. The man, his pallid face glistening with sweat, was filled with indignation, yet he refrained from uttering any further complaints. He recognized that the youth before him was a savior. The man opened his mouth, his cheeks tinged with crimson as he awkwardly expressed, "I apologize, but thank you for saving me. It was merely a trifling task. Yet who are you to have arrived here?" Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. Recently, a notable influx of outsiders had descended upon this vicinity, stirring profound curiosity within him. How could they find their way to this region? 2 years prior, the situation had been even more intricate, with travelers being as rare as phoenix feathers. He had once encountered a survivor, 2 years ago, when he was preparing to venture here. However, before he could cover even a third of the distance, he was swiftly torn to shreds by zombies. The survivors arriving now varied in strength, yet all had made their way here, deepening Qin Zhuo's intrigue. Chapter 35. Something seems amiss in the outside world. I am Gao Qian, hailing from Area A, and I was among those tasked with the search for sustenance. We were besieged by a horde of zombies and became ensnared within a cave, from which we have only just managed to escape. At this juncture, Gao Qian beseeched, "My friend, might you spare me a morsel? I have not tasted food in several days." The cave that imprisoned us was devoid of provisions and shrouded in darkness and dampness. Had it not been for a meager water source, we surely would have perished within its confines. This revelation momentarily astonished Qin Zhuo, who inquired, "How many of you ventured out to forage for food?" His curiosity was piqued, for he had previously instructed Lu Feifei to return with supplies, and he had visited the safe zone twice. It seemed implausible that there was no food at all. "Indeed. We were 6 in number on our expedition," Gao Qian replied. "Though we managed to gather some supplies, we soon found ourselves trapped in the cave without options. We had no choice but to consume what little we had, or I would not have been able to endure until our escape." He continued, "At that moment, the zombies were drawn away by some noise, granting us a fleeting opportunity to flee, yet we encountered another wave of zombies shortly thereafter. Were it not for your timely intervention, I shudder to think of the fate that awaited me." Qin Zhuo reassured him, "Do not dwell on despair. Rest now while I procure some food for you." Rising, he stepped outside and called to the thin monkey, "Come with me." The thin monkey, bewildered by Qin Zhuo's intentions, obediently followed him to the kitchen. Qin Zhuo busied himself with the food preparations, while the thin monkey dutifully assisted. "By the way, you mentioned that the person was from Area A. Why did you not recognize him?" Qin Zhuo inquired, his hands still engaged in their tasks. The thin monkey, with a wry smile, replied, "My lord, although the safe zone is modest in size, it is home to thousands of survivors. How could I possibly recognize them all? Furthermore, there are several small squads like ours, and truth be told, had it not been for the lady's summons, we would have had scant opportunity to venture beyond the safe zone." He continued, "We can only ascertain whether someone belongs to the safe zone when the lady arrives. However, I have discerned recently that something is amiss in the outside world." "Oh, what do you mean?" Qin Zhuo asked. The thin monkey explained, in recent days, I have observed the individuals outside and noted that after 10 o'clock at night, a faint yet piercing sound can be heard, instilling a sense of dread. I inquired with Uncle Sue, who has also heard this sound, claiming it emanates from the direction of the safe zone. The esteemed predecessors mentioned the existence of elite zombies, and I suspect these sounds are related to them. Last night, the sound was markedly closer, which raises my concerns. This revelation caused Qin Zhuo's expression to shift. My lord, do you think it possible that those individuals have drawn the elite zombies closer? The thin monkey ventured cautiously, lowering his voice. Qin Zhuo regarded him intently and replied, if elite zombies were to approach our vicinity, we would indeed find ourselves in grave peril. In these days, we must reinforce the strength of the fence. At this critical juncture, we cannot afford any mistakes. Yes, my lord. The thin monkey comprehended Qin Zhuo's intent and responded in a hushed tone. The following day, Qin Zhuo, accompanied by Su Bo and others, prepared to fortify the external fence, nailing wooden planks and deepening the traps below to prevent zombies from invading the farm. Senior, I see you are about to undertake a task. Our injuries have mostly healed. Allow us to assist. Lu Yong, noticing Qin Zhuo and the others preparing to leave with wooden planks, stepped forward eagerly. Senior, please allow us to help as well. Chen Kong chimed in as he emerged. Qin Zhuo glanced at them and said, Chen Kong, you may assist. As for Lu Yong, it is best for him to remain and recuperate. Understood, senior. The others nodded in agreement, while the one remaining was hindered by a leg injury that made movement difficult. The group arrived at the fence. Qin Zhuo placed the materials on the ground beside him and instructed, we do not have enough supplies here. The zombies are lurking outside, and we must act swiftly. If they breach our defenses, it will be troublesome for you. Thin monkey, go back inside and fetch a few more tools. He continued, since you wish to help, nail these wooden planks to the fence quickly. The group exchanged glances at the wooden planks, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Lu Yong scratched his head and couldn't help but ask, Senior, but you don't have any nails here either? This prompted Qin Zhuo to frown and reply, aren't these nails? Nails. Lu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? These are nails. The nails we have are 10 times larger and extremely rotten. These nails were small and exquisite, possessing a certain aesthetic appeal. They had seen nails before, but those were large, rigid iron rods. Encountering these delicate specimens left them astonished. Chen Kong added, it's truly astounding. These nails are far more refined than our large ones. After so many years, I have never encountered such intricately crafted nails. Their diminutive size will surely make the nailing process much easier. Hearing their remarks, Qin Zhuo couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, what kind of people are they, that they have never even seen a nail? Surely they are not referring to rebar? At that moment, a bizarre image flashed through Qin Zhuo's mind. Oversized rebar penetrating iron plates, forcibly propping up the safe zone. The mere thought of it seemed odd. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he spoke, ahem, all right, let us hasten and nail the wooden planks. While they assisted outside, Gao Qian, struggling, managed to rise within the house. Trembling, he made his way outside, noticing the absence of any figures around. Brothers, is anyone there? After calling out several times and receiving no response, he reluctantly ventured into the kitchen. Recalling the delectable food he had savored in his room the previous day, Gao Qian felt a surge of exhilaration. It was the most exquisite meal he had ever tasted, an experience that lingered in his memory. Stumbling into the kitchen, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. Food lay strewn about, and the jars and bottles on the table sparkled with an elegance that captivated his gaze. He had never encountered such refined vessels within their safe zone before. Unable to resist, Gao Qian approached to caress the items, relishing their coldness and the delightful texture they offered. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over him, prompting him to murmur, these items are truly beautiful. Compared to the shabby containers in the safe zone, they are simply magnificent. And there was an abundance of food. Who was that young man? And what of the old man? Their prowess was utterly formidable. Though I could not discern the extent of their strength, the very aura they exuded was suffocating. Chapter 36. The reception. Gazing at the delectable spread upon the table, Gao Qian could hardly resist the urge to indulge. Just then, a lanky figure entered, and upon spotting Gao Qian, he furrowed his brow and admonished, what are you doing? You cannot enter the kitchen without the young master's permission. I was merely hungry and could not help myself, Gao Qian replied, his countenance slightly grim. The lanky man scrutinized Gao Qian intently before placing a portion of food before him. I shall inform the young master of this incident. Savor this meal and rest well. Should you provoke the young master's ire, you may find yourself befriending the undead, he warned, sending a shiver through Gao Qian's frame. Thank you for your understanding. May I inquire about your esteemed self? Who exactly are you, and how is it that there exists a farm with such an abundance of food? It is utterly astonishing. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would never believe such a possibility existed in this apocalypse. Indeed, this is the end of the world. Merely having food is already quite remarkable, the lanky man replied. Qin Zhuo possesses not only provisions, but also a secure refuge and an eclectic array of peculiar items. My curiosity is piqued. Who is this Qin Zhuo? Rest assured and focus on your recovery. The young master dislikes discussions regarding his affairs. If he were to learn of your presence here, it could lead to complications. As a survivor from Area A, you must be familiar with Miss Lu. She visited twice a month ago and returned with a considerable amount of food, all arranged by the young master. It is no small feat to provide sustenance for other survivors in this desolate world. The young master is a benevolent soul. As long as you do not cross any boundaries, you will not face difficulties, understand? Gao Qian's expression shifted dramatically. I shall return to my room and refrain from venturing out again. There is no need for such trepidation. The young master is exceptionally gracious and possesses remarkable abilities. Have you seen the fruit trees outside? They were all personally cultivated by him, and such trees have become extinct in the outside world. Did you notice a hint of spiciness in the food? Those are the peppers grown by the young master. If consumed directly, they are exceedingly fiery, but when used sparingly, they enhance the flavor immensely. Gao Qian paused, taken aback. The peculiar sensation he had just experienced now made sense. He had been startled by the lanky man, preventing him from fully appreciating the flavors. Reflecting on it now, the unique taste lingered enticingly on his palate. Had you not mentioned it, I might not have realized. This sensation is unprecedented and truly remarkable, Gao Qian exclaimed, his spirits lifted. I shall take a moment to express my apologies to that esteemed individual. The lanky man waved dismissively. Eat. The young master is not one to harbor grudges. The food here is plentiful, prepared for everyone, and we have an abundance of fruits and vegetables. With that, he exited through the door. Plentiful food indeed. This statement left Gao Qian utterly astonished, for he could scarcely fathom that anyone would dare to utter such arrogant words in a post-apocalyptic world. In this grim reality, even the food supplies within the safe zones were insufficient, as the number of survivors was considerable. They were not merely survivors in this world. They were also the bulwark against the relentless undead. Any mishap could spell disaster, and thus, food became a pressing concern. The larger safe zones accommodated a vast number of survivors, and alongside that, the availability of water and food was crucial. Should any error arise, the very foundation of these safe havens would likely crumble under pressure. Truly, this elder was an extraordinary individual, Gao Qian mused internally, then lowered his gaze to the food before him, devouring it ravenously, unwilling to miss out on the delectable flavors that drove one to madness. As noon approached, Qin Zhuo and his companions returned to their quarters, drenched in sweat. Subo, Shouho, please fetch some drinks for everyone. I shall take a shower and prepare a meal shortly, Qin Zhuo instructed before stepping into the bathroom. Meanwhile, the others in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting incredulity. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Soon, Subo emerged with an array of beverages, apple juice, orange juice, and pure milk among them. The sight of these colorful drinks left everyone momentarily stunned. Lu Yong, unfamiliar with such luxuries, couldn't he help but inquire, are these truly safe to drink? They look rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Shouho's expression darkened as he coldly replied, if you are not fond of them, you may pass them to someone else. Let me assure you, these beverages were crafted by my young master, and are a rare delicacy in the outside world. You are fortunate to have the opportunity to taste them. Are you really so choosy at this juncture? His words caused a shift in the crowd's demeanor. They were not naive. They understood that the fruits and vegetables cultivated in Qin Zhuo's domain were imbued with a layer of subtle energy that rendered any food prepared from them extraordinarily delicious and energizing. Though they were uncertain about the flavors of these drinks, the knowledge that they were derived from energy-rich produce left them astounded. Such nourishment was indeed precious. Qin Zhuo's generosity in offering the drinks was a gesture of goodwill, and to be picky at such a critical moment would be folly. As for Shouho's words, I merely found them somewhat odd. Nevertheless, I will drink. There is no need for hesitation, Lu Yong replied with a forced smile, downing the beverage in one gulp. He savored the apple juice, its tartness and slight bitterness providing an exquisite flavor he had never encountered before. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he exclaimed, this drink is divine. I have never tasted anything so delightful in my life. Suddenly, an immense wave of energy surged within him, enveloping his being, and in an instant, he felt his vitality strengthen. This energy was peculiar, vast, and brimming with power. While it did not lead to a breakthrough in his abilities, it was evident that his physique visibly enhanced. This spectacle left the others in awe. What was happening? Could a mere few sips of a beverage induce such a remarkable transformation? This is utterly astonishing. What you may not know is that I cultivate a remarkably unique form of energy, which fundamentally serves to enhance my own strength. This beverage is infused with an abundant vitality. Lu Yong's face was a canvas of shock, and in a moment of disbelief, he instinctively elaborated. My body has noticeably grown much stronger compared to before, as the energy I have absorbed complements the power within me. Although my prowess has not transcended to new heights, my strength has surged immensely. This explanation left everyone momentarily bewildered, as they encountered such peculiar phenomena for the first time. However, as they gazed at the beverage in their hands, their expressions were filled with fervent admiration. This is no mere drink, it is truly a miraculous elixir. Chapter 37. Lu Jun sustained severe injuries. Chen Kong and the others eagerly consumed the beverages, though they could feel energy surging within them. It fell short of the breakthrough they had hoped for, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Su Bo explained in a calm manner, cultivation is not achieved overnight. Lu Yong's advancement suggests he was already on the brink of a breakthrough, and the energy-laden drink complemented his efforts, significantly enhancing his physique. All the food provided here is infused with energy, which greatly benefits cultivation. I have attempted to prepare food myself, but alas, it lacked such energy. Only the young master possesses the ability to create such sustenance. Do you understand my meaning? This revelation startled the group, as they realized that the energy-infused fruits and vegetables were entirely the work of Qin Zhuo. The ability to produce food and beverages saturated with energy was a testament to his formidable strength. If even a powerful figure like Su Bo could not achieve such feats, it implied that Qin Zhuo surpassed him in every aspect of strength. The thought filled them with trepidation as they recognized the sheer might of Qin Zhuo. They collectively inhaled sharply, their demeanor shifting to one of greater respect as they noticed Qin Zhuo's arrival. Senior, Lu Yong began to express his gratitude. But before he could finish, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted nearby, accompanied by a dazzling display of light. A vast area was engulfed in crimson glow. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qin Zhuo and the others were struck with astonishment, their curiosity piqued by the unprecedented commotion. It must be a special-grade zombie, Su Bo conjectured gravely. I suspect other safe zones have banded together to eliminate the zombies, hence the massive disturbance. Otherwise, such noise would be inconceivable. The gravity of his words weighed heavily on the group, as they could scarcely fathom the level of power required to create such explosive force. And the mention of special-grade zombies silenced them. These creatures were exceptionally powerful, surpassing even advanced survivors. However, advanced survivors still possess some combat capability, though individuals who had achieved the 15th breakthrough were exceedingly rare. With the combined strength of several safe zones, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. If they have survived, then what awaits us? Lu Yong's countenance darkened, fully aware of the formidable nature of such zombies. They were utterly ill-equipped to resist. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. Considering the presence of a formidable warrior like Qin Zhuo, even special-grade zombies would likely hesitate to encroach upon the farm. The other survivors shared a similar sentiment. After all, Qin Zhuo's strength was unfathomable, and no one truly knew the extent of his power. Should a special-grade zombie dare to approach, their demise would be all but certain. With such a senior present, we will undoubtedly be safe. Those special-grade zombies will meet their end. The statement garnered unanimous approval, as everyone firmly believed in Qin Zhuo's formidable strength, capable of effortlessly vanquishing zombies. What on earth? How did the conversation suddenly shift to him? Qin Zhuo's brow twitched, and he feigned calmness, stating, "Rest assured, those zombies cannot set foot on the farm. As for the collaboration of a few safe zones, I am not well informed. I sincerely hope they achieve a resounding victory." With that, Qin Zhuo turned and made his way to the kitchen, preferring to refrain from further commentary on the matter. Lu Yong and the others cast wary glances at the outside world, acutely sensing the escalating dangers of the apocalypse. A profound sense of crisis was encroaching upon them, instilling a palpable trepidation. The emergence of elite zombies had shattered the security of the region, as their strength was unparalleled and their numbers considerable. Moreover, the accompanying zombies were sure to be numerous. It seemed trouble was imminent. The following day, at dawn, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was significant, prompting a gaunt figure residing outside to react. He hurriedly armed himself and cautiously approached the front door, opening it with care. "Who goes there?" "It's us." The man's face displayed surprise. "Skinny monkey, you're still alive." "Scarface, what is going on?" The recognition took a moment for Skinny Monkey to process, as he soon realized that it was not merely one individual at the door, but rather a group of 7 or 8, 4 of whom exuded an aura of formidable power. He immediately recognized them as several esteemed warriors closely associated with Lu Jun, rumored to have undergone 14 evolutions and now classified as advanced survivors, though rarely seen in public. "Hurry, let us in. Mr. Lu is gravely injured." and we are powerless to assist him. We have come to beseech Mr. Qin Zhuo for his aid." Scarface stepped aside to allow the others entry. Lu Feifei was among the crowd, and they hastily shut the door behind them. The commotion drew the attention of others, including Lu Yong and Shin Kong, who regarded the newcomers with caution, sensing the immense power radiating from them, a terrifying force beyond imagination. Has Brother Qin Zhuo awakened? Is it possible? Lu Feifei couldn't contain her gaze on Skinny Monkey, then turned to Lu Jun. "My father's condition is dire." Skinny Monkey hesitated. Knowing Qin Zhuo's habits, he typically arose late, and he dared not disturb him lest it incite trouble. "All right, I shall call upon him. Even if I offend him, it must be done." With that, he hurried toward Qin Zhuo's room. Lu Feifei remained vigilant, observing the unfamiliar faces around her. In just a few minutes, Qin Zhuo emerged, dressed, and approached Lu Jun to assess his condition. "Can you still speak?" "I can," Lu Jun replied through gritted teeth, as if uttering those words drained him of considerable strength, leaving him breathless. "Skinny Monkey, take him to the room. Subo, please fetch some medicinal herbs for his injuries." Qin Zhuo assisted Lu Jun into the inner room, where he promptly began to treat him. Soon, Subo retrieved the necessary medicinal ingredients. Qin Zhuo remained in the chamber for an entire hour, diligently attending to Lu Jun's injuries. When he finally emerged from the room, he appeared somewhat fatigued. As he stepped outside, a crowd quickly gathered around him. "Brother Qin Zhuo, how is my father?" Lu Feifei inquired anxiously. "He is out of danger, but will require a few days of rest," Qin Zhuo replied, casting a glance at the others. "You all should return and rest for now. I need to prepare some food, as I am quite famished." Lu Feifei expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Qin Zhuo. My father has sustained serious injuries, and I was at a loss for what to do. I truly appreciate your help. Perhaps I could assist you in preparing the meal. Would you like me to take over?" she offered. Qin Zhuo regarded her with skepticism, questioning whether she truly possessed the culinary skills. Noticing his gaze, Lu Feifei's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of defiance, she retorted, "Brother Qin Zhuo, what kind of look is that? Surviving in the apocalypse necessitates the ability to prepare food." Chapter 38. Father advises daughter on pursuing men. "Go ahead. You may," Qin Zhuo remarked, observing Lu Feifei's determination. In the apocalypse, self-reliance is crucial, and it is likely that Lu Feifei possesses at least some skills in that regard. As he watched her enter the kitchen, Qin Zhuo shook his head, opting to remain silent. This would afford him a bit of time to rest. After all, he had expended more than an hour without having had a proper meal. As treating Lu Jun involved more than merely applying medicine, there were numerous matters to attend to, which had consumed considerable time. "Young master, how can you allow the young lady to cook?" the lean monkey interjected, his voice low as he explained. "My young lady has hardly ever cooked in her life, and whatever she makes is certainly inedible." "What?" Qin Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Did she not say that self-reliance is essential in the apocalypse, that cooking is a necessary skill? Surely she knows how to do it. Well, she may know how, but the end result has often been akin to stones, dark and unappetizing. Thus, Mr. Lu forbids her from entering the kitchen, the lean monkey recounted, a shiver running down his spine. "I heard that someone who consumed her cooking passed away shortly thereafter." "That's rather harsh," Li gasped, quickly rising to enter the kitchen. He could not allow Lu Feifei to concoct anything bizarre. He was merely an ordinary person and could not withstand such peril. Upon entering the kitchen, Qin Zhuo observed Lu Feifei diligently at work, seemingly having absorbed much from her previous lessons with him. "Brother Qin Zhuo, why are you here?" Lu Feifei inquired curiously. "Just wait a moment. I will have the food ready shortly. However, there are too many ingredients here, and I am uncertain how to proceed." "I shall assist you," Qin Zhuo decided, feeling it prudent to lend a steady hand. He approached Lu Feifei and began to help her. "Feifei, yesterday we heard a tremendous explosion, and the direction of the red light was towards your safe zone. What transpired?" Qin Zhuo inquired as he busied himself. At the mention of recent events, Lu Feifei's expression shifted slightly. "Brother Qin Zhuo, not long ago we received news from Luo Min that there were special-grade zombies appearing, with at least 2 of them in the vicinity. Consequently, the leaders of several safe zones convened privately and resolved to join forces to eliminate the special-grade zombies before they could strike. The situation initially unfolded quite smoothly, but at a critical moment, a horde of zombies descended upon us, attacking furiously. Furthermore, 4 special-grade zombies emerged, and it was this unforeseen turn of events that led to our significant losses. Fortunately, the zombies have temporarily stabilized, which is why I hurried here to seek your assistance." Brother Qin Zhuo. Upon learning the sequence of events, Qin Zhuo felt a flicker of hesitation. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate so swiftly. Luo Min's timing was impeccable, and he had not foreseen such decisive action. "You all acted too hastily. Luo Min tends to be more prudent." "How could Qin Zhuo began to question. Lu Feifei explained. I heard Luo Min mention that among those zombies is her husband, who has now become a distinguished zombie himself, leading the horde to offer support. After we returned to the safe zone, Luo Min vanished, and I suspect she may have joined her husband. The thought caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow, fearing that Luo Min had indeed succumbed to zombification. While the absorption of power by zombies occurs rapidly, the absorbed will be affected to varying degrees, unless they possess extraordinary strength, which would elevate their rank significantly. Luo Min's husband is likely formidable. After some time, Qin Zhuo realized that although Lu Feifei struggled with cooking, she clearly possessed skills learned from others. Despite some raw ingredients, it was evident that she had cooked several times before, displaying a certain level of proficiency. Qin Zhuo recalled the words of the skinny monkey, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Around 2 in the afternoon, Lu Jun awoke. Dad, are you feeling all right? Lu Feifei asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on him. Lu Jun coughed and recalled recent events, rubbing his head as he said, I feel much better now, but where's Mr. Qin Zhuo? I wish to express my gratitude properly. Brother Qin Zhuo treated you for over an hour this morning. He was quite exhausted and has returned to his room to rest. Lu Feifei quickly explained. Are you hungry? I can bring you some food. Yes. Upon hearing the word food, Lu Jun readily agreed. However, when he tasted the exquisite dishes, he couldn't help but be astounded by their uniqueness. This is extraordinary. I have never tasted anything so delicious in my life. Did Mr. Qin Zhuo prepare this? Lu Jun asked excitedly. Yes, Brother Qin Zhuo made it. I was also amazed the first time I tasted it. It was so delectable. If you saw him cook, you would be even more astonished. It was truly mesmerizing. Remembering the fluidity of Qin Zhuo's movements while cooking left her speechless. And the flavors were unparalleled. Mr. Qin Zhuo is indeed multi-talented. Feifei, you should spend more time with him. Do you understand? Lu Jun advised. In the apocalypse, women were not highly regarded, their status minimal except for those in positions of power, as they were perceived to offer little assistance. However, at this critical juncture, Lu Feifei's beauty and exceptional demeanor could undoubtedly play a significant role. If she were to cultivate a relationship with Qin Zhuo, it would effectively tie him to Area A, resulting in substantial benefits for that region. Hearing this, Lu Feifei blushed and playfully retorted, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Brother Qin Zhuo may not even have any interest in me. Besides, someone of his caliber surely has a remarkable wife. She continued, I am merely an ordinary survivor with limited strength, unable to assist him. Listening to her, the seasoned Lu Jun discerned the underlying implication. He chuckled, Feifei, beautiful women, intelligent women, and those with exceptional abilities are indeed incredibly alluring. Yet you seem to have overlooked one crucial aspect. Emotions are the key. Over time, feelings naturally develop, and certain matters remain immutable. Lu Jun continued to advise from the side. Your foundation may be somewhat inferior to others, and do not force yourself too much. For those who are strong are often drawn to authenticity, favoring girls who exude their true nature. They find such qualities incredibly alluring. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. I wonder when Mr. Qin Zhuo will awaken. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to him, for he is indeed my savior. Chapter 39. A request for assistance. Lu Feifei, lost in thought, remarked, It will soon be afternoon when Brother Qin Zhuo awakens. However, Father, it seems you possess considerable knowledge on these matters. Coughing lightly, Lu Jun explained, that assertion is misguided. After all, we are all men, at times. A woman's understanding may not reach the depths of ours. Focus on your own endeavors and assist Mr. Qin Zhuo to the best of your ability. I believe if he has thoughts to share, he will express them. It may prove challenging to impress a man of his caliber. So you must be prepared for a lengthy endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei appeared to have an epiphany and declared, I will strive to earn Brother Qin Zhuo's recognition. In the afternoon, Qin Zhuo woke. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Lu Jun engaged in conversation with others, exuding an air of approachability. Mr. Qin Zhuo, Lu Jun exclaimed, rushing forward with gratitude. I owe you my deepest thanks. Without your intervention, I would have surely perished in this region. There is no need for such formality. Qin Zhuo replied with a smile, waving dismissively. Since Feifei brought you here, it signifies her trust in my abilities. I trust your injuries have improved substantially? Qin Zhuo's assistance in saving lives was merely a trifling matter to him. Having endured myriad trials over the past 2 years, he had honed his skills to an extraordinary degree, making the process remarkably effortless. The sole drawback was that treating severe injuries required considerable stamina, and without an abundance of energy within him, sustaining such efforts for extended periods proved arduous. Rest assured, now that you are here, focus on your recovery, Qin Zhuo advised. Pausing momentarily before inquiring, however, are you not concerned about the safety zone while you are with me? It is customary for leaders to remain stationed there, providing a sense of security to the survivors. Given the recent explosion, many survivors are on edge. Leaving at this juncture would only exacerbate the situation. Lu Jun chuckled, dismissing the concern. Please do not worry, Mr. Qin Zhuo. Before my arrival, I entrusted all matters to the steward, who has been managing the Lu family's affairs for many years and is unwaveringly loyal. With him overseeing things, there will be no cause for alarm. Moreover, he is incredibly capable and can easily suppress any troubles that may arise. I fear I may be imposing on you, Mr. Qin Zhuo. I had heard from Fei Fei of your remarkable reputation, and I had great faith in her words. Yet, upon arriving here, I realized the gravity of the situation surpasses my expectations. You are truly admirable, Mr. Qin Zhuo. This compliment left Qin Zhuo feeling somewhat bashful. In his view, he had merely provided sustenance to Lu Feifei and her family, a simple act of kindness that they seemed to regard with undue reverence. Qin Zhuo chuckled lightly. You flatter me, Mr. Lu. I have merely fulfilled my capabilities. The more survivors there are in this world, the better, would you not agree? Survivors represent a vital force for humanity. Our true adversary remains the zombies, not our fellow beings. His words elicited slightly peculiar expressions from the others present. Although Mr. Qin Zhuo's words were not erroneous, in such an environment, the covert and overt struggles for power persist unabated. While the formidable individuals within the safe zone generally refrain from intervening, Mr. Qin Zhuo embodies a remarkable virtue. However, this straightforward wisdom eludes the comprehension of many. In this apocalyptic era, the struggle for power and resources is particularly severe, oblivious to the fact that it only leads to self-destruction. Lu Jun gazed intently at Qin Zhuo and remarked, we should all earnestly learn from Mr. Qin Zhuo. Just as in this situation, we have been overly rash and should have investigated thoroughly before taking action. Our circumstances are excessively passive, with our vital forces diminished. How shall we resist the formidable hordes of zombies? The survivors beside him nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Qin Zhuo's insights. He approached the matter with a broad perspective, while the survivors were mired in their personal standpoints, which are fundamentally disparate. Mr. Qin Zhuo, might I implore you for guidance? Lu Jun adopted a very earnest demeanor and continued, indeed, we have fallen short this time. I have pondered extensively since then, yet I have yet to devise a solution. The number of zombies is overwhelming, and our survivors are few. If this persists, we will suffer greatly. However, this is a dilemma faced by all safe zones. For although their number of survivors is substantial, the zombie count is even more terrifying. It is a daunting task to eliminate them in a short span. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to inquire who the leader was, him or Lu Jun. His expression shifted slightly, but he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, continuing, indeed. The zombies are exceedingly ferocious. Eradicating them will prove to be quite challenging. However, one might endeavor to explore ways to expand our safe zone. Only by fortifying our own territory can we grow stronger, deterring the zombies from encroaching. This reasoning was quite sound. Lu Jun responded with a pained expression, Mr. Qin Zhuo. You may not be aware that we had considered this approach previously, but regrettably, our manpower is vastly insufficient, and the number of zombies exceeds ours by several multiples. To repel them and expand our safe zone is exceedingly difficult. Indeed, he continued, if they could achieve that, they would not be in such a passive state. The dimensions of the safe zone are inherently limited, accommodating numerous survivors, yet this also necessitates considerable consumption of food and water resources. Furthermore, they face relentless zombie assaults, instilling great fear regarding the zombie strength. During battles, their conditions are naturally unfavorable, making it arduous to unleash their full potential. Most critically, their numbers are overwhelming, rendering them incapable of managing the situation. Qin Zhuo noticed all eyes were upon him, and his expression subtly shifted, as he was uncertain of what to do. Why are you all looking at me? Do you expect me to resolve your predicament? He inwardly shook his head, contemplating. Is it not rather hasty to seek assistance from someone who possesses no solutions when faced with a dilemma? Clearing his throat, he remarked, addressing these issues is not insurmountable. As Qin Zhuo pondered, a thought struck him, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he said, please wait a moment. I shall prepare something for you. Observing Qin Zhuo's retreating figure into the house, many of the survivors could not refrain from whispering among themselves, their curiosity piqued about what he might be retrieving. Could it possibly be an item capable of repelling the zombies? Mr. Lu, I believe Mr. Qin Zhuo must be fetching some miraculous medicine. Look how those zombies dare not approach. Surely it is out of fear, murmured a middle-aged man beside him. Lu Jun merely shook his head and replied calmly. Your thoughts are rather simplistic. Mr. Qin Zhuo possesses immense strength, likely at an unattainable level. He is merely providing us with a means to act independently. Such formidable beings often have peculiar temperaments and prefer not to reveal themselves. It is improbable that he would disclose such matters to us directly. At this point, his tone grew serious as he added, "From now on, we must treat Mr. Qin Zhuo with the utmost respect. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." Chapter 40. Each with their own thoughts indeed, we comprehend. The middle-aged man's expression subtly shifted, yet he refrained from contradicting. His earlier curiosity was devoid of any intention to offend Qin Zhuo. Moreover, given that even Lu Jun held him in such high regard, coupled with the fact that Qin Zhuo had recently provided them with ample provisions, he harbored a profound respect for Qin Zhuo, making any notion of disdain entirely implausible. A few minutes later, Qin Zhuo returned, a bottle in hand. "Take this back with you. It may prove effective." Upon hearing these words, Lu Jun was struck with astonishment as he gazed down at the white porcelain bottle in his grasp. Uncertain of its contents, he detected a peculiar odor emanating from within, somewhat unpleasant, yet sharply pungent. "Mr. Qin Zhuo, what is this?" Curiosity flickered across Lu Jun's face. He found himself perplexed as to why Qin Zhuo would gift him such a peculiar item. Could it be that these substances might fend off the encroachment of zombies? Or perhaps instill fear in them, compelling them to retreat? Qin Zhuo's demeanor remained composed as he leisurely elucidated. "This is something I acquired by chance. It may yield some results similar to our previous encounter. You may take it back to study. As for its efficacy, that shall depend on your expertise." After absorbing this statement, Lu Jun's countenance brightened with enthusiasm. He looked gratefully at Qin Zhuo and remarked, "I am immensely grateful, Mr. Qin Zhuo. This will greatly assist our safe zone. We shall diligently study it and strive to devise a solution to our predicament." Qin Zhuo nodded slightly before continuing, "Well then, since you are here, make yourself comfortable and rest. Your injuries require time to mend." "Thank you ever so much, Mr. Qin Zhuo." Although Lu Jun was a prominent figure in the safe zone, he possessed a keen awareness of the gravity of the situation. He harbored no inclination to disturb Qin Zhuo, instead showing utmost respect and obedience to his words. Qin Zhuo was also taken aback by Lu Jun's demeanor. Why did this man, an esteemed individual, extend such reverence to him? Was it merely for the provisions? To Qin Zhuo, food was of little consequence. The farm was brimming with a variety of culinary delights and ingredients. He could never consume it all alone, and offering some to the safe zone was merely a trifling matter. Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo chose not to dwell on the matter and returned to his room. The substances he had given Lu Jun were nothing more than common cockroach repellents, which he had fortuitously procured from the system. Logically, in a post-apocalyptic world, many items had decayed, and roaches should be non-existent. Yet, he had still encountered some. During his quest for advancement, he had inadvertently acquired a portion of these agents. Lu Jun sought his assistance in addressing the immediate crisis, but Qin Zhuo had no knowledge of how to tackle such dilemmas, especially since he alone could not wield much influence. Thus, he presented those agents to them as a ruse. As he had stated, their success would ultimately depend on their own capabilities. If they succeeded, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Should failure occur, there would indeed be little to say. Observers, unable to restrain their whispers, began to murmur amongst themselves. Notably, Lu Yong and Chun Kong from the region exhibited particularly fervent expressions. Upon hearing Qin Zhuo reference the efficacy of these substances, they perceived their significance and believed that a thorough investigation might yield fruitful results. Should they manage to transport these items back, it would undoubtedly enhance the security of their refuge. Lu Jun gazed at the vial in his hand, astonished, and murmured to himself, "Such extraordinary items must hold great importance. Upon returning, I shall ensure they are meticulously studied." In truth, Lu Jun harbored no grand illusions. For after enduring the apocalypse for so many years, any potential solutions would likely have emerged by now. The circumstances remained unchanged to this day, and it was unlikely that any alleviating remedies would surface in the near future. However, the items presented by Qin Zhuo commanded his utmost respect. After all, he regarded Qin Zhuo as an extraordinary individual, and anything he offered was bound to be exceptional. Despite their modest appearance, they might well yield significant findings upon diligent examination. Regardless, this represented an opportunity, particularly one bestowed by a preeminent powerhouse, making it all the more valuable in his eyes, as he contemplated the potential discoveries that awaited. Lu Yong and his companions watched this scene unfold, their faces betraying a sense of envy. They too yearned to acquire such materials. The Survivor Alliance operated under entirely different circumstances than the Refuge. They faced the relentless threat of zombies. The successful retrieval of these materials would be a monumental achievement, providing ample security for them as well, a true win-win situation. A young man standing beside Lu Yong surveyed the surroundings and, suppressing his voice, proposed, "Brother Yang, Why don't we seize the opportunity to discreetly take some? This suggestion elicited a cold smile from Lu Yong, who disdainfully replied, "What do you know? The prowess of Senior Qin Zhuo is formidable beyond measure. Our every action would be imperceptibly sensed by him. Should Senior Qin discover our intentions, we would surely be in peril." Lu Yong dared not entertain any thoughts of deceit against Qin Zhuo, fully aware of his extraordinary strength, which surpassed their own by several tiers. Although he had never witnessed Qin Zhuo in action, the mere fact that Su Bo willingly served him as a subordinate spoke volumes about his might. Such an enigmatic and powerful figure was not someone they could afford to offend. Furthermore, he found himself equally unable to gauge the depth of Su Bo's abilities. Among the bodyguards accompanying Lu Jun, for had undergone over 15 evolutions, their robust physiques and commanding presence were unmistakable indicators of strength. Yet, Lu Yong felt they paled in comparison to Su Bo. While he had not encountered exceptionally powerful elders, the intensity of their aura was palpably compelling. Su Bo's strength undoubtedly exceeded that of these bodyguards, and it was clear that Qin Zhuo's capabilities surpassed even his. How could they possibly dare to provoke such high-caliber individuals? He was even able to surmise that if they were to attempt theft, they would likely be swiftly discovered by several esteemed predecessors, and what awaited them would undoubtedly be a terrifying punishment. There was even a possibility that they could be executed publicly and cast into the realm of the lost. As this thought crossed Lu Yong's mind, an involuntary shiver coursed through his body. He quickly dismissed such notions and exclaimed, "Enough! Do not speak of such matters again. I warn you, these words may reach the ears of Senior Qin Zhuo. If he were to take offense, neither of us would be able to escape with our lives. Senior Qin Zhuo possesses formidable strength, far beyond what you and I can fathom. It would be wise to abandon these unrealistic thoughts at once." Chapter 41. The Onslaught of Elite Zombies. As dusk descended, Qin Zhuo felt no surprise at the arrival of these outsiders. He had resided in this place for a full 2 years, during which the visits from newcomers had been scarce. Now, with a steady influx of visitors, he found a sense of tranquility amidst the chaos. In this apocalyptic world, the existence of survivors was a fortuitous phenomenon. Their presence indeed offered humanity a glimmer of hope. Although the zombies were formidable adversaries, the future remained uncertain. As usual, Qin Zhuo attended to his affairs, his actions appearing remarkably unique in the eyes of Lu Jun. He had not observed Qin Zhuo engaging in any rigorous training. Instead, he was occupied with farm management, calligraphy, and painting, pastimes that seemed almost incredulous in such dire times. In the apocalypse, few could afford the luxury of indulging in trivial matters, as most were preoccupied with honing their skills to survive. Yet, Qin Zhuo's demeanor left Lu Jun in a state of bewilderment. Mr. Qin Zhuo was indeed extraordinary. Previously, when Fei Fei had mentioned that he rarely needed to train and spend his days in leisurely pursuits, Lu Jun had found it difficult to comprehend. Reflecting upon it now, he realized the depth of his misunderstanding. It was not that he lacked understanding, but rather that Mr. Qin Zhuo operated on a level far beyond his grasp. How could the perspectives of mere mortals truly fathom the thoughts of those endowed with immense power? Lu Jun rested to one side, his wounds healing considerably. He gazed admiringly at Qin Zhuo, who was painting not far away, and the more he pondered, the more he appreciated Qin Zhuo's exceptional nature. The accompanying individuals shared similar sentiments. As fellow cultivators and survivors, their discerning eyes recognized the enigmatic aura surrounding Qin Zhuo. No matter how earnestly they sought to unveil the layers of his mystery, they were met with an obscurity that felt profound and inscrutable. This evoked a sense of astonishment and confusion within them. Yet they also found some solace in the realization that this was perhaps the essence of true strength, an unfathomable realm unattainable to the weak. However, when Lu Jun observed Lu Feifei persistently attempting to approach Qin Zhuo, a smile crept upon his face. He had always adored his daughter, and in this resource-scarce environment, he spared no effort in providing her with the best possible surroundings. If Lu Feifei could forge a connection with Qin Zhuo, it would be highly advantageous for their safe haven. On one hand, his daughter would find a suitable companion. On the other, many challenges faced by their community would be alleviated. It was a win-win situation, and he welcomed it wholeheartedly. Yet, it seemed that Qin Zhuo was somewhat indifferent to these developments. Upon reflection, Lu Jun understood that convincing someone of such stature to genuinely invest himself might prove to be quite a challenge. Raising a cup of water from the table, he took a sip and shook his head, saying, "Fei Fei, from here on, it seems you will have to rely on yourself." At this moment, Qin Zhuo, who was seated in the backyard engaged in conversation, noticed Lu Jun's gaze directed towards him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he glanced at Lu Feifei beside him. His eyes flickering momentarily, lost in contemplation, Qin Zhuo instinctively inferred Lu Jun's intentions and thoughts. It was not that he harbored no affection for Lu Feifei, rather. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, he felt utterly powerless to protect such a beautiful woman. Thus, he stifled his feelings and donned a facade of nonchalance as he conversed with Lu Jun's brother Qin Zhuo. "What exactly did you give to my father not long ago?" Lu Feifei inquired after much deliberation, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. When the subject arose, Qin Zhuo's brow furrowed slightly. He responded with measured calmness. "That item was something I stumbled upon. As for its nature, I cannot say for certain at this moment, but I believe it could be of assistance to you. You should take it back and study it thoroughly. Perhaps it will yield remarkable results." Having reached this point, he refrained from delving deeper, as his intention in providing such an insect repellent was merely to mislead them. He possessed no genuine means to instill fear in the zombies. The farm was merely a unique anomaly, likely shielded by the system. To conceive of alternative strategies would prove quite challenging. Lu Feifei pondered Qin Zhuo's explanation thoughtfully. Despite his distinguished background and extensive experiences, he remained utterly ignorant of such novel phenomena. She mused that perhaps only by returning with these items to consult the researchers could they uncover their true utility. Dismissing the notion of further inquiries, Lu Feifei continued. "Brother Qin Zhuo, it seems that a considerable number of outsiders have arrived here recently, and among them are individuals of dubious character. You must exercise caution." Just as Qin Zhuo was about to respond, a series of thunderous explosions abruptly captured everyone's attention. Instinctively, their gazes shifted towards the source of the commotion. In the distance, imposing figures were advancing towards the farm. The sight incited panic among the onlookers. "This is dire. These are elite zombies. How could they have reached this place? We are in grave trouble." The size of these elite zombies was astonishing, nearly 4 times that of ordinary zombies, and they possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Among the human survivors, save for a few advanced ones, there was little combat prowess to be found. In an instant, anxiety swept through the crowd, leaving them flustered and uncertain. Lu Jun's face mirrored this alarm, though he quickly regained his composure. As a leader, he understood precisely what needed to be done at such a critical juncture. "Everyone, remain calm. Although elite zombies possess exceptional combat abilities, we have the esteemed Qin Zhuo with us, so there is no need for panic." His words brought a sense of calm to the group. Indeed, with Qin Zhuo present, what was there to fear? The prowess of Senior Qin Zhuo is exceptionally formidable. His presence assures absolute security. In that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, conversing with Lu Feifei, Qin Zhuo felt an unsettling tremor in his brow. What madness is this? To pit him against zombies is no jest. Cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. If Lu Jun truly compelled him to act, he would find himself in dire straits. These elite zombies, with their imposing figures and astonishing strength, stood in stark contrast to his own frail state. As he gazed at the encroaching horde, a deepening sense of dread enveloped him. How could this possibly end well? Was he truly destined to confront these abominations? This is no laughing matter. Chapter 42. A wooden stick. Behold, those elite zombies draw ever closer to our farm. As the realization dawned upon them, panic instinctively seized the group. Trembling, Lu Yong spoke. "We must hasten to summon Senior Qin Zhuo with our meager strength. It is utterly impossible to fend off such a horde of ravenous zombies." Yes, you are right. Let us quickly call upon Mr. Qin Zhuo." The other survivors, visibly distressed, instinctively rushed towards Qin Zhuo's position. One among them cried out urgently, "Senior Qin Zhuo, please act swiftly. The zombies are upon us." This plea caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow. Were he truly capable, he would not remain a mere bystander. Having extended his hospitality to these individuals, he was taken aback that, in their hour of need, they expected him to intervene rather than take action themselves to protect the farm. Disappointment washed over him, compounded by the pressure of so many eyes upon him. What was he to do? Resigned, he steeled himself, grasping a nearby wooden stick. He made his way toward the entrance. The sight left the onlookers in stunned silence. Could a mere stick suffice to confront the oncoming horde of zombies? Shock registered on their faces. Although they speculated that Qin Zhuo possessed extraordinary strength at this critical juncture, could this slender piece of wood truly resolve their dire predicament? Senior Qin Zhuo is indeed formidable. Can he really repel the zombies with just a stick? They mused. Perhaps he had reached such a zenith of power that the choice of weapon mattered little to him. This must be the essence of a true warrior's confidence. Awe filled the hearts of the crowd. Yet, Qin Zhuo, walking ahead, wore a troubled expression. He felt the weight of anxiety pressing upon him, for his abilities were limited. How could he contend with such a multitude of zombies? Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld a mass of zombies packed tightly outside, their grotesque forms clawing at the air, their faces contorted in menace, emitting piercing shrieks. The cacophony was unbearable, and yet, he had to confront these creatures. What was he to do? Anxious beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. At that moment, Several ferocious zombies charged forward with reckless abandon, their massive bodies obliterating the lesser zombies in their path. The remnants of those unfortunate creatures lay scattered on the ground, a gruesome tableau of carnage. The approaching elite zombies, towering and imposing, shrieked with piercing cries. Yet, just as one was about to breach the farm, it seemed to sense something terrifying. Its entire form trembled uncontrollably, and in a frenzy. It began to collide with the surrounding zombies, creating deep gouges in the earth. In a matter of seconds, the elite zombie, overcome with panic, turned and fled. In the rear, numerous zombies were caught off guard, swiftly trampled into mere flesh by the elite zombie. The sight was nothing short of shocking, leaving even Qin Zhuo momentarily stupefied. What was the situation? Were the elite zombies preparing to invade the farm? The earlier frenzy, particularly the unmistakable fear reflected in their eyes, raised profound questions about what could instill such dread in these creatures, compelling them to flee in terror. What could possibly provoke such a reaction? While Qin Zhuo remained in a daze, Lu Jun and his companions had already rallied reinforcements. Lu Jun, deeply indebted to Qin Zhuo for saving his life, wasted no time in bringing a few bodyguards to lend assistance upon learning of the elite zombies' approach. However, upon arriving at the scene, he was utterly taken aback. He had heard from survivors that Qin Zhuo had arrived wielding only a wooden stick. It was inconceivable to him how one could defend against a horde of zombies with merely a stick. Yet, upon witnessing the aftermath, he was even more astonished. Scores of zombies lay lifeless on the ground. The area transformed into a pool of blood, with the metallic scent permeating the air, creating a stifling atmosphere. Even someone as seasoned as Lu Jun felt a deep sense of unease. He could scarcely fathom the nature of the battle that had just transpired. Remarkably, he had not heard a single sound of conflict. What kind of strength could achieve such a feat? Mr. Qin Zhuo, are you all right? Lu Jun could not restrain himself from inquiring. The bizarre confrontation had left Qin Zhuo momentarily speechless, the splattered blood staining his weapon. At this point, there was no turning back, and Qin Zhuo felt compelled to maintain a serious demeanor as he explained, I have dealt with those zombies, and the elite one has already departed. There is no need for concern. Listening to this nonchalant explanation, Lu Jun opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The elite zombies possessed formidable strength, and they had previously banded together with several advanced survivors who had surpassed 15 breakthroughs. Yet, the situation remained far from optimistic. Now, Qin Zhuo dismissed the elimination of those zombies with such casualness, despite wielding nothing more than an ordinary wooden stick. What extraordinary power must he possess to achieve such a remarkable outcome, all without producing any sound? Ignoring Lu Jun, Qin Zhuo rose and returned to his room. The survivors who witnessed his calm return breathed a sigh of relief. However, once they learned the truth, astonishment filled their hearts. For they had not heard any sounds of battle, only the overwhelming scent of blood and despair wafting from outside the farm. Mr. Qin Zhuo's strength is truly formidable. With him among us, we shall not face peril, they mused. Once again, Mr. Qin Zhuo has saved our lives. He is indeed a benevolent soul. Standing nearby, Su Bo furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. He had rushed to the scene as soon as he learned of the situation, but upon witnessing what had transpired, he found himself speechless. Even he was left in awe of Qin Zhuo's capabilities. Su Bo could hardly believe the extent of Qin Zhuo's extraordinary prowess. Even a survivor of his caliber had not detected any commotion, while the corpses of the zombies outside indicated that the recent battle had been utterly staggering. Nonetheless, despite the shock, he harbored no goodwill towards these survivors. Qin Zhuo had prepared a substantial supply of food for them, yet at the critical moment, they not only failed to assist but instead lingered, waiting for Qin Zhuo to take action. Although they expressed immense gratitude towards him, their inaction during the crucial time likely stemmed from a desire to have Qin Zhuo intervene on their behalf. Shaking his head, Su Bo chose not to elaborate further. The matters within the farm were few, yet somewhat intricate. Although Su Bo and Shou Ho found the tasks somewhat taxing, once Qin Zhuo delineated their responsibilities, they were obliged to comply. As for the survivors eager to lend a hand, the two men showed no cordiality. They could discern the ulterior motives of these individuals, which were evidently aimed at securing some advantage. Consequently, they dismissed all offers of assistance and busied themselves with their own tasks. Chapter 43. Trapped Brother Qin Zhuo. Are you all right? Upon learning that Qin Zhuo had been injured, Lu Feifei rushed over in a flurry of concern. Seeing her display such care, Qin Zhuo couldn't help but smile, reassuring her, Feifei, I'm fine. The blood is that of the zombies. That's a relief, she exhaled, feeling a weight lift from her heart. You scared me earlier. That sound was terrifying, far worse than anything I've heard before. I can't believe all those zombies were driven away. Your strength is truly remarkable. Qin Zhuo, however, shook his head at her words. How could he possibly explain to Lu Feifei? Should he suggest that the zombies had been vanquished by a superior zombie, which then went mad upon seeing him and fled in panic? Such a notion would be hard for him to believe, let alone anyone else. Thus, he chose to remain silent, for the circumstances were too peculiar to articulate. Outside the farm, the number of zombies had inexplicably increased, as if drawn by some unseen force. The stench of blood was overwhelming, a nauseating aroma that hung heavily in the air, congealing into a gruesome crust. The thin monkey, tasked with observing the external situation, was filled with trepidation. The last time he had ventured out, the zombies had been relatively weak, albeit numerous, which had allowed them to infiltrate Qin Zhuo's farm. However, now it was evident that the external zombies had become significantly stronger, with several advanced zombies in sight. Advanced zombies possessed aggression and were far more formidable than ordinary survivors. Their reckless ferocity was enough to instill fear in those of equal standing. While zombies charged fearlessly into battle, survivors were burdened by caution. Thus, in a confrontation, the latter would undoubtedly suffer losses. The current state of the external zombies was markedly elevated amidst the throng. The thin monkey spotted advanced zombies alongside a multitude of intermediate ones, all clamoring to breach the farm's defenses. The mere presence of these creatures incited a deep dread within him. Should they manage to invade the farm, the outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic, resulting in their dismemberment. These zombies were utterly unhinged. Just yesterday, many had been slain by the young master, yet they returned once more, intent on claiming the farm. The thin monkey mumbled to himself as he gazed at the horde. However, he was not foolish enough to underestimate the situation. He merely voiced his concerns aloud. At that moment, Lu Yong approached, his gaze fixed on the throng of zombies outside. The sight of their dense ranks, with varying levels of threat, filled him with apprehension, particularly due to the advanced zombies that exuded a formidable pressure. Lu Yong's injuries had nearly healed, prompting him to consider the necessity of leaving post-haste. Although the farm was a sanctuary, being trapped here was not a viable option. Moreover, their objective was to venture out in search of sustenance. Failure to return with provisions would place the Survivor Alliance in grave danger. After all, the Survivor Alliance's situation is not much different from that of the safe zone. Without a sufficient food supply, the Survivor Alliance cannot endure for long. The mere thought of the frenzied zombies outside fills him with anxiety, as he lacks confidence in his ability to depart safely. Although Qin Zhuo could prepare food for them to bring back to the safe zone, the reality is that even without carrying provisions, their chances of surviving the journey back are slim. Taking food with them would only add to their burdens. They might not even reach the safe zone before being torn to shreds by zombies. Skinny Monkey, what is the situation like outside? Lu Yong inquired, glancing at Skinny Monkey, who hesitated before responding. With a hint of resignation, he explained, I don't know why there are so many zombies. I fear their target is the farm. What should we do next? Upon hearing that the target was the farm, Lu Yong's alarm was palpable. Their strength was limited, and they could not fend off a massive zombie onslaught. While Qin Zhuo was indeed formidable, if he were to become entangled, they would all be in grave danger. The arrival of a special-grade zombie only heightened the sense of peril. It seemed they might be trapped here for an extended period. Though it was said that there was food and water in abundance, being stuck here for too long was untenable. The zombies outside were desperately trying to breach the farm, yet it appeared that some unseen force was preventing them from entering. At this critical juncture, escape was impossible. However, prolonged vigilance would lead to frustration, and they would owe Qin Zhuo an immense favor. Why the sudden inquiry about this? Are you considering taking advantage of the situation to leave? Skinny Monkey regarded Lu Yong with a quizzical expression. Lu Yong's demeanor shifted slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, I do indeed entertain thoughts of leaving, but given the zombies' frenzied nature, it would be exceedingly difficult. The abundance of food and water here is akin to paradise for us. Yet, I worry about the circumstances of the Survivor Alliance. The external environment is perilous, and the Alliance's situation is precarious. If we cannot bring back food, sustaining ourselves will be a challenge. Skinny Monkey spoke in a measured tone. That does not concern us. Since the young master saved you, there must be a reason behind it. However, as a guest, you must not overstep your bounds. I hope you can appreciate that. In the days they had spent together, Skinny Monkey had developed a great fondness for these survivors. Not long ago, Qin Zhuo had intervened, and they had observed from the sidelines. At that moment, he had been occupied elsewhere and was unaware of the details until Su Bo mentioned it, which left him quite astonished. This revelation brought a sense of awkwardness. He glanced at the aftermath, said nothing, and departed. The colorful monkey observed Lu Yong's departing figure, furrowing his brow and curling his lips as he remarked, Such a coward dares to entertain these ideas. At this critical juncture, His departure is a certain death sentence. If he wishes to perish, then let him go. Although the number of zombies outside had significantly increased, fortunately, they exhibited no desire to attack. After a few glances, Qin Zhuo dismissed the matter and continued diligently tending to his farm. Other survivors, eager to assist, found their offers turned down by Qin Zhuo. They watched the scene with a sense of helplessness. In contrast, Lu Feifei appeared quite at ease, wishing to lend a hand. Qin Zhuo glanced at Lu Feifei and agreed to her offer. This moment caused many survivors to furrow their brows, soon redirecting their gaze towards Lu Jun, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby. Yet, at this critical moment, they felt powerless. In this apocalyptic world, a woman's status was exceedingly low, regardless of her beauty. Without considerable strength, she had no chance of establishing a foothold. Lu Feifei had the backing of Lu Jun, which naturally conferred a significant status upon her. Finding such a remarkable combination alongside a refined lady was an arduous task. They could only look at Lu Jun with envy. For this beauty strategy was executed with remarkable finesse. Chapter 44. Osmantha's cake brother Qin Zhuo, do you think those zombies will return? The worry etched on Lu Feifei's brow was palpable as she stood beside Qin Zhuo. The last encounter with the zombies had been nothing short of chaotic. They had besieged the farm with an inexplicable tenacity. Yet, it seemed they were also wary of the farm's defenses, remaining on the periphery, hesitant to step foot within. However, their menacing posturing and the eerie aura they exuded instilled a profound sense of dread in those inside. Qin Zhuo was not particularly knowledgeable about zombies, but he could sense their relentless fixation on the farm from the previous battle. The unique nature of the farm deterred them from entering, which was precisely the source of Qin Zhuo's confidence. He responded with a calm demeanor. Feifei, there is no need for concern. Although the zombies vary in strength, they would not dare to set foot on the farm. However, once we leave its confines, the situation may become perilous. Those zombies are fierce, and I have recently noticed the arrival of more powerful ones. At that point, escaping could prove quite dangerous. His mind drifted to the formidable special-grade zombie he had encountered earlier, stirring a sense of unease within him. While Qin Zhuo had no intention of abandoning the farm, the emergence of these elite zombies posed a significant threat to the other survivors. To escape, they would need to vanquish the zombies, yet the sheer number of them, coupled with their formidable offensive capabilities, made the task daunting. Engaging in battle would likely yield little advantage, and the risk of total annihilation loomed large. Though the farm provided security, prolonged habitation was not a viable solution. Ultimately, one must leave, yet these zombies would never permit the survivors to do so unscathed. Upon hearing Qin Zhuo's words, Lu Feifei felt a measure of relief. In her eyes, with a powerful ally like Qin Zhuo to safeguard them, the zombies would not dare breach the farm's sanctity. Nevertheless, she soon pondered the drawbacks. The zombie numbers were escalating, while the survivors remained few. Attempting to break free could indeed be fraught with peril. Lu Feifei appeared somewhat anxious but masked her apprehensions, choosing to temper her expression. The situation was grave, and she needed to discuss it thoroughly with Lu Jun. While the other survivors were manageable, Lu Jun was the leader of the safe zone. If he could not return promptly, the safe zone would undoubtedly face a severe crisis. Should the zombies exploit this vulnerability, the survivors within the safe zone would be in jeopardy. Upon learning of these developments, Lu Jun's brow furrowed in concern. Since the last incident, he had sensed the looming threat. However, he found himself at a loss for an effective solution. He wished to enlist Qin Zhuo's aid, yet hesitated, unsure of how to justify such a request. Upon contemplating this, his gaze inadvertently shifted towards Lu Feifei, and he could not help but speak. Feifei, I perceive that Senior Qin Zhuo harbors some fondness for you. He has rebuffed the advances of others and acquiesced to your request. I believe this presents an opportunity. A safe zone cannot exist without a ruler. While it may suffice in the short term, the long term harbors undeniable peril. If we wish to hasten our return, it may necessitate calling upon Senior Qin Zhuo for assistance. Although I have yet to witness his prowess firsthand, his formidable capabilities are evident, marking him as an exceptionally strong individual. This declaration caused Lu Feifei to furrow her brow. She was acutely aware that they had already burdened him with numerous troubles and understood that acquiring sustenance in this apocalyptic world was an arduous endeavor. The fact that Qin Zhuo had exchanged tangible goods for their needs was already a significant favor. She felt she had accrued considerable debts of gratitude to him. At this critical juncture, requesting his aid seemed somewhat inappropriate. Lu Feifei, being astute, grasped Lu Jun's intentions, yet felt it was not prudent to proceed in such a manner at this time. Father, let us explore alternative methods for this matter. After all, we have already incurred considerable debts of gratitude to Brother Qin Zhuo regarding food. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jun felt a twinge of helplessness and replied with a wry smile. Feifei, at this juncture, It appears exceedingly challenging for us to leave alive. The sheer number of high-level zombies blocking our path is overwhelming, and there is also a multitude of mid-level zombies. We should not be overly fastidious at this point. Indeed, Lu Jun's observations were not without merit. The vast horde of increasingly powerful zombies instilled a profound sense of dread. Even if they sought to break through from another direction, it would likely demand an immense expenditure of manpower. Given the number of survivors within the farm, escaping was a formidable challenge. Moreover, Lu Yong and Chun Kong clearly held animosity towards him and were disinclined to heed his counsel. There will be a way. We shall undoubtedly find a means to escape this place, Lu Feifei asserted, though her expression revealed her distress, and she chose not to elaborate further. Lu Jun, witnessing Lu Feifei's discomfort, felt a pang of sympathy and opened his mouth to offer comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. As night approached, Qin Zhuo prepared a meal. Once everyone had finished, he cheerfully presented a platter of pastries, declaring, "These are osmanthus cakes I have been perfecting over the past few days. Do give them a try." The intoxicating aroma captivated the group, leaving them momentarily speechless. Such exquisite delicacies were incredibly rare in this post-apocalyptic landscape, where merely having food was already a considerable blessing. The extravagant nature of these pastries rendered them momentarily speechless. They gazed at the delightful treats before them, and one individual could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "These are pastries. How is this even possible? In this apocalypse, such exquisite and delectable pastries still exist. Mr. Qin, this is truly unbelievable. I have only encountered descriptions of such pastries in ancient texts, some of which date back hundreds or even thousands of years. It is astonishing that I can witness this with my own eyes." Lu Jun, as a leader, was equally astonished at this moment, exclaiming in surprise. Lu Feifei, on the other hand, gazed at Qin Zhuo in disbelief. She recalled the first time she arrived at the farm, when she caught a whiff of the fragrant osmanthus blossoms. In a world where flowers, trees, and plants had become exceedingly rare, particularly flowers, these were truly precious botanical treasures. She was acutely aware of the substantial quantity of osmanthus required to craft such delicacies. Observing the numerous pieces of osmanthus cake before her, she found it hard to fathom the situation. It seemed an extravagant waste. To produce mere pastries, such an extensive amount of osmanthus was necessary. Qin Zhuo, this is simply too extravagant. Chapter 45, System Upgrade. Gazing at the exquisitely delectable osmanthus cake before them, the crowd radiated excitement. They could scarcely fathom that such a culinary marvel truly existed. Its elegance and flavor were simply extraordinary. Mr. Qin Zhuo, it is hard to believe that I have lived so many years without encountering such a dish, remarked Lu Jun, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he took a bite of the osmanthus cake. Such delightful food is a rarity indeed. The others shared his sentiment. Their status paled in comparison to Lu Jun's, and they had naturally missed out on many experiences. This osmanthus cake had truly left them in awe. Upon hearing their praises, Qin Zhuo shook his head modestly, stating, "You flatter me. It is merely a common osmanthus cake. I can provide you with the recipe, and you may attempt to create it yourselves when you return." Attempt to create it ourselves? The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Where would they procure osmanthus? Without the necessary ingredients, how could they replicate such a delightful treat? A touch of embarrassment washed over them, but Lu Jun spoke up, "Mr. Qin, should the opportunity and materials arise in the future, I shall certainly have Feifei make this for me. Might I request your guidance for her in the meantime? We have much to learn from you." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo replied nonchalantly, "That is certainly not a problem. Haha, I appreciate it, Mr. Qin Zhuo." Lu Jun chuckled, then cast a meaningful glance at Lu Feifei, the implication clear. Lu Feifei, understanding Lu Jun's intent, glanced at Qin Zhuo. Her fair complexion tinged with a charming blush, rendering her quite alluring. The scene caused Lu Yong, Chun Kong, and the others to feel a mixture of envy and regret. They envied Qin Zhuo's fortunate romantic prospects, while also lamenting Lu Jun's blessing of a wonderful daughter. At this moment, the allure of beauty had proven to be of great utility. They found themselves with no valid excuse to learn anything, while Lu Feifei could effortlessly absorb a wealth of knowledge. Reflecting on this, they suddenly felt that the osmanthus cake in their hands had lost its appeal. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the crowd, Qin Zhuo glanced at Lu Feifei, only to find her blushing as she looked in his direction. What was happening? Was Lu Jun attempting to employ the charm of beauty? Qin Zhuo chuckled awkwardly, excusing himself before departing the room. Just then, the lanky monkey entered, urgency evident in his voice. "Young master, there is trouble. Come with me." He led Qin Zhuo to a platform that overlooked the outside world, pointing toward a certain direction. A fierce battle had recently erupted there. The flames had been intensely bright, and it was only after hearing the commotion that I realized something was amiss. Although the sounds were faint, I sensed that those involved had likely perished. Moreover, observe how the zombies in our vicinity appear to have diminished significantly. They have likely gone to lend support over there. This statement caused Qin Zhuo's brow to furrow. In these apocalyptic times, the number of survivors is already scarce. The loss of even a single capable individual is not a trivial matter. Yet, he had no means to venture outside and assess the situation. He was also concerned about the potential resurgence of the zombies. Skinny Monkey, why don't you head back and grab something to eat? I will keep watch, Qin Zhuo remarked. All right, please be careful, my lord, Skinny Monkey replied before departing. Qin Zhuo sat there, gazing deeply into the outside world, pondering. It has been 2 years since I arrived in this realm, and I have remained here for 2 years. I cannot possibly stay here for a lifetime. System, do lend me a hand. Qin Zhuo felt utterly helpless. No matter how fervently he summoned the system, there was no response. As if the system were nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, a voice resonated. The farm will enter an upgrade state in the next 24 hours. The voice echoed for merely a few seconds before fading away. Qin Zhuo was taken aback. In the past 2 years, he had not heard any announcement of a farm upgrade, only the rewards and notifications from skill enhancements. Finally, this wretched system might prove useful. I could very well lose my mind if this continues. Even eating steak every day would become tiresome. He shook his head and rose to gaze into the distance. Yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. He was deeply curious about what the system could bestow upon him. Would it provide a means of escape? Or perhaps, a path to cultivate his abilities? As night fell the following day, Qin Zhuo lay quietly in bed, awaiting the update. Ding. System update successful. This update will yield the following rewards: expansion of the farm size, enlargement of the farm storage, a small wind turbine, and 30 cloudy flowers along with 50 seeds. The array of rewards was indeed bountiful, especially the expansion of various aspects of the farm. However, what were these cloudy flower seeds? When Qin Zhuo opened the seed packet, he was taken aback. Cloudy flower effect. When crafted into a cloudy incense bag, it can repel zombies for a duration of 10 minutes. Combination requirement: 30 cloudy flowers. 1 high-grade fabric. Moreover, the crafting function was unlocked, and Qin Zhuo discovered numerous materials within. However, the only item he could combine at present was the cloudy flower, and he could only craft one. Furthermore, he needed to plant a significant quantity of cloudy flowers to be able to craft more. Crafting one that only lasts 10 minutes? This is utterly ridiculous. Even if I successfully cultivate all the materials in my possession, I can only craft one. What use is that to me? Qin Zhuo grumbled. Although the cloudy incense bag can repel zombies, the required quantity is far too excessive. Moreover, my fabric supply is already limited. While this function has offered him a glimmer of hope, actualizing it seems overwhelmingly difficult. He quickly considered asking Lu Jun for assistance, but soon realized that in this apocalyptic world, how could one possibly find fabric in abundance? The seeds could only be obtained from the system. From any angle he contemplated, there was no feasible way to acquire them. What a scam. Brother Qin Zhuo, are you asleep? Just as Qin Zhuo was lamenting, a knock echoed from outside his door. He opened the door to allow Lu Feifei to enter, who promptly inquired, Feifei, what brings you here at this hour? Lu Feifei, blushing, said, Brother Qin Zhuo, I have a few matters for which I seek your assistance. I truly cannot devise a solution on my own. Oh, do share, Qin Zhuo replied with a gentle smile, encouraging her to express herself. In truth, Qin Zhuo suspected that Lu Feifei's apprehension was tied to the matter of departure. The area surrounding the farm had become a congregation of formidable zombies, and although the survivors were not without strength, they would undoubtedly struggle against a large-scale onslaught of the undead. Lu Feifei had likely come to him regarding this very issue. As expected, she articulated her concerns, echoing Qin Zhuo's thoughts precisely. Brother Qin Zhuo, could you possibly assist me so that we may leave safely? Lu Feifei's cheeks flushed further. Her brow tinged with a hint of shyness as she spoke softly. I have contemplated numerous methods, yet none seem viable for a safe escape. I find myself at an impasse. Brother Qin Zhuo, if you could help me, it would mean the world to me. Chapter 46. We are good friends. Lu Feifei implied that nothing else mattered. Qin Zhuo felt a flicker of temptation, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he lacked the strength to protect Lu Feifei, and the likelihood of him staying was slim. Furthermore, Lu Jun was not far away. If he were to discover what Qin Zhuo had done with Lu Feifei, he would undoubtedly be enraged enough to come after him with a knife. Reflecting on this, Qin Zhuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, Feifei, do not say that. We are good friends, and if you find yourself in such trouble, I will naturally lend my assistance. Tell me, how long will it take to reach your safe zone from our farm? This inquiry momentarily stunned Lu Feifei. After a considerable pause, she replied, I think it should take over 2 hours. If there are not too many zombies, it may take just over an hour, as there is still a significant distance between us. Qin Zhuo was somewhat surprised by this response. Although he was aware of the general locations, he had not anticipated that it would require such a lengthy duration. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. The sheer number of zombies along the way would undoubtedly hinder their return to safety, making the prolonged time quite reasonable. Yet, nearly 2 hours would render his shadowy charm ineffective. What should he do? When do you plan to return? Qin Zhuo inquired. Lu Feifei explained. My father is an executive in Area A. He can be away from the safe zone for a short period, but prolonged absence would certainly lead to significant issues. My father's injuries have almost healed, and he plans to return in a few days. There is no alternative. Lu Jun still has a safe zone to manage, and given his high-ranking position, it is essential for him to hurry back. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Zhuo spoke. Here is the plan. I will prepare something for you. When the time comes, you must return promptly, and you can open this item at a critical moment. It will assist you. All right, I shall follow Brother Qin Zhuo's arrangement. Lu Feifei exclaimed, deeply touched, her gaze shifting notably. She felt no resistance toward Lu Jun's decisions. For Qin Zhuo was shrouded in mystery and possessed formidable strength qualities that rendered him nearly perfect in many respects. In this apocalyptic world, few could compare to Qin Zhuo, and she found herself quite captivated. Brother Qin Zhuo, her eyes held a different glimmer as she tilted her head and slowly closed her eyes. Before him stood a vibrant woman, and Qin Zhuo's gaze inevitably shifted, filled with ardor. Any man in such a situation would likely struggle to maintain composure. And Qin Zhuo was no exception. Lu Feifei had hinted at her feelings before, and at this moment, her intentions were unmistakably clear. To claim he was unaffected would be disingenuous, yet Qin Zhuo understood that he could not act on such impulses. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath to regain his composure. Feifei, I comprehend your sentiments, but I do not wish for you to act upon them solely because of your father. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Zhuo regarded Lu Feifei earnestly, stating that matters of the heart cannot be forced. If the time is right, everything will fall into place naturally. He advised her to contemplate thoroughly before returning, noting that the hour was late and it would be best to avoid raising suspicions among others. Brother Qin Zhuo, Lu Feifei was deeply touched by his earnest demeanor. Such tolerance is a rarity among people, and his favorable background in the Lu family, a family of considerable influence, spared him from external hardships. Were he an ordinary individual, fortune might not have smiled upon him so generously, and Lu Feifei found herself genuinely captivated by Qin Zhuo's kindness. Enough of overthinking. You should rest well. I will prepare provisions for you when the time comes. And your ability to return to safety will ultimately depend on your own efforts, Qin Zhuo remarked with a smile. I understand, Brother Qin Zhuo. Thank you. You are truly a good person. I will certainly give that matter much thought, Lu Feifei replied, her cheeks flushing further as she shyly exited. Good person card? Qin Zhuo mused, shaking his head as he gazed at the sky outside, choosing not to elaborate further. Days later, Lu Jun had fully recovered from his injuries. Upon seeing Qin Zhuo, Lu Feifei could not conceal her shyness, having reflected on many things since their last encounter. Lu Jun observed Qin Zhuo with an approving gaze, which made Qin Zhuo feel quite awkward, for he and Lu Feifei had maintained an entirely innocent relationship. Here are the supplies. Carry them with you. Having them will significantly enhance your safety, Qin Zhuo instructed. Remember, while this can repel zombies, the effect lasts only 10 minutes. So you must manage your time wisely during that window. The expression on Lu Feifei's face noticeably shifted upon hearing 10 minutes. For such a brief span was indeed insufficient. They had traveled a considerable distance to reach this point and needed to bring back a substantial amount of food, which would inevitably slow their pace. Feifei, Lu Jun called out. Mr. Qin Zhuo, Feifei is young and may not fully grasp certain matters. I apologize on her behalf. Lu Jun spoke with utmost respect. Recognizing that in this apocalyptic world, treasures that could deter zombies were exceedingly rare, and 10 minutes was a precious gift. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Mr. Qin Zhuo, and this kindness will remain etched in my memory. In the midst of the apocalypse, items that could instill fear in zombies were few and far between, and witnessing such a phenomenon was profoundly shocking. Lu Jun understood that Qin Zhuo would not deceive him. Though it was merely 10 minutes, it could yield incredible results at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei cautiously observed Qin Zhuo, anxious that her earlier words might have offended him. Forget it, in that case. You should depart at your earliest convenience, Qin Zhuo concluded, choosing not to say more. Considering Lu Feifei's pleas, he reluctantly crafted the shadowy fragrance sachet, conceding even the solitary piece he possessed. Yet, Lu Feifei's demeanor left Qin Zhuo somewhat disheartened. Without uttering a word, she departed. The onlookers, intrigued, observed the scene. speculating that Qin Zhuo might indeed be angered. After all, a 10-minute item is a remarkably precious treasure, and Lu Feifei's fastidiousness seemed excessive. Mr. Lu Jun, I sense that you and your companions harbor some skepticism regarding the gift bestowed by Senior Qin Zhuo. Perhaps it would be prudent to return the item. I am confident that, given your capabilities, you would be able to depart unscathed, Qin Kong remarked with a knowing smile. Lu Yong, standing beside him, echoed this sentiment, acknowledging that although the effect lasted merely 10 minutes, at certain moments it could wield unimaginable power. Lu Feifei, witnessing this exchange, found herself at a loss for words. Had she truly misspoken? Indeed, 10 minutes seemed a trifling duration. Why? Chapter 47. The Cloudy Fragrance Pouch. Elder Qin Zhuo has expressed his intention to bequeath the items to us. If you wish to obtain them, you may approach Elder Qin Zhuo personally. The hour grows late, and we must hasten our departure. Lu Jun responded with a calm demeanor. Lu Yong, Qin Kong, and the others exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in contemplation. It was evident that Lu Feifei's earlier remarks had displeased Qin Zhuo, should he withdraw his assistance. The implications could be significant. Truly, Lu Feifei lacks discernment, speaking so thoughtlessly, Qin Kong remarked, shaking his head. Lu Yong, standing nearby, wholeheartedly concurred, stating, indeed. Elder Qin Zhuo has already extended a considerable favor by entrusting him with the items, yet they continue to disdain their quality. At this moment, Lu Feifei's countenance darkened. Turning to her father, Lu Jun, she could not restrain her inquiry. Father, I merely spoke the truth. Did I truly err? Reflecting on the earlier incident, Lu Jun sighed in resignation. With a tone of earnestness, he replied, Feifei, you were indeed somewhat negligent in this matter. You must understand how precious are the items capable of instilling fear in the undead, especially considering that 10 minutes is no trifling duration. Mr. Qin Zhuo's decision to entrust us with these items indicates his high regard for us. He wishes for us to return and conduct our research. Should we succeed in developing a genuine remedy, it would constitute a monumental advancement for us. I believe Mr. Qin Zhuo possesses other finished products as well. This was also a test. Regrettably, you failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, and it seems Mr. Qin Zhuo may be somewhat angered. As he spoke, Lu Jun's gaze drifted towards the horde of zombies outside. Let us set aside other matters for now. I trust these medicines will prove effective at a critical juncture. We must depart swiftly. The group promptly followed suit, pushing open the farm gate and charging forth. Lu Feifei inhaled deeply, channeling her internal energy, and joined the throng as they surged out of the farm. Outside, the zombies were frenzied, clawing and gnashing their teeth, desperately attempting to seize the survivors. Bang! The sound of explosions echoed repeatedly, and within mere moments, a powerful shockwave decimated a multitude of zombies. Gradually, only a handful of intermediate and advanced zombies remained. Though they appeared fearsome, they sensed the formidable strength of Lu Jun and his companions, clearly wavering in their resolve. Now is the time. We must go, Lu Jun urged, seizing the moment. Yes, the 7 bodyguards, whose prowess was formidable, unleashed a terrifying lethality that instilled fear in the zombies. Time was of the essence if they were to escape unscathed, yet reaching the safety zone would not be as straightforward. For the number of zombies along their path was overwhelming. After an indeterminate duration of travel, Lu Jun and his companions found themselves panting heavily. However, they were still some distance from the safety zone and were compelled to temporarily rest amidst the ruins. Roar! At that moment, the chilling sound of zombies echoed once more, their ferocious and piercing cries instilling a sense of dread in everyone present. Mr. Lu, we are in trouble. It's those advanced zombies. They have detected our presence, and we must hasten our departure from this place, or we will be in dire straits, one of the bodyguards remarked, his brow furrowed. Advanced zombies are particularly perilous, as they possess offensive capabilities and their reckless nature renders them exceptionally formidable. Prolonged engagement with them would result in significant disadvantage. Their objective was not to annihilate us entirely, but rather to return to the safety zone without delay. Engaging in battle at this critical juncture would be ill-advised. Mr. Lu, there are many of them. We are in a precarious situation. They have us cornered, and the exits are swarming with zombies, another member of the group expressed anxiously. The sight of numerous advanced zombies was indeed a harrowing prospect, and their substantial congregation suggested the potential emergence of elite zombies in the vicinity. Though the 7 individuals led by Lu Jun possessed considerable strength, they were still outmatched by the advanced zombies, particularly given the current circumstances. Prolonged confinement would only exacerbate their predicament. Father, we are still quite a distance from the safety zone. If we use that now, wouldn't it be? Lu Feifei expressed her concerns. Her words caused Lu Jun to furrow his brow, as he replied sternly, Feifei, you must think long-term, do you understand? If we fail to return alive, everything will vanish. The next 20 minutes are our opportunity to ensure our survival. Mr. Qin entrusted us with these items for this very reason. Lu Jun continued, you are no longer a child. As I grow older, the safety zone will eventually fall into your hands. In times of crisis, consider your actions carefully. Do you comprehend? The complexities of the safety zone were manifold, and interpersonal relationships were of paramount importance. Certain truths could not be spoken overtly. Now, quickly retrieve the items. His words caused Lu Feifei to tremble slightly. After a moment of silence, she produced the fragrant pouch. As the unusual aroma wafted through the air, the expressions of those present shifted subtly. For the scent was not pleasant and bore a sharp, acrid note. Mr. Lu, the zombies are beginning to retreat. They must be wary of this fragrance. A nearby bodyguard remarked in astonishment. Mr. Qin is indeed remarkable. Although this substance is unpleasant, it seems to repel the zombies effectively, Lu Jun said, exhaling in relief as he observed the zombies withdrawing. Mr. Qin possesses immense strength. He has created something that other safety zones and regions cannot replicate, which is quite extraordinary. Now, we must act swiftly. This substance can only deter the zombies for 10 minutes, and once that time elapses, we will be in grave danger. At this point, Lu Jun's tone grew grave. 10 minutes is a fleeting period. They must make haste. Meanwhile, within the confines of the farm, Lu Yong, scratching his head, approached Qin Zhuo. Senior Qin, I wonder if you still have those items you gave to Mr. Lu? We would like to, he inquired, mustering the courage to ask. Upon mentioning the elusive cloud-scented pouch, Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. Such an item is exceedingly rare due to the scarcity of its crafting materials. If you could procure the necessary components, I would indeed be able to create one for you. Materials? Lu Yong appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was unable to leave this place. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to inquire, Qin Zhuo, although we currently cannot depart, we shall certainly gather the required materials upon our return. May I ask what specific materials are needed? Fabric, pristine fabric. Qin Zhuo replied. Fabric? Lu Yong was evidently astonished. With a tone of resignation, he remarked, Qin Zhuo, do we possess an abundance of fabric? In this post-apocalyptic era, clothing is exceedingly scarce, and it is likely that only the larger regions have any clean fabric available. Chapter 48. Young Master, are you a deity? Oh, is there truly no method to produce fabric in the outside world? Are garments not a necessity? Qin Zhuo inquired with curiosity. Despite the apocalyptic setting, the attire of the survivors was strikingly diverse. Some wore tattered clothing, while others donned remarkably new outfits. And it was evident that each individual possessed at least 1 or 2 sets of clean garments. Lu Yong let out a wry smile before responding, Mr. Qin. You may be unaware that while there are indeed places outside capable of producing clothing, the costs are exorbitant. We can understand, though. Crafting garments from the spare time available is undeniably arduous. However, that pertains to other regions, and the disparity with our situation is considerable. Acquiring fabric is exceedingly difficult, as the prices of clothing are high and the raw materials are nearly monopolized, making procurement a challenge. This explanation left Qin Zhuo in contemplation. He had not anticipated that there were individuals engaging in such endeavors amid the apocalypse. It was, without a doubt, a highly profitable enterprise, considering the difficulty of obtaining quality clothing. It seemed he would have to abandon the notion of sending them to search for fabric. Mr. Qin, however, there are alternative methods to obtain fabric, Lu Yong said, as a thought struck him. Several months ago, during a food scavenging expedition, we were pursued by zombies and had no choice but to take refuge in a dilapidated structure. Within, we discovered a plethora of materials, including fabric, albeit it had long since decayed, emanating a foul odor. This revelation piqued Qin Zhuo's interest. Could you retrieve some for us? He asked. Should we survive the return journey? We shall certainly bring the materials for you, Mr. Qin, Lu Yong replied earnestly. He recognized that the individual before him possessed extraordinary strength and was a senior figure. Cultivating a good relationship with such a person was undoubtedly advantageous. Although the task of retrieving fabric was fraught with danger, it could be worth the risk. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. Although the zombies had been distracted by Lu Jun and his companions, the situation outside remained precarious. Given Lu Yong's capabilities, returning safely would likely prove challenging. Su Bo, Qin Zhuo called. Young master, Su Bo promptly approached his side. In that case, I shall have Su Bo escort you for a short distance. However, whether you can return safely will depend on your own abilities. And do not forget about the materials, Qin Zhuo instructed. With thoughts of Su Bo's formidable prowess, Lu Yong was filled with excitement. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, we will certainly bring back the items. We appreciate your assistance, Su Bo. Indeed, Su Bo replied calmly. Soon after, Lu Yong and his companions began to gather their belongings in preparation to depart. However, Upon stepping into the outside world, they were immediately struck by the cold. The menacing presence of the zombies was almost unbearable. Advanced zombies, why are there so many? One murmured. Indeed, weren't they supposed to be lured away? It seems we may still struggle to escape, another voiced anxiously. Upon hearing the hushed discussions among his companions, Liu Yang's expression darkened. Enough. With Senior Subo accompanying us, we will undoubtedly make our exit safely. Subo spoke in a calm tone, saying, there is no need for such concern. I am merely executing the orders of the young master. Whether you return alive depends solely on your own abilities. With that, he and his companions exited the farm, and Subo unleashed a formidable aura, crackling with the thunderous energy of martial prowess, which coalesced into a lethal weapon. Boom. With a single strike, numerous zombies collapsed lifelessly to the ground, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. In a brief moment, the hordes of the undead outside the farm were obliterated. Subo remarked nonchalantly, all right, let us proceed. I shall escort you out. Liu Yong and the others behind him were left in stunned silence, though they had suspected Subo's immense strength. The display they had just witnessed was terrifying. He had effortlessly vanquished so many formidable foes in an instant. They could not help but tremble at the thought of just how powerful Qin Zhuo, the young master, must be. After all, Subo had implied that he was inferior to Qin Zhuo, which hinted at the latter's profound and inscrutable prowess. Young master, what are your plans next? Asked Shouho as he approached. Upon seeing Shouho, Qin Zhuo smiled and pointed towards the outside, saying, what is this? Your lady has arrived. Yet you are not preparing to return? Oh well. Shouho's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, young master, I recognize that my strength pales in comparison to Subo's, but I still wish to remain with you. Consider me a servant. I am willing to do whatever you ask. This declaration brought a smile to Qin Zhuo's face, for he understood Shouho's intentions. The farm had indeed expanded significantly, necessitating additional manpower. Although Shouho was not particularly powerful, his cleverness and perceptiveness made him a valuable asset. Very well, then. You may stay for the time being. But you must diligently manage the affairs of the farm, Qin Zhuo instructed. Upon hearing this, Shouho was deeply moved and vowed, young master, I shall work diligently. Now, come with me to the backyard to plant some seeds. From now on, you will take good care of them, Qin Zhuo said as he surveyed the farm. He had not paid much attention before, but now he noticed that the scale of the farm had indeed increased considerably. It had expanded almost an entire circle, making it difficult to discern any discrepancies without careful observation. Let us plant in the backyard, Qin Zhuo contemplated aloud. The backyard? Shouho appeared momentarily perplexed. After a moment of thought, he responded, young master, have you forgotten? There is no available space in the backyard. If I recall correctly, we have already planted eggplants, cabbages, and carrots there, and the area is also occupied by Qiuqiu and the others. There is no room left. Qin Zhuo smiled enigmatically and replied, you will understand in due time. Shouho, puzzled by this mysterious statement, wondered what the young master was contemplating. After all, there seemed to be no vacant areas in the backyard. He returned to fetch some items and entered the backyard, only to be momentarily taken aback. However, he soon realized something was amiss, for the entire space of the backyard had indeed expanded considerably, and 2 plots of land had mysteriously opened up at the edges. This transformation rendered him wide-eyed, and he momentarily believed himself to be hallucinating. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, astonishingly, 2 clearings have indeed materialized. How could this be possible? When I last visited, I saw nothing of the sort, and yet now. The slender monkey gazed at the scene, rendered nearly incoherent, for he could scarcely fathom the nature of this occurrence. Just then, Qin Zhuo approached with seeds in hand, leisurely remarking, I mentioned before that where there are clearings will naturally emerge. Do you now believe? The slender monkey, his expression brimming with excitement, looked at Qin Zhuo and could not restrain his inquiry. Sir, are you a deity? Chapter 49, The Expansion of the Farm Gods? Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes upon hearing this. If he were truly a deity, he would not be trapped in such a predicament. I am merely an ordinary man. Ordinary man? The thin monkey certainly did not believe this. In his view, Qin Zhuo must be undergoing profound cultivation. It is often said that great sages blend in with the common folk, and someone of his caliber must undoubtedly be a hidden master, residing here solely for the purpose of refining his mental state. He had once heard some elders mention that to enhance one's cultivation, one must immerse oneself in diligent practice, and the higher the level of cultivation, the deeper the understanding required. Otherwise, one could not advance further. True strength lies in obscurity, concealed among the masses, with none being aware of their prowess. Thus, the thin monkey was convinced of Qin Zhuo's extraordinary nature, nodding knowingly before saying, yes, I understand. What do you understand? Qin Zhuo thought irritably. He had said nothing. Yet this lad had conjured such wild notions. Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo chose to ignore the thin monkey and proceeded to plant the seeds of the Yun grass. Young master, these seeds are different from the previous ones, and they emit a rather pungent odor. What are they? The thin monkey inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity as he caught a whiff of the scent, Qin Zhuo explained, these are Yun seeds, which will yield Yun grass. The sachets crafted from it can ward off zombie attacks, albeit for only 10 minutes. What? Is this what the young master gave the lady back then? The thin monkey gazed at the seeds before him, his expression filled with astonishment. He found it hard to believe such seeds existed in the world. Yet the thought of refining such a pungent substance into sachets seemed utterly bizarre. Fei Fei and the others sought to return to the safe zone. And the journey would not be short. Whether they would yield any effect would depend on their own fortunes. Many outcomes are already fated, beyond our ability to alter. This succinct statement left the thin monkey in contemplation. He sensed that Qin Zhuo's words were laden with profound meaning, but his mind struggled to grasp the subtleties interwoven within. You are truly remarkable, young master. In all these years of the apocalypse, I have yet to hear of anything that could instill fear in zombies, and if these seeds could be produced in bulk, would that not mean? The thin monkey's eyes sparkled with hope, his gaze growing fervent. Qin Zhuo shook his head lightly and replied calmly, if only matters were so easily resolved. These anomalies are exceedingly rare, and it requires a vast amount of materials to refine even a single batch. Large-scale production is simply unattainable. Even for myself, it would be challenging to create another. We must wait until these seeds bloom and bear fruit. As he spoke, he added gravely, these seeds are indeed promising, but whether they can yield more seeds remains uncertain. Resolving this calamity is no simple task. The thin monkey felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. He had hoped for a definitive solution to the zombie crisis. Unbeknownst to him, numerous constraints lay ahead. Gazing at the seeds before him, he promptly declared, young master, I shall remain by the side of these seeds until they bear fruit. That is unnecessary. Let nature take its course, came the reply. Forced endeavors seldom yield favorable outcomes. And whether this tiny seed will flourish remains uncertain. Qin Zhuo shook his head, not particularly concerned. Although the system had bestowed the seeds, their successful cultivation depended on one's own capabilities. These seeds possessed remarkable potency, yet their odor was exceedingly unpleasant. As for the potential of larger yields, he had no certainty. Despite Qin Zhuo's advanced horticultural skills, achieving optimal results with high-quality seeds proved challenging. The seeds within the farm, bolstered by his expertise, yielded decent harvests. But those were all below the 3-star rating. In contrast, the quality of the Yun grass soared to 5 stars, a pinnacle of excellence. He felt that successfully cultivating it would not be an easy task. Let nature take its course, Qin Zhuo reiterated, shaking his head as he crouched to attend to his affairs. Seeing this, the thin monkey fell silent, knowing he could offer no help, and instead occupied himself with simpler tasks nearby. At noon, the thin monkey, carrying items, made his way to the backyard, coincidentally encountering the returning Su Bo thin monkey. What is going on? Why are you carrying things to the backyard? There was nothing in need of arrangement there, Su Bo inquired curiously, glancing at the thin monkey. The activities in the backyard were minimal, and recently Qin Zhuo had attended to everything. At this moment, there should be nothing requiring attention. Unable to contain himself, the thin monkey responded, Su Bo, you are unaware of the marvel I have discovered. 2 empty plots have inexplicably appeared in our backyard. 2 empty plots? How is that possible? Su Bo looked at the thin monkey, puzzled. Surely you are not jesting. The backyard is quite limited in size. How could new plots suddenly materialize? I understand your skepticism. Come, follow me to the backyard, and you shall see for yourself. I was equally astonished when I first noticed it, the thin monkey urged, carrying his items toward the backyard. Upon arriving, Su Bo indeed discovered the 2 vacant plots, his jaw dropping in disbelief. How can this be? 2 plots have appeared out of thin air. This is not right. Su Bo approached the edge, standing elevated to gaze outward, and was soon rendered speechless by the revelation. It was not merely the backyard that had expanded, the entire farm had grown. He had felt no shift upon returning, and without the thin monkey's prompt, he would have remained oblivious to the transformation. During his time here, he had detected no significant commotion, yet this additional area was beyond comprehension. This is beyond human capability. Su Bo was utterly astounded. This is unfathomable. The young master's power is truly extraordinary. Surely, even the most formidable of beings could not conjure something from nothing, Su Bo murmured to himself, unable to contain his astonishment. The formidable power of humanity's ultimate champions has transcended even the most formidable limits, yet they cannot conjure something from nothing. In his perception, only a deity could achieve such feats. Is the young master truly a god? Doubting this notion, Su Bo found himself murmuring to himself, initially reluctant to embrace such claims. He felt the weight of the extraordinary only after witnessing these events firsthand. He struggled to comprehend how such marvels were accomplished. Aside from this explanation, there seemed to be no other viable rationale. Su Bo, I am not deceiving you. When I first beheld it, I was utterly astonished. It's simply beyond belief, remarked the slender monkey, unable to contain himself at Su Bo's expression. Upon hearing this, Su Bo furrowed his brow and promptly cautioned. The young master is likely no ordinary individual, but such matters must remain confidential. Do you understand? Chapter 50. The eerie flower. Su Bo reassuredly stated, rest assured. Having received the young master's favor, I will certainly not divulge any matters. The thin monkey patted his chest as he spoke. Su Bo nodded with satisfaction. Observing the thin monkey, he remarked, the young master possesses extraordinary capabilities. He is well aware of certain matters, yet he refrains from speaking due to his cultivation. One must ask, what in this world can truly be concealed from the young master? It is merely that he immerses himself in the mundane, prioritizing his spiritual practice. Therefore, let us regard the young master as an ordinary person, though we must remain cognizant of his vast powers. Do you understand? This statement left the thin monkey momentarily taken aback. However, he soon regained his composure and quickly replied, what Su Bo says is indeed true. The young master's level and depth of understanding are unfathomable. How could we ever hope to discern his thoughts? We need only to follow orders and fulfill our duties. Su Bo chuckled heartily and said, indeed, the young master has fully integrated into the mortal realm, achieving a profound state of mind that we must not disturb. Thin monkey. Although your talents are modest, it is imperative that your strength does not falter while in the young master's company. I shall guide you in your cultivation. Are you willing? Absolutely, I am most willing, exclaimed the thin monkey, filled with joy. Under Su Bo's tutelage, his strength would undoubtedly see significant enhancement in a short period. For Su Bo was an exceptionally formidable figure. Haha, the young master is now an ordinary person. The task of protection should be entrusted to us. And you must not appear too weak, Su Bo stated calmly. Yes, I understand, replied the disciple. The following morning, young master Lu Yong and Chun Kong are preparing to leave the farm, but the thin monkey reported as he approached Qin Zhuo. This news caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow slightly. Although the number of zombies outside the farm had diminished, the danger still loomed large. Departing at such a critical juncture was hardly prudent. The Inyan flower had only recently been planted, and he had no means to synthesize the Inyan incense pouch. Furthermore, 10 minutes was an inconsequential amount of time, rendering it virtually useless. You see, they wished to solicit your assistance, essentially seeking your guidance to ensure their safe return. The thin monkey could not help but explain. Qin Zhuo cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, let us go. We must ultimately meet with them. Upon entering the hall, Qin Zhuo encountered Lu Yong, Chun Kong, and the others, who had already gathered their belongings. Their capabilities were rather limited, and they carried the provisions that Qin Zhuo had prepared earlier. In their current state, they could hardly venture far, and in the high-risk area of the zombie-infested zone, they would be surrounded within minutes. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. Lu Yong, Chun Kong, and the others exhibited utmost respect in their demeanor. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, taking his time to sit down. Are you all preparing to leave the farm and return to the safe zone? Yes, we have been away for quite some time, and the safe zone awaits our return with the provisions. Moreover, we cannot afford to delay any longer, Chun Kong asserted with earnestness. Though he spoke with conviction, an underlying tension gripped him as he harbored no certainty of surviving the journey back. Thus, he resolved to accompany Lu Yong on their journey, planning to devise a means of returning later. Qin Zhuo cast a calm glance at them and remarked, although I have prepared ample provisions for your safety, it would be prudent to minimize your supplies. The weight of the food will significantly hinder your mobility, and prolonged exposure could prove detrimental. Lu Yong and the others displayed evident hesitation. The safe zone was in dire need of sustenance, and it felt regrettable to relinquish the considerable amount of food Qin Zhuo had permitted them to take back. Mr. Qin, we understand your concerns. However, the safe zone's need for food is pressing, and we wish to carry back as much as possible, Lu Yong replied after some contemplation. We will not forget your kindness regarding the provisions. When we return next time, we shall surely bring our gratitude. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo merely shook his head. Embarking with such a heavy load was inherently perilous, and whether they would survive the journey back remained uncertain. Very well, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not impede you further. I wish you a safe journey, Qin Zhuo stated, choosing not to elaborate. Mr. Qin, actually, we would like to seek your assistance in formulating a plan, Lu Yong said, his neck reddening with embarrassment as he gazed at Qin Zhuo. With so many zombies outside and our limited numbers, we cannot compare ourselves to Mr. Liu and his group. Safely departing seems quite challenging. Though Qin Zhuo had already anticipated their thoughts, he felt a twinge of headache at this critical juncture. He possessed no means to ensure their safe escape, nor could he be expected to do so. Subo, please escort them out shortly. To the small hill ahead will suffice. Cultivation is a personal endeavor, and while I can assist you temporarily, I cannot provide long-term aid. Go now, and make haste, Qin Zhuo stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Liu Yong grasped the implication and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your guidance. I feel a clearer vision of my path ahead. With that, he departed the farm, followed by Su Bo watching their departing figures. The thin monkey voiced his concern. Young master, is this wise? Those individuals lack strength. While Su Bo's escort will enhance their safety once he leaves, Qin Zhuo responded matter-of-factly, this is no longer our concern. We share no bond with them. My assistance was merely out of compassion for fellow survivors. To truly escape, they must rely on their own capabilities. Lacking the influence of Lu Jun, they must develop their own strategies to navigate the external challenges. Rising slowly, Qin Zhuo declared, let us proceed to the backyard to observe the cloud flowers. Woof, woof, woof. In the backyard, a chorus of huskies barked incessantly, seemingly sensing an impending dread. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow as he arrived in the backyard. What on earth is going on? The slender monkey behind him was utterly astonished by the transformation of the shadow flowers, rendered speechless in place. For those shadow flowers had indeed blossomed, and their scent had significantly diminished. Is this the famed 5-star seed? Its reputation is well-deserved, as it has managed to bloom overnight. Qin Zhuo was equally astonished, having never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. It was evident that these shadow flowers had bloomed in a single night, and the fragrance within seemed to dispel the foul odors from the outside world. Young master, what shall we do to care for these flowers now? The slender monkey inquired. Swallowing hard, unable to contain his curiosity, he found the situation exceedingly peculiar, especially regarding these shadow flowers, which were most enigmatic. Chapter 51. Harvesting the cloudy flower. Although the slender monkey had encountered numerous peculiar flowers on the farm, a flower that could bloom in a single day was truly extraordinary. He found it incomprehensible. Qin Zhuo, upon hearing this, suggested, let us wait and see. This flower is indeed strange. The 5-star flower was undeniably bizarre, particularly with its terrifying growth rate, which exceeded even his expectations. It was utterly unlike the flowers he had previously obtained. It was a true oddity. Regrettably, the system lacked any form of artificial intelligence, rendering it incapable of providing him with assistance. Gazing at the flowers, Qin Zhuo could only suppress his curiosity and await further developments. At noon, Su Bo hurried back to the farm, visibly weary and appearing to have endured a battle. Su Bo, you seem in quite a rush. Is everything all right? Qin Zhuo inquired. The slender monkey interjected. Did Lu Yong and Chun Kong encounter trouble? Upon mentioning them, Su Bo shook his head. They have already departed. Whether they return alive, I cannot say. However, I did find myself surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, with the assistance of the young master, my strength has increased significantly. Otherwise, I would have struggled to return safely. Su Bo spoke with lingering fear as he recounted the events. It turned out that on his way back, he had been besieged and attacked by elite zombies. Thankfully, his considerable strength allowed him to survive. He also discovered that the zombies were not particularly formidable. Aside from the elite and advanced zombies, most were transformed survivors. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the survivors from Area C? The survivors there were recently exterminated, and those who remain are scattered. The situation is grim. The cases of Luo Min and others are quite unique. They too may soon face infection. It seems the outside world is indeed perilous. As Qin Zhuo pondered, his thoughts returned to the cloudy flower, which bloomed in a day. He hoped it would soon mature into a true blossom. Meanwhile, within Area A, Lu Jun and his companions returned to the safety zone in a disheveled state, relieved to find no chaos had erupted within the confines. Steward Lu entered and inquired, Master, how did everything go? Lu Jun chuckled lightly. Elder Qin has healed my wounds and provided us with some materials. He has sent for the He brothers. Upon hearing this, the He brothers hurriedly arrived. Mr. Lu, are you all right? We have been quite worried during your absence from the safety zone. He Hai expressed his concern. Lu Jun waved his hand dismissively. I met with Mr. Qin. He not only treated my injuries but also instructed me to bring back materials that would deter zombies. What? Materials that can keep zombies at bay? He Hai exclaimed in disbelief. Such a notion was nearly unheard of in this apocalyptic world, where zombies were overwhelmingly powerful and numerous. Mr. Qin is truly extraordinary, he thought, his expression urgent as he looked at Lu Jun. What are these materials? Lu Jun, observing the expressions of the He brothers, couldn't help but smile. He recounted his experiences to He Long in detail. 10 minutes. Though it may seem brief, the value of this is immeasurable, remarked He Hai. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I will dedicate myself day and night to researching the materials, striving to transform them into fragrant sachets. Very well. Then I entrust this matter to you. Do not let me down, Lu Jun said as he handed over all the materials to the He brothers. As experts in the field, their involvement would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. The two hurriedly departed, laden with their task. Soon, news spread outside, invigorating many survivors, as it suggested they might be able to withstand the onslaught of zombies. Mr. Qin is indeed an extraordinary individual. He has managed to develop such remarkable items, they exclaimed. Mr. Qin is truly impressive. His every endeavor leaves us in awe. I wonder if he has settled down yet. My younger sister is quite lovely. Amidst the myriad of opinions circulating outside, Lu Jun diligently organized his work, focusing on both cultivation and medicinal herbs. Thanks to Qin Zhuo's guidance, the cultivation area had flourished, and within 2 months, it had begun to bear fruit. This achievement thrilled everyone, as the yield surpassed their previous expectations significantly. Lu Feifei visited the cultivation area and was astounded by the abundance of produce, while she had faith in Qin Zhuo's abilities. Witnessing the reality of such growth left her deeply impressed. She had often come to observe their progress, having witnessed the food's growth firsthand. Brother Qin is truly remarkable. He has managed to bring forth blossoms and fruit so swiftly, and the yield is substantial, she mused. The food crisis in the safe zone had been alleviated. Yet a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She recalled her previous actions and felt a pang of anxiety. She understood that the strong often exhibited unpredictable temperaments. Although Qin Zhuo was known for his good nature, her past behavior might have irked him. What should I do? She wondered. Feifei, do not dwell on such thoughts. Lu Jun approached leisurely, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Qin is kind-hearted. He will not hold it against you for long. However, you must refrain from being overly self-deprecating. Mr. Qin's creations are wondrous. We ought to express gratitude rather than doubt. I can see that you harbor feelings for Mr. Qin. With that in mind, I shall arrange for you to meet him. And we shall also bring our tokens of appreciation. Lu Jun continued. Seize this opportunity. As far as I know, Mr. Qin seldom encounters women, and you are among the few. Make the most of this chance. This remark caused Lu Feifei's cheeks to flush with warmth. Reflecting on her interactions with Qin Zhuo, she felt a firm resolve taking root within her. Father, I understand your intentions. I shall go to meet Brother Qin Zhuo, she declared earnestly. Young master, come quickly and see these flowers. Are they considered finished products? The fragrance has already diminished significantly, called the thin monkey from the backyard towards Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhuo arrived in the region of the Yun flower and noticed, to his surprise, that several lines of text had suddenly appeared. Yun flower status, harvestable. This notification startled Qin Zhuo, as it was the first time he had ever encountered such a prompt. Harvest all the flowers, but be cautious, Qin Zhuo instructed. Understood. Young master, Su Bo replied, while the slender monkey carefully collected the Yun flowers. After planting 50 seeds of the Yun flower, Qin Zhuo managed to obtain only 40 blooms, with 10 of them having gone awry. He gathered the Yun flowers, intending to synthesize them later that evening. With 2 helpers in the farm, Qin Zhuo found his days significantly more manageable, as many tasks no longer required his direct involvement. During the evening, Su Bo guided the slender monkey in his training, while Qin Zhuo rested comfortably in a chair. This lifestyle was exceedingly relaxing, a stark contrast to the years of toil he had endured. In the past, he had been bound to a daily grind, with scarcely a moment to truly rest. Now, however, his circumstances had transformed. There was no need for work, nor any concerns over sustenance. It was akin to a paradise on earth, the only drawback being the incessant disturbances caused by the zombies. Chapter 52. What do you know? Night fell. Qin Zhuo once again utilized the synthesis table to refine a Yun incense pouch. Gazing at the pouch before him, he pondered. Only 10 Yun flowers remained. Although roots were left behind, he was uncertain whether they could regrow. He had specifically instructed Su Bo to handle them with care, hoping to preserve the roots intact, as that was the only way to cultivate new Yun flowers. Acquiring a sufficient quantity of Yun flowers from the system remained a daunting task, unless he could elevate his own level. Otherwise, he would be unable to obtain anything new. Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo secured the incense pouch on his person and fell asleep. For now, he could only let nature take its course. Indeed, a 2-month growth cycle for the Yun flower was rather lengthy. However, the quality of this flower was exceptionally high, making it somewhat bearable. The following afternoon, Brother Qin Zhuo, Lu Feifei arrived at the farm accompanied by others. As Qin Zhuo lifted his gaze towards her, He couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty had indeed captivated him. Lu Feifei had taken the time to apply makeup for her visit. Though subtle, it enhanced her natural beauty, creating an astonishing effect. Soon, however, he realized something was amiss. Where, in this post-apocalyptic world, did she acquire cosmetics? Although Lu Feifei wore only light makeup, some of the materials simply did not exist in this new reality. Could it be that they had discovered remnants of supplies left behind by previous inhabitants? Qin Zhuo thought of the synthesis table and felt a spark of inspiration. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei, sensing his intense gaze upon her, felt a surge of joy within, understanding that her efforts in beautifying herself had not been in vain. Brother Qin Zhuo. Noticing his lack of response, she called out once more. Qin Zhuo snapped out of his reverie and scratched his head, saying, "Ah, it's Feifei. Please, go inside. I have some matters to attend to, and I shall join you shortly." With that, he hurriedly entered the house after giving a few instructions. The lean monkey, aware of Lu Feifei's affections for Qin Zhuo, chuckled softly and remarked, "Su Bo, I've never seen the young lady dress up like this before. It seems she has taken a liking to the young master." Just now, he was utterly mesmerized. Su Bo, seasoned by the passage of time, regarded such matters with indifference. He replied coolly, "Enough of that. It's the young master's affair, not ours to meddle in. You do well to focus on your own progress. If you fail to reach the advanced survivor level in the coming days, you'll find yourself in trouble." "Oh dear, I understand, the lean monkey replied, feigning a grimace. Under Su Bo's guidance, his strength had surged remarkably, evolving from a survivor of 2 transformations to one who had undergone 13. He recognized that this significant advancement stemmed from the farm's provisions and Su Bo's stern mentorship. Though he outwardly appeared reluctant, his heart brimmed with gratitude. "Feifei, what brings you here so suddenly today?" Qin Zhuo inquired with a cheerful smile as he entered the hall. "Brother Qin Zhuo, this time we have brought many gifts as a token of our gratitude. Furthermore, I wish to sincerely apologize for my previous actions." Lu Feifei lowered her head and spoke. After Lu Jun's instruction, she understood what she needed to do, so she spoke directly. Regarding the previous incident, Qin Zhuo calmly replied, "There is no need for such concern. I harbor no blame towards you. The modification of the Yin Yunxiang pouch was indeed not robust, and the materials were exceedingly scarce." Qin Zhuo felt a tinge of frustration over this matter. Although the situation with Yin Yunhua could be alleviated, 2 months is neither too long nor too short. However, the pressing issue at hand is the fabric. The quantity of high-grade fabric required is considerable, and furthermore, since Lu Yong and others returned, they have not reappeared. "Brother Qin Zhuo, may I inquire what materials you require?" Lu Feifei could not help but ask. "Our safe zone is located within a city that was once destroyed, and we have procured quite a number of materials, although some are rather complex and may not be useful to us. Perhaps Brother Qin Zhuo could find them beneficial." "Do you have any fabric?" Qin Zhuo inquired. "Fabric? We do have some, but it is quite complicated. I'm uncertain what exactly Brother Qin Zhuo needs." Lu Feifei replied, slightly furrowing her brows. "How about you accompany us to the safe zone? At that time, we can arrange for the necessary materials to be brought back." Leaving the farm, Qin Zhuo frowned slightly, concerned that he might make a mistake. The conditions outside were far more severe than within the farm, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being bitten by zombies. It would be exceedingly difficult to return alive. Yet, he indeed required numerous materials, and he was also very intrigued by the outside world. "All right, I shall accompany you." Qin Zhuo ultimately agreed after careful consideration. Firstly, the Yin Yunhua would take 2 months to blossom and bear fruit. Secondly, he intended to bring Su Bo along. He truly needed supplies, especially fabric, and he had to think of a solution promptly. "Really, Brother Qin Zhuo, you are coming to the safe zone with me?" Lu Feifei exclaimed with great excitement. "Yes, it is indeed time to venture outside." Qin Zhuo contemplated aloud. "Then, let us depart swiftly," Lu Feifei urged. She had been very eager to invite Qin Zhuo to the safe zone, and she did not expect him to feel anxious this time. Qin Zhuo, however, said little more and briefed the thin monkey on the situation. "Young master, you are preparing to go to the safe zone?" The thin monkey expressed surprise, then added, "Do not worry, I will handle the materials on the farm properly." Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and instructed, "You have done well these days. Also, be sure to plant the Yin Yunhua. The seeds are in my room." "Understood, young master." After delegating the tasks, Qin Zhuo departed the farm with Su Bo. As soon as they stepped outside, Qin Zhuo felt the scorching wind, which was quite uncomfortable. Surrounding them, the zombies bared their teeth, growling and clawing, eager to tear Qin Zhuo to shreds, yet they dared not advance too closely. Mr. Qin is indeed a remarkable individual. Merely stepping out has deterred those zombies from approaching. They murmured. Brother Qin Zhuo is truly formidable. The safe zone is saved. As a group departed from the farm, they encountered an astonishing number of zombies. Surprisingly, these creatures did not attack Qin Zhuo and his companions, a sight that left Lu Feifei utterly astonished. After all, they had never experienced such a phenomenon before. Typically, these zombies would recklessly assault them during their outings. Brother Qin Zhuo, it seems your presence has spared us. Those zombies would have surely lunged at us otherwise, Lu Feifei remarked, gazing at the surrounding undead. A fellow survivor chimed in. Indeed, Mr. Qin, you may not be aware, but we faced numerous battles just to reach the farm safely. Yet now, it is truly remarkable that those zombies dare not approach. Qin Zhuo found himself bewildered by these comments. What could possibly be the reason for the zombies' unusual behavior? Had they, perhaps, taken a turn towards a vegetarian diet? However, he quickly deduced, it must be the effect of the Indian incense pouch. The refinement of the incense had significantly enhanced its potency, allowing it to last longer. Moreover, its scent had notably diminished, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Zhuo feigned profundity, stating, "You jest. I possess no power to instill fear in them." "Mr. Qin, you are far too humble," they responded. "Without you, we would not be enjoying this privilege. We understand that." Lu Feifei and the others exchanged knowing glances. At this, Qin Zhuo couldn't help but smirk, feeling inclined to retort, "What do you truly understand?" Chapter 53. Garments from centuries past. Remarkably, the zombies along the journey did not attack the group at all. After nearly an hour, they arrived at the vicinity of the safe zone. "Brother Qin Zhuo, just ahead lies our safe zone." Lu Feifei pointed forward, offering an introduction. Qin Zhuo gazed ahead, slightly astonished. The so-called safe zone was merely the remnants of a city, with survivors utilizing iron plates to enclose the area, employing heavy firepower to deter the zombies. Observing the safe zone, Qin Zhuo contemplated, indeed, to survive steadily in this world, a fortified safe zone is essential. "Exactly," Lu Feifei replied with a smile. "This safe zone was discovered after a long search, and it possesses sufficient water resources to accommodate many survivors. Despite its small size, it currently shelters nearly 10,000 individuals. With Qin Zhuo's assistance, the food situation has greatly improved. Having enough to eat and drink brings immense happiness to the survivors. And it can be said that the safe zones in the southern region pale in comparison. Captain, look, I have noticed something peculiar at the tower within the safe zone," a survivor exclaimed, pointing into the distance. "What commotion is this?" Captain Zhou Ting furrowed his brow as he approached, directing his gaze outward. He quickly sensed that something was amiss. "How peculiar. The surrounding zombies are not attacking us. This is truly bizarre," Zhou Ting exclaimed in astonishment. "No, wait. Miss Lu is here, along with two unfamiliar individuals. Could that be Mr. Qin Zhuo?" Quickly informed Mr. Lu. While they conversed, Qin Zhuo and his companions had already reached the entrance of the safe zone. "Open the gates and welcome Mr. Qin," a voice called out. And soon Lu Jun arrived with a group of people. "Mr. Qin, I never expected you would come to our safe zone. It is truly an honor," Lu Jun said excitedly, gazing at Qin Zhuo. He had intended to seek forgiveness from Lu Feifei and to strengthen their relationship, but was taken aback that Lu Feifei had invited Qin Zhuo. This was indeed fortuitous. The crowd was equally astonished upon seeing Qin Zhuo. They had heard tales of his renown, yet this was their first encounter. "This is Mr. Qin Zhuo. He is so handsome. Mr. Qin Zhuo is a kind-hearted individual. It is exhilarating to have him visit our safe zone. With his presence, our issues will surely be resolved. And we owe our sufficient food supply to his assistance." Qin Zhuo surveyed the surrounding survivors, frowning slightly as he listened to their chatter. Having grown accustomed to solitude, the sudden noise from so many people was somewhat disconcerting. At that moment, a powerful aura enveloped the area, instilling fear in the hearts of all the survivors. They regarded Su Bo, who stood beside Qin Zhuo, with trepidation, sensing an overwhelming force emanating from him. This elder was indeed a formidable being. Su Bo coldly remarked, "My young master despises noise. He requires tranquility." "Indeed, how foolish of me. Mr. Qin, please follow me." Lu Jun hastily invited Qin Zhuo to his residence. It was no small feat to have Qin Zhuo in attendance. Any further disturbances would spell trouble. The other survivors, observing Qin Zhuo's departing figure, could not suppress their murmurs. The elderly gentleman beside Mr. Qin possessed astonishing strength. Truly remarkable. I nearly found myself bowing in submission. Such power can only serve as a servant. How formidable must Mr. Qin be? Lu family. The Lu residence occupies a relatively intact area within the city, although much has been ravaged. Numerous survivors bustle about, attending to various matters. When they witnessed Lu Jun graciously welcoming Qin Zhuo, they were momentarily taken aback. How could Mr. Lu show such deference to a mere youth? Could it be that he possesses a significant background? Upon entering the grand hall, Lu Jun promptly offered his apologies, stating, "Mr. Qin, I regret my lack of foresight. I implore your forgiveness." Qin Zhuo replied, there is no need for such formality. One simply grows accustomed to solitude and prefers fewer companions. He then continued, Lu Jun. Fei mentioned that you have gathered substantial supplies in the city. Is that truly the case? Lu Jun paused, then affirmed, indeed. This city was devastated many years ago, yet some resources have been preserved. We require constant efforts to search for them. Recently, we uncovered a few items. Fei, please escort Mr. Qin to inspect them. Lu Jun respectfully added, Mr. Qin, please proceed. I shall arrange for provisions immediately. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, for it was indeed the materials that had drawn him here. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei promptly guided Qin Zhuo to a site of ruins, where massive stones had collapsed, yet a warehouse stood nearby. It is here. We only recently discovered this place, expending considerable effort to excavate it. Upon opening the warehouse door, Qin Zhuo found a myriad of miscellaneous items within. Most were garments of various kinds. Additionally, there were some emergency rations, albeit long past their expiration date. Brother Qin, are these items of any use? Lu Fei inquired. Then elaborated, these have been stored for quite some time. My father feared potential issues, hence they remain untouched. Her words held a kernel of truth. While most survivors today are cultivators, endowed with energy to fend off external influences, certain problems cannot be resolved solely through energy. Though clothing can now be procured, there remains a degree of concern regarding these older garments. Qin Zhuo glanced at the garments and stepped forward to examine them closely. Shortly thereafter, a series of prompts appeared before him. Ordinary fabric, originating from a brand several centuries ago, could be refined into high-quality material or transformed into entirely new clothing. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Qin Zhuo. He smiled and remarked, these items may prove useful. Please take them back to your home for now, and I shall determine how to deal with them this evening. Very well, I would be delighted to assist you, Brother Qin Zhuo, replied Lu Fei, who then instructed someone to carry the fabrics back. The longevity of these materials was quite remarkable, although other items did not share the same fortune. Various bottles and jars were evidently in disrepair, with their contents exhibiting discoloration and emitting a foul odor. Qin Zhuo even stumbled upon a severely damaged mobile phone, along with an assortment of bizarre objects. Chapter 54. Did the elder get kissed? Mr. Qin, have you made any discoveries? Lu Jun inquired cheerfully as Qin Zhuo returned. When the topic of discoveries arose, Qin Zhuo merely shook his head, stating, the era is too distant. Many items have lost their utility. I have only managed to find a few things that may be of some use. Ah, I see. The city is quite expansive. Tomorrow, I shall have Fei accompany you on your search, Lu Jun remarked with a smile. For now, let us dine. The food may not compare to your esteemed self, but do indulge in a meal to satisfy your hunger. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, saying nothing further. After the meal, Qin Zhuo retired to his quarters, while Su Bo settled nearby. That evening, Lu Fei hurried over. Su Bo furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing this. Being an old hand, he could naturally surmise the intentions of Lu Fei and her father. However, he deemed it unnecessary to interfere too much with Qin Zhuo's affairs, especially since it appeared that Qin Zhuo might harbor some feelings for Lu Fei as well. Knock, knock, knock. Who could be visiting at this hour? Qin Zhuo frowned and opened the door. Ah, Fei, what brings you here at this time? Lu Fei's cheeks flushed slightly, and with an air of shyness, she softly replied, I was hoping to invite Brother Qin Zhuo for a stroll. Our night market is quite lively, and there are some survivors selling various items that you might find appealing. Although this was not her true intention, Lu Fei insisted on saying so. Qin Zhuo, pondering her words, acquiesced. Despite the city being in ruins, a significant number of survivors still remained, and as night fell, many would come out to peddle their peculiar wares. As they wandered through the market, Qin Zhuo encountered numerous unusual items, with many survivors casting curious glances at him, their eyes glimmering with envy. Ah, it is Miss Lu. Could that possibly be Mr. Qin? They truly make a handsome couple, one passerby remarked. Indeed, if Mr. Qin were to marry Miss Lu, our lives would surely improve considerably. We owe our current state to Mr. Qin. He is a truly good man. Excuse me, how much for this item? Qin Zhuo inquired as he approached a stall, his gaze fixed on a crystal ball. The vendor explained, this damaged crystal ball contains a reservoir of energy, which can enhance system upgrades and can be exchanged for various items. This revelation left Qin Zhuo momentarily stunned. He had previously speculated on what could be exchanged, but had never encountered the opportunity until now. The thought of having artificial intelligence to ease his burdens excited him immensely. Did this mean he could exchange items at will, without relying solely on skill rewards? The vendor, recognizing Qin Zhuo and Lu Fei, paused in surprise. Ah, I remember now. You are indeed Mr. Qin. Our safe zone owes its existence to you. There is no need for payment. If you are interested, feel free to take whatever you wish. Qin Zhuo's gaze shifted to the other items, only to find that they lacked energy. In the realm of possibilities, could it be that energy can only manifest within such vessels? Qin Zhuo pondered silently. Then how shall I proceed? I desire this item, yet the matter of payment. Fei, might you assist me in this regard? Qin Zhuo turned his gaze towards Lu Fei. She nodded, retrieving the necessary funds. The merchant hesitated momentarily. Accept it. It is only fitting to pay for what you wish to acquire. However, I am curious about where you procured this bead, Qin Zhuo inquired. At the mention of this item, the merchant scratched his head. Well, I stumbled upon it by chance along the shoreline. I found it quite beautiful, so I decided to keep it. The beach? This revelation brought a hint of disappointment to Qin Zhuo. The southern region predominantly consists of plains, and although there were once some woods, they had evidently been destroyed by the encroaching zombies. Only the north, with its coastal access, boasts numerous formidable survivors, with many trades and goods originating from that area. After perusing the stalls once more, Qin Zhuo examined nearly every vendor, yet regrettably, no signs of energy appeared. Brother Qin Zhuo, do you truly require these items? Lu Fei inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Tomorrow, I shall commence my search. I am certain I will uncover something soon. I hope so, Qin Zhuo replied, shaking his head without elaborating further. The two returned to the Lu residence. However, as they walked, Lu Fei unexpectedly approached the door to Qin Zhuo's room, showing no intention of departing. Qin Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. He quickly grasped her intention but suppressed his own restless heart, saying, Fei, at this hour, you ought to return. No, brother Qin Zhuo, I have something I wish to discuss with you. May I enter? Lu Fei took a deep breath, her face flushing with color. Observing this, Qin Zhuo relented and opened the door, allowing her to step inside before closing it behind them. He seated himself at the table and inquired, What is it you wish to say? Lu Fei's complexion deepened in hue as she softly confessed, Brother Qin Zhuo, regarding your previous question, I have come to a realization. In this apocalyptic world, it is exceedingly difficult for women to survive. To endure, one must navigate a treacherous landscape. And the status of women is exceedingly fragile. Without my father's presence, I fear my situation would be far worse. I long for someone to protect me, preferably someone whom I hold dear. Listening to her earnest words, Qin Zhuo fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the position of women in this world is precarious. Without Lu Jun, Lu Fei would undoubtedly find herself on par with ordinary survivors, potentially subjected to considerable mistreatment, as their vulnerabilities could attract the unwanted attention of male survivors. However, Qin Zhuo felt ill-equipped to provide the protection she sought. Fei, I hope you can reflect on this matter thoroughly. I am aware your father has imparted much wisdom, which may have clouded your judgment. At this point, Qin Zhuo endeavored to present himself with utmost gravity. When you have gained clarity, come to me again, will you? I do not wish for your actions to be influenced solely by your father or the safety of the refuge. Qin Zhuo took a deep breath and sipped some water. You may return for now. When you have comprehended the meaning of my words, we shall converse again. As she gazed at the serious demeanor of Qin Zhuo, Lu Fei felt a surge of emotion. Her brother Qin Zhuo was showing her respect. This thought was unprecedented, especially considering that Lu Jun had always showered him with unconditional paternal love. Lu Fei was aware that others sought to befriend him solely because of his father's influence. Lu Jun. She understood that while Lu Jun cherished her, others regarded her with trepidation. Yet, Lu Fei discerned their cold indifference towards women, perceiving them as dispensable. They were all willing to engage in fierce battles for sustenance, while women were only valued in the context of available resources. Only Qin Zhuo genuinely respected her. Thank you, brother Qin Zhuo. Over the years, no one has ever spoken to me with such respect. Lu Fei, moved, gazed at Qin Zhuo and, unable to contain herself, leaned in to kiss him. What was happening? Had he just been unexpectedly kissed? Chapter 55. Blushing for no reason as the warmth enveloped him. Qin Zhuo instinctively responded to Fei's presence. Moments later, with a flushed face, Lu Fei gazed at Qin Zhuo, her head bowed, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Ultimately, she departed from his room, still blushing. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo found himself rather bewildered. He had been far too forthright. And now he felt he had taken advantage of the young lady. How would he explain this? He had urged her to contemplate her feelings, yet here he was, caught in a quandary. He slapped himself lightly, muttering, You brought this upon yourself. Now, when I see Fei again, it will surely be awkward. Nevertheless, he could not deny Lu Fei's exceptional beauty. She possessed a unique allure that was unparalleled by others. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had scarcely encountered any women since the onset of the apocalypse. The first he had met was Lu Fei, followed by Luo Min and one of her companions. A bitter smile crept across Qin Zhuo's face as he shook his head and succumbed to sleep. The following day at the dining table, Qin Zhuo felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Beside him, Lu Jun exhibited a respectful demeanor, his satisfaction with his prospective son-in-law increasingly apparent. Lu Fei, however, appeared flustered, her gaze fixed on her meal. Why are you blushing while eating? Is this not an obvious display of embarrassment? The atmosphere was palpably tense, making the meal feel like an ordeal. Once they finally finished dining, Lu Fei led Qin Zhuo outside to search for supplies. Sir, we have gathered quite a bit of information regarding your inquiry from yesterday, and the items have been brought over, announced a man clad in gray. Thank you, Dewu. Brother Qin Zhuo, let me show you, Lu Fei offered, although her eyes still shimmered with a hint of crimson. Qin Zhuo could only shake his head and follow her inside. The room was filled with numerous boxes, containing an array of peculiar orbs. As Qin Zhuo approached and examined them, he found 10 that brimmed with energy. The previous night, he had surrendered the orbs to the system, exchanging them for a modicum of energy, although the exchange rates were exceedingly outrageous. Most items were of exorbitant value, and he discovered seeds of the Yun flower. Yun flower seeds, a rare flower that thrives in specific environments, capable of repelling zombies and malevolent spirits. Exchange price, 1 point of energy. With the energy he possessed, he could only acquire 11 flowers, a paltry number when considering the creation of talismans. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. Additionally, he stumbled upon a skill exchange, one of which piqued his interest. Fusion technique, the ability to merge two identical or different items to enhance their properties. Identical items will experience a boost in effectiveness, while differing items may yield derivative products or result in failure. Exchange price, 10 points of energy. The latter was something Qin Zhuo desperately needed. The fusion technique could alleviate much of his burdens and enhance the attributes of his items, albeit with a risk of failure. I shall exchange for the fusion technique. Ding. Exchange successful. As the sound resonated, a faint smile graced Qin Zhuo's face. The fusion technique bore similarities to synthesis, however. The former could encompass all items with an element of chance, while the latter required fixed materials and blueprints for successful synthesis. Both methods were remarkably effective, yet necessitated considerable preparation of materials for experimentation. Brother Qin Zhuo, what troubles you? Lu Fei inquired, noticing his unwavering gaze fixed upon the beads. Startled from his reverie, Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing, merely some thoughts crossing my mind. Come, let us return. With that, he led Lu Fei back to the Lu residence. Exchanging a brief greeting before retreating to his room, Lu Fei watched Qin Zhuo leave, her expression one of bewilderment. Does Brother Qin Zhuo harbor disdain for me? At that moment, Qin Zhuo remained unaware of Lu Fei's musings. Upon returning to his room, he placed the prepared items before him. Fusion, Qin Zhuo commanded. Suddenly, 2 fruits emanated a dazzling light, which lingered for a moment before coalescing into a single fruit. Ding. Fusion successful. Apple. This apple has been enhanced. Consuming it will significantly improve satiety. A smile spread across Qin Zhuo's face as he beheld the outcome. This is a divine skill. In the following days, the Qin forces diligently sought materials for Qin Zhuo, and with their assistance, his energy reached a remarkable 19 points. The harsh conditions of the post-apocalyptic world rendered many items elusive, with energy-rich materials being exceedingly rare. Consequently, Qin Zhuo prepared to return to the safe zone. Mr. Lu, a guest from Zone D has arrived, the butler announced, noticing Lu Jun conversing with Qin Zhuo. Mr. Qin. Oh, if you have matters to attend to, please proceed. Qin Zhuo replied nonchalantly. Mr. Qin, Zone D has benefited from your generosity. Perhaps we should pay a visit together. They may have the materials you seek, Lu Jun suggested. Zone D is quite expansive, but due to food scarcity, their population is dwindling. Offering food as compensation will surely motivate them to assist you, Mr. Qin. This proposition caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow in contemplation before he ultimately acquiesced. He had some acquaintance with Han Ku and the others, and meeting them posed no issue. Furthermore, acquiring more energy was of paramount importance, providing him with ample benefits. In the hall, a burly man voiced his displeasure. What is the meaning of this? Why must we, as guests, wait so long? A tall youth beside him interjected, Wu Gu, remember we are here with requests. Let us temper our demands. Humph, they merely stumbled upon their abundant food supply. As survivors, mutual assistance should be the norm. Yet, they conceal their circumstances from us. The man retorted, were it not for the return of a few lads, I would remain oblivious to the situation in Area A. The tall youth responded, I have heard they received guidance from a distinguished individual who is currently within the safe zone. We should find a way to befriend them. It would serve our interests well. Humph, merely a sycophant, the man bearing the surname Wu remarked with an expression of displeasure. As he spoke, he noticed Lu Jun entering, and his demeanor shifted with astonishing rapidity. Just moments ago, he had displayed anger, but within the span of a few breaths, he greeted Lu Jun with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, your unexpected visit is truly a disturbance." "Indeed," Lu Jun replied with a grin. The tall young man beside him regarded the man with the surname Wu with a peculiar expression, then added, "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Lu." Lu Jun nodded slightly, then gestured for Qin Zhuo to take a seat beside him before inquiring, "You two have come, I presume, regarding the matter of food?" The man with the surname Wu displayed a troubled expression and said, "Yes, as you are aware, the conditions within my safe zone are quite dire. In recent days, we have been struggling to put food on the table, supplies are dwindling, and so are the people. It is simply unavoidable." The tall young man gazed intently at Qin Zhuo, visibly astonished. As the leader of Area A, Lu Jun's strength was indisputable, and it was evident that he held profound respect for someone of such stature. However, one could not help but wonder how such a venerable figure could appear so youthful. Chapter 56. Return to the farm. Wu Shan spoke with enthusiasm. "We have made significant progress in researching seeds for food. Next, we will dispatch seeds to several safe zones." "What? You plan to distribute all the seeds?" The proclamation left both individuals astonished. When had this miserly fellow become so generous? Wu Shan chuckled awkwardly and could not restrain his curiosity. "Brother Lu, did I hear you correctly? You intend to hand over those seeds to others in the safe zones?" It was common knowledge that seeds were invaluable in the apocalypse, which only heightened Wu Shan's excitement. Lu Jun dismissed the concern nonchalantly. "This is only natural. I will follow through on my word. There are over 30 safe zones in the southern region. If I hoard all the food, should something happen to the other safe zones, we would not escape unscathed either. By sharing the seeds, I hope to ensure everyone's survival and unite our strength against the zombies." This declaration left Wu Shan and his companion visibly taken aback. Wu Shan swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Brother Lu, your righteousness is commendable. On behalf of all the safe zones, I express our gratitude. Your praise is excessive. We owe our food supply to Mr. Qin's generosity. And some things naturally need to be shared," Lu Jun replied, shifting his gaze to Qin Zhuo and introducing him. "This is Mr. Qin, whose guidance has been invaluable to all our technological advancements. I have learned immensely from him. To take from the people and give back to the people." Qin Zhuo was momentarily bewildered by these remarks. What was this nonsense about taking from the people and giving back? He had never uttered such words, nor did he appreciate being placed on such a pedestal. Noticing their expectant gazes, Qin Zhuo reluctantly played along. "So, you are Mr. Qin. I have heard Hanka speak of you. The food in our safe zone is indeed supported by you," the tall youth exclaimed, clearly excited. Wu Shan quickly regained his composure and respectfully said, Mr. Qin, we are immensely grateful. The food you provided previously saved our safe zone's life. And all of us survivors are deeply appreciative. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." As he prepared to bow, Qin Zhuo hastily interjected, "No need for that. We are all survivors. Helping one another is our duty. Moreover, Brother Lu is correct. The number of survivors is limited, and we must support each other." Wu Shan, with utmost respect, affirmed, "Mr. Qin speaks the truth. Brother Lu, I sincerely apologize for any previous offenses. I believe our two safe zones should collaborate more closely." After some consideration, Wu Shan added, "I propose that we merge into one large safe zone. Only by uniting our strength can we withstand the horde of zombies." "That is exactly my intention," Lu Jun agreed. Qin Zhuo remained silent, sipping his tea as the two engaged in discussions, which clearly revealed some disputes over sovereignty. Wu Shan pondered for a moment, respectfully gazing at Qin Zhuo. "We would like to invite Mr. Qin to be our manager. Let me oversee this?" "Absolutely not. I have no desire to be troubled by such matters." Qin Zhuo promptly declined without a second thought. The following day, as Qin Zhuo prepared to return to the safe zone, he packed a considerable amount of fabric. "Brother Qin, allow me to see you off," Lu Feifei said, stepping forward with an air of reluctance. Qin Zhuo glanced at Lu Feifei and, feeling his heart soften, nodded slightly. "Thank you for your guidance over the past few days. I have learned a great deal. As for that previous matter, I have already come to terms with it." Lu Feifei looked up at Qin Zhuo, speaking earnestly. At the mention of the prior issue, Qin Zhuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Last time, I am not quite sure how it unfolded." "Well, tell me about it next time I visit. Perhaps you will encounter even more remarkable individuals." With that, Qin Zhuo set off with his belongings. Su Bo and others followed closely behind, dragging along the fabric and other items. Standing at the entrance, Lu Feifei watched Qin Zhuo's departing figure, murmuring to herself, "After encountering Brother Qin, even if I meet someone exceptional, my heart shall remain unmoved." Upon returning to the safe zone, it was already afternoon. The lean monkey rushed out to help carry the items into the village. "Everything at home is well, I trust?" Qin Zhuo inquired. The lean monkey patted his chest, declaring, "With me around, what could possibly go wrong? I have taken care of everything." Once the items were settled, Qin Zhuo sat on a chair, sipping a drink and smiling. "There's south no place like home." Subo, in agreement, replied, "Young master, while the safe zone is decent and sizable, it pales in comparison to here. However, how shall we utilize all this fabric? The farm has little need for it, yet you have brought back a substantial amount." Subo expressed his confusion. "What purpose does it serve?" Qin Zhuo chuckled lightly. "It will certainly find its use. Just arrange for it to be placed in the storage." Lean monkey. "Have the seeds been planted?" The lean monkey responded promptly. "All the seeds have been sown, and I have harvested everything that has matured." "Excellent." Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, then glanced at the sky, noting it is nearly autumn, yet the weather remains so scorching. It is quite peculiar. Subo took a sip of tea and explained, "Young master, the frequency of zombie activity is notably high in spring and summer. It diminishes significantly in winter. During winter, our situation becomes much safer, although maintaining warmth may pose some challenges." This was indeed true. In spring and summer, the appearance of zombies was frequent, as they relentlessly attacked humans. However, in winter, the scenario changed. Zombies, when frostbitten, struggled to pose any significant threat, allowing humans to take advantage of the opportunity to assault the zombies' encampments. Moreover, the relocation of the safe zone occurs precisely at that moment, as the frequency of zombie appearances will significantly diminish. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo appeared contemplative. Winters on the farm are exceedingly harsh, and only by lighting a fire can one find some relief. Furthermore, the clothing provided by the system allows for a meager survival. It is likely that Subo and the lean monkey will find themselves rather uncomfortable. Perhaps he could utilize the skill of fusion to merge clothing for them? With these thoughts in mind, Qin Zhuo returned to his room, retrieving several articles of clothing from the warehouse. Before him lay 2 down jackets, already exuding a foul odor, with many parts torn and shedding white fibers. Clearly, these jackets were no longer wearable, and their touch felt as if they were disintegrating. "Fusion," Qin Zhuo commanded. Ding. Fusion failed. Soon, the 2 down jackets vanished from sight. Observing their disappearance, Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Success and failure coexist. It is but a natural occurrence." With this in mind, he retrieved several more sets, attempting to fuse them one by one. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Out of a dozen sets, only 1 down jacket successfully fused. Looking at the successful jacket before him, Qin Zhuo let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "The success rate is remarkably reminiscent of certain online games." Chapter 57. The visiting outsider. Subsequently, employing a similar method, it took many attempts before successfully merging 4 down jackets. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Observing the neatly arranged jackets before him, Qin Zhuo couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Soon, he utilized the synthesis function to transform the fabrics into high-quality material, which allowed him to sleep peacefully. As night fell the following day, autumn had already arrived. The daytime temperatures were quite normal, yet the nights grew exceedingly cold. Subo possessed formidable strength, his prowess allowing him to withstand the chill. Although the lean monkey had made remarkable progress under Subo's rigorous training, he still shivered in the cold. They had no choice but to endure it. "What are you trembling for? This is cultivation," Subo admonished, observing the lean monkey's shivering form. "Yes, but I am truly cold," the lean monkey replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Despite being a cultivator, the frigid night temperatures were unbearable after prolonged exposure. Without breaking through the limitations of the human body, it was impossible to resist the forces of nature. Qin Zhuo shook his head at the two and returned to his room to retrieve some clothing. "Subo, this down jacket is for you. Though you possess great strength, I still wish to offer you something to keep warm," Qin Zhuo said with a smile. "This? How can I accept this?" "Thank you, young master. This design is truly exquisite, far superior to what I have seen in the north," Subo remarked, his heart swelling with joy as he gazed at the jacket in his hands. Being a seasoned traveler, he had encountered many things, yet he had never seen such a beautifully crafted down jacket. The intricate engravings were remarkable, fluffy, and exceptionally warm, far better than the clothing sold by the northern merchants. "Young master, may I?" the lean monkey inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Subo raised an eyebrow and retorted, "This is your trial. What is cold in comparison? In my youth, I ventured deep into the snow-capped mountains clad only in a thin outer garment, and I felt not a trace of cold. What is this slight chill? If you were to truly enter the snow mountains, you would likely freeze to death on the way." These words struck fear into the lean monkey's heart, who thought to himself, how did Subo not freeze to death in such conditions? He speaks so grandly. Although he believed Subo's experiences, the exaggeration was beyond his imagination. All right, lean monkey. Since you are assisting me, I have naturally prepared a down jacket for you as well. Qin Zhuo interjected with a smile, waving his hand. He continued, as long as you are here, you should heed Su Bo's words. His experience will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Yes, yes, thank you, young master. The lean monkey said as he eagerly donned the jacket. The warm sensation enveloped him, bringing a wave of comfort, prompting him to exclaim, it feels truly wonderful. I have not seen such a down jacket in the south. It is far superior to what the northern merchants offer. Qin Zhuo merely shook his head, dismissing the comment, and remarked, clothing is but an external adornment. Wear it if you like it, and remove it if you do not. Indeed, the north must be exceedingly prosperous. Qin Zhuo inquired with a smile. When the topic of the north arose, the lean monkey seated beside him remarked, young master, the north is indeed our most bountiful region. There, one can find countless extraordinary items, such as food, clothing, and bedding. Moreover, it is said that even zombies dare not enter, as many formidable individuals safeguard the area. Qin Zhuo, taken aback by this revelation, realized that after spending an extended period in the south, he was rather uninformed about the circumstances beyond. He had never anticipated such a flourishing region to exist amidst the apocalypse. However, it was only logical, for many years ago, it had been a region of great prosperity. If they could seize control of that land and utilize its resources, it would undoubtedly enable them to thrive. The development over the years would have surely afforded them a comfortable existence in these dire times. Yet, while strolling with Lu Feifei, Qin Zhuo discovered that the clothing available for purchase was exorbitantly priced, and the quality was far from remarkable. Unfortunately, the survivors had no choice but to grit their teeth and buy the garments, as it was their sole means of acquiring new attire. The North likely monopolized the market, conducting business with unparalleled success. At the same time, Qin Zhuo felt a surge of anger. With such formidable strength, why did the North not take action to drive the zombies away? Could there be some hidden secret behind it? Young master, the North is a mixed bag, quite intricate, and not a place to be taken lightly, Su Bo remarked deeply while sipping his tea. There, deceit runs rampant. They are no longer simply fighting for survival. Instead, they are rulers who wield power, seeking to acquire more resources and strength. This statement left Qin Zhuo in contemplation. It seemed that Su Bo had likely ventured to the north over the years and had undergone numerous experiences there. A month later, the Yin Cloud flower bore fruit. Qin Zhuo carefully gathered all the flowers, ensuring to protect their roots diligently. He had now cultivated nearly 60 Yin Cloud flowers, which indicated that within 2 months, he could refine them into 2 Yin Cloud incense pouches. After organizing the incense pouches, Qin Zhuo clapped his hands, preparing to return to the hall. Young master, an unfamiliar visitor has arrived. The lean monkey rushed over, adding, I noticed their strength is considerable. Just moments ago, I observed them eliminating all the zombies outside. They now stand at the entrance, which is quite peculiar. Oh, is that so? Qin Zhuo exclaimed in surprise. Although the number of zombies had gradually diminished over the past few months, particularly at night when they had become scarce, there were still quite a few during the day. To eliminate a significant number of zombies in such a short time, their strength must be remarkable. As Qin Zhuo reached the front door, he encountered the newcomers, 3 men. Leading the group was a handsome young man, flanked by 2 robust figures, all exuding a powerful aura intermingled with a scent of blood. Who are you? Qin Zhuo inquired. The young man, being polite, responded, I am Zhou Xianhai. We happened to pass through here and noticed a number of zombies causing disturbances, which is why we took action to eliminate them. However, upon noticing several trees outside, curiosity compelled them to pay a visit. This remark caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow slightly. These individuals possessed considerable strength, and any ill intent could potentially lead to trouble. Of course, you may enter. Qin Zhuo acquiesced. Upon entering the inner courtyard, the 3 men were taken aback by the sight of the fruits and vegetables, as well as the laden fruit trees. Such a scene left them momentarily speechless. How could there be such fruit-bearing trees in a post-apocalyptic world? And the existence of these flora was utterly astonishing. Moreover, a modest farm contained so many miraculous wonders. Young man, these items are. One of the men gazed hungrily at the bounty, licking his lips, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Silence. Is it your turn to speak? Zhou Xianhai frowned, his gaze turning icy. The burly man, upon hearing this, could not help but say, Young master, these are not yours. Yes, young master. Sensing Zhou Xianhai's indifferent stare, he immediately fell silent. Zhou Xianhai then turned to Qin Zhuo, his demeanor exceptionally respectful as he stated, Zhou Xianhai has met the elder. Chapter 58. The Zhou family of the North. How could a person possess such things and remain uncomplicated? Moments ago, he had failed to sense the aura emanating from Qin Zhuo, clearly indicating a misjudgment on his part. It was likely not that he was incapable of sensing it, but rather that the strength was so formidable that he could not perceive it. Furthermore, he also detected that the elder beside Qin Zhuo was quite remarkable. Su Bo's aura was exceptionally well concealed, making it difficult to discern anything, yet there remained an undeniable complexity within it. This was something Su Bo had learned from Qin Zhuo, as he believed that by tempering one's nature and masking one's strength, one could hone their abilities more effectively. Over the past few months, he had indeed felt a significant advancement in his own prowess. Truly an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo found himself equally perplexed and replied, I do not dare to assume the title of senior. You certainly embody that stature. Coming from the Zhou family, I have encountered numerous individuals over the years. Yet I have never met someone as exceptional as you. Today's encounter is indeed a rare fortune. Qin Zhuo regarded Zhou Xianhai with a peculiar expression. Being from the Zhou family, did these scions of noble lineage possess flawed judgment? After all these years of witnessing various characters, they chose to regard someone without any apparent cultivation as a senior. Quite amusing, indeed. Internally, Qin Zhuo scoffed, while outwardly he merely replied, Oh, no, you flatter me. Senior, we happened to pass through here with the intention of reaching the safe zone of Lingyun City. Might you be familiar with its location? Zhou Xianhai responded with great courtesy. The safe zone of Lingyun City is where you intend to go? I have previously visited that area, as it was the location of Lingyun City many years ago. Oh, what brings you there? Qin Zhuo inquired with curiosity. Zhou Xianhai explained. We have heard that they are gradually expanding the safe zone and have gathered many survivors. Out of curiosity, we wish to come and observe the situation. Qin Zhuo was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters. At that time, Wu Shan was to ally with Lu Jun, but he was unclear about subsequent developments. Oh, are you so interested in our safe zone? At that moment, several individuals entered from outside. It was none other than Lu Jun and his daughter, Wu Shan, along with several formidable bodyguards. Mr. Qin, Lu Jun and Wu Shan greeted with utmost respect. Qin Zhuo was taken aback, not expecting them to arrive simultaneously at the safe zone. He inquired, What brings you all together? Oh, we specifically came to express our gratitude to Mr. Qin. I also have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Lu Jun interjected, halting Wu Shan, who was about to continue speaking. He turned his gaze towards Zhou Xianhai and asked, If I am not mistaken, you hail from the north, correct? The north. This term piqued Qin Zhuo's interest. He had previously heard Su Bo mention the north, and given Zhou Xianhai's formidable strength and the impressive capabilities of his companions, it seemed Lu Jun's assessment was indeed accurate. Zhou Xianhai smiled and said, Indeed, I hail from the north. My visit serves two purposes, to meet you both and to discuss business. Business? Wu Shan scoffed. I have no interest in collaborating with northerners. Is it that the wealth of the north has been sufficient for you, and now you wish to extend your grasp into the south? What do you mean by that? The burly man beside him retorted. My master arrives with goodwill to negotiate cooperation. Let me remind you, although you thrive here, you are still far behind the north. My master is offering you an opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. Who is being ungrateful? Wu Shan's temper flared as he coldly replied, If that is the case, then do not come here. No one is begging for your presence. You. The burly man was left speechless in his fury. Enough. Zhou Xianhai's gaze turned icy, and he quickly added courteously, In Mr. Qin's presence, we should not quarrel. Let us discuss matters privately. My apologies, Mr. Qin. My sincerest apologies. The crowd respectfully chimed in. Watching everyone bow in apology, Qin Zhuo felt somewhat bewildered, pondering, You were causing a ruckus, and now suddenly you are apologizing? He still wished to witness the unfolding drama. Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo suggested, All right, since we are all guests, let us proceed inside and sit. Upon entering the room, Zhou Xianhai was taken aback by the surroundings. The north was known for its superior conditions in the apocalypse, and while it boasted well-constructed houses, there were still some deficiencies. However, Qin Zhuo's dwelling was remarkably intact, filled with items he had never encountered in the north. What is this? He suddenly spotted a husky dashing into the room. Do not harm my master. The burly man's expression changed as he concentrated energy within himself to attack the husky. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the thin monkey struck out with a swift palm. The tremendous force echoed throughout the room, causing the man's face to flush as he staggered back uncontrollably. Hiss! How is this possible? The burly man stared at his palm, incredulously glancing at the thin monkey. Despite his youth, the monkey's strength seemed to rival his own, perhaps even surpassing it. This left them in utter astonishment. You are guests, so behave as such. This is my master's pet, and should you harm it, my master will not let you off easily, the thin monkey stated coldly. You keep such a peculiar creature as a pet? I have seen such a thing in the outside world. It can turn into a zombie, the burly man couldn't help but exclaim. Nonsense. My master has raised it for several years. Aside from some mischief, it poses no threat. the thin monkey replied, cradling the husky as it exited. Meanwhile, Lu Jun, seated beside them, maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally he was profoundly shaken. This thin monkey had previously ventured out with Lu Feifei when it had only undergone 2 evolutions, rendering it a negligible presence. He had even been bitten by a zombie. Had it not been for Qin Zhuo's timely intervention, he would likely have succumbed to death. Judging by the extraordinary power he had just unleashed, it seemed his own energy had undergone evolution over 15 times. How could this be possible? Could it be that he had received guidance from Mr. Qin? The thought left Lu Jun profoundly astonished. In merely a few months, the once frail monkey had experienced a meteoric rise in strength, reaching an astonishing pinnacle, truly remarkable. Mr. Qin is indeed a person of extraordinary talent. Father, I shall step outside for a moment, Lu Feifei quietly remarked, glancing at the gathering in the hall. Go ahead. Lu Jun nodded in agreement. In the kitchen, Lu Feifei approached Qin Zhuo. Brother Qin Zhuo, it has been a while, she said, then added, I'm here to lend a hand. You should attend to the guests. Very well, Qin Zhuo nodded. Wait, Brother Qin Zhuo, there is something I wish to discuss with you this evening regarding the matter from last time. Lu Feifei mustered her courage to say. Qin Zhuo paused, a wry smile escaping him as he replied, All right, we shall speak of it later tonight. For now, I must attend to our guests. Chapter 59. The exquisite tea. Zhou Xianhai gazed at the tea before him, his heart filled with astonishment. While the northern regions do possess tea, it is rarely as pristine and is often tainted with peculiar odors. Nonetheless, the preciousness of tea is indisputable. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou inquired, Mr. Qin, is this tea? Tea? Lu Jun and Wu Shan, despite their extensive experiences, were only vaguely acquainted with tea and couldn't help but glance curiously at Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, sipping his tea with an unhurried demeanor. Indeed, it is tea. If you fancy it, I can offer you some. Such a nonchalant statement rendered the 3 speechless. It was not that they were being overly dramatic. Rather, tea was exceedingly rare in the outside world. This was their first encounter with such a beverage. Qin Zhuo's generosity was beyond their imagination. How could he so casually offer such an expensive commodity? Was this how the wealthy lived? Mr. Qin, this tea is far too precious. Is it not extravagant to treat us in such a manner? Lu Jun swallowed hard. Thank you, Mr. Qin. If it weren't for your hospitality, we might never have the chance to taste such rare tea in our lifetime, Wu Shan remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Qin Zhuo, perplexed, responded. This is merely ordinary tea. What makes it so precious? Isn't this the kind of tea typically served to guests? The 3 exchanged glances, utterly speechless. This must be what it means to be a venerable elder. They dared not entertain such thoughts. If they possessed something so remarkable, they would undoubtedly keep it for their own enjoyment. Upon further reflection, it was understandable. With Qin Zhuo's formidable strength, he had no reason to fear external threats, and thus needed not to be secretive. Cough, cough. Zhou Xianhai, what brings you northerners here? We have little to discuss with you. I advise you to leave promptly, Wu Shan coughed. We still have matters we wish to seek Mr. Qin's guidance on. Your presence here is rather inappropriate, he added, which caused Zhou Xianhai to frown slightly. Having witnessed Qin Zhuo's generosity, Zhou surmised that Qin Zhuo was likely an exceptionally powerful elder. The southern region was inherently fragmented, yet several safe zones had coalesced, forming a substantial stronghold, conveniently located near Qin Zhuo. Thus, he speculated that the situation was linked to Qin Zhuo, and establishing a rapport with this elder could prove advantageous. Mr. Qin, I am quite interested in the farm. May I have the opportunity to explore it? Zhou Xianhai rose to express. Qin Zhuo regarded Zhou for a moment before gesturing. Uncle Su, please accompany them for a tour. Yes, young master, Uncle Su replied with a respectful nod before turning to Zhou Xianhai. Follow me. Once Zhou Xianhai and his companions departed, Lu Jun and Wu Shan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, they harbored considerable apprehension regarding the strength of the north. In the apocalypse, the northern terrain was remarkably advantageous and exceedingly bountiful. Mr. Qin, may I inquire about the purpose of Zhou Xuanhai's visit? Lu Jun, reflecting on Zhou Xuanhai's affairs, could not help but ask. Upon mentioning Zhou Xianhai and his companions, Qin Zhuo replied with indifference, stating that they were merely passing through and had assisted in eliminating the external zombies. I see, Lu Jun pondered thoughtfully, then calmed himself a bit, continuing, Mr. Qin, we have nearly resolved the issues concerning the safe zone. However, there are still some matters on which I seek your guidance. Firstly, the water source issue, and secondly, how we might preserve the seeds. Listening to these concerns, Qin Zhuo felt a headache coming on. As the administrators of the safe zone, why would you come to me for everything? Are you in charge of the safe zone, or am I? Qin Zhuo, with a stern expression, remarked. You established the safe zone. Why come to me with these matters? Figure it out yourselves. Though he was generally good-natured, He found it excessive for them to push all responsibilities onto him. Moreover, the safe zone had little to do with him. It was unreasonable for them to seek his assistance for every issue. Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo stood up and walked out. Mr. Qin. Wu Shan could not help but call out. Beside him, Lu Jun commented, I knew Mr. Qin would be upset. I disagreed from the beginning, and now look. Having displeased Mr. Qin, we will be in trouble. Indeed, the current scale of the safe zone relies heavily on Qin Zhuo's support. If they provoke him, their future endeavors will be fraught with difficulties. Wu Shan, appearing helpless, explained, I have no choice. Besides, there are indeed numerous issues within the safe zone. We have expanded significantly, yet many areas are evidently problematic. These matters are quite distressing. Who knows? Lu Jun, isn't your daughter close to Mr. Qin? Perhaps you could persuade her to. This suggestion darkened Lu Jun's expression, the implication being to use his daughter as a pawn? Nonsense. That is a matter for the youth, and I shall not interfere. You are the one who is overly anxious. Lu Jun, returning to the topic of Zhou Xianhai, remarked, the northerners coming south this time surely bring no good tidings. Perhaps our rapid development has drawn their attention. Outside the farm, Lu Feifei stood beside Qin Zhuo, asking, Brother Qin, did my father upset you? Recalling their earlier exchange, Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow slightly and replied, your father manages a large safe zone. What does he think it is to ask me to handle every issue? Assisting him is a courtesy, but not assisting is entirely reasonable. Moreover, he must devise his own solutions. He cannot rely on me for every problem. Though he said this, Qin Zhuo was aware that he would find it difficult to offer substantial help. The multitude of issues a large safe zone must address is overwhelming, and he could not possibly attend to them all. Rather than being unable to assist, it was preferable to refrain from involvement altogether. This was an unavoidable reality. The safe zone had already integrated several others, growing stronger and establishing a foothold in the south. Lu Feifei, following closely behind Lu Jun, absorbed the discourse around her. He was well aware of the situation in the safe zone, yet he could not conceive of any viable solutions. Mr. Qin, Zhou Xianhai approached, his expression somewhat numbed, astonished by the peculiarities found on the farm. This visit to the south has truly broadened my horizons. The wonders here are astonishing. In the north, we have encountered very few animals, especially not creatures like these. It is simply unbelievable. Qin Zhuo, upon hearing this, gently shook his head and remarked, as long as one can find seeds, food can be cultivated. It is not particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, Zhou Xianhai could not contain his excitement as he responded, but Mr. Qin, the animals on this farm are truly extraordinary. I have never seen such creatures in the apocalypse. Chapter 60, Lu Feifei knocks at midnight animals. It is inconceivable that such creatures could exist in a post-apocalyptic world, yet just moments ago, he witnessed several of them, a towering bovine and a lively husky. These sights rendered Zhou Xianhai utterly astonished, though he prided himself on his extensive experience in the north. Arriving at Qin Zhuo's place felt akin to discovering an entirely new continent, an experience that was undeniably surreal. I have enjoyed your tea and admired your farm. I am quite curious about your intentions, Qin Zhuo inquired. Intentions? Zhou Xianhai's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately responded with deference, Mr. Qin, I harbor no ill will. It is merely the sight of such starkly different things that has left me in awe. If I have inadvertently offended you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Mr. Qin, may I take a small portion of these wonders back with me? Just a modest amount would suffice. Certainly, Qin Zhuo acquiesced, unperturbed by the potential for unrest in the north. Thank you, Mr. Qin. In that case, we shall not impose further, Zhou Xianhai replied, hastily departing with a small selection of items. The two burly men accompanying him were momentarily taken aback, one of them asking, young master, weren't we supposed to inspect the safe zone in the south? Why are we returning so soon? Zhou Xianhai cast a glance at him and replied, what do you understand? That esteemed elder possesses extraordinary abilities. I clearly spoke out of turn, and lingering here could prove unwise. This revelation startled them. Unwise? They echoed, recalling the formidable presence of Qin Zhuo and Su Bo, instilling a sense of trepidation in their hearts, as they exuded an air of inscrutability. Young master, what shall we do next? The men inquired, unable to suppress their curiosity. Zhou Xianhai replied, let us proceed. The southern region's zombies are no less formidable than those in the north, where we benefit from the protection of strong guardians. Without that esteemed elder, they would not endure for long. I shall return and inform my father, and we will see how he chooses to handle this. Encountering that elder in the south has certainly made this journey worthwhile. As night fell, Qin Zhuo and his companions sat in the courtyard of the farm, savoring tea and engaging in conversation. Qin Zhuo had thoughtfully moved the table outside, where vines laden with grapes adorned the trellis, their lush green hue strikingly beautiful. Mr. Qin, you truly know how to indulge, for I have never tasted grapes like these. Wu Shan exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. This was his first visit to Qin Zhuo's farm, and he had encountered an astonishing array of wonders. The grapes, tomatoes, and other fruits and vegetables were remarkable, alongside fruit trees and pure milk beverages, novelties that would be unprecedented in the outside world. Lu Jun chuckled, Mr. Qin, the curiosities you possess here are extraordinary. How fortunate we are to have come. As for the recent events, we sincerely apologize and will return to contemplate our course of action. Upon reaching this point, he pondered for a moment before speaking up. There are indeed some troublesome matters that we are unable to resolve, and I would like to seek Mr. Qin's guidance on a few issues. Do tell, Qin Zhuo said, casting a calm glance at the two. Wu Shan and Lu Jun immediately responded, it concerns our water supply. As the number of survivors in the safe zone continues to rise, our water resources have begun to dwindle. Previously, we managed to cope. But now the situation has become perilous. It was evident that Lu Jun and the others had expanded too rapidly. The city, once home to over 10,000 people, was already strained with just 10 wells. As the population multiplied, it was only natural that the resources would become insufficient. They had been brainstorming solutions around the city, yet to no avail. Water sources wield immense influence in a post-apocalyptic world, thus inciting unrest. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo frowned slightly and inquired, how many people reside in your safe zone? Mr. Qin, we have consolidated several safe zones, and the current count stands at 28,000, Wu Shan explained. Isn't it feasible for nearly 30,000 people to rely on just 10 wells? Qin Zhuo mused, his curiosity piqued. However, he quickly realized that in this world, water was scarce. In the past 2 years, he had scarcely witnessed rainfall, leading to a reliance solely on groundwater. A significant reduction in water supply would inevitably lead to complications. But how should this be addressed? Although Qin Zhuo had acquired numerous skills, he was utterly unfamiliar with locating water sources. He had no knowledge of where such resources might exist. Searching for water sources is not an option, nor do I possess a solution. Perhaps, reducing the number of people? No, that sounds too harsh. It must be conveyed more delicately. He cleared his throat and continued, it seems that your safe zone has become overly populated. I presume there are some individuals among them who prefer to live off others' efforts. Awaiting sustenance. Qin Zhuo elaborated, consolidating survivors is commendable. They will eventually coalesce into a force. However, if these individuals are not properly organized, it will inevitably lead to depletion over time. Your focus should be on arranging these people effectively and establishing a system of rewards and penalties. Otherwise, it is merely a matter of time before problems arise. Human nature is unpredictable. They are currently aligned with you due to the allure of water and provisions. Should others offer them greater benefits, turmoil is assured. His words rendered the two men silent. As those in charge, they were acutely aware of the underlying issues, yet they lacked effective arrangements at present. Nevertheless, Qin Zhuo's insights sparked many reflections and ideas within them. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your guidance. I believe I will return with a general plan for resolution, Lu Jun said confidently. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly. It is essential to come to your own conclusions. The larger the scale of the safe zone, the greater the demands on your capabilities. The hour is late. It would be wise to rest early, he remarked, rising to return to his quarters. Seated to the side, Lu Feifei gazed intently at Qin Zhuo as he departed, contemplating for a moment before standing up. This scene did not escape the attention of Lu Jun and his companion, who were engrossed in discussions about matters within the safe zone, seemingly guided by Qin Zhuo's earlier remarks. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the sounds from outside the door, Qin Zhuo resignedly sat up. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, ultimately, this matter must be addressed. It appears that Feifei has come to a resolution. However, never mind. As a man, what is there to fear? To like is to like, and to dislike is to dislike. In this apocalypse, encounters with women are exceedingly rare, and having a woman who harbors feelings for you is truly a stroke of fortune. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Zhuo rose and opened the door. Brother Qin Zhuo. Lu Feifei entered with a blush, sitting down before continuing. Actually, my father has gradually entrusted me with handling matters. Your earlier comments sparked many thoughts within me. You truly possess remarkable insight. The increasing number of survivors is indeed a double-edged sword, as they will consume significant resources and inevitably attract dissatisfaction from others. Over time, this will surely lead to trouble. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly, pondering, you came here in the dead of night just to discuss this? How utterly dispiriting. Chapter 61. Mr. Qin's preference. Brother Qin Zhuo, I have come to a realization about the previous matter. have feelings for you. Lu Feifei, seemingly recalling something, lifted her gaze towards Qin Zhuo. In silence, Qin Zhuo regarded her, deeply pondering her words before responding. Have you truly thought this through? I have. Lu Feifei replied earnestly. Over the years, I have sensed that neither my father nor the other survivors have shown much regard for women. In this post-apocalyptic world, their strength is feeble, making it difficult for them to provide substantial support. Perhaps the situation differs in the north, but here in the south, it has been as such. Throughout these years, I have felt a distinctly different emotion from you. You treat me with great respect. Respect? The term caused Qin Zhuo to slightly shake his head, for the concept was rather complex. As a modern man, he naturally held women in high regard, likely influenced by his character. If that's the case, then I shall accept your feelings, he declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's eyes sparkled with joy, and she could not help but embrace Qin Zhuo, exclaiming, Thank you. Brother Qin Zhuo. Foolish girl, this is indeed a matter of happiness, Qin Zhuo chuckled, shaking his head. However, we must be cautious. Your father is still at the farm, and it wouldn't be wise for him to discover our actions. Yes, Lu Feifei replied, seemingly reminded of something, her cheeks flushing. I should head back now. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Zhuo gently pulled her back. He then produced a down jacket, saying, I specially prepared this for you. As autumn sets in, the temperatures will grow increasingly frigid, especially at night. While survivors have the ability to withstand the cold, having a down jacket will certainly make it more bearable. A down jacket? Lu Feifei's eyes lit up as she gazed at the garment. Being the daughter of Lu, she had encountered many beautiful clothes, yet a warm down jacket was a rarity. Moreover, these were far more exquisite than the goods from the north, exuding a stunning allure. This jacket is so beautiful and warm. Thank you, Brother Qin Zhuo, Lu Feifei exclaimed, joyfully embracing him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Qin Zhuo merely smiled, saying, All right, go back and rest well. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Lu Feifei exited the room. Feifei, that outfit of yours is. Lu Jun, noticing Lu Feifei's return, finally became aware of her attire and could not help but exclaim. Beside him, Wu Shan was equally astonished. Although the jacket appeared somewhat bulky, it was far more attractive than ordinary styles, and it had a fluffy quality. This is the down jacket that Brother Qin Zhuo gifted me. It's so warm. Lu Feifei replied excitedly. Her words left both men momentarily stunned. Since when did Mr. Qin start making clothes? Could it be? Lu Jun quickly deduced, bursting into hearty laughter. Well done, Feifei. Time is getting late. It is indeed time for us to return and rest properly. Observing the departing figures of the father and daughter, Wu Shan inquired with a peculiar expression, Hey, what were you two discussing? I couldn't comprehend a word. Wu Shan's gaze inadvertently shifted towards the two bodyguards beside him, who shrugged helplessly, equally perplexed. How strange they are. Yet, it is remarkable that Mr. Qin could create such exquisite garments. They truly are beautiful. If they could be sold, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. At the dining table, Lu Feifei cheerfully urged Qin Zhuo, Brother Qin, do have some more. Try this dish. I made it myself. Her eager demeanor caused a wave of awkwardness among the onlookers. Wu Shan, not lacking in insight, quickly surmised the situation and cast an envious glance at Lu Jun, lamenting his own lack of a commendable daughter. Wait, perhaps my uncle has a daughter. Well, she is rather young. But 14 is not too young, is it? Perhaps Mr. Qin might take a liking to her. Contemplating this, Wu Shan resolved to mobilize efforts upon returning, for fostering a good relationship with Qin Zhuo would undoubtedly benefit them. Qin Zhuo gazed at the mountain of food before him, feeling somewhat exasperated, especially with Lu Jun occasionally casting odd glances his way, which he found unbearable. Previously, he had done nothing of note. However, this time, he could not evade the implications of his actions. In the morning, Qin Zhuo busied himself in the fields, gathering fruits and vegetables, as the new harvest was ready for picking, with several individuals assisting him. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei entertained herself by playing with a Siberian husky. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside, prompting Qin Zhuo to lift his head and notice a multitude of zombies advancing towards the farm. What on earth is happening? So many zombies, and they are all heading for the farm. The bodyguards sprang into action, their battle-hardened instincts kicking in, though they remained tense. This horde of zombies was several times larger than what they typically encountered, instilling a sense of dread. Strangely, upon reaching the outskirts of the farm, the zombies halted their advance. Yet, their menacing postures still evoked fear and apprehension among the group. What is going on? Why are there so many zombies? Wu Shan gazed into the distance, realizing the grave situation. This is bad. Those zombies are clearly heading towards our safe zone. We must hasten our return. Hasten our return? Lu Jun gulped nervously, surveying their surroundings. At this juncture, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to leave. They will not allow us to depart easily. We may have to wait for an opportunity. These words cast a shadow over Wushan's countenance. The safe zone currently housed numerous survivors, having formed a considerable force. Yet, they remained disorganized, and with both him and Lu Jun absent from the safe zone, any mishap could prove perilous. It was precisely this anxiety that gnawed at him. For should trouble arise, all their recent efforts would be rendered futile. Lu Jun gazed at the scene before him and let out a helpless sigh. Their strength was still insufficient to instill fear in the zombies. Despite the numerous undead that had been vanquished in recent days, their reproduction rate was alarmingly swift, with new ones emerging almost immediately after the old. Standing beside Qin Zhuo, Lu Feifei was equally troubled, yet felt a semblance of solace in her inability to leave, as it allowed her to spend more time with her elder brother. "Young master," the thin monkey called out, "we have encountered some troubles in the backyard. Many barricades have been shattered, and some traps have been destroyed. Then let us hasten to repair them. We cannot allow those zombies to breach the farm." Qin Zhuo replied with a frown. The farm had always been remarkably secure, yet this was the first instance of such destruction. In the previous 2 years, although zombies had appeared in the vicinity, they had never posed a threat to the farm. The situation now, however, seemed markedly different, as if the zombies had gained considerable strength. What could be the cause of this? Chapter 62. Is this a robbery? Indeed it is. What else could it be? With a grand gesture, Dan Jin led a significantly better equipped contingent than those found within the Ghost Cry Valley, charging forward. The trucks naturally followed suit. Within the valley, both the guards and the workers fell silent. Judging by the recent conduct of the undead, as long as they cooperated, there would be no indiscriminate killings, which was a rather positive aspect. After all, since the base began targeting the undead's safe zone, other safe zones had typically resulted in the deaths of a few when raiding their resource points. However, the undead had demonstrated considerable restraint. The inhabitants of Ghost Cry Valley gazed enviously at the sophisticated weapons and armor. Upon entry, they were met with neatly stacked aluminum ore. The eyes of Wen Jisheng and his companions lit up. Shui Jingying could not help but exclaim, "It seems we have quite an abundance. This time, we shall prosper." "Jingying, exercise caution," Shui Jingyan replied coolly. Though he too was exhilarated, he was acutely aware of the true nature of their mission. The act of robbery was merely a facade. The deeper essence lay in trade. Thus, they must remain vigilant. Both exchanged a glance with Wen Jisheng. Dan Jin approached them, stating, "The situation is under control." Wen Jisheng nodded and declared, "Very well, let us commence loading the cargo." "Shall we take it all?" Dan Jin inquired. "No. We will leave behind 5 tons of tin ore and take away 5.5 tons of aluminum ore. That is the plan," Wen Jisheng instructed. "Understood." Though Dan Jin was a mere brute, he recognized the necessity of obedience to orders to survive. He and Ruan Zhao began directing their subordinates in the loading process. Meanwhile, the squad leader within Ghost Cry Valley lamented internally, realizing the dire situation they were in. He wondered what punishment their leader would impose. However, he noticed that while the undead were loading their vehicles, they were also unloading some tin ore from their trucks. What was this situation? Wasn't this supposed to be a robbery? What were they doing unloading? Such confusion was not limited to him. Even the workers were taken aback. The undead worked swiftly, and after loading their vehicles, they prepared to depart. Before leaving, Wen Jisheng summoned the squad leader and said, "If your leader inquires, inform him that we indeed came for a robbery. Should he wish to reclaim his honor, he may lodge a complaint at the base. Furthermore, let him know that next time, we shall target the closer resource points. This location is too far and not worth the effort." The squad leader was utterly at a loss for words. Was this truly a robbery? They took the aluminum ore yet left the tin ore behind. How was he to explain that? Wen Jisheng, undeterred, waved his hand, and the main force promptly set off. On their return journey, they made a brief detour to a resource point in the Baihe safe zone. It appeared that preparations had been made in advance. Upon seeing the undead convoy approach, they immediately raised the white flag. Bai Jianxin happened to be at this resource point, having orchestrated these actions covertly. Regardless, my father is certainly aware of the situation, though he has chosen not to comment. "Welcome." Bai Jianxin greeted with a smile, but soon his expression faltered as he inquired, "This is Leader Wen?" Wen Jisheng's countenance darkened as he replied, "I am no longer a leader. I serve as the logistics minister of the No Corpse safe zone. Welcome. We are here to rob you. Lay down your weapons." Bai Jianxin's face stiffened. Could it be that this time they truly intended to rob them? Was their previous encounter merely a ruse to lower their guard, only to ambush them later? He cursed inwardly, having brought a substantial amount of tin ore. The losses would be catastrophic. Moreover, the defensive capabilities here were alarmingly inadequate, leaving them powerless to resist. When Jisheng had no inclination to entertain Bai Jianxin's concerns, he promptly instructed Dan Jin and Ruan Zhao to lead their subordinates in inventorying the goods. There was a considerable amount of tin ore, but their aluminum supply was insufficient. They would only take what was necessary. Minister, we have approximately 15 tons of tin ore. It appears they have intentionally stockpiled a significant quantity here, Dan Jin reported. When Jisheng nodded, stating, very well, let us take 12 tons and leave some behind for them. Minister, what about the cargo on our vehicles? When Jisheng retorted, are our vehicles not sufficient? Then discard the worthless items on board. Hurry. Understood. Bai Jianxin watched in bewilderment as when Jisheng orchestrated the proceedings. Even Shui Jingyan and her brother exchanged exasperated glances at Wen Jisheng's demeanor. Then Bai Jianxin's eyes fell upon what one had referred to as worthless items. How absurd. Those were aluminum ores. Was it truly necessary to dramatize the transaction in such a manner? Minister Wen, I am Bai Jianxin, and I believe I can represent the Baihe district in negotiating a trade with your no-corp zone. Trade? What trade? Do you not comprehend? This is robbery. Let us not mischaracterize the nature of this transaction. Such substantial dealings are the purview of the base. Our modest safe zone lacks the authority for such matters. When Jisheng asserted, indeed, Minister Wen speaks wisely, Bai Jianxin conceded, albeit still perplexed. When Jisheng glanced at the bustling individuals and quietly suggested, young Master Bai, let us discuss this further. Certainly, Bai Jianxin replied, hastening to follow Wen Jisheng to a quieter corner, with the Shui siblings trailing behind. You must be the esteemed elder brother and sister of the Shui family. I am Bai Jianxin, pleased to make your acquaintance. The Shui siblings nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Jianxin continued, regarding the nature of our arrangement. Oh, I mean the robbery. Could we devise a specific method for communication? Perhaps indicating how much tin ore I have stored at various resource points? When Jisheng contemplated briefly and responded, that makes sense. We will send an appropriate number of vehicles to collect your supplies based on your preparations. It may be best to use signal flares, after all. Our two safe zones are in close proximity and can see them clearly. A blue flare will signify 5 tons. If the signal is red, it indicates the presence of enemies. We will arrive by noon after sending the signal in the morning. Excellent. This makes things considerably more convenient. Additionally, what should we be cautious about? When Jisheng chuckled and replied, cautious about what? Naturally, we should report the incident. You have all been robbed. How can you not report it? Let the base take your side. Well, that might not be entirely appropriate. Bai Jianxin hesitated. When Jisheng laughed, do you wish for the base to interrogate you instead? We, in the no-casualty safe zone, have nothing to fear. You, however, if you dare to openly oppose the base, you will surely meet a dire fate. Bai Jianxin took a deep breath and said, I understand now. Thank you for the reminder. I will ask my father to report to the base right away. Chapter 63. What should we do? When Jisheng and his companions returned triumphantly. Meanwhile, a truck from the Union safe zone arrived to collect goods shortly after the squad leader reported the situation. However, they encountered the squad leader midway, who relayed alarming news about the arrival of the faceless individuals intending to loot. They were petrified. This journey was in vain. Time to turn back? Not so fast. There is still cargo, the squad leader urged. The faceless ones had stealthily infiltrated Ghost Cry Valley. We must return to inform the chief and see if there truly is more cargo. Let us hurry back to Ghost Cry Valley. Once we load the goods, we will meet the chief together. Is there really cargo? Absolutely. After a difficult trek into Ghost Cry Valley, they found cargo still remaining, albeit diminished in quantity. Yet, the convoy noticed something amiss. This place was known for aluminum production. How could tin ore have surfaced? This is bizarre. Can resource points really change their nature? The squad leader hastily explained. This is what the faceless ones left behind. How could that be? Why would they leave behind so much tin ore? Is this a robbery? After a thorough inventory, it became clear that they not only suffered no losses but actually made a considerable profit. It's worth noting that if they had transported aluminum to the base for trade, they wouldn't have received such a bounty of tin ore. This isn't a robbery, it's clearly a transaction. No, this matter must be reported to the chief immediately. Thus, they secured the cargo and set off. Upon returning to the Union safe zone, the squad leader promptly sought an audience with Yun Lu. Upon hearing that the faceless individuals had stealthily made their way to Ghost Cry Valley, Yun Lu nearly leaped in outrage. This is utterly intolerable. How did they manage to sneak so far? We must bolster our defenses. Chief, the faceless ones left a message. A message? What further words could they possibly have? Humph. You let them take what they wanted without resistance? What use are you to me? Bring me my knife. Yun Lu's desire to strike down the squad leader nearly terrified him to death. He quickly pleaded, Chief, we did not incur losses this time. The faceless ones left behind tin ore. Yunlu paused, intrigued. Is that true? Indeed, Chief. It's more than we would have earned trading at the base. I cannot comprehend what the faceless ones are up to. How much? Yunlu inquired. 5 tons. They took away 7.5 tons of our aluminum. Yunlu rose, pacing back and forth, and asked again, is this verifiable? Absolutely. The goods have been returned, Chief. Would you like to see for yourself? Yunlu shook his head. No need to inspect. Remember, this matter must not be spoken of to anyone. Understood. What else did the faceless ones have to say? The leader remarked that their people claimed we could report to the base. They also suggested that the Valley of the Weeping Spirits was too distant and expressed a desire to raid closer resource points. Yunlu inquired, is there anything else? No, nothing more. Very well, you may leave, but remember, this matter must not be spoken of to others. After the squad leader departed, Yunlu called out, Wunner. A young man emerged from behind the screen, bowing respectfully, Father. Wunner, what is your perspective on this matter? The young man was his eldest son, Yunwan. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Father, if there is profit to be gained, we may continue trading with them. Yunlu exhaled, realizing that the No Corps had grand ambitions. They were now intent on taking advantage of the base. Indeed, he acknowledged, Father, armed strength and trade are the 2 sharp fangs of the base. If the trading rights are seized, the base would not only lose 1 fang, but become increasingly feeble. Currently, the No Corps possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and the base dares not act rashly against them. If trade were also under their control, the landscape within the 502 base would likely shift dramatically. Yunlu sighed, expressing concern. My fear is that the No Corps may become the new tiger. Yunwen suggested quietly, perhaps I should pay a visit to the No Corps? Yunlu snorted. Do you truly believe the No Corps can succeed? Father, Yunwen clarified. I do not see potential in the No Corps alone, but rather in Wen Jixing, given his capabilities and character. The fact that he is allied with the No Corps speaks volumes about their significance. Yunlu felt a sense of resignation, saying, very well, go ahead. Be cautious and discreet. What about me? Should I report to the base? Indeed. Father, we must bring this to the base's attention and state it plainly. It will be interesting to see if the base dares to take action against the No Corps. All right, there is profit to be made. However, we must avoid making a fortune in silence. If the base discovers our tacit agreement with the No Corps, we would be in grave trouble. While the base may hesitate to confront the No Corps, targeting Yunjian would be a mere flick of a finger. Thus, it is better to be forthright. As for the conflict between the base and the No Corps, let them contend with it. Regardless of which party is vanquished, Yunjian would not suffer significant losses. After their discussion was settled, the following morning, the father and son set off separately. Yunwen clandestinely made his way to the No Corps safe zone, while Yunlu boldly proceeded to the base. The No Corps safe zone was relatively tranquil. Apart from the construction site, everyone appeared quite relaxed. There were no missions today, and the guards were taking a break. The sun had long risen, yet Xue Feng had not yet awakened. Du Feifei nestled beside him, gently tracing her fingers across his chest. Little Hoof, are you yearning for another bout? I'm afraid of you. My waist still has tea healed. If you're truly interested, why not seek out Lao San? Xue Feng chuckled. You now want me to find Lao San? I shall first subdue you before seeking out Lao San. No, I truly cannot. Before Du Feifei could finish her words, her mouth was silenced, leaving her to emit muffled sounds. Xue Feng, with both hands engaged, pressed forward, and Du Feifei was utterly unable to resist. Before long, she surrendered. When Xue Jingyan arrived to report the situation, he paused, hesitating, and ultimately let out a sigh before departing. It seems that, before long, there may be another younger brother or sister added to the family. What a predicament, considering the age difference. He truly felt a twinge of distress. Upon Yunwen's arrival at the safe zone, he too was taken aback by the expanded scene. Upon revealing his identity, he was promptly admitted and taken to meet Wen Jixing. Leader Wen. Upon seeing Wen Jixing, Yunwen's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was practically a devoted fan of Wen Jixing. The conversation continued within. Chapter 64. Seemingly angry, secretly delighted. The atmosphere within the base was relatively calm. Especially after the departure of nearly 20,000 individuals. It would be a miracle if it were otherwise. The common folk were acutely aware of the great leader's foul mood, leading them to speak in hushed tones, fearful of incurring his wrath. Upon Yunli's arrival at the base, he encountered Bai Feng, who had also just arrived. Bai, what brings you here? Yunlu inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. With a sigh, Bai Feng replied, how could I possibly refrain from coming? The situation with Wu Shi has spiraled out of control. Yunlu paused, then responded, so you are here due to Wu Shi as well. I share your sentiments. That scoundrel surnamed Xue is utterly shameless. In a lowered voice, Bai Feng asked, Yun, Have you fallen victim to Wusher's plunder as well? Yunlu sighed indeed. Just yesterday, I was thoroughly robbed. From the direction of their retreat, it seems they passed near your area, did they not? The two seasoned foxes narrowed their eyes, fully comprehending the implications of their conversation. It appeared that Wusher's convoy had first stealthily raided Yunjian before making their way to Baihe. Such a sequence of events could yield substantial profits. Yun, let us slow our pace and discuss the extent of your losses, Bai Feng suggested. Alas, the losses are considerable. 7.5 tons? Bai Feng inquired quietly. Yunlu grimaced slightly, nodding in affirmation before asking, and what of your losses, Bai? 12 tons, came the reply. The two old foxes mentally calculated their fortunes, their eyes gleaming with realization. This venture with Wusher was indeed lucrative. 5 tons out, and 12 tons returned home, all within a single day? With such high profits at stake, who would resort to violence and chaos? Exchanging glances, both men felt a spark of ambition. What if someone were to impersonate Wusher and raid your territory? Bai Feng contemplated. That is precisely what I was thinking. Yunlu agreed. However, they soon shook their heads, sighing in unison. Bai, I must say, given our current capabilities, we lack the strength for such an endeavor. If things were to escalate, it could spell doom for both our factions. Indeed, Yun, only with sufficient power can we take advantage of such disparities. For now, we must focus on strengthening our own forces. Or perhaps, let us report this incident. If we do not clarify our position, the base may develop misunderstandings toward us. The two men exchanged knowing smiles, amused at the thought. What misunderstandings could there possibly be? A discerning eye could easily see their inner delight. After all, they stood to gain far less if they brought their resources to the base for trade. Before long, they found themselves in the presence of Old Han, who welcomed them in a modest meeting room. Observing the two men, he inquired, Now, what brings you both here today? Bai Feng rose and spoke. Old Han, you must advocate for me. Yesterday, the lawless individuals once again invaded our resource point at White Crane and plundered it. Old Han sighed and replied, Those lawless individuals have always been reckless and unruly. The base is currently investigating this matter. They will seize the opportunity to strike hard when the time is right. However, can we be given a timeline? These lawless individuals are utterly unrestrained. We dare not assault their secure zone, and moreover, their resource points are now entirely unguarded. This situation is akin to a venture without capital. Yunlu also stood and added, Old Han, these lawless individuals are brazenly ambitious. They infiltrated our Ghost Cry Valley yesterday morning and made off with 7 or 8 tons. Old Han waved his hand and said, This matter requires you to handle it yourselves. Simply bolster your defenses. The lawless individuals have a secure zone. And so do you. Furthermore, your previous strength was considerably superior to theirs. Rest assured, their defenses are merely a bit formidable. If you dispatch more troops to guard, you will certainly be safe. Yunlu exclaimed, How can we defend ourselves? They have brought 2 magic crystal cannons. Old Han furrowed his brow. Defending against those magic crystal cannons is indeed a formidable challenge. A few shots could easily obliterate not just a mere resource point, but even compromise both secure zones. This is solely the fault of the second and third leaders, who proved utterly incompetent. Not only did they lose lives, but they also let resources fall into the hands of the lawless, transforming them into lethal weapons. This matter, I will report to the chief leader. The lawless will not be able to frolic for long. Perhaps it would be wise for you to temporarily withdraw from some of the peripheral resource points? This is truly a callous suggestion. Thankfully, these 2 leaders only came here to put on a show. They appear furious on the surface. Yet secretly they revel in this situation. Everything is for profit, after all. Yunlu continued, Old Han, you must understand, they not only plundered our resource output, but also, they even resorted to murder? In this apocalyptic world, killing a few people is the most commonplace act. Old Han dismissed it with indifference. No, they left some tin or behind. Old Han's expression began to twitch. What the hell? If they wish to plunder, then let them plunder. Why leave behind tin or, how much? This is not something we requested from them. Rather, it was deliberately left behind. Old Han, this is precisely why I assert that the lawless individuals are unrepentantly ambitious and must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, Old Han slammed his palm on the table, shattering it. There was no need to inquire about specific figures. From Yun Li's tone, Old Han already understood the gravity of the situation. The lawless individuals were akin to extracting teeth from a tiger. The price they offer is undoubtedly higher than that of the base. If one genuinely intends to plunder, no one would object. After all, if people die in various secure zones, so be it. However, to masquerade as plunderers while covertly engaging in trade fundamentally undermines the base. If all major secure zones are subjected to such plunder, how will the base sustain itself? How will it pursue development? Moreover, The various safe zones will undoubtedly collaborate discreetly. After all, which among them does not prioritize their own interests? He cast a glance at Bai Feng, who quickly responded, Old Han. I was just about to mention this matter. The soulless individuals came to our territory to plunder, leaving behind an aluminum mine. Old Han gritted his teeth and exclaimed, This is utterly lawless. You two remain seated. I shall report this to the great leader at once. As they watched Old Han depart in a flurry, the two exchanged glances. Bai Feng whispered, Brother Yun, do you think the soulless will manage to survive this time? Yunlu nodded and replied, If they endure this ordeal, then indeed, the world will be transformed. Chapter 65. Destruction in the absence of acquisition. Rest assured, they have not discovered us. Qin Zhuo reassured, raising his hand. The onlookers gazed at the disassembled materials, rendered speechless. How could it remain undetected in such a disarray? Mr. Qin's prowess seems exceedingly formidable. Had it been them, they would have exercised utmost caution, fearing any misstep. They could not dare to be as audacious as Qin Zhuo. Although the control chip could be dismantled, securing a subsequent energy source for the device posed a significant challenge. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. This apparatus, while remarkably sophisticated, still exhibited some limitations. Without the energy supplied from the north, it would likely perish in a short span. The southern ores, albeit plentiful, would make it exceedingly difficult to locate a device rich in energy. Furthermore, the energy proved unstable, necessitating constant refinement. Thus, managing these complications would also prove to be troublesome. Mr. Qin, have you resolved this issue? Lu Jun inquired cautiously from the side. I was pondering whether removing the positioning settings would allow us to transport it back. It is not so simple. Qin Zhuo shook his head, elucidating. The positioning settings are exceedingly intricate and require a computer for manipulation in the northern region. There is likely a computer available. We possess no such equipment. Handling this matter adequately could be perilous, and any mismanagement could lead to dire consequences. A computer? The term left Lu Jun perplexed. He could not grasp its meaning and stared blankly at Qin Zhuo. Mr. Qin, what is a computer? Qin Zhuo explained. A computer serves as the primary means for operating these programs, yet it is nearly non-existent in this post-apocalyptic world. I surmise there is some entity connected to these devices. A computer is merely my conjecture and may not actually exist. In Qin Zhuo's memory, the apocalypse had transpired far too long ago. In the southern region, there was no electricity. Most still relied on torches for illumination, making the operation of a computer highly improbable. Having lived for 2 years, he only acquired a small engine after perfecting his gardening skills, allowing him to utilize a refrigerator for food preservation. Although he was unaware of the external circumstances, he believed the likelihood of operation was minimal. I see, Mr. Qin is truly erudite, Lu Jun remarked. We have not heard of such a device, and as for the north, I have not heard of it either. Lu Jun shook his head. He had traversed the southern region extensively, yet he had not attained such status in other areas. Moreover, with zombies rampant, he could not venture beyond his safe zone, rendering him exceedingly curious about Qin Zhuo's insights. What is a computer? What is a control chip? These concepts were utterly foreign to him, and he could not fathom the depth of Qin Zhuo's knowledge. Beside them, Wu Shan interjected. While I am unfamiliar with what a computer is, I have heard whispers that someone in the north has created illuminating devices, albeit at exorbitant prices. Those are merely hearsay, yet I believe they pale in comparison to the electric lights in Mr. Qin's home. They were utterly astonished upon encountering the electric light. In a world consumed by darkness, everyone yearned for the solace it offered, hoping to evade numerous troubles. Yet within the safety zone, they wished to see clearly. The electric lights observed at Qin Zhuo's place were blindingly bright, illuminating vast areas. Such a sight was undoubtedly enviable. Qin Zhuo, however, merely shook his head. He had not acquired any battery-operated lamps. Most required electrical wiring. Even if they were to take them back, it would likely prove futile. For the sake of safety, they would probably have to be destroyed, as he could not be controlled by them. Qin Zhuo spoke solemnly. We understand. This will indeed trouble you, Mr. Qin. The crowd gazed at him with gratitude. A person as learned and talented as Qin Zhuo commanded their utmost respect. Should such knowledge spread, the consequences would be dire. A sudden clap echoed, followed by the shattering of the equipment, unleashing a cacophony of growls from the surrounding zombies, who lifted their heads to fixate on Qin Zhuo and his companions. The sight of their blood-red eyes sent a palpable wave of panic through the crowd, who almost forgot that they were at the very center of the horde. Although they had destroyed the equipment, escaping now seemed an arduous task. Mr. Qin, should we not leave this place at once? Several bodyguards stammered, their eyes darting nervously at the zombies. Let us go, Qin Zhuo replied with a smile. However, in the next moment, the zombies lunged forward recklessly. The sounds of collision reverberated, yet Qin Zhuo leisurely led Lu Feifei away, enveloped by the scent of blooming flowers. The zombies showed no inclination to attack him. Lu Feifei surveyed her surroundings in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, you are truly remarkable. The zombies have all retreated in fear. As for that matter, there is no need for your father to worry. Uncle Su is quite powerful, and with his assistance, they will surely return safely." Qin Zhuo reassured her. He was well aware of Uncle Su's formidable strength, although he could not ascertain the precise level of his abilities. He believed that Uncle Su could easily handle those zombies. Given his own lack of combat prowess, it was best to avoid causing them any trouble at this juncture. "Brother Qin, what did you mean by controlling the device?" "I still don't quite understand," Lu Feifei inquired, recalling their earlier conversation. Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly, explaining. "It refers to utilizing a certain mechanism for remote control. Only then can the equipment function properly. The placement of the device here signifies that there must be a signal source nearby. Unfortunately, we currently lack the opportunity to search for it." At this point, realization dawned upon Qin Zhuo. Indeed, the presence of a signal source would allow for the equipment's placement in the vicinity. As he had observed that the situation aligned with his assumptions, there existed a control point at the core of the device, and he glanced at several relatively elevated locations. Contemplating, if there was a signal source, it suggested a strong likelihood of elevated points nearby. "Feifei, upon your return, please advise the survivors to remain vigilant for any elevated areas. Should they encounter anything peculiar, they must report back to me," Qin Zhuo instructed. Lu Feifei was perplexed by the implication, but felt compelled to comply with Qin Zhuo's request. "Miss, young master, you've returned so swiftly?" the thin monkey inquired, astonished. Yet oblivious to the figures lurking behind him, he couldn't help but ask, "Where are Uncle Su and the others?" "Oh, they encountered zombies, however. I believe they will extricate themselves shortly," Qin Zhuo clarified before retreating to his chamber. Approximately half an hour later, Uncle Su and the others returned, their expressions weary. "Thin monkey, has the young master returned?" Uncle Su asked with urgency. Lu Jun added, "Has Feifei come back?" The thin monkey regarded them with a hint of curiosity and replied, "The young master returned half an hour ago, and the miss isn't scathed. It is you who seem to have faced difficulties." Chapter 66. Lu Yang's visit. "Thank goodness you have returned," Su Bo sighed with relief. It soon dawned on him that the battle had been exceedingly chaotic. By the time he realized something was amiss, he hurried back. He had not anticipated that Qin Zhuo had already returned safely half an hour prior. They had been engaged in combat for a sustained 30 minutes and had returned only to be besieged by zombies. The young master's strength was indeed formidable. The zombies had not dared to impede him. Su Bo mused to himself that despite considering his own abilities to be quite impressive, he appeared to fall short in comparison to the young master. He resolved to learn diligently from Qin Zhuo moving forward. Years ago, he too was a formidable force, roaming far and wide. Although he had aged considerably, he still believed his prowess was not to be underestimated. Little did he expect that someone as young as Qin Zhuo would far surpass him. Lu Jun and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, particularly Lu Jun himself. The previous skirmish had been so tumultuous that he had scarcely been able to keep track of Qin Zhuo and Lu Feifei. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished. Fortunately, they had returned early. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Mr. Qin is truly remarkable. To emerge unscathed from such a horde of zombies is an ability that is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Lu Jun reflected. It was evident that Lu Feifei's relationship with Mr. Qin had progressed positively in recent days, instilling a sense of security within their group. The presence of Qin Zhuo in the safe zone promised significant advantages, a notion I have long held. Since everyone has returned, it would be wise for us to rest early, Lu Jun suggested to the group. They all acquiesced. Their exhaustion from the earlier battle evident, and recognized the necessity for a thorough respite. The following day, Qin Zhuo rose early to prepare breakfast. Soon noticing that Lu Feifei was also awake at this hour. "Feifei, why didn't you get more rest?" Qin Zhuo inquired with a smile. Lu Feifei approached him and softly replied, "Brother Qin, I wish to assist you in any way I can. My father and I owe you a great debt, and we are at a loss for how to repay you." "Silly girl, your presence is my reward," Qin Zhuo said, ruffling Lu Feifei's hair with a smile. "Do not overthink things, let them unfold naturally. Moreover, I merely acted as was necessary. Some things are destined to happen, if they do not occur. It simply means the time has not yet come. Do not dwell on it." Lu Feifei nodded, her cheeks flushed. With Lu Feifei's assistance, the preparation of food went much more swiftly, and in about half an hour, all was ready. After the harrowing battle the previous day, the group's expressions were noticeably somber. Reflecting on the encounter with so many zombies was still quite daunting. "Mr. Qin, I cannot express my gratitude enough for what transpired yesterday. Without you, Feifei's situation could have been perilous," Lu Jun said, gazing at Qin Zhuo with appreciation. Hearing this, Qin Zhuo merely smiled faintly and replied leisurely, "You exaggerate. I have done nothing. My safe return is merely a stroke of fortune." The phrase stroke of fortune visibly stunned Lu Jun. Reflecting on the harrowing memories of the previous day, he felt a sense of helplessness. Mr. Qin truly is modest. He seemed to regard yesterday's near brush with death as something rather trivial. Just how formidable must his strength be? Cough, cough, Mr. Qin. Since the external situation has stabilized, I shall hasten back to the safe zone. After all, there are numerous matters that require my attention there, Lu Jun stated. His intention was solely to expedite his return to the safety of the zone. Very well, since you are preparing to leave, I shall not detain you further. Exercise caution on your journey home, Qin Zhuo replied, for he had several pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to linger with them. The next day, Lu Jun and his companions departed the farm, while Qin Zhuo returned with the materials, eager to study them thoroughly. He was deeply intrigued by how these items were crafted. After all, in the apocalypse, acquiring any materials was exceedingly complex and challenging. The North thrived, but how had they procured these resources? Young master, the North is indeed far more intricate than the South. They possess certain resources that are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. And they have amassed nearly all the talents of the apocalypse. Creating such items is likely not a daunting task for them, Subo remarked. Having traveled extensively, he had gained some insight into the northern territories. Qin Zhuo listened with keen interest and urged, "Please elaborate on the situation in the north." Subo pondered briefly before responding. The north is exceedingly complex. Survivors there can live without concern in the apocalypse, yet they face numerous restrictions. Money holds immense significance. Without sufficient funds, survival in the north is arduous. Moreover, the north possesses certain resources that are unavailable elsewhere, and it is remarkably secure. Thus, despite the north's unfavorable conditions, its inhabitants are reluctant to leave. A series of revelations caused Qin Zhuo to frown slightly. The situation in the north was indeed very complicated. Some aspects eluded even his understanding, and it seemed he would have to wait for an opportunity to explore the north himself. With the Yin incense pouch, he had gained the capability to venture out, but time was severely limited. He pondered whether he could merge the incense pouch to create a reinforcement talisman. Soon, he recalled the reinforcement formula valued at 100 energy, which could enhance an item and form a recipe, particularly if the materials remained unchanged. Such an enhancement was incredibly costly. After the previous incident, Qin Zhuo found himself with only a meager amount of energy, making it impossible to acquire a legacy of energy. Gaining energy proved to be exceedingly difficult. With Lu Jun's safe zone expanding, it appeared he needed to devise alternative methods to obtain energy. While contemplating these matters, the lean monkey returned. "Young master, Lu Yong has arrived." As they spoke, Lu Yong, with a demeanor of utmost respect, addressed, "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I sincerely apologize for the previous matters. The situation among us survivors has been dire due to the onslaught of zombies, which is why we have been unable to venture out for some time. However, we have now managed to procure some items, which we have brought specifically for you, Mr. Qin." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo expressed genuine curiosity. "You have brought items for me?" Lu Yong affirmed. "Indeed, in addition to those, we have also collected other items. Although they may seem somewhat scattered, they are a token of our gratitude for your kindness." Lu Yong conveyed his deep appreciation, recalling how he had narrowly escaped death thanks to Qin Zhuo's timely intervention. It was Subo's assistance that had alleviated their troubles during the zombie attack as they departed. Thus, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Qin Zhuo as soon as he had managed to settle affairs, bringing along the items as a gesture of thanks. Chapter 67. Ding, energy detected. "Oh, take me to see it," Qin Zhuo said. "Mr. Qin, please follow me." Lu Yong guided Qin Zhuo to the hall, where several boxes were arranged. Upon opening the boxes, Lu Yong remarked, "Mr. Qin, these two boxes contain items we previously discovered. Due to the considerable distance, we could not transport everything. The other one contains some items we found in the Survivor Alliance, as a token of our gratitude." As Qin Zhuo approached and opened the boxes, he found, as Lu Yong had mentioned, that one box was filled with clothing, albeit emitting an unpleasant odor. However, beneath the garments lay some yellowed fabrics, along with gold, silver, and various antiques. Suddenly, Qin Zhuo sensed a surge of energy radiating from the box, astonishing him. For the last time he encountered such energy was a month prior. The current energy overwhelmed him with joy, as its presence would alleviate numerous troubles. Ding, energy presence detected. Ding, energy presence detected. The repeated sounds jolted Qin Zhuo back to reality. He cleared his throat and said, "All right, in that case, I shall accept these items. Lu Yong, your visit must not be merely for this. There must be other matters at hand." Lu Yong's face flushed slightly, mixed with a hint of embarrassment. "Indeed. We wish to exchange some food to take back. Certainly. Qin Zhuo readily agreed. Lu Yong appeared momentarily stunned, not expecting Qin Zhuo to respond without hesitation. Such confidence was remarkable. Mr. Qin, you are truly impressive. Lu Yong expressed gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Qin. This food is our lifeline. Not an issue regarding the food. Qin Zhuo replied. At this juncture, he looked thoughtfully at Lu Yong. Now that Lu Jun's safe zone is sufficiently supplied with food, are you not considering setting aside past grievances? Fighting alone is unwise, especially when joining them could alleviate many troubles. Lu Yong was clearly taken aback. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Qin, you may not be aware. The existence of the Survivor Alliance is because of them. They do not regard survivors as human beings. They wield their power to command those beneath them, and to them, we are akin to dogs. Our dissatisfaction led us to depart, and our leader founded the Survivor Alliance for this reason. At this point, Lu Yong hesitated, saying, Mr. Qin, last time we stealthily took some seeds. I hope you will not hold it against us. Seeds? Qin Zhuo glanced at Lu Yong, but refrained from admonishing him. This expression made Lu Yong realize Mr. Qin must have discovered his previous actions but chose to remain silent. Had he not disclosed the matter, it may have become far more complicated. It was understandable. With Mr. Qin's formidable strength, how could he possibly remain oblivious? Qin Zhuo was filled with perplexity, as he had not previously noticed that these survivors, upon acquiring energy, could stealthily pilfer items without detection. He realized that he must be on guard. After all, it was merely a handful of seeds, which mattered little. As he pondered this, a thought occurred to him, and he inquired, Did you encounter any peculiar occurrences on your way here? Peculiar occurrences? Lu Yong mused for a moment before responding. Strangely enough, during our previous visits, we were besieged by numerous zombies. However, this time, although we did encounter some, the situation was considerably improved. Additionally, I noticed an exceedingly long object perched at a height that I had never seen before, which was quite odd. The notion of an extraordinarily long object standing in a high position caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow in contemplation. It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. They must have developed something akin to our own inventions. In this post-apocalyptic world devoid of electricity, even if they were capable of creating such a device, it would serve little purpose. Yet, they have succeeded in its creation, and it appears to be functional. Could it be that they are harnessing energy to generate electricity for the pursuit of advanced technology? Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo remarked, I see, it is of little consequence. You have endured a long journey. Please, go and rest. I will arrange for provisions. As this area has become significantly safer, you should be able to return without incident. His words filled Lu Yong with excitement and gratitude as he exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Qin. I wondered why there were so few zombies. It turns out it was your intervention. It is truly enlightening. Naturally, a powerhouse like you could eliminate such nuisances. We are fortunate to benefit from your presence. Qin Zhuo felt somewhat bewildered by this statement, unable to comprehend Lu Yong's thoughts. The disappearance of those zombies was a direct result of the destruction of that device. How could it be construed as his doing? With a shake of his head, he decided against further explanation and waved dismissively. Enough, you should take your leave and rest. I have matters to attend to. Of course, I shall not disturb you further, Mr. Qin, Lu Yong replied respectfully as he departed. Watching Lu Yong's retreating figure, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly, bemused by the peculiarities of humanity in this desolate world, capable of such fanciful talk. Shouho, it has been a while. Lu Yong remarked upon seeing Shouho bustling about in the courtyard. Shouho lifted his gaze briefly before turning back to the house. What brings you here? I have come to express my gratitude to Mr. Qin. His provisions have truly revived our safe zone, Lu Yong stated earnestly. I am exceedingly curious about the true extent of Mr. Qin's abilities. He could not help but ask. When the topic of strength arose, Shouho frowned and replied, I cannot disclose that information. However, I can share other details. Recently, the young master traveled a considerable distance eastward and encountered a significant number of zombie attacks. Mr. Lu. Several formidable figures from Wushan were present, all engaged in a fierce struggle, yet only the young master appeared untouched, returning with an air of nonchalance. While this statement seemed casually uttered, Lu Yong could perceive the underlying intensity. He had naturally encountered those two prominent individuals and was well aware that the majority accompanying them were advanced survivors. The fact that even they were embroiled in such turmoil, while Mr. Qin returned as if nothing had occurred, was truly terrifying. It underscored the profound disparity in their levels of power, akin to that of celestial bodies in different realms. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yong exclaimed, It is indeed astonishing. Previously, I suspected Mr. Qin's strength was formidable, but it appears he surpasses my expectations by leaps and bounds, even exceeding the prowess of my uncle's master. This remark piqued the curiosity of the lean monkey, who inquired, Your uncle's master? Indeed, You may not be aware, but my uncle resides in the north, and his master possesses extraordinary strength, reputedly ranking among the top 100 in the world. Mentioning that eminent figure, Lu Yong's countenance was filled with trepidation. Chapter 68, The Bounty Hunter from the North. It has been quite a while since I last saw that uncle of mine, and much of what I know comes from hearsay, Lu Yong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Given his uncle's esteemed position, Lu Yong should have led a life free from want. After all, he is a descendant of a powerful figure, and one might expect assistance in due time. Yet, his uncle remained in the north, neglecting him entirely. Consequently, Lu Yong's standing diminished considerably, particularly since the south is fraught with peril, while the north offers a semblance of safety. The fact that his uncle has not returned indicates a lack of concern for Lu Yong's welfare. Lu Yong stated, "But let us not dwell on past grievances." The lean monkey expressed his surprise. "I did not realize you wielded such influence behind you." Lu Yong chuckled awkwardly and clarified, "He is he, and I am I. Our circumstances differ greatly, and moreover, he has no intention of aiding me." The following day, Qin Zhuo ventured into the outside world, casting his gaze upon several elevated points. "Uncle Su, would you accompany me on an outing?" Qin Zhuo inquired. Su Bo, taken aback, noted how seldom he witnessed Qin Zhuo venturing out. Surely, there must be matters to attend to. "Young master, if there are affairs to be managed, I could handle them as arranged," Su Bo offered. Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I have certain matters to address myself. With zombies roaming about, and having perceived something amiss, we ought to investigate further." Though Qin Zhuo did not consider himself overflowing with righteousness, he nonetheless exhibited remarkable enthusiasm under these circumstances. "Very well. In that case, I shall accompany you, young master," Su Bo replied with a smile. After donning suitable attire, the two departed the farm and approached several nearby peaks to survey the surroundings. The mountains were not particularly high, yet an array of peculiar objects lay scattered at a relatively elevated position, creating an unsettling sight. Qin Zhuo's gaze fell upon these items, and he queried, "Su Bo, could you retrieve them for me?" Su Bo nodded slightly and, with a sudden leap, ascended the peak with astonishing speed, effortlessly collecting the objects. With a whoosh, he landed beside Qin Zhuo. So this is the prowess of an energy-wielding cultivator, capable of effortlessly leaping to a height of at least 50 meters, far exceeding the limits of human ability. "Young master, I have brought back the items," Su Bo announced, handing them to Qin Zhuo. "However, these objects are rather strange. They emanate a peculiar energy, which dissipated upon my touch." Qin Zhuo gazed intently at the items before him, his expression reflecting astonishment. It appeared that plans had been set in motion many years prior. These are wires, and their energy likely corresponds to electricity. Indeed, the apocalypse has rendered electricity scarce, yet it must be remembered that if survivors can harness thunderous power, it signifies their possession of electrical energy. However, achieving widespread coverage would pose significant challenges, as it necessitates a substantial energy source. How, then, have they accomplished this? Qin Zhuo could not help but acknowledge that there are realms beyond his understanding and individuals who surpass him. Many things remain beyond his grasp, much like the intricacies of electrical skills. Even Qin Zhuo has merely scratched the surface, as mastery in this field demands extensive practice. Within the confines of Qin Zhuo's farm, several power sources are situated in the kitchen, augmented by the hall's electricity, reaching the pinnacle of energy utilization. Continuing in this vein, the generator would be utterly inadequate. Acquiring such resources in a post-apocalyptic world proves exceedingly challenging, and he still benefits from the system's rewards. However, how did those individuals in the north manage it? These are mere wires. We shall discuss the specifics upon our return. At this juncture, as Qin Zhuo prepared to head back, he noticed a horde of zombies emerging in the distance. "Young master, be cautious. It's a zombie swarm." Su Bo alerted, his gaze fixed warily in that direction. The zombies roared madly, their claws and teeth bared as they lunged forward. With a resounding crash, Su Bo, utilizing his remarkable strength, effortlessly felled several of the creatures. One, seizing the opportunity, lunged at Qin Zhuo, its menacing aura mere moments away. In a flash, with a sharp report, a handgun materialized in Qin Zhuo's hand, and he swiftly dispatched the zombie. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Su Bo approached Qin Zhuo, concern etched on his face, while internally he was deeply astonished. He understood that Qin Zhuo was cultivating his mind, perceiving himself as an ordinary person. As such, he refrained from wielding excessive power. This approach, once mentioned by several esteemed predecessors, was now witnessed firsthand, leaving him thoroughly impressed. He contemplated that upon their return, he would certainly seek Qin Zhuo's guidance, hopeful that under his tutelage, his years of immersion in cultivation might yield some advancement. Shaking his head and surveying their surroundings, Qin Zhuo remarked, "We should hasten our departure." This place is unsafe. Although the number of zombies has diminished significantly, some uncontrollable ones still roam, posing great danger. Subo, fully aware of Qin Zhuo's intent, nodded in agreement. At that moment, two voices emerged, one male and one female. The man appeared frail, while the woman was remarkably robust, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Qin Zhuo sensed that they were far from ordinary. The woman was reeking of blood, indicating that many zombies had likely fallen by her hand. Who are you two? Subo inquired warily, on high alert due to their unexpected arrival. The trembling man replied, we consider ourselves bounty hunters, though we encountered you two after being attacked by zombies. Bounty hunters? Qin Zhuo remarked, his expression a mix of curiosity and incredulity. You seem rather ill-suited for such a role. This friend, your words are misguided. While my own strength may be lacking, my sister's prowess is formidable, he countered. Then added cautiously, should we not make haste to depart? After all, the scent of blood will surely attract more zombies. Young master. Subo glanced at Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhuo remarked, at present, there is no alternative. We must return to the farm. With that, the four of them hastily made their way back to the farm. The lean monkey, upon seeing Qin Zhuo return with companions, exclaimed in surprise, young master. Who are these two? Ah, merely bounty hunters I encountered along the way, Qin Zhuo explained casually. Bounty hunters? That seems rather peculiar, young master. In these trying times, how could there possibly be bounty hunters? The lean monkey could not help but interject. These days, bounty hunters are likely to be assassins, he continued. The robust woman, overhearing this, retorted angrily, what do you know, you simpleton? In the north, bounty hunters do indeed exist, but we are in the south, and we have not heard of such a thing. The lean monkey shot back defiantly. Young master, if they are assassins, that could spell trouble for us. I believe we should. Enough of your nonsense. I am not an assassin. The robust woman fumed, her temper flaring as she grasped her sword, ready to take action. Chapter 69. Simple meals and plain fare bang. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, Subo had already subdued the situation. This is the young master's farm. Should you seek to cause trouble here, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Subo stated coldly. These words instilled a sense of trepidation in the burly woman. She discerned Subo's formidable prowess, realizing that she could not gauge his strength. This old man possesses extraordinary abilities. To earn the young master's respect, he must be quite remarkable himself. The inability to perceive his power likely stemmed from its overwhelming nature, or perhaps it was due to her own inadequacy. Esteemed elder, I acted impulsively just now, the burly woman explained. I am Beidou, and this is my brother, Beiyuan. We are both cultivators who fled from the north. Fled from the north? Isn't the north a place everyone aspires to? Why would anyone choose to escape? Lu Yang cast a skeptical glance at the Beidou siblings. Though it was their first encounter, he sensed something amiss. The Beidou siblings' circumstances were quite peculiar, particularly the disparity in their strengths, an immensely powerful sister paired with a weak brother. It was astonishing that they had traversed such a considerable distance to arrive here. Beidou remained silent, her gaze shifting towards Qin Zhuo as she earnestly implored, please trust me. I shall not deceive you. Qin Zhuo contemplated for a moment before responding, guests are welcome here. Let us temporarily offer you shelter. This is not the outside world. Should you harbor ulterior motives, do not blame us for our ungraciousness. Hearing this, Beidou sighed in relief and explained, thank you, but we shall not remain here long. We will depart shortly. My brother has been bitten by a zombie, and his strength has waned. However, I disclose this in hopes of transparent communication and mutual understanding. I will keep a watchful eye on him to ensure he does not trouble anyone. As she spoke, she revealed some information while anxiously glancing at the crowd. What puzzled her was the absence of any astonishment on their faces. What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't they be frightened by the mention of a zombie bite? Why do they appear so nonchalant? The lean monkey interjected, there is no need for alarm. It's just a zombie bite. I've been bitten too. And look at me. I'm alive and well. Ah, you. You must have taken an antidote, Beidou responded. I came south seeking an antidote. Not quite. My young master can heal your brother's injuries, the lean monkey explained leisurely. The antidote carries side effects, but my young masteress does not. Lean monkey. Qin Zhuo glanced at him before heading off to prepare the ingredients. Yes, young master, the lean monkey replied. A hint of apprehension crossing his face as he scratched his head and departed. Watching the lean monkey leave, Subo shook his head in resignation. This foolish boy. Why does he feel the need to divulge everything? Qin Zhuo, however, paid no heed to such matters and calmly stated, very well. Let us allow you to rest for the night. We shall discuss everything tomorrow. I have some affairs to attend to and will arrange for dinner in due course. With that, Qin Zhuo departed. After Qin Zhuo departed, Subo settled down to enjoy his tea, exuding an air of leisure. Lu Yong, seated beside him, engaged in sycophantic flattery. Observing these peculiar individuals, Beidou awkwardly averted his gaze and led his brother to a nearby chair to rest. Sister, these people are quite strange. Bei Yuan murmured, unable to suppress his thoughts. That old man possesses formidable strength, and the young master is equally enigmatic. I sense no aura from him. Yet it is well known that in the apocalypse, everyone can cultivate. With such an expansive farm, his prowess must be unparalleled. The simpler a person appears, the more terrifying they often are. Just think of the powerful individuals we encountered in the north. This remark caused Beidou's expression to shift dramatically. He glanced towards Su Bo's position and whispered, indeed, their strength is formidable. I was careless earlier. Offending them could lead to trouble. The slender youth had mentioned that the elder had a method to cure the corpse poison. Perhaps. Bei Yuan inhaled deeply, explaining, Sister, that elder implies he is granting us an opportunity. If we conduct ourselves to his satisfaction, he may assist with the treatment. However, if we overstep, our lives could be forfeit. Beidou gasped in horror, recalling the previous cheerful scene, his back now drenched in cold sweat. These individuals were truly fearsome. Nevertheless, he understood that the true decision-maker was Qin Zhuo. If they could please him, perhaps. As night fell, the external temperature plummeted. This chill is becoming unbearable. Beidou remarked, frowning at the outside world. Are you all right, Bei Yuan? He inquired. Bei Yuan shook his head slightly, yet Beidou noticed his brother trembling. Without the support of energy, it was challenging for the human body to withstand the night-ice cold. Beidou sighed in resignation, saying, When will these days come to an end? Miss Beidou, come and eat. This young brother, Su Bo, tasked with calling them, paused momentarily before raising his hand to retrieve a down jacket, saying, Young brother, put this on first. This. Elder, what is this? They had never seen a down jacket before and couldn't help but ask. Su Bo chuckled heartily, explaining, This is a down jacket made by my young master. It can shield against the cold. Miss Beidou understood that while cultivators are not fearful of cold, extreme temperatures can still be quite chilling. The down jacket would be effective, especially for ordinary people. This explanation filled the two brothers with elation. Having seen various garments in the north, and with their living conditions being decent, they could afford clothing. However, encountering a down jacket was a first. That young master is truly remarkable. After Bei Yuan donned the jacket, he felt considerably warmer and gratefully said, Thank you. Elder, I feel much better. Let us proceed. The young master has prepared food. Upon entering the hall, Beidou was astonished by the array of dishes before him. These dishes are indeed exceedingly rare in the outside world, even in the northern regions. Although there are restaurants in the north, their prices are exorbitant. The dishes crafted by Qin Zhuo could likely fetch an unimaginable price. Who is this young gentleman? Capable of producing such exquisite cuisine? The ingredients are astonishing, many of which I have never even encountered before. Their rarity in the north highlights their value. Let us indulge. Qin Zhuo remarked nonchalantly as he emerged, holding his meal. After a considerable time had passed, the lean monkey stood and said, Young master, I have finished eating. I will step outside for a while. Very well, go ahead, Qin Zhuo replied with a slight nod. After half an hour, everyone had finally satisfied their hunger. Su Bo and Lu Yong were tasked with clearing the remnants. Young master, this is the most delectable food we have ever tasted. Had we been in the north, such an experience would have been utterly impossible. We are indeed fortunate to partake in this, said Beidou. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, replying, It is merely simple fare. What matters is that you enjoy it. Simple fare? These words left Beidou visibly stunned. How could such exquisite dishes be regarded as mere simple fare in Qin Zhuo's eyes? This is truly inconceivable. Chapter 70 Senior, even such requests are acceptable. The senior truly lives up to the title, remaining remarkably composed regarding these matters. Beidou mused inwardly. Senior, I previously heard from that young man that you possess a method to cure corpse poison. I wonder if you could. Beidou earnestly stated. I am willing to pay any price. Any price? Qin Zhuo regarded Beidou with intrigue, yet ultimately shook his head. He had little interest in individuals of such robust stature, preferring instead a gentler, more delicate type. Noticing Qin Zhuo's fervent gaze, Beidou's cheeks flushed. Although she was indeed well-built, she was still a woman, particularly under the watchful eyes of a senior like Qin Zhuo. She felt a blend of bashfulness and an odd sensation. Senior, even such requests are permissible, Beidou said, her face aflame. Such requests? This statement could certainly lead to misunderstandings. Qin Zhuo awkwardly clarified, Please do not misconstrue. I harbor no such intentions. I wish to learn more about the situation in the outside world, particularly in the north, as well as the circumstances you encountered on your journey here, Qin Zhuo explained. This remark caused Beidou's face to turn an even deeper hue of blue and red. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. The northern situation is exceedingly complex. The number of zombies is on the rise. However, the influential figures remain complacent, focusing more on power struggles than on the threat of zombies. I believe it won't be long before trouble arises, which is why I left without hesitation. The southern situation is equally perilous. I have encountered numerous elite zombies, and there have been instances of incursions into safe zones. Yet, your region appears to be considerably safer. Although zombies do roam, the situation is much more manageable. Otherwise, my brother and I might have faced grave danger. Beidou recounted her experiences. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. The complexities of the external world had escalated significantly. Although the north seemed secure, the power struggles had led to a disregard for the presence of zombies. As far as he knew, the stronger the zombies became, the more intelligent they were. By the time they reached the elite level, they possessed cognitive abilities, making them exceedingly difficult to handle. Ji Jiang, for instance, was an exceptionally astute commander. They could not only control zombies and battle formations but also exhibited tremendous destructive power. Ordinary safe zones were utterly incapable of withstanding them, unlike humans. While there were advanced survivors, they were few and far between. Beyond advanced survivors were the spiritual cultivators, whose internal strength had reached the 21st level, granting them formidable power to resist many zombies. Surpassing 50 levels were the spiritual path practitioners, a rarity indeed. Within a vast area, only one spiritual path practitioner would typically be found. The north, however, boasted even greater strength in differing circumstances. The external situation is more intricate than I had anticipated. Addressing it will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge, Qin Zhuo remarked with a hint of melancholy. It is getting late. You should retire for the night. I shall arrange for the treatment tomorrow. The poison of the corpse is merely a trivial issue. However, you must keep an eye on him, for I do not wish for calamities to befall everyone overnight. Qin Zhuo instructed. Beidou immediately rose and assured him, rest assured. Senior, I will ensure he awaits obediently. Good, that is reassuring, Qin Zhuo replied before departing. Beidou remained, gazing intently at Qin Zhuo's receding figure, sensing the immense strength and enigma that surrounded him. This place is exceedingly peculiar. Strange creatures, delectable dishes, and powerful individuals engaged in health cultivation? Such oddity indeed. As dawn broke the following day, a cacophony erupted in the backyard, mingled with the yelps of a husky. Stand firm. You have not received proper guidance these past few days, and your strength has waned. If this continues, I shall be utterly humiliated. A slender figure, in pain, braced his waist while attempting to cultivate, inwardly lamenting. Is Subo truly guiding me? Here I toil in hardship while you sit idly by, sipping tea. Despite his thoughts, the slender figure persevered through the pain, rapidly enhancing his strength, capable of facing those bodyguards now. Beidou emerged to witness this scene, unable to suppress a frown. Goodness. This is rather severe. It has been ongoing for an entire hour. He murmured. To endure for 2 hours is commendable. Soon, he would learn that Qin Zhuo would not rise early. He typically awoke around noon, prompting Beidou to ponder deeply. Qin Zhuo, being a senior, must have profound reasons for such behavior. Sister, I believe the senior thinks that additional sleep will invigorate him and deepen his cultivation. We ought to learn from this, Bei Yuan suggested. Beidou nodded thoughtfully, declaring, indeed, as expected of a senior. I shall adopt this practice. There is no doubt that his approach is correct. If we can glean even a fraction of his wisdom, it will greatly benefit our cultivation. As they conversed, Lu Yong approached. You both seem quite spirited. I trust you rested well yesterday, he remarked. Beidou replied gratefully, indeed, I have not rested so well in quite some time. Lu Yong smiled. A good rest is essential. The slender figure instructed me to prepare medicinal herbs for you. As you can see, he is currently undergoing training. Beidou glanced over, whispering, he has been at it for a full hour. Will this truly not lead to any mishap? Lu Yong, observing the slender figure grimacing yet resolute, swallowed hard. That is a misconception. Although it is exceedingly painful, his strength is rapidly increasing. The last time I witnessed him, he had achieved 13 breakthroughs, and now he has surpassed 16. Before he arrived here to work, he had already achieved a remarkable breakthrough as a survivor, surpassing 2 significant levels in just a few months. This revelation astonished Beidou. Transitioning from a 2-layer breakthrough to a 16-layer breakthrough is indeed a monumental leap. This place is shrouded in mystery. However, considering the enigmatic powers of Qin Zhuo and Su Bo, he found some clarity. Without their guidance, how could one possibly advance at such an accelerated pace? He truly is an extraordinary mentor. If only he could receive his counsel, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Beidou remarked. Lu Yong smiled and replied, naturally, I will teach you the methods regarding these herbs, and once Mr. Qin awakens, you may inquire with him. That would indeed be troublesome. In the afternoon, Qin Zhuo freshened up before leaving his room. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Su Bo and the slender monkey tending to tasks on the farm. while Lu Yong and the others assisted nearby. Observing this scene, Qin Zhuo smiled and murmured, "Now this is how it should be." Always taking matters into one's own hands hardly resembles a true farm owner. Just then, Beidou excitedly approached and suddenly knelt before him. "Oh, what are you doing?" Qin Zhuo was taken aback and quickly moved to assist him. Chapter 71. This object is called a furnace, esteemed senior. My brother's injuries have returned to normal. Beidou, unable to contain his emotions, lamented, "You are unaware, senior, that the price of the antidote is exorbitantly high. We simply cannot afford it. The costs in the north are unimaginably steep, and we never anticipated that these medicinal herbs could." When the topic of medicinal herbs arose, Qin Zhuo dismissively remarked, "There is no need for such concern. They are merely ordinary traditional Chinese medicines. We possess plenty of these herbs in the backyard. They hold no significant value." Not valuable at all. This statement left Beidou bewildered. He could hardly fathom how such precious herbs could be perceived as trivial in Qin Zhuo's eyes. Yet, upon further reflection, it made sense. A person of the senior's stature need not worry about being bitten. Moreover, given the senior's formidable prowess, he could manage without the herbs entirely. Perhaps the senior was cultivating his mind, hence refraining from taking direct action. "Thank you, esteemed senior. I understand now." What have you come to understand? Your understanding is utterly nonsensical. Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes at the absurdity of the situation. How could everyone have misunderstood? Very well. Misunderstandings aside, since your brother has recovered, what are your plans moving forward? Qin Zhuo inquired. Regarding their plans, Beidou replied, "I initially intended to visit the nearby safe zone to see if there were opportunities to procure the antidote. However, that now seems unnecessary. As for what lies ahead, we have no immediate plans." Just as Qin Zhuo was about to respond, a voice emerged from outside. "Brother Qin." It was Lu Feifei returning, accompanied by two older gentlemen, both wearing glasses and exuding an air of utmost respect. "Brother Qin, this is..." Lu Feifei, noticing Beidou inside, inquired with curiosity. "Oh, this is a friend I happened to encounter. His brother was injured and is currently resting at my home," Qin Zhuo replied nonchalantly. "And these two gentlemen? Greetings, Mr. Qin." The two men bowed deeply upon seeing Qin Zhuo. "Brother Qin, these gentlemen are responsible for research at our safe zone. They have successfully experimented with the materials you provided," Lu Feifei exclaimed with excitement. "Successfully researched?" Not only Lu Feifei, but even Qin Zhuo felt a wave of astonishment. After all, he had merely supplied a package of insect repellent. How could that lead to success? Could it be that zombies are akin to vehicles? This was inconceivable. As Qin Zhuo pondered, he still found the situation exceedingly strange. "Although the research was successful, Mr. Qin, we have encountered complications," one of the elderly gentlemen explained. "The effect lasts only a few minutes, during which we are not subjected to attacks. However, it provokes agitation in the zombies. If the time elapses, it could lead to significant troubles." Agitation? Qin Zhuo trembled at the thought. If the zombies were provoked, the consequences could be unimaginable. Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo fixed his gaze upon the two individuals and spoke with an air of solemnity. "It seems that the issue lies within your research direction. We shall address this matter later this evening. The current moment is not suitable." Not suitable? The two appeared momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing Beidou, they quickly comprehended. Beidou awkwardly remarked, "Senior, I shall not disturb you any further." With that, he took his leave. Observing Beidou's retreating figure, Qin Zhuo gently shook his head, clarifying, "I was not referring to him, but rather that these matters are best discussed later tonight." "Very well, let us converse then," Lu Feifei replied with a smile. "Uncle Chun, you and your companion have traveled extensively. You should rest now." "Ah, indeed." Uncle Chun and his companion exchanged knowing glances, their smiles tinged with resignation. They were clearly aware of the complex relationship between Qin Zhuo and Lu Feifei, yet they found amusement in it. "Brother Qin Zhuo, I have missed you dearly," Lu Feifei exclaimed, embracing him affectionately. Qin Zhuo chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, you should come visit more often. I shall soon venture out as well. It is necessary to take a stroll after spending too much time here." "Really? Can you come to our safe zone, Brother Qin Zhuo? We eagerly anticipate your guidance," Lu Feifei said with enthusiasm. "Guidance?" Qin Zhuo replied, perplexed, for he had not the faintest idea of what kind of guidance she sought. "There is indeed an opportunity," he explained with a smile. Soon after, Lu Feifei began to recount the happenings in the safe zone, detailing each incident as Qin Zhuo listened attentively. As dusk approached, Qin Zhuo arrived at the farm to enjoy some tea, watching the bustling activity around him with a smile. This is the life one should cherish. Even the zombies have begun to dwindle, he mused, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. However, his thoughts quickly turned to the issue Beidou had raised. This matter was likely more complicated than it appeared. Although he had dismantled the equipment himself, further arrangements might still be in the works. The northern faction seemed to be diverting trouble southward. While the present moment felt secure, the gradual disappearance of lower-tier zombies was a harbinger of danger. For it signified that only higher-tier zombies would emerge next, and they would be far more ferocious. Humanity would need to exercise great caution to stand against them, as their physical capabilities could not rival those of the undead. Later that evening, after dinner, the two elders approached Qin Zhuo. "Mr. Qin, come. Let us sit outside. I have prepared a stove to ward off the chill," Qin Zhuo said with a smile. "A stove?" Both elders and Lu Feifei expressed their astonishment. Having never heard of such a thing, Qin Zhuo chuckled. "It is quite a simple contraption, really. It utilizes coal to generate warmth by placing it within a metal barrel. It can provide heat to the surrounding area." His words left the three momentarily speechless, as this was their first encounter with such an idea. Uncle Chun, now advanced in years, wore a look of astonishment on his aged face and could not help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable. It is the first time in all these years that I have heard of such a thing. If such a solution could be made accessible to everyone during the night, the winter would indeed become far more bearable. The harshness of winter in a post-apocalyptic world is truly unbearable. The temperatures drop to frigid levels, and even the strongest among us find it difficult to endure at times. That kind of cold is utterly terrifying. If only we could implement the use of stoves, it would be a tremendous relief." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo remarked, "This is certainly feasible, and the method is remarkably straightforward." He then proceeded to explain the process of utilizing charcoal, adding, "It's as simple as that. You can handle it when you return." "Is it really that uncomplicated? How could we have overlooked it?" exclaimed Uncle Qin and the others, their faces a mixture of disbelief and realization. The simplicity of Qin Zhuo's suggestion had eluded them, but now they were determined to put it into practice upon their return. After all, the external world is abundant with deadwood, which can be efficiently transformed into fuel. This is indeed a brilliant approach. Uncle Qin expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your invaluable guidance. We will certainly implement this upon our return. It is rather embarrassing that after all these years, we were unaware of such a method. Had it not been for your insight, we would likely have remained oblivious to this solution." Chapter 72. The return of the zombies. Qin Zhuo regarded Uncle Chun and the others with an expression that seemed to question their humanity. It was astonishing that such practices had become commonplace many years ago, yet they appeared entirely oblivious to it. Clearing his throat, Qin Zhuo remarked, "Very well. Since that is the case, do take the time to implement it upon your return. These matters are merely peripheral. Let us discuss the main issue at hand." "Oh, right. How could I have forgotten? The situation is as follows." Uncle Chun and his companion began to elucidate the matters at hand, particularly the troubles they had encountered. However, to Qin Zhuo's dismay, he could not comprehend their discourse. Despite his mastery of numerous skills, most of which pertained to everyday life, their conversation revolved entirely around alchemy and pharmaceuticals, subjects that remained inscrutable to him. What on earth are these two old men talking about? Why can't I grasp anything? Qin Zhuo felt a wave of frustration. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to say too much. Revealing any ignorance could lead to complications. Furthermore, he needed to devise a way to navigate their discussion. After a lengthy monologue, Uncle Qin finally inquired, "Mr. Qin, how do you propose we resolve this issue?" "Well, the solution is rather simple. You have misunderstood the problem." Qin Zhuo replied with feigned nonchalance, "When you return, reflect carefully on my words, and you shall find it much easier to devise a solution." His response elicited a contemplative look from the two men. Although they were still somewhat perplexed, they could not doubt the wisdom of Qin Zhuo, a senior figure in this domain. It was evident that the fault lay not with Mr. Qin, but rather with their own ignorance. As some matters are challenging to grasp in a short period, it seemed they would have to wait until their return to further investigate. "Mr. Qin, you truly are a master in this field. The problem that has troubled us for so long has been resolved with such ease," Uncle Qin expressed, astonished and filled with admiration. "Thank you for your guidance. We now understand." "That is good to hear," Qin Zhuo replied, though internally he was utterly confounded. What is the matter with these two old men? I merely made a casual remark, and suddenly they seem enlightened. How peculiar. "Mr. Qin, should the opportunity arise, we would be honored to have you visit our safe zone. We would greatly appreciate further guidance from you," Uncle Qin said, his gratitude palpable. He held Qin Zhuo in high regard, believing that receiving his insights would be beneficial. Given Qin Zhuo's vast knowledge, far exceeding theirs, they might have been tempted to kneel and seek his tutelage were it not for their age. As for Qin Zhuo, he had no intention of offering guidance to these elders. After all, he was not equipped to enlighten them. It might even lead to his own headaches. Discussions of mentorship could wait. There would undoubtedly be opportunities to venture out in the future. Qin Zhuo spoke slowly. "It is getting late. I suggest you all take the opportunity to rest. The number of zombies nearby has significantly diminished, allowing for a semblance of peace. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qin and his companion said nothing further and hurriedly took their leave. The night sky was breathtakingly beautiful, adding an extraordinary hue to the desolate landscape. While Qin Zhuo engaged in conversation with Lu Feifei, as the deep night settled, Qin Zhuo finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside as numerous zombies, emboldened by the cover of darkness, surged into the human safe zone. Their formidable presence and terrifying strength led to the demise of many survivors. Even Lu Jun's safe zone faced grave danger, surrounded by hordes of zombies. These creatures were not of low rank, and their frenzied attacks rendered the safe zone exceedingly perilous. Zombies have breached the safe zone. We must flee. They have gone mad, cried many distressed survivors. After a protracted struggle, the human defenders finally managed to quell the zombie threat. However, the sight of the countless corpses strewn across the ground left the survivors visibly shaken, acutely aware of the lurking dangers. Mr. Liu, the situation outside is extremely perilous. We have suffered over 40% casualties, and some individuals have been bitten and remain within the safe zone, reported a trembling messenger. The magnitude of this incident was overwhelming, leading to significant losses, and the safety of the zone was now in jeopardy. Regardless of whether they are zombies or those bitten survivors, if not handled properly, they pose a substantial threat. Arrange for personnel to eliminate all of them. They must not be allowed to threaten the safe zone, Lu Jun commanded. The zombies were indeed gathering strength. The lesser zombies were likely luring us into a false sense of security, and we were now in grave danger. Lu Jun's expression was grave as he stated, "We must urgently repair the breaches. Though damaged, they are all we can rely on at this moment." This sentiment rang true. Without impenetrable walls, the zombies' assaults could not be halted, and prolonged exposure would prove exceedingly hazardous. Although the safe zone was fraught with danger, it still offered sustenance and water, making it a reluctant refuge for many. Lu Jun's expression darkened as he contemplated the zombies outside, muttering, "How could such a calamity occur? It seems the zombies are acting with intent. We must quickly devise a solution." Wu Shan entered the room, having received the news promptly. "What do you propose?" Lu Jun inquired. "We should seek Mr. Qin's assistance. With his intervention, our chances of success would be greatly enhanced," Wu Shan replied without hesitation. "Our situation is indeed dire. If the zombies breach again and we remain in this state for long, our resources will be severely depleted. I suspect a more formidable zombie, possibly a corpse general, has arrived. I had previously dismissed mentions from other safe zones, never imagining they would come here and target us, putting us in a precarious predicament. For the more profound depths of the zombie crisis, they found themselves utterly helpless." Lu Jun sighed in resignation, stating, "It appears this is the only course of action. I wonder if Mr. Qin would be willing to intervene." "I doubt it. After all, your daughter shares a good rapport with Mr. Qin. And you seem to have struck a fortunate chord," Wu Shan remarked, unable to contain himself. Lu Jun, upon hearing this, coughed a few times before continuing. "Let us set this matter aside for now. I shall send someone to implore Mr. Qin for assistance. No, we must address this ourselves. Otherwise, we risk appearing disrespectful." Indeed, as they finalized their plans, Qin Zhuo was busily occupied in the kitchen. Lu Feifei was assisting him, and the two were engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Young master, there has been an incident." Just as they were dealing with the ingredients, Shouho rushed in, breathless. "I just witnessed a survivor who had ventured outside being slain by a zombie." Chapter 73. Beasts are worse than beasts. What on earth is happening? Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. The number of survivors around the farm was already scarce, and given the distance from the safe zone, it was improbable for survivors to venture out, thus reducing their chances of encountering zombies. As autumn approached, the appearance of zombies dwindled to an almost non-existent frequency, and recently, they had scarcely been seen at all. The lean monkey explained, "I am not entirely sure of the situation, but I witnessed someone being killed by zombies. Moreover, I noted that those zombies were at least mid-level, possessing a certain degree of offensive capability. Mid-level zombies are comparable to mid-tier human survivors, perhaps even stronger. It is unusual for such numbers to suddenly appear. Is there a large group? Is there a significant presence?" Qin Zhuo inquired. The lean monkey continued, "Upon observation, I found numerous mid-level zombies, among which some were high-level. They seemed to be following orders, patrolling the area. Most of the passing survivors were slain. Their strength was overwhelming." This revelation caused Lu Feifei's expression to shift, and she could not help but ask, "Brother Qin Zhuo, what shall we do next? What if those zombies pose a threat to us here?" Her concern extended not only to their immediate safety, but also to the situation within the safe zone. Qin Zhuo, however, remained unperturbed, responding in a calm manner. "There is no need for alarm. They would not dare to encroach upon the farm. Additionally, The sudden surge in their numbers likely suggests something amiss. I have my suspicions regarding the emergence of these zombies, but I did not anticipate such developments would unfold so swiftly. Their sudden appearance may indicate an underlying issue, and the circumstances outside can only be discerned upon your return to the safe zone. I fear that those zombies may be heading towards the safe zone. As higher-level zombies pose a greater danger, Lu Feifei shook her head, expressing her concern. Qin Zhuo reassured her, do not overthink it. Should trouble arise, there are ways to address it. Let us take things as they come. After calming Lu Feifei, Qin Zhuo proceeded to prepare the food. After dining, Lu Yong and the others rose and clasped their fists. Elder, it is time for us to return. The safe zone requires our presence, Lu Yong stated. They too sensed that something was amiss and wished to expedite their return. Noting their departure, Qin Zhuo remained indifferent, continuing with his own tasks. Elder Qin, I just noticed something unusual. Beidou approached. With interest, Qin Zhuo asked, what seems to be amiss? During this period, Beidou had not ventured outside. Yet he sensed something was off, indicating a potential issue. Could there truly be a problem? Beidou explained, I can feel a powerful presence approaching. Ordinary strength cannot withstand it. Qin Zhuo lifted his gaze towards the outside world, but did not perceive anything unusual. Let nature take its course. If trouble is indeed on the horizon, we cannot prevent it, for some matters are already predestined. In this regard, Qin Zhuo maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Although the zombies were undeniably formidable, they posed no threat to him or the farm. With the farm's presence, he felt no cause for alarm. Perhaps it was due to his strength that Beidou sensed the danger, yet to Qin Zhuo, it seemed an overreaction. Beidou, absorbing Qin Zhuo's words, displayed a contemplative expression. Previously, he had been reluctant to let his younger brother face peril. Thus he ventured out in search of solutions to ensure his brother's survival. Now that his brother had indeed survived, he felt vindicated in his actions. Was it possible that all of this was predestined? The more he pondered these matters, the more convoluted his feelings became, yet within that complexity lay a clarity, as if he had come to understand many things. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, radiating throughout his being. This formidable presence surged like a mighty gale, sweeping into the sky and dispersing into the ether. This was a breakthrough in strength. Lu Feifei, sensing the overwhelming power, remarked in disbelief. The transformation in a survivor's strength after a breakthrough was unmistakable, an aura so potent it was hard to conceal. Miss Beidou, congratulations on your breakthrough, Lu Feifei exclaimed joyfully. In contrast, Beidou responded with profound respect. Thank you, Miss Lu. But my gratitude truly lies with Senior Qin for his guidance. Those words just now were likely intended to enlighten me, allowing me to comprehend many truths. With an open heart, it is only natural that my strength would advance. While these words flowed easily, he alone understood the gravity of his experience. The bottleneck that had plagued him for years had shattered in an instant, a sensation beyond imagination. Qin Zhuo, sipping his tea, found himself unable to enjoy it. He had done nothing yet. Here was Beidou, achieving a breakthrough through mere conversation. Was the path of cultivation truly so effortless in this day and age? Ahem. What I mean is, let things unfold naturally and observe the changes. Qin Zhuo coughed lightly and added, as autumn has arrived, even if zombies appear frequently, they cannot remain outside for long, as they too cannot withstand the cold. These 2 seasons are safe for us. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Beidou acknowledged, it seems I have been overly anxious. I still have much to learn from you, senior. Observing Qin Zhuo's composed demeanor, Beidou felt a deep admiration. Truly, he was a senior. Encountering such circumstances without a flicker of distress was commendable. Just this level of composure and mindset was enough for him to aspire to. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and the number of zombies outside dwindled significantly. Qin Zhuo contemplated the scene before him. It appears that zombies share some similarities with humans. Yet, have they not lost their souls? Why then do they fear the cold? He found himself perplexed by the zombies' behavior. By day, they lunged at any human in sight. Yet at night, they appeared less frequently, seemingly deterred by the chilly environment. My lord, you should rest. I will keep watch. If anything occurs, I will report to you immediately, the lean monkey said, approaching Qin Zhuo's side. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and advised, in this state, zombies should not appear. If there are no abnormalities, it would be wise to rest early. Yes, young master, replied the lean monkey. Qin Zhuo raised his head to glance at the ground, ultimately shaking his head before returning to his room. Upon entering, Qin Zhuo was about to settle into bed when he was taken aback by the sight of Lu Feifei before him. How did you come here? He exclaimed in surprise. The situation, with a man and a woman together, felt charged with potential, and it seemed almost a pity not to act on it. No, that was not right. Qin Zhuo was not the kind of beast to take advantage of someone at such a critical moment. Brother Qin Zhuo, I'm scared. Could you please stay with me? Lu Feifei said, her cheeks flushed. Observing her beautiful features and the tone of her voice in this moment, Qin Zhuo found himself unable to suppress a gulp and, almost against his will, nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. The Humble Beidu's Sister. Congratulations on taking your strength to the next level. Beiyuan sincerely remarked as he gazed at Beidu in the distance. Beidu cast him a glance, her thoughts drifting to the events of the previous day. Today, Mr. Qin merely offered me some guidance, and to my surprise, I experienced a breakthrough. Reflecting on it now, it seems rather unbelievable. Mr. Qin is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Beiyuan responded, Sister, Mr. Qin possesses unfathomable strength, particularly the kind that remains inscrutable, which is even more terrifying. Our serendipitous encounter with him is indeed a blessing. Alas, we cannot linger here for long. We must prepare for departure. The outside world is rife with zombies, and while your strength is formidable, I fear I may hinder you. It could be exceedingly perilous out there. Beiyuan expressed his concerns with a hint of frustration. Previously, he had been sufficiently capable, but now he felt he could no longer assist Beidu. She ventured forth because of him, and he felt a deep sense of guilt. Observing her brother's self-reproachful demeanor, Beidu consoled him, do not dwell on such thoughts. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. In this apocalyptic world, you are my only kin. Even if you were to become a zombie, I would rescue you and protect you. Sister, Beiyuan was profoundly moved. Tomorrow, I will seek Mr. Qin's guidance. I am willing to pay any price to ask him to help restore your strength. Beidu's thoughts turned to Qin Zhuo. In her eyes, the extraordinarily capable Qin Zhuo could undoubtedly assist Beiyuan. If he could return Beiyuan to his former self, she would spare no effort or cost. The next day at dawn, after preparing some food, Qin Zhuo began his morning exercises in the courtyard. They had not overexerted themselves the previous day. They had simply seized an opportunity. As Qin Zhuo practiced, a figure appeared not far off. It was Beidu, who had come to request his assistance. Standing at a respectful distance, Beidu observed Qin Zhuo's movements with curiosity. What are these actions, Mr. Qin? I have never seen them before. Could they be some sort of secret technique? Ah, Beidu, what brings you here so early? Qin Zhuo, surprised by her early arrival, inquired. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Beidu nodded and approached him. Mr. Qin, my request may be somewhat unreasonable, but I am willing to pay a price for it. You wish for me to help restore your brother's ability to cultivate? Qin Zhuo surmised, noticing her expression. Yes. Beidu gazed deeply into Qin Zhuo's eyes. Mr. Qin, I am aware of your exceptional capabilities. If you can cure the poison from a zombie bite, then could you not also? I am prepared to offer whatever I can, even if it means sacrificing myself. Her words left Qin Zhuo with a peculiar expression. Beidu was indeed striking, possessing a unique beauty and a captivating aura. However, he knew he could not heal Beiyuan. Asking for his assistance would only lead to unnecessary troubles. Alas, I fear there is little I can do, Qin Zhuo remarked with resignation. He was acutely aware of his limitations. The herbs he possessed were utterly incapable of remedying such a condition. The notion of restoring one's ability to cultivate, particularly for someone unable to do so, was entirely foreign to him. If such a possibility existed, why would he not employ it for his own benefit? Mr. Qin, I know you must have a method to cure him. I am willing to do anything, even to become a lover, if necessary. I shall keep it from Miss Lu. I implore you, please help me. Beidu's voice softened significantly, laced with desperation. He firmly believed there had to be a solution, one that perhaps required a certain sacrifice. Yet, he felt powerless to offer anything of value to Qin Zhuo. It seemed he had yet to reach a level of bargaining power. Qin Zhuo observed the situation with a mixture of helplessness and curiosity, regardless of their closeness. Was it not too great a price to pay for the sake of one's brother? Beidu, I am genuinely intrigued. Are you and Beiyuan truly siblings? Is your sacrifice? Qin Zhuo could not help but inquire. At the mention of this matter, Beidu's tone grew significantly heavier. We are indeed blood siblings, not as Mr. Qin might surmise. He is my only brother. Do not let his current frailty deceive you. He was once extraordinarily powerful, always protecting my safety during our childhood. You must understand, as women in this post-apocalyptic world, we hold little status. Had it not been for him, I would have surely suffered at the hands of others. Then, for reasons unknown, misfortune befell him, and I cannot stand idly by while he is victimized. So, this revelation left Qin Zhuo somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Beiyuan had once been a formidable survivor. I apologize, I was merely curious, Qin Zhuo remarked, gazing at Beidu. It is of no consequence. This matter is extremely important to me, and I earnestly beseech you for your assistance, Beidu implored once more. Faced with the pleading figure before him, Qin Zhuo felt a profound sense of helplessness. Who informed you that I possessed such capabilities? He thought to himself, feeling quite vexed. He was utterly powerless, ensnared in a dilemma. Yet, he had foolishly entertained the notion of being a savior. It was utterly absurd. Very well, I shall consider a solution, Qin Zhuo reluctantly agreed. Steeling himself. While he could not facilitate the boy's return to cultivation, he believed he could at least aid in strengthening his body. The remainder would depend on fate. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Beidou expressed her heartfelt gratitude. With a sigh, Qin Zhuo wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "All right, go and awaken everyone for a meal." "Certainly, I shall do so at once," Beidou replied eagerly. Watching her depart, Qin Zhuo muttered to himself, "What a foolish indulgence. This will surely lead to complications. How can that frail boy return to cultivation?" By midday, Qin Zhuo, accompanied by Shouhou, entered Beiyuan's chamber. "Mr. Qin," Beiyuan exclaimed, having already heard from Beidou about the situation, his heart brimming with excitement. Noticing Beiyuan's fervent gaze, Qin Zhuo pondered thoughtfully, "I believe your sister has informed you. Now, change your clothes and come with me." "Yes," Beiyuan replied, brimming with excitement. Qin Zhuo then stepped out with the lean monkey. The lean monkey, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Young master, what is the matter with that lad? Is training not an arduous ordeal? How is it that he still appears so spirited? With his frail physique, I doubt he can endure it. Indeed, given Beiyuan's delicate constitution, I fear he would struggle to keep up after just one round." Qin Zhuo cast a glance at the lean monkey, retorting with irritation, "You chatter too much. When we take him for a run, remember not to assist him, he must complete it on his own. That boy, sheltered under the protection of Beidou, lacks any semblance of masculinity. It is a miracle he can even train." "Understood, young master," the lean monkey scratched his head in response. Chapter 75, Grateful for Mr. Qin's guidance. A few minutes later, Beiyuan, you will follow the thin monkey in running, pushing yourself to the limits of endurance. If you can no longer continue, inform the thin monkey, understood? Qin Zhuo instructed. Run, run. Beiyuan was taken aback. He had expected Mr. Qin to employ some mysterious method for his healing, preferably a painless one. Given his current state, a single lap would likely leave him in ruins. Was this not a matter of life and death? Mr. Qin, you are aware of my condition. He could not help but glance at Qin Zhuo. The young master commands you to run, so run. A sickly demeanor is no excuse for neglecting your health. The thin monkey reprimanded without hesitation. Very well. With a resigned expression, Beiyuan began to jog alongside him. Qin Zhuo, however, merely observed for a moment before turning aside to sketch. In the farm, a proper mindset is crucial. 2 years had instilled in him a habitual and commendable outlook. Lu Feifei, on the other hand, attempted to draw beside him, though her efforts were somewhat disappointing. Qin Zhuo shook his head at the sight. An unsettled mind would inevitably yield inferior results. Though the changes may seem subtle, they could lead to vastly different outcomes on paper. Meanwhile, Beiyuan was panting heavily, his clothes completely soaked, and the excruciating pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Can you continue? The thin monkey asked, noticing the pallor in his face. As Beiyuan was about to respond, he suddenly felt a faint surge of strength amidst the pain, an inexplicable transformation. I understand now. Mr. Qin is utilizing this method to awaken my dormant powers. I felt a glimmer of strength just now. I must persevere. With this realization, his spirits lifted considerably. No, I shall continue running. I cannot let Mr. Qin's guidance go to waste. He pressed on. The thin monkey was somewhat bewildered. What just happened? A moment ago, he was at his limit. Yet now he seemed invigorated as if fueled by a surge of energy. Half an hour later, the thin monkey looked at Beiyuan, who resembled a lifeless dog, and kindly suggested, "You're clearly exhausted. You should rest." "No, I must keep running." Beiyuan clenched his fists. The intense pain now accompanied by a warm sensation, as if the strength he had lost was gradually returning. The feeling was unprecedentedly delightful. After being protected by the North Star for so long, he was experiencing his own power for the first time, and it was exquisite. Running like this could cost you your life. Come with me. Without further ado, the thin monkey dragged Beiyuan into the restroom. Having received guidance from Subo, the thin monkey had endured considerable suffering, but he had also gained substantial strength. Yet today, he was witnessing someone even more fervent than himself. As evening fell, everyone prepared for dinner, which was to be cooked by the thin monkey. "My dear sir," the lean monkey inquired cautiously during their meal. Could that lad possibly be of unsound mind? This remark momentarily stunned Qin Zhuo, who, intrigued, responded, "What do you mean? Has something transpired?" "Indeed," the lean monkey chuckled, continuing. "In the earlier laps, he struggled considerably, yet later on, he seemed as if invigorated by some elixir. Had I not held him back, he might have perished." Qin Zhuo gasped in disbelief, pondering the peculiarities of post-apocalyptic individuals. How strange, he mused. Running recklessly despite such frailty, does he not value his life? Resolute, He decided to check on the lad shortly after their meal, hoping nothing dire had occurred. Once the meal was completed, Qin Zhuo sought out Bei Yuan. "How are you feeling now?" he inquired as he settled beside him. With a semblance of weakness, Bei Yuan replied from his bed, "Senior Qin, I am well. Your guidance today has illuminated much for me, and I can sense the dissipating energy steadily coalescing. I believe that if I persist, I shall soon restore my strength. For the first time in many years, I feel the return of my power." Qin Zhuo was visibly taken aback. "What is this?" he thought. "I do not recall offering any specific advice." Reflecting on the earlier conversation, he shook his head and said, "If that is the case, then do your utmost. But do not overexert yourself. Both cultivation and recovery require a gradual approach. This is of utmost importance. Contemplate it carefully." Gradual approach? Bei Yuan, feeling the intense pain coursing through him, seemed to grasp the meaning. "Thank you, Senior Qin, for your insights. I have indeed been overly ambitious. Although I sense the return of my power, my body is far too weak to integrate such energy. Truly, Qin Sir is a sage. Your words have profoundly resonated with me." Profoundly resonated? Qin Zhuo regarded Bei Yuan with a bemused expression, thinking, what could this fellow be contemplating? "I merely spoke in a rational manner. How has it turned into enlightenment? I shall not disturb your rest any further. I will have your sister bring food to you," he said, taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, Bei Dou entered, carrying a meal. Gazing at her brother, she inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Sister, I am much improved. Thanks to Senior Qin's guidance, I can now perceive the gathering of power," Bei Yuan exclaimed with excitement. This revelation caused Bei Dou to pause in delight, exclaiming, "Senior Qin is remarkable. After countless failed attempts to find a solution, he has swiftly discovered an effective remedy." Having come from the northern regions, Bei Dou was well versed in the ways of the world and had sought assistance from many renowned individuals, all to no avail. She had not anticipated that this fortuitous encounter in the south would lead her to Qin Zhuo, after which their journey had been smooth sailing. "Mr. Qin is truly a good man. Be courteous to him, Bei Yuan. Do not offend him. Do you understand?" Bei Dou expressed some concern. "I have pleaded with him several times, and it was not easy to persuade him to lend his assistance. It may require some sacrifice, and henceforth, you must treat him with utmost respect. Otherwise, it may prove exceedingly difficult to achieve a complete recovery." Bei Yuan replied, "Sister, rest assured, I am fully aware of how to conduct myself." "That is reassuring. Since our arrival in the south, our situation has indeed improved, which is quite commendable." As Bei Yuan spoke, he sighed deeply. "I hope that our parents, watching from beyond, can find solace in our well-being." "Indeed," Bei Yuan continued, "once I regain my strength, I shall ensure your safety and protect you from any harm." Chapter 76. The message of death. The undead have emerged. Under the shroud of night, zombies began to appear, converging upon the nearby safe zone. While a faction made its way towards the agricultural area, the thin monkey sensed something amiss and quickly armed himself, bracing for the impending danger. "Who goes there?" he shouted. "Help me. You are the thin monkey?" The voice outside was tinged with a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing this, the thin monkey hastily opened the door, only to be met by a horde of zombies rushing in. "Get away from me." The thin monkey, transformed by the trials he had faced, unleashed a powerful aura that sent the zombies sprawling. Several were swiftly dispatched, and he promptly closed the door, pulling the newcomer inside. "You are Scarface. What has happened to you?" The thin monkey recognized him, but just as he prepared to offer assistance, Scarface lunged at him with a vicious bite. Bang! Fortunately, the thin monkey reacted swiftly, sending Scarface crashing back with a tremendous noise. Observing Scarface's condition, the thin monkey's expression darkened. Scarface had been bitten, and he had also felt the repercussions of the encounter. "My apologies," he said, immediately binding Scarface. He secured him to a tree and settled down to extract the poison. "Are you all right?" Subo, noticing the commotion, approached with medicinal herbs in hand. With the aid of these supplies, the thin monkey soon returned to his normal state, though his complexion remained somewhat grim, clearly indicating that the undead had left their mark on him. "Subo, I'm fine." The thin monkey shook his head, noticing that Scarface had also received treatment, which brought him some relief. "He was an old friend of mine from the safe zone. His venture here must have ended poorly." The thin monkey expressed with concern. "Should we call for?" "No need. I have already arrived," Qin Zhuo interjected, having felt a headache moments before the commotion and rushed to the scene. The situation was as he had suspected. "Scarface!" exclaimed Lu Feifei from the back, her surprise palpable. Scarface's countenance was grave, his eyes dimmed as he surveyed his surroundings. How did I end up here?" Mr. Qin." Scarface quickly regained his composure, stating, "Miss, there has been an incident at the safe zone. Zombies overran it not long ago, and numerous survivors were slaughtered. The situation is extremely perilous. His words caused the group to pale. The nearby safe zones had converged into one, forming the largest bastion in the vicinity. If they were in jeopardy, it signified that other safe zones might soon follow suit. The sudden frenzy of the undead signified grave implications. Release him, Thin Monkey. Keep an eye on him. Should anything go awry, I shall hold you accountable, Qin Zhuo commanded. The Thin Monkey promptly assured him, Rest assured, my lord. I will not allow him to cause any trouble. Cough, cough, Mr. Qin. I have matters to discuss with you. At that moment, my recollection was somewhat muddled, yet I distinctly recall being summoned to an exceedingly enigmatic locale, where I encountered other corpses, alongside a peculiar object impaled by a sword, enveloped in a luminous white glow. As he prepared to elaborate further, his entire body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Young master, he is dead, Su Bo stated gravely. This proclamation caused a palpable shift in the expressions of those present. The individuals gathered had all faced life and death struggles, rendering them somewhat desensitized to such occurrences. However, the matters raised by the scarred man instilled a profound sense of vigilance within them. According to his insinuations, it seemed that someone had orchestrated these events with intent. Qin Zhuo recalled the apparatus from earlier. Could it be that those devices had exerted influence, manipulating the actions and trajectories of the corpses? Or was this yet another scheme devised by the North? Let us all retire for now. Beidou, come here. I have some inquiries to make. Qin Zhuo beckoned to Beidou. The two retreated to a tranquil courtyard, where a husky lay sleeping peacefully. Mr. Qin, do you have something to discuss? Beidou inquired with a hint of apprehension. Qin Zhuo smiled at Beidou's anxious demeanor and reassured him. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few things. How long have you resided in the North? The North. We were born near the North and have lived there ever since, Beidou explained. Oh, then I would like to inquire about your knowledge of the situation in the North. For instance, the equipment they possess, as well as the power lines strung across the mountains, Qin Zhuo queried. He had long been eager to understand these matters, yet with Zhou Xuanhai's early departure, he had been deprived of the opportunity. Being from the North, Beidou was ideally positioned to provide insight. As the topic of the North arose, Beidou took a deep breath and said, The situation in the North is exceedingly intricate. What I know is but a fragment of the whole. The North is abundant in resources, and they have successfully harnessed electricity, albeit requiring human intervention for its operation, which has nonetheless facilitated many advancements. The equipment originates from the hands of those scientists, and Beidou proceeded to recount all he knew to Qin Zhuo. Indeed, the circumstances aligned closely with Qin Zhuo's conjectures. The survivors of the North had swiftly seized control, utilizing the formidable power of the survivors to generate electricity. Subsequently, they developed specialized containers to harness this power. These containers function much like batteries, capable of activating devices when placed within them. Survivors adept at wielding this electrifying power could sustain themselves in the North, prompting ongoing research in this domain. The current range of electricity is still limited, yet it has progressed remarkably. Were it not for the scarcity of resources and the overwhelming difficulty in advancing their manpower, their progress would have been even swifter. Qin Zhuo listened, astonished, and mused aloud. I never anticipated their development would advance so rapidly. The North's progress was indeed remarkable. However, in the apocalypse, resources remained finite. While they managed to deter the undead, they still faced considerable challenges in other areas, as Beidou elucidated. This assertion rang true. Electricity and equipment are undeniably significant, as they can influence the zombies. However, they are not essential commodities. The true necessities lie in food and resources that sustain life. Most of the resources in the northern territories are under the control of those in power, leaving others to merely scrape by. Yet, despite these hardships, they remain unwilling to depart from the North. Thank you. I have gained a deeper understanding, Qin Zhuo said to Beidou. I appreciate you sharing so much information with me. I now have a clearer perspective on this matter. It is my pleasure to assist Mr. Qin, and I am truly grateful for your care towards my brother, Beidou replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo gently shook his head and remarked, I made a promise, and I shall honor it. He is recovering well and should be back to full health soon. Let us hope for that, Beidou said with a hint of yearning. Now, let us not dwell on such thoughts. It is getting late. You should return and rest, Qin Zhuo said with a smile. Chapter 77. The second servant after Beidou's departure, Qin Zhuo sat outside, lost in contemplation. Beidou's earlier words stirred many thoughts within him. The southern regions were overrun with zombies, and the survivors there were struggling for their own survival, leaving them no opportunity to venture north or bring anything back. It was clear that the North had imposed restrictions in this regard, yet the likelihood of incidents occurring would only increase. It was merely a matter of time. The apocalypse truly was complex, and who could predict what tomorrow would bring? Qin Zhuo shook his head in resignation. He also recalled the shadow cloud grass, which he had been diligently experimenting with under the effects of the fusion technique. Unfortunately, he had only managed to produce a scented pouch that lasted half an hour, at the cost of 8 such pouches. Although the growth of the shadow cloud grass was stable, large-scale cultivation remained unattainable for now, unless his farm's level were to increase. Reflecting on the last upgrade of his farm, he remembered that it had coincided with Su Bo's arrival, which had led to a series of events. Could it be related to the servants? However, the scale of his current dwelling was modest, and individuals like Lu Yong and others had to manage their own accommodations. Since Beidou wished to stay, he thought it would be fine to have another woman around. The following day, Qin Zhuo informed Beidou of his decision. She appeared momentarily stunned, having anticipated a more outrageous proposition from him. A mixture of resignation and excitement welled up within her. After all, forming a connection with Qin Zhuo would grant her residence here, promising future advantages. Moreover, he was willing to assist her brother, making it a matter of both sentiment and reason for her to comply. Senior, I agree, Beidou stated, her thoughts racing with implications. All right, you go about your business. I'll ensure your brother is taken care of, Qin Zhuo replied before departing. Ding. Detection indicates that the number of servants on the farm has reached 2. The farm's resources are deemed adequate, and the rural level will upgrade in 1 day. Servant name, Beidou age, 25 strength, spiritual practitioner, evolution over 45 times, attribute, wind loyalty, 80. Seeing this, Qin Zhuo let out a sigh of relief. The upgrade of the farm was undoubtedly beneficial for him. On one hand, it would allow for the expansion of the planting area. On the other, it would free up rooms for construction, ensuring accommodations for future guests. Considering all of this, he called the others over. Mr. Qin, we regret to disturb you, but we must depart today. Lu Yong and the others expressed, anxious to leave promptly, fearing a repeat of past events. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and cautioned. Since you wish to leave, I shall not hinder you. Please take care. Thank you, Mr. Qin. We will remember your kindness. Excuse us. Lu Yong replied respectfully as they took their leave. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Qin Zhuo remained silent. Well, I have gathered everyone here today to arrange a few matters, Qin Zhuo declared. My lord, what needs to be arranged? The lean monkey inquired with a grin. Next, you will dismantle several plots of land in the eastern courtyard to construct housing, Qin Zhuo stated, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. Why abandon perfectly good farmland for the sudden construction of houses? My lord, are we truly going to dismantle? Su Bo could not help but ask. The scale of the farm is already modest. If we relinquish more land, we will struggle immensely for space. Although the farm has been upgraded before, it still feels quite cramped. It would be wiser to cultivate more food instead. Rest assured, I have my plans. Just follow my instructions, Qin Zhuo replied dismissively. By tomorrow, the farm will expand, and these issues will resolve themselves. Besides, the higher the farm's level, the more space we will acquire. At that time, the outer areas will be well organized, and we shall not lack for room. Seeing Qin Zhuo's unwavering confidence, Su Bo had no choice but to proceed with the task. Beidou, listening intently, assisted as well, which surprised Su Bo greatly. Soon, he deduced the situation and refrained from further inquiries, believing that Qin Zhuo must have his own arrangements. As a servant, it was best for him to remain discreet. He then set about removing several plots of farmland and gathered sufficient wooden planks for construction. Previously, Qin Zhuo had secured these materials, but the farm's limited space had delayed their use. With a day remaining until the next upgrade, he resolved to prepare in advance. As evening fell, Lu Feifei and others hurriedly departed to attend to their own matters. Qin Zhuo directed those remaining to manage their tasks, laboring into the late hours of the night. Although they now had ample manpower, completing the housing would still require considerable time, so Qin Zhuo remained unhurried. My lord, although we have significantly increased our workforce, it seems we will still need a fair amount of time to finish the houses, Su Bo remarked, taking a seat beside Qin Zhuo. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo smiled and said, Su Bo, you must be puzzled as to why I am proceeding this way. Not entirely, but I can infer some of it. Su Bo replied, gazing intently at Qin Zhuo. Is the farm about to expand? This revelation astonished Qin Zhuo. Su Bo had even managed to guess this. Su Bo elaborated. I have sensed changes in the air. While I may not fully grasp the situation, my curiosity is piqued regarding how you have achieved this, my lord. Ever since the last incident, he had been deeply intrigued. How could Qin Zhuo conjure land out of thin air? Such feats seemed almost divine. In response, Qin Zhuo merely smiled in silence, aware that he could not divulge his secrets. The living conditions for everyone are rather poor. Ultimately, whether it be for accommodating guests or for your own habitation, it would be a favorable development, would it not? Qin Zhuo smiled silently. Upon hearing this, Su Bo gazed deeply at Qin Zhuo. though he refrained from pursuing the matter further. In the following month, Qin Zhuo and his companions busied themselves with housing matters, while Qin Zhuo personally orchestrated other affairs within the encampment. The construction of the residences had progressed significantly. However, the external circumstances had become increasingly intricate. The presence of zombies posed a threat to the safe zone, and when Lu Feifei returned, she nearly encountered trouble, fortunately evading danger thanks to her protective sachet. The situation within the safe zone was equally convoluted, with the population having returned to its previous scale. The difference now lay in the diverse mix of individuals within the safe zone. Various groups from different safe zones had mingled, and some unsettling voices had emerged among them, causing considerable distress for Lu Jun. The survivors he had previously dispatched on missions had all been slain. None of the multiple individuals he had sent out returned alive. Lu Feifei's return only served to corroborate this grim reality. Had the situation escalated to the farm, the circumstances would likely have been drastically different. Chapter 78. Journey to the safe zone. Within the confines of the safe zone, Mr. Lu, we have detected traces of the zombies' movements. Should we mobilize the survivors? The scout, responsible for reconnaissance, reported back. The frequent appearance of zombies has resulted in the demise of numerous survivors, inciting fury among those who remain. They are eager to take up arms against the undead. However, the frigid temperatures of the night deter the survivors from venturing outside, causing delays in their response. At this moment, Lu Jun was engaged in discussions with Wu Shan and others regarding subsequent actions. Upon hearing the news, his expression shifted slightly, becoming grave as he admonished. This is madness. At this juncture, we are not a match for the zombies. They have undergone a significant cleansing, and so have we. Our priority should be to preserve our strength. Lu Jun possessed a broader perspective. Although the situation was perilous, it was not entirely unfavorable. On one hand, the considerable depletion of their numbers indicated a reduced sense of oppression, allowing for a more refined force to remain. Wu Shan glanced at them and reassured, "Rest assured. We will make appropriate arrangements. We will not let the sacrifices of those survivors be in vain." The group, upon hearing this, gradually dispersed. After all, they were the ones in control of the safe zone. Without their presence, survival would be exceedingly difficult. "Brother Lu, what are your plans moving forward?" Wu Shan inquired with a furrowed brow. "Though our numbers have dwindled, prolonged inactivity is not a solution. The zombies continue to pose a constant threat. And if we do not address this, we will find ourselves in dire straits." "I am aware of this," Lu Jun responded solemnly. "Do not worry. Progress has been made with the research conducted by the He brothers. I believe the time for our counterattack is approaching." "Let us hope so," Wu Shan replied, somewhat apprehensively. "Other safe zones have extended invitations to us. It is evident they wish to assimilate us. Moreover, the Survivor Alliance is lurking nearby, behaving suspiciously. My lord, the interior has been nearly completed. We have divided it into 2 rooms. Although modest in size, at least it provides a place to reside," Qin Zhuo announced. After expending over a month's effort, Qin Zhuo and the others had finally managed to prepare the dwelling. While it was still only a single-story house, it was now habitable. "Very well, let the 2 of you occupy it for now. As for the second floor, we shall address that once we acquire more materials." Qin Zhuo contemplated aloud. He had exchanged all his points for wooden planks to construct this, as he otherwise lacked sufficient timber. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and continued, "My lord, during my recent excursion, I detected something unusual. I noticed not long ago that the presence of zombies has diminished. Although the temperatures have dropped significantly, it is as if the zombies have vanished entirely. Quite strange indeed. The zombies seem to have vanished. During the day, under normal temperatures, they did not appear, and as night fell, the chill rendered their presence even more scarce." "Qin Zhuo, do you imply that someone is deliberately controlling those zombies?" Qin Zhao inquired, his brow furrowed. Logically, the zombies had little to do with him, as they dared not enter the farm. Furthermore, it was only natural for their occurrences to diminish in the colder weather. Yet Qin Zhuo's words seemed to carry an underlying meaning. Could there be some hidden truth? "I sense their presence in a certain location. What I mean is..." Qin Zhuo glanced at Qin Zhao. The latter, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow further and replied solemnly, "Our strength is still insufficient to eradicate them." "And can you be certain of their existence?" "Absolutely," Qin Zhuo asserted with conviction. Qin Zhao responded, "Very well. In a few days, I shall visit the safe zone. At that time, we will collaborate to eliminate the zombie-infested areas nearby. This should alleviate our troubles significantly." He already had a plan forming in his mind. A few days later, Qin Zhao set off from the farm with Qin Zhuo and Bei Dou. Due to the temperature, the number of zombies encountered was negligible. Qin Zhuo and Bei Dou possessed formidable strength, effortlessly dispatching any zombies that arose. Before long, they arrived at the safe zone. "Is it Mr. Qin?" "Greetings, Mr. Qin." You are our savior. All the survivors were visibly excited upon seeing Qin Zhuo. Since he was responsible for organizing food and agricultural matters, they greatly appreciated his efforts. Soon, Lu Jun and others came forth to welcome Qin Zhuo. Sir, why didn't you inform us of your arrival? I could have come to fetch you. Lu Jun remarked with a smile. Had Qin Zhuo not come, they would have personally gone to invite him. They had not anticipated his swift arrival. Waving his hand, Qin Zhuo replied nonchalantly, I came to handle certain matters, and there are also some things I need to discuss with you. Mr. Qin, please command us. The two responded immediately. Wu Shan and Lu Jun sensed something significant and looked at Qin Zhuo with great excitement. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, recounting the entire sequence of events. The revelations left both men momentarily stunned, but they soon grasped that Qin Zhuo and his companions were far superior in strength. It was entirely reasonable for them to sense the zombies, yet they wondered why they had not prepared to act and instead chose to give them the opportunity. No, the elders must have had their considerations. The two thought, Mr. Qin, I will promptly send someone to organize our forces. If we truly discover their location, we will undoubtedly capture them all, Lu Jun declared. Beside him, Wu Shan added, Indeed, those zombies are utterly despicable. They must not be allowed to return alive. They must pay the price. So many survivors have perished before. This time, we must ensure they suffer consequences. I will gather everyone immediately. Soon, the news spread, and many survivors began to arrive one after another. Excellent. We have been waiting for this opportunity. For a long time, I have harbored a desire to vanquish the zombies. Their heinous actions led to the brutal murder of my father before my very eyes. I am determined to avenge him. Numerous survivors, gritting their teeth in fury, yearn to unite their strength and venture forth to eliminate these wretched creatures. Alas, due to Lu Jun's cautious approach in preserving safety, the survivors were not permitted to embark on such a mission. Instead, preparations were made to defend the safe zone. Now that an opportunity has finally arisen, they are eager not to let it slip away. Very well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall grant you some time to prepare. Assemble here when night falls. Wu Shan instructed the group. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually dispersed. I hope this time we can resolve the matter once and for all. It is time for the zombies to pay the price for the countless lives lost. I will not spare you, Wu Shan murmured as he gazed deeply into the sky. As night descended, the survivors of the safe zone, fully armed, made their way to the exit within the protective confines. Chapter 79. Father, things are not as you think. Follow me. Subo led the group to a location he suspected, and upon arrival, they felt an intense chill in the air. A malevolent aura lingered in the depths, and peculiar markings adorned the ground, as if they were enveloped by some unseen force. The signs of zombies lay just ahead. Proceed with caution and prepare for battle. The group noticed that withered trees concealed the sides, and the ground had sunk deeply, revealing an entrance filled with a frigid atmosphere. This chilling presence was several times more potent than that of the outside world. Many survivors trembled slightly, as they too sensed the looming dread and cold. This temperature is alarmingly low. We must act swiftly. Leading the way was Tang Fu, the head of the survivors from the safe zone. He charged ahead and was met with the sight of numerous zombies leaning against the walls, their gazes vacant. The sight left the others astonished, as the zombies resembled dormant automatons, silently propped up against their surroundings. The group ambled forward at a measured pace. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qin Zhuo noticed an unusually peculiar object in the depths, a platform with a sword emanating a crimson hue resting upon it. The atmosphere around pulsed outward from this object, as if it were the epicenter. Mr. Qin, do you know what this is? Tang Fu inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. He remained acutely aware of their precarious situation, for they were surrounded by zombies. Should they become agitated, survival would become exceedingly difficult. As Qin Zhuo approached to make contact, he was suddenly met with a formidable force. A resonant hum filled the air as a brilliant light enveloped the entire object. With a thunderous sound, it vanished before their very eyes. In an instant, the zombies sprang to life, their claws and teeth bared as they lunged toward Qin Zhuo and the others. However, those in front had already engaged in combat, while none of the zombies dared approach Qin Zhuo. This spectacle left them astounded. Is this the power of the strong? The ability to instill fear in every zombie is truly remarkable. Let us depart from this place. Stay close behind me. Falling behind would spell trouble, Qin Zhuo commanded. He was well aware that the effect of the incense pouch was in play, providing a half-hour reprieve from zombie aggression, as long as they reached the exit. The external cold would instill terror in the undead. The further they ventured outward, the more intense the heartbeats of Tang Fu and the others became. The concentration of zombies around them had reached a terrifying level. Without Qin Zhuo's presence, they would surely have met a grim fate. Fortunately, thanks to Qin Zhuo, they arrived at the exit, and the number of pursuing zombies began to dwindle. The chilling temperatures clearly had a profound effect, exerting a certain oppressive influence. Move, Qin Zhuo urged. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from behind as the cavern collapsed, obliterating all the zombies within, their anguished cries echoing in the aftermath. Immediately, Qin Zhuo sensed that something was amiss. He found himself able to perceive everything within a radius of 500 meters, every detail vividly visible. This transformation left him bewildered, as if he had acquired some extraordinary ability, albeit one that did not enhance his own strength. Mr. Qin, this. Tang Fu, witnessing the scene behind him, understood that it was Qin Zhuo who had intervened. Just moments ago, he had not even seen Qin Zhuo make a move. It all transpired in an instant. Wow, Mr. Qin's prowess is astounding. He effortlessly dispatched all those zombies. I didn't even have time to react to that last strike. The crowd was deeply astonished, their admiration for Qin Zhuo reaching unprecedented levels. Tang Fu glanced around, noticing the absence of any zombies, and remarked, Mr. Qin, there might still be zombies nearby. Shouldn't we hurry? No, there are no zombies in the vicinity, Qin Zhuo replied, his gaze revealing no trace of the undead. It was as if this place was a stronghold. The sword embedded in the stone acted like a switch. Once activated, it unveiled the surrounding landscape, eliminating the need for him to venture outside. Moreover, he could remain vigilant at all times. This realization filled Qin Zhuo with exhilaration. If he could eradicate all the zombies around the farm, it would signify unparalleled safety, free from the disturbances of the undead. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this unlikely. His manpower was significantly lacking, and he had not encountered such an object before. It seemed he would have to wait until he could consult Uncle Su. Let us head back to the safe zone, Qin Zhuo suggested. By the time they returned to the safe zone, it was well past midnight, and darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Brother Qin, you're back. Are you all right? Lu Feifei, upon seeing Qin Zhuo return, couldn't help but step forward, her concern palpable. She instinctively reached out to touch him, anxious that he might have sustained some injury. Ahem, I'm fine. We can talk later. Let us head back first. Noticing the peculiar glances from those around them, Qin Zhuo cleared his throat. Lu Feifei, aware of their stares, felt her cheeks flush and fell silent, walking beside Qin Zhuo without uttering another word. The onlookers were filled with envy. The beautiful Lu Feifei was their ideal goddess, and now she was intertwined with Qin Zhuo. While they admired her, they also wished for the two to be together, especially given Qin Zhuo's formidable strength and extensive knowledge, which could greatly assist them, not to mention his status as a remarkably powerful and enigmatic figure. Upon returning to his room, Qin Zhuo remained silent, washing his face in preparation for rest. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feifei entered, sitting beside Qin Zhuo, and softly inquired, Can you tell me what you experienced today? Of course, Qin Zhuo replied with a smile, nodding. As the night wore on, Lu Feifei ultimately chose not to leave Qin Zhuo's room, a fact unnoticed by anyone outside. The next day, upon learning of the events, Lu Jun and the others were filled with curiosity. They were somewhat perplexed by what Tang Fu and the others had encountered. It was exceedingly bizarre. Mr. Lu, I fear this matter must be addressed with Mr. Qin, Tang Fu continued, reflecting on the circumstances at the time. Had it not been for Mr. Qin's intervention, we would have struggled to return alive. Moreover, he mentioned that there were no zombies remaining in that area. I have heard that those with formidable strength possess their own consciousness, allowing them to perceive conditions within a certain range. I believe Mr. Qin possesses such an ability, which is why he was so certain at that moment. This statement instilled unwavering confidence in Lu Jun. In his mind, Qin Zhuo's strength was unfathomable, imbued with an unimaginable air of mystery. It seemed imperative to consult him regarding this matter. However, when he approached Qin Zhuo's door and cautiously knocked, he was taken aback to see Feifei standing there. How did you end up in Mr. Qin's room? Could it be that you too? Dad, it's not what you think, Feifei exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Naturally, Lu Jun was skeptical of her words, but as someone else accompanied him, he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, you are now an adult. Such matters should be decided by yourself. I shall not intrude further. By the way, when Mr. Qin awakens, please have him come find me. Dad, watching her father leave, having misunderstood the situation, Feifei's face burned with a mix of shame and indignation. Chapter 80. The first sandbox of the apocalypse. Feifei, has someone arrived? The voice of Qin Zhuo resonated within the room, followed by the rustling sound of clothing being donned. Lu Feifei recalled recent events, and a blush crept onto her fair cheeks. It's my father. He mentioned he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Is that so? I shall go and see him now. But why is your face so flushed? Qin Zhuo inquired, noticing the change in Lu Feifei's complexion with curiosity. And nothing. Lu Fei, blushing, hesitated before continuing. It seems my father has discovered our relationship. Discovered? Qin Zhuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recalling how Lu Jun had encountered Lu Fei when he sought him out recently. Such news, if it circulated, would undoubtedly become a source of significant distress. Yet, upon further reflection, it was evident that such matters could not remain concealed for long. It was merely a question of time before the truth surfaced. Lu Jun likely already harbored suspicions, but chose not to address them. Leave this matter to me, Qin Zhuo said, affectionately ruffling Lu Fei's hair with a smile. Lu Fei nodded, her cheeks still flushed. Soon, Qin Zhuo found himself in a side hall where Lu Jun was partaking in a meal. Mr. Qin, welcome. Please sit and have something to eat, Lu Jun greeted warmly. Qin Zhuo settled down and promptly asked, I heard from Fei that you sought me out for something important? Cough, indeed. There are some matters for which I require Mr. Qin's assistance. Lu Jun cleared his throat, recalling their earlier conversation. Mr. Qin, I heard from Tang Fu yesterday that there are no longer any zombies in the eastern region. Is this true? Lu Jun inquired. At the mention of this topic, Qin Zhuo's brow furrowed slightly. He had observed that area recently, which was now devoid of the undead, yet it was suffused with an eerie chill. However, each visit seemed to sap his strength, leaving him feeling notably weakened. Lu Jun, have you documented the areas surrounding the safe zone? Qin Zhuo asked. Documented? The term left Lu Jun feeling somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and replied, We currently lack the capability for that. Only a very rudimentary concept exists. Qin Zhuo frowned slightly upon hearing this. It was a reasonable conclusion. The southern region was inherently perilous, with frequent zombie incursions. The survivors remaining there were largely unable to venture out and, as a result, were unaware of the terrain. Do you have any sand here? Sand. We certainly do. Good. Then gather some additional materials. I shall create a very simple sandbox for you, Qin Zhuo instructed, detailing the items he required. Before long, the materials were assembled, and Qin Zhuo utilized his memory to meticulously carve out the surrounding area's landscape. In less than half an hour, a vivid representation emerged before them. Qin Zhuo pointed out several landmark positions, and the gathered individuals realized with clarity, is this the situation around our safe zone? We can only rely on the Wanderer for documentation, but should anything happen to him, it would pose a significant problem. As you can see, the vicinity of the safe zone is now clearly visible. Mr. Qin is indeed remarkable. This method is exceptionally convenient, and recording so much information is no small feat. Qin Zhuo merely waved his hand in response. He pointed to the location he had visited the previous day, inserting a slender twig there and encircling the surrounding area. This section is the safe zone, devoid of any zombies entering or exiting. Qin Zhuo recounted everything he knew. He then continued. You may now arrange for a certain number of personnel to venture out. Should you discover a zombie encampment, report to me immediately. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, we will expedite the arrangement of personnel for the task at hand. We will leave the matters in that regard to you, Lu Jun expressed with gratitude. Observing the sand table crafted by Qin Zhuo, the surrounding areas were laid out clearly, allowing them to discern where it was safe and where it was perilous. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, and just as he was about to depart, a thought crossed his mind. He raised his hand and retrieved a seed of the Yun flower. Instructing, you may attempt to plant this seed. It is the seed of the Yun sachet, capable of repelling zombies. This seed will sprout and grow within 2 months. Is this really possible? Lu Jun gazed at Qin Zhuo in disbelief. A flower that could repel zombies was an unimaginable existence. The fact that Mr. Qin so generously entrusted it to them was almost beyond his comprehension. After all, such a thing is an invaluable treasure, and possessing it would yield an astonishing fortune. It would surely incite madness in the outside world. Qin Zhuo, however, simply replied, the item has been entrusted to you. Just cultivate it well. I must return promptly. Mr. Qin, I am truly grateful. Allow me to escort you, Lu Jun said earnestly. Qin Zhuo dismissed the gesture. His curiosity piqued about whether the Yun flower could thrive in the outside world and bear fruit. He had brought it along on this outing to let them try. If successful, it would spell disaster for the zombies. Nevertheless, Qin Zhuo had a nagging feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. 2 months later, how has Mr. Qin's seed fared? Lu Jun inquired as usual. The person in charge below wore a peculiar expression upon hearing this. Mr. Qin, while the seed has sprouted, the situation is somewhat unusual. The seed emits a very unpleasant odor and has a strange aura. It is now ready for harvest. But the scent is so overpowering that it has affected much of the nearby food. This revelation caused Lu Jun's expression to shift, and he frowned as he addressed the person in charge. What is the meaning of this? The seeds provided by Mr. Qin should be flawless. He mentioned they could disperse zombies. I'm not entirely sure about that, came the uncertain reply. The leader, with a furrowed brow, explained that he had already sent someone to fetch the seeds, and he anticipated their arrival shortly. He instructed them to venture out with the seeds, accompanied by another individual as a precaution. Lu Jun naturally placed his unwavering trust in Qin Zhuo's words. The following day, individuals promptly set out to conduct the experiment, eager to assess the situation. Be cautious, since Mr. Qin has stated that the fragrance of these flowers can suppress the zombies. It must be true. Do not worry about any mishaps. We will be stationed nearby to guard you, a man clad in black attire assured a survivor. The survivor, somewhat robust in build, appeared remarkably vigilant at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Understood." With that, he made his way towards the nearby gathering of zombies. Before he could approach, the zombies had already detected his presence, emitting grotesque sounds as they lunged towards him. "Ah, zombies! Get away from me!" His screams mingled with the sounds of struggle, echoing from deep within the surroundings. Chapter 81. This fellow is clearly not a good person. Mr. Liu. It seems that the Yunhua is experiencing some issues. It is utterly incapable of repelling the zombies, and several survivors nearly faced calamity. The subordinates reported this to Lu Jun, who furrowed his brow. He had unwavering faith in Qin Zhuo and could not fathom the possibility of deceit regarding the Yunhua. Upon his return a few months prior, he had instructed Lu Feifei to deliver the items to the He brothers for research, hoping to uncover the ability to replicate them. Unfortunately, after months of study, they yielded no results. Qin Zhuo entrusted us with these items, undoubtedly with a purpose. Could it be that we have erred in some way? Lu Jun pondered. The servants, upon hearing this, were taken aback. They were well aware of the inscrutable nature of that elder. The likelihood of deception was exceedingly low. Very well, you may leave now. After dismissing the subordinates, Lu Jun summoned Lu Feifei and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Feifei appeared somewhat astonished, stroking her chin as she mused. I believe Brother Qin must have considered this carefully, and he is certainly not the kind of person to act without purpose. Since he entrusted us with these items, there must be profound significance behind it. Those formidable individuals possess eccentric temperaments, making it nearly impossible to discern their thoughts. However, Brother Qin is unique. He surely wishes to assist us. As she spoke, a thought struck her regarding the farm. Father, I suspect that Brother Qin's farm holds extraordinary efficacy. While this plant may grow externally, it likely loses its potency. It can only thrive within the confines of the farm, where Brother Qin's essence is undoubtedly concentrated. Her words left Lu Jun in contemplation. Feifei, while the outside world remains relatively safe, go and assess the situation. Seek guidance from Mr. Qin. Moreover, you are not so young anymore. If you could hasten the process of having a child, your bond with Mr. Qin would be solidified. A child? Lu Feifei's face flushed crimson, and her speech became somewhat stammering. Father, what are you talking about? We have not reached that stage yet. Do not deceive your father. I distinctly saw you both in the same room for an entire night. A beauty like you, spending a night alone with him, is something I cannot believe. Lu Jun expressed disbelief. Lu Feifei, her cheeks aflame, acknowledged that they had indeed engaged in certain activities, though nothing excessively inappropriate. I shall not converse with you any longer. With a flushed face, Lu Feifei exited the room. Within the farm, over the past few days, Qin Zhuo had been sending Su Bo out repeatedly to scout the nearby locations. Following the previous incident, he sensed something amiss. He could distinctly feel that area. The items he had previously touched were akin to his eyes, allowing him to observe the situation at any given moment. However, each observation drained a portion of his mental energy, rendering him unable to cultivate. He could only rest continuously to replenish his depleting strength. Fortunately, through extensive training and contemplation, this greatly alleviated his spirits. Without a sufficiently robust mental fortitude, it is likely that Qin Zhuo would have been unable to withstand the exertion. What on earth could those entities be? The system offered no indication, yet those things were exceedingly peculiar. Sitting in the courtyard, Qin Zhuo pondered deeply. After careful contemplation, he resolved to venture out personally to investigate further, seeking to glean ample information from those enigmatic entities. The following day, fully equipped, Qin Zhuo departed the farm alongside Su Bo, and they quickly arrived at the designated area. Upon entering that vicinity, Qin Zhuo immediately sensed a certain perimeter. Within that boundary, there were no zombies, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Wither trees intertwined on either side, exuding an aura of despair. The ground was rent with several fissures, strewn with scattered rocks. Additionally, Qin Zhuo discovered footprints imprinted on the earth, indicating that someone had recently traversed this area, and several depressions were evident around them. My lord, what troubles you? Su Bo noted the unusual pallor on Qin Zhuo's countenance, unable to suppress his concern. I am fine. Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, then continued. I merely observed some peculiarities. Let us proceed inside to investigate. Very well, Subo nodded, profoundly astonished. He considered his own strength to be formidable. However, his perception only extended a few yards. Beyond that, he could sense no changes. Yet, from Qin Zhuo's words, it was evident he had perceived something over several hundred yards. It was indeed remarkable that such a young master possessed such formidable strength. The cavern had been obliterated, with jagged stones embedded above. An otherworldly scent pervaded the air, accompanied by an intensely rich atmosphere swirling above. Qin Zhuo lifted his gaze and suddenly felt an unsettling shift. To the east, several survivors appeared, clad in bizarre attire, making their way toward them. Someone approaches, Qin Zhuo remarked. Subo's heart raced with wariness. Simultaneously, he was astonished that he could not sense any ominous presence. Within minutes, the danger became palpable as a group hastily arrived. They were dressed in eccentric garb, led by a tall man adorned with a mask. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Zhuo and Subo. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" he demanded. "And who might you be?" Qin Zhuo replied calmly. The masked man scrutinized Qin Zhuo for a moment, intrigued. "We are survivors from the nearby area. You appear to be up to no good. If you do not candidly disclose your intentions, you may find yourself suffering some discomfort." With that, the individuals flanking him stepped forward menacingly. Seeing their advance, Subo's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "You possess great audacity to threaten my lord." "I care not for your lord," the leader retorted. "Should you dare to resist, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Seize them," he commanded. Several robust survivors approached, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lightning, wind, and fire flickered around them, saturating the atmosphere with an oppressive energy that was almost unbearable. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow. In this realm filled with energy, he felt immensely strained. After all, he was but an ordinary individual, unable to maintain a stoic demeanor like Subo. "Take care of them," Qin Zhuo instructed. Subo nodded slightly, his voice cold and detached. "Rest assured, young master. Since these impertinent fools fail to recognize their place, I shall impart to them a lesson they will not soon forget." "Old man, do you really think you can handle us?" One of the survivors scoffed, the remark echoing as the most absurd joke in the world. "Since you are so utterly clueless, we cannot be held accountable for our lack of courtesy." As the words fell, the survivors rolled up their sleeves, preparing to strike. Chapter 82. The Infected Bang. Although Subo was advanced in years, his limbs moved with remarkable agility. In just a few swift motions, he incapacitated the survivors, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. The masked man, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this old man possess such formidable strength? Subo forced the survivors forward, delivering a kick that sent one of them sprawling at the masked man's feet, coldly stating, "Do you still wish to trouble us?" I wouldn't dare." The masked man instinctively swallowed hard at the sight before him. He no longer had the audacity to confront Qin Zhuo. "Young master, the matter has been handled," Subo respectfully reported. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, rising to confront the masked man. In a chilling tone, he demanded, "Now tell me, what is your purpose for being here?" The masked man, flustered by the question, stammered, I have no ulterior motives. I merely sought to venture out in search of food. Upon seeing your group and considering our numbers, I thought." "You thought to rob us?" Qin Zhuo interjected flatly. The masked man's face drained of color, beads of sweat cascading down his brow as he mustered the courage to respond. "Indeed, esteemed elder. I beg for your mercy. Spare you, perhaps, but first, you must divulge everything I need to know," Qin Zhuo stated. "Esteemed elder, I assure you, I will speak with complete candor," the masked man hastily promised. He was acutely aware that a formidable being like Qin Zhuo was not one to be trifled with. In this apocalyptic world, raw power was paramount. The strong could easily annihilate the weak. If he failed to satisfy Qin Zhuo, their chances of survival were grim. After a series of inquiries, Qin Zhuo learned that the masked man hailed from Zone H, a considerable distance from their current location. However, not long ago, a calamity had struck Zone H. Zombies breached the safe zone, causing them to become separated from other survivors. They were disoriented, which had fortuitously led them to this vicinity. Furthermore, they informed Qin Zhuo that numerous zombies roamed nearby, and only the area where Qin Zhuo currently resided was devoid of them. Thus, they had taken refuge in a cave in the vicinity. "Esteemed elder, as you can see, I have shared all that I know. May we leave?" the masked man asked cautiously. The other survivors trembled in fear, too frightened to move. Subo's prowess was terrifying. As for Qin Zhuo, though they had not witnessed his strength firsthand, anyone whom Subo held in such high regard must possess extraordinary abilities. They dared not speak out of turn. "Since you have nowhere to go for the time being, I can escort you to the nearby safe zone," Lu Jiao, Qin Zhuo offered. Is that truly possible?" they asked, their hearts racing. Having endured numerous zombie attacks, reaching a safe zone would provide them with at least a temporary refuge from danger. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and explained, there exists a safe zone nearby, originally designated as Area C. It has now consolidated with several other safe zones, becoming the largest in the vicinity. This revelation ignited excitement among the crowd. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, esteemed elder. All the survivors gazed at Qin Zhuo with gratitude. Qin Zhuo smiled and shook his head, saying, I can empathize with your struggles, but should you resort to such actions again, I fear those individuals will not be so lenient. Rest assured, elder, we will not act in such a manner again. The crowd immediately assured him. Roars of zombies erupted not far from them just as they prepared to depart. The cacophony echoed ominously as if the sky was shrouded in a veil of darkness, mingled with the sounds of agony. Let us investigate the situation, Qin Zhuo exclaimed, hastening towards the source of the noise, with Su Bo closely trailing behind. Captain, those individuals have left. Should we not seize the opportunity to depart? One voice suggested. Indeed, those two possess unfathomable strength. This is our only chance to escape. Though they yearned to reach the safe zone, a palpable fear gripped them at this critical juncture. The power of the zombies was overwhelming, leaving them uncertain of their own capabilities. The masked man's expression darkened as he spoke. Let us follow and discern what transpires. Those two elders are exceptionally formidable. Their intervention is likely to be decisive, and they have pledged to guide us to the safe zone. If we abandon this opportunity, how will they perceive us? Moreover, do you prefer safety within the secure confines of the zone, or to remain exposed in the wilderness? We have fortuitously encountered two elders who not only spared us their wrath, but also promised to lead us to safety. Such kindness is a rare boon. His words stirred a profound sense of loyalty among the crowd. Indeed, those two elders have already bestowed upon us considerable grace. How could we betray their trust? I am willing to follow and assess the situation. Should I be able to assist, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Let us not allow the elders to look down upon us. I wish to reach the safe zone, not linger in the wilderness. One by one, they began to follow suit. Upon arriving at the area, they realized it was teeming with scattered zombies, and a few survivors were struggling beneath them. Among them, two had been bitten, and the remaining survivors appeared exceedingly pale, their strength severely depleted and unable to fend off the oncoming horde. Brother, we are finished. Damn these zombies. If they have the ability, let them come and kill me. Several survivors were on the brink of despair. They glared at the zombies with gritted teeth. Yet their current strength was insufficient to withstand the relentless assault. They watched helplessly as their comrades were injured, some even succumbing to the transformation into zombies. The surrounding zombies emitted menacing growls, lunging toward the survivors with bared teeth and claws. In that fleeting moment, a bullet pierced through a zombie's skull. In the next instant, a shadow darted swiftly into the foreboding area, utilizing its formidable strength to vanquish all of the zombies with ease. The undead stood no chance of resistance, succumbing in an instant. The one who acted was none other than Su Bo. Qin Zhuo, on the other hand, approached the area with deliberate calm. His gaze falling upon the few survivors. Are you all unharmed? Thank you, esteemed elders, for your timely intervention. Had it not been for your assistance, we would likely have perished at the hands of the zombies. The survivors, their faces pale, managed to rise. Yet, at that moment, several of their companions emitted strange sounds, unmistakably indicating that they had succumbed to the transformation into zombies. Jiping, please, regain your senses. Ahai, don't do this. We will surely find an antidote for you, the survivors urged, unable to contain their anxiety. Chapter 83. The young master is certainly refining himself upon witnessing the survivors' plight. Qin Zhuo ultimately shook his head. They had irrevocably transformed into zombies. Unless an antidote were available at this very moment, there was no hope for their salvation. They were beyond rescue, and the most compassionate course of action was to grant them release, Qin Zhuo stated. This sentiment caused subtle shifts in the expressions of those present. Several survivors were engulfed in rage, yet given that Qin Zhuo had just saved them, they refrained from acting too aggressively. Helpless, they could only watch their friends before them, caught in indecision. Everyone, my young master speaks the truth. We possess no antidote, and at this critical juncture, ending their lives is the only solution. Once they become zombies, there exists a brief window before they are irreversibly lost. After a certain period, even an antidote would be futile, Su Bo elucidated. There is indeed a time frame before one becomes a zombie, as the toxin has yet to permeate the internal organs. Should it infiltrate the vital systems, no antidote would suffice. The rescued survivor, Su Hao, bore a face filled with anguish as he lamented, "He is my brother. We have traversed so many paths together. Now, to take his life with my own hands. I simply cannot bring myself to do it." Bang! At that moment, a nearby survivor acted decisively, with overwhelming force. He eliminated all the infected survivors, solemnly declaring, "I have no choice but to kill them. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. Should we meet again, we will certainly do our utmost to offer aid. Su Hao, let us depart." Su Hao, momentarily dazed by the sight of the lifeless bodies before him, took a while to gather himself before following the man away. Observing their retreating figures, Qin Zhuo felt a twinge of melancholy. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitates strength. And if a friend becomes infected without an antidote, one can only resort to ending their life. To personally take the life of a dear friend is a burden too heavy to bear. "Let us go," Qin Zhuo said, withdrawing his gaze. The masked man behind him displayed an expression of complex emotions, while the others remained largely unmoved. Death had become a commonplace occurrence in this desolate era. They had all witnessed it to some degree, hence their emotional detachment. Qin Zhuo led his group into the safe zone, where many eyed them with wariness. However, upon recognizing Qin Zhuo, their defenses relaxed. "Mr. Qin, who are they?" inquired the armed squad leader as he approached Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhuo glanced at them and replied, "They are survivors I encountered by chance. They had nowhere else to go, so I brought them to the safe zone. Is that acceptable?" The squad leader was momentarily taken aback before affirming, "Of course, Mr. Qin. I will arrange for these brothers immediately. By the way, Mr. Lu wishes to meet you. He mentioned there are important matters to discuss." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and said, "I understand." With that, he took his leave. The masked man behind them was filled with curiosity and inquired, "Who might that Mr. Qin be? I see how you all hold him in such high regard. Could it be?" "Oh, you mean Mr. Qin? He is indeed a benevolent individual, providing not only sustenance but also imparting the knowledge necessary for food cultivation. Furthermore, the zombies do not dare to harm him. I have heard whispers that his residence is a veritable paradise, abundant in resources, and the undead would not dare to tread there." The masked man's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had surmised that this gentleman possessed formidable strength, hearing it articulated stirred a profound sense of awe within him. After all these years, he was encountering a being of such caliber for the first time. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo had encountered Lu Jun. "Mr. Qin has arrived. We were just preparing to seek your guidance." Lu Jun's surprise was palpable upon seeing Qin Zhuo, as he was unaware of the latter's intentions, making his sudden appearance all the more astonishing. "What has transpired?" Qin Zhuo inquired. "Well, it's like this." Lu Jun recounted the events in detail. Upon learning the situation, Qin Zhuo felt a tinge of disappointment. He had previously contemplated cultivating the inyun grass and other safe zones to deter the zombies, but it appeared he had overestimated the feasibility of such an endeavor. The chances were exceedingly slim, nearly impossible. Only within his own farm could the seeds thrive. Elsewhere, they would yield no results. It seemed as though the farm was imbued with some sort of magic. "I must devise an alternative solution," Qin Zhuo mused internally. "Mr. Qin, I was wondering." Lu Jun ventured to glance at Qin Zhuo. Regaining his composure, Qin Zhuo replied with a hint of disappointment. "I had hoped they could flourish within the safe zone, but it seems the geological conditions are inadequate for their complete growth. What should we do?" Lu Jun asked. "What can be done?" Qin Zhuo met Lu Jun's gaze and replied matter-of-factly, "We shall have to find another way. I will thoroughly investigate this matter upon my return, and I will inform you of any findings." With that, Qin Zhuo rose, declaring, "It's getting late, and I must hasten back to the countryside. Should you discover any of the locations we discussed previously, simply arrange for someone to inform me. Those matters are of utmost importance." "Rest assured, Mr. Qin. I will set things in motion immediately," Lu Jun assured him. Upon returning to the farm, night had fallen, and the temperature had noticeably dropped, sending chills through him as the cold wind blew. Qin Zhuo, an ordinary man, trembled in the frigid air. Beside him, Su Bo regarded Qin Zhuo with a peculiar expression. He could not fathom why someone of Qin Zhuo's strength would fear the cold, for such temperatures hardly affected those of their caliber. "Ah, I see," Su Bo mused. "Mr. Qin must be honing his resilience. Indeed, the stronger one becomes, the more rigorous the self-discipline required. Our young master is a formidable individual, thus he continuously refines himself, striving to blend into the lives of ordinary people. Should this approach be pursued more deeply, it may yield even greater enhancements. This exemplifies the disparity between myself and Mr. Qin." As Su Bo contemplated these thoughts, he felt a stirring in his heart. He held immense admiration for Qin Zhuo, particularly for his relentless pursuit of strength, which struck him as truly remarkable. Observing the trembling figure before him, his resolve only strengthened. He resolved to temper his own abilities, aspiring to cultivate himself from the perspective of an ordinary individual, honing his character in the process. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo was beset by a sense of distress. Had he known, he would have donned a down jacket before venturing out, thus avoiding the current chill that left him shivering. He had simply not anticipated that his outing was intended for a mundane reconnaissance task. Yet, Returning had consumed an inordinate amount of time. Fortunately, the surroundings were quite desolate, and no zombies had made an appearance. Chapter 84. The dust storm sweeps the world. Upon returning to the farm, the night had deepened. "Young master, you have returned," the lean monkey exclaimed as he hurried forward to greet them. "It took a bit longer than expected, didn't it? Were there guests?" Qin Zhuo noticed the presence of others on the farm and inquired. "Brother Qin Zhuo, you're back." It was none other than Lu Feifei, who had managed to reach the farm unscathed as the number of zombies had dwindled. She had been waiting at the farm since Qin Zhuo had yet to arrive. "So it is Feifei," Qin Zhuo smiled, recalling that Lu Jun had not mentioned her arrival at the farm. He had found it quite peculiar not to see her there. Had he known she would come, she would surely have come to see him. "Let us discuss everything inside," Qin Zhuo said with a smile as he ushered everyone indoors. After dinner, the group sat in the courtyard chatting, and Lu Feifei brought up a recent matter concerning the Yin Cloud flower. The Yin Cloud flower could not be cultivated in the outside world, yet it thrived on the farm. The lean monkey was astonished and exclaimed, "That's impossible. I had previously dealt with their situation, and they exhibited perfectly normal growth without any issues." Lu Feifei was somewhat at a loss. She had observed those flowers before. Although they bloomed and bore fruit, they did not possess the same effects as those in Qin Zhuo's possession. Qin Zhuo chuckled today. "While passing through the safe zone, your father informed me of everything. This matter may have some geological implications. I shall conduct further research to explore possible solutions." "Now I understand," Lu Feifei said, enlightenment dawning upon her. Soon after, the conversation shifted to Bei Yuan, whose health had improved significantly after having been in a rather poor state before. Now, he was filled with excitement upon seeing Qin Zhuo. "Mr. Qin, I didn't have the chance to thank you during dinner. Now I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude," Bei Yuan said, his enthusiasm palpable. He could feel his strength gradually returning. The tingling sensation was almost beyond belief. He had spent an entire year without any progress, yet here, in merely a few days, he had regained part of his strength. This revelation left him utterly astonished. "It is good to hear you are recovering," Qin Zhuo replied with a smile. He was puzzled about Bei Yuan's progress, as he had instructed him to do much beyond running. How had he managed to regain his strength? It was truly baffling. Beidou looked at Qin Zhuo with profound gratitude, his gaze infused with determination and emotion, stirring something within Qin Zhuo for a fleeting moment. He quickly dismissed those thoughts. The next day, Qin Zhuo went to the backyard to gather the Yin Cloud flowers. For he possessed only one sachet of Yin Cloud fragrance and intended to prepare more as a precaution. Although the efficacy of the Yin Cloud flower was commendable, the amount consumed was no trivial matter. He could not possibly cultivate all the land with the Shadow Cloud flower, so he had to set it aside for the time being. In recent days, he had collected a considerable number of Shadow Cloud flower seeds. As he prepared to plant these seeds, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. The force of the wind was so strong that it kicked up clouds of dust, and in that turbulent storm, numerous zombies were violently swept into the air. Qin Zhuo stood there, dumbfounded. What was happening? Was that a fierce wind? Perhaps a sandstorm? Since the onset of the apocalypse, the southern region had seen the disappearance of water sources and trees, making sandstorms a real possibility. Sensing an impending crisis, everyone hurried outside to assess the situation. When they beheld the scene before them, their eyes widened in shock. This was a natural disaster. What should we do? We certainly cannot withstand such a calamity. Their expressions were markedly grave, for they recognized that this was the power of nature. Even the strongest among them would likely find it impossible to resist such forces. Su Bo's face darkened upon witnessing this spectacle. He too felt uncertain, for that kind of power was beyond human control. To challenge nature was to court disaster. As Qin Zhuo finished tidying up the shadow cloud grass, he furrowed his brow. A raging storm was exceedingly daunting, particularly one of this nature. Just as he intended to usher everyone indoors, he noticed the ominous sound of the approaching wind, which filled the surroundings with eerie noises. Countless ominous presences emanated from it, instilling dread and apprehension. Standing in the courtyard, Qin Zhuo gazed at the unfolding scene, his eyes brimming with helplessness. Such a catastrophe was beyond human resolution. In the face of natural disasters, humanity seemed pathetically weak. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished. As the sandstorm approached, it emitted a piercing sound. And after a brief interval, it abruptly changed direction and vanished from his sight. The sight left him astounded. What was going on? The others were equally baffled, having braced themselves for potential injuries. Yet the situation had unfolded in an unexpected manner. What was happening? They looked around, feeling as if they were in a dream. A sandstorm of that magnitude should have left no survivors, yet here they stood, unscathed. It felt like a miracle, utterly unbelievable. Soon, they spotted Qin Zhuo approaching with a basket in hand from a short distance away, and realization dawned upon them. What miracle! It was Mr. Qin who had intervened. Recalling the earlier scene, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. How could Qin Zhuo have so effortlessly dealt with the sandstorm? What extraordinary power was this? That was a force of nature. And when has human strength ever dared to contend with the natural world? Yet now, they had witnessed it firsthand. Mr. Qin, you are truly remarkable. Mr. Qin, are you a deity? The Beta siblings, recalling the terrifying scene, could not resist gazing at Qin Zhuo with questions in their eyes. A deity? Why did these people look at him so strangely? Did they truly believe he had quelled the sandstorm? The recent scene was indeed peculiar. Even he had yet to fully comprehend it. Now, witnessing their expressions, it was only natural for him to find them somewhat odd. Do not speak nonsense. I am merely an ordinary person, not a deity, Qin Zhuo clarified. However, the crowd was hardly convinced. For they believed they had witnessed a force that transcended human capability, truly divine. It was utterly astonishing. Enough, the sandstorm has passed. Let us proceed with our tasks. Qin Zhuo declared as he entered the house. Observing his retreating figure, the onlookers continued to gaze at the receding sandstorm, their hearts still gripped by unease. Oh no! That direction. It leads to another safe zone, Lu Feifei exclaimed, snapping back to reality. Chapter 85. Subo yearns for wine. Miss, you cannot be jesting. It seems there is no safe zone in that vicinity. The lean monkey cast a glance at the menacing sandstorm, unable to suppress a gulp. He recognized that before such overwhelming power, human strength was utterly futile. Only divine intervention could possibly halt it. Should the sandstorm engulf the safe zone? It would spell peril for those within. Lu Feifei elaborated, not long ago, with the assistance of Brother Qin Zhuo, we managed to create a rough topographical map. At that time, I learned that there are a total of 14 safe zones, both large and small, in our vicinity. Originally, there were over 30 safe zones. But the frenzy of the zombies has caused many to vanish. Our area has few safe zones. And the direction the sandstorm is headed is towards one of the larger ones. They are likely in grave danger. Her explanation left everyone feeling a sense of unease. They had just experienced the terrifying destructive power of the sandstorm, which made them exceedingly wary. If survivors encountered the sandstorm, their fate would surely be dire. Miss, I fear there is little we can do, the lean monkey shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice. He, too, wished to rescue others, yet beyond this region. The sheer number of zombies would undoubtedly tear him to shreds. Recently, Qin Zhuo had cleared a zombie den, allowing them a brief respite. And they were certain that the number of zombies in a certain area was low. However, once they ventured outside, certainty would be lost. Though the lean monkey's strength had significantly increased, confronting a horde of zombies would be akin to courting death. The group could only watch in silence as the sandstorm moved on. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo stood before the synthesizing table, having crafted 3 Indian incense pouches, while carefully preserving the seeds. It required considerable energy to exchange for Inyun flowers within the system, and despite Qin Zhuo's continual searches within the safe zone, they could only obtain a meager amount of energy, proving insufficient for any significant effect. Therefore, he focused on enhancing his skills. The fusion technique had reached an intermediate level over several months, albeit at the cost of numerous resources. Consequently, he had acquired coffee bean seeds. After obtaining the seeds, Qin Zhuo promptly planted them, and they had now reached a harvestable state. Coffee beans harvested successfully. Congratulations, you have gained 10 experience points. Qin Zhuo paid no heed to the notification. Although the farm displayed an experience bar, leveling up remained a daunting challenge. The experience gained was scarcely enough. Transitioning from level 2 to level 3 required a staggering 5,000 points. At a rate of 10 points per day, it seemed an eternity would pass before he could achieve it. After harvesting the coffee beans, Qin Zhuo ground them into a fine powder, subsequently pouring it into hot water. Name, Basic Coffee Effect. A cup of basic coffee can invigorate for an hour and enhance concentration, providing a 120 boost to cultivation. Side effects. Prolonged consumption may lead to a decline in immunity and mental disarray. Upon encountering this content, Qin Zhuo revealed a smile and took a sip of his coffee. Ah, the same taste, undeniably bitter. With just one sip, Qin Zhuo felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was indeed a challenge for the average person to endure. However, its invigorating effect was undeniably remarkable. He proceeded to grind the remaining coffee beans into powder, subsequently storing it in a jar and brewing several more cups. Everyone, come and sample the coffee I made. Qin Zhuo cheerfully invited the group. Curiosity piqued among them, for they had witnessed a myriad of peculiar contraptions, naturally leading to an eagerness to discover what Qin Zhuo had concocted this time. Mr. Qin, do we get a share? They inquired. Of course. Do give it a try. Although it may be somewhat bitter, the effects are certainly impressive, Qin Zhuo responded with a smile. Trusting him, the group drank it down. Cough, cough, cough. Almost immediately, they could not suppress their coughing, the bitterness sending shivers down their spines, their faces turning a shade redder. They gazed incredulously at the coffee in their hands, unable to fathom how something could be so bitter. Lu Feifei, feeling the bitter taste tingle her scalp, could not help but ask, "Brother Qin, this ISNT poison, is it? It's exceedingly bitter." Among the group, only Su Bo sipped his coffee leisurely, seemingly unaffected. Nearby, the lanky monkey muttered, "This old man must have a problem with his taste buds. How can he not even notice the bitterness?" "Hey, what did you say?" "I didn't hear anything." Su Bo shot a glare at the lanky monkey, setting down his coffee, and replied unhurriedly, "You know nothing. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Although this coffee is bitter, it has its moments of sweetness when savored. Moreover, it can invigorate the mind. Just moments ago, I felt my energy absorption rate significantly increase." Su Bo's words left everyone in stunned silence. Could this beverage truly possess such effects? Yet, Su Bo was a formidable figure. His calm demeanor while drinking the coffee and his subsequent remarks must surely hold merit. Soon, they took another few sips, bracing themselves against the bitterness. A few minutes later, they felt a notable surge of energy, and indeed, their absorption rate had improved significantly. Remarkably true. Mr. Qin is truly extraordinary. I have never encountered anything like this. The group could not help but look at Qin Zhuo, their expressions filled with disbelief. Before long, they all settled down to cultivate. Leaving Qin Zhuo shaking his head in amusement, Su Bo followed Qin Zhuo into the courtyard. "Esteemed young master, this coffee is truly impressive, aside from its slight bitterness. It has no discernible flaws," Su Bo remarked. Having traveled extensively, he had witnessed countless wonders, yet he had never encountered anything quite like this coffee. Qin Zhuo chuckled. "This drink is merely intended to refresh the mind, though excessive consumption may lead to side effects." "Oh, what are the side effects?" Su Bo inquired with curiosity. Qin Zhuo, with profound insight, remarked, "Perhaps it would lead one to madness." "Madness? If the coffee were to spread, I fear some might descend into insanity in their quest for strength," Su Bo solemnly stated. "Alas, for an old man like me, indulging occasionally is still permissible." At this juncture, he seemed to recall something and could not help but inquire, "Ahem, young master, is it possible for you to distill high-purity spirits?" "Spirits?" Qin Zhuo rolled his eyes, recalling the distiller he had acquired earlier. Indeed, he could produce high-purity spirits, but he cautioned, alcohol is not a benign substance, and the distillation process is not swift. If only success were assured, in this world, the spirits are akin to mere water, lacking any true flavor, yet in the apocalypse, one cannot demand too much. With this, Su Bo chuckled heartily. Chapter 86, guiding Su Bo in his cultivation as the two conversed. An ethereal aura began to emanate throughout the room, enveloping the entire space. Even Qin Zhuo could sense it. Upon perceiving this presence, Qin Zhuo's gaze was tinged with a hint of envy. If only he could cultivate. The resources at his disposal would be sufficient to elevate him to a position of strength. Alas, he lamented the absence of such an opportunity. His mind was filled with a sense of helplessness, having acquired so much knowledge yet being only superficially acquainted with the essence of power, which was indeed a source of regret. It appeared that they were on the brink of a breakthrough. Su Bo revealed a faint smile, then remarked, "Young master, speaking of breakthroughs, I would be honored if you could guide my cultivation. I am well aware that your prowess surpasses mine, and a single word of guidance from you would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to me." This statement elicited a peculiar expression from Qin Zhuo, who thought to himself, "Su Bo, are you jesting? You cannot perceive that I possess no strength at all? Do the strong these days indulge in such far-fetched notions?" Su Bo's capabilities, when compared to the outside world, would place him among the elite. Thus, Qin Zhuo felt ill-equipped to offer any counsel. He could provide vague advice to others, as they were young and had the opportunity to recover from mistakes. But Su Bo was of considerable age and already possessed formidable strength. Should any mishap occur, none present would be able to assist. In the case of Bei Yuan, Su Bo could certainly intervene. At the very least, Bei Do could lend a hand. However, if anything were to befall Su Bo, the rest would be rendered helpless. When the situation inevitably worsened, how could he be expected to manage it? That would truly be a grave matter indeed. Su Bo continued, "Young master, I understand that you are testing my resolve, but surely a single word of guidance would not be too much to ask." Observing Su Bo's earnest demeanor, Qin Zhuo felt a sense of frustration. How could he, who was utterly uninformed, possibly provide guidance? Surely, this elder would not expect him to engage in a public dance. Nor could he simply take him for a stroll amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Then it struck him, he could teach Su Bo the practice of Tai Chi. Engaging in this exercise during the day would serve him well. Resolutely, Qin Zhuo settled on this idea. "Ahem, Su Bo, since you are sincerely seeking my guidance, I shall impart to you a set of martial movements. If you can grasp the underlying principles, you will naturally comprehend my intent." Su Bo's delight was palpable as he exclaimed, "Thank you, young master, for your guidance. Please, lead the way." Qin Zhuo escorted Su Bo to the backyard, where he began to demonstrate the form of Tai Chi. His knowledge of Tai Chi stemmed from observations in his previous life, often dismissed as mere ornamental movements. Yet, he understood that such practice could indeed cultivate both body and spirit, and the techniques were quite straightforward. He had memorized them after just a few viewings. This martial art is profoundly intricate, Su Bo remarked in astonishment. Though the movements appear simple, a deeper appreciation reveals their subtle complexities. This is truly remarkable. Young master, your skill is exceptional. To master such a form is truly enlightening. Su Bo was profoundly astonished. Although he was not a professional, after observing a few moves, he could sense the underlying mystery. Moreover, the generosity of Qin Zhuo in entrusting such a priceless manual to him was truly remarkable. His heart swelled with emotion as he declared, "I shall never forget your kindness, my lord. What you speak of is unnecessary. I have already guided you on the techniques. The path of cultivation now rests in your own hands," Qin Zhuo replied, stepping aside to continue. "This martial art is most effective when practiced at dawn. How you choose to cultivate it is entirely up to you." With that, Qin Zhuo departed. Su Bo watched the figure of Qin Zhuo fade away, his heart brimming with excitement. The fact that such an exceptional skill was imparted to him without hesitation filled him with a resolve not to disappoint his benefactor. Thus, he began to practice Tai Chi in the backyard. Qin Zhuo lifted his gaze to observe Su Bo in the backyard and exhaled a sigh of relief. It was indeed a bit too much to expect him to guide Su Bo, who possessed little knowledge. Tai Chi was fundamentally simple, yet his explanation rendered it profoundly intricate. Whether Su Bo could comprehend it remained to be seen. At least for the next few months, he would not be burdened with further instruction. "Mr. Qin." Just as Qin Zhuo entered the house, the crowd rose excitedly to greet him. He did not perceive the shift in their energy but was intrigued by their unusual gazes. Beidou, Shouho, and the others looked at Qin Zhuo with immense gratitude. Merely from a cup of coffee, they had achieved breakthroughs in their abilities, gaining greater strength. They were expressing their thanks and sharing their circumstances with Qin Zhuo. However, upon seeing his indifferent demeanor, they understood. While a breakthrough in cultivation was indeed cause for celebration, they perceived their strength as still too feeble in Mr. Qin's eyes. His lack of surprise indicated that he likely had foreseen all of this. "Mr. Qin, thank you. Without your coffee, I would have remained trapped at a bottleneck, unable to advance my cultivation." Qin Zhuo shook his head at their words, smiling as he replied, "Cultivation is an exceedingly personal journey. Your breakthroughs are your own fortunes. Advancing in your abilities is indeed a positive outcome, is it not?" "Indeed. But I shall forever remember the kindness you have shown today," Beidou stated earnestly. For Lu Feifei, Shouho, and the others, while they were pleased with their breakthroughs, they did not feel an extraordinary level of excitement. However, Beidou was different. His strength was already formidable, and he stood on the verge of a significant threshold. Crossing that threshold would prove exceedingly challenging. Without unforeseen circumstances, he would likely need several years, perhaps even a decade, to achieve another breakthrough. Surviving a decade in the apocalyptic world was no small feat. Thus, Qin Zhuo's coffee served as a catalyst, sparing him from prolonged cultivation, which was naturally exhilarating. Opportunities such as this are rare, and he seized it. Qin Zhuo smiled and said, "There is no need for such formality. I have not accomplished much. Your breakthroughs in cultivation are solely due to your own diligent efforts. I merely offered you a taste of the coffee I prepared." Speaking of coffee, Qin Zhuo cautioned, "While it can indeed accelerate your cultivation speed, its effects are limited to just 1 hour." 1 hour? The crowd was taken aback. They were aware that certain substances possessed time constraints. The coffee crafted by Qin Zhuo was exceptionally remarkable, yet they had not anticipated his ability to determine its effects with such precision. This level of control left them thoroughly astonished. Furthermore, he added, "Do not indulge excessively in coffee, for overconsumption may lead to overstimulation, resulting in sleepless nights, and it may also." Qin Zhuo proceeded to share several important considerations. Chapter 87. You are not welcome here. I had not anticipated that coffee would possess such an effect. Indeed, while it is quite delightful, its bitterness is rather overwhelming. I fear that prolonged consumption would be intolerable. Beidou, still haunted by the memory, found the coffee's bitterness quite unforgettable. Although he was elated by his recent breakthrough in cultivation, he had no desire to drink coffee for extended periods. Its taste was just too acrid. Haha. Coffee is excellent for a quick pick-me-up, but it's unnecessary for cultivation. Qin Zhuo chuckled as he put the items away. The next morning dawned. What could that old man be doing up so early? Upon rising, the lean monkey sensed something amiss. Su Bo, who typically slept in, was already in the backyard practicing martial arts. The technique was unfamiliar to him, Yet the vigorous movements sparked his curiosity. "Hey, you little rascal. Why don't you hurry up and start running?" Su Bo's voice, though calm, reached the ears of the lean monkey as he continued his training. Reluctantly, the lean monkey urged Bei Yuan to join him in a run. Over these days, Bei Yuan had made good progress in his recovery, while the lean monkey had used this as an excuse to neglect his own cultivation. After they had run a sufficient distance, Su Bo led the lean monkey to the backyard. Bei Yuan, seated and panting heavily, glanced at Su Bo and the lean monkey, shaking his head slightly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. So early, who could it be? Quite curious indeed. Bei Yuan cast a glance at the lean monkey, who was being scolded by Su Bo, before rising to open the door. What greeted him was a group of survivors, impeccably dressed, accompanied by several burly men. At the forefront stood a robust man who surveyed the surroundings before introducing himself. "I am Qin Zhuo, a survivor from the H-safe zone. Recently, our safe zone was ravaged by a sandstorm, and we fortuitously escaped as survivors. Seeing a farm here, we couldn't resist the urge to pay a visit." Upon learning they were from the H-safe zone, Bei Yuan was taken aback. "Ah, so you hail from H-zone. I witnessed the sandstorm just the other day, regrettably. We were too weak to intervene." Reflecting on the recent calamity, Bei Yuan inquired, "How fares your safe zone?" "Alas, the number of deceased survivors is staggering. As for those still living, I cannot say, but they are fewer than a quarter of what we had before." This revelation caused Bei Yuan to gasp in shock. He had not imagined the sandstorm to be so devastating, claiming 3/4 of the population. Had the storm struck their farm, it likely would have been obliterated. They were fortunate to have Qin Zhuo's presence. Without him, their situation would likely be no better than that of the H-zone. Such thoughts stirred a sense of melancholy within him. "We have traveled quite a distance, and now we find ourselves both thirsty and hungry. Might you be able to?" Qin Zhuo spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Only then did Bei Yuan realize, "Come in, but I cannot make decisions on this matter. I must consult Mr. Qin." "Mr. Qin?" Qin Zhuo expressed mild surprise, for he had never heard of this individual before. Just then, the young man beside him gazed intensely at the meat before him, seizing it with fervor and taking a hearty bite. "Axie, what are you doing?" Qin Zhuo, feeling a sudden pang of desire at the sight of the food, refrained from immediately snatching it up. Upon entering the farm, he had observed an array of fruits and vegetables, along with some peculiar items. Consequently, he surmised that this place might be the residence of a formidable figure. They were utterly exhausted, devoid of any combat strength. To provoke those enigmatic elders at this juncture would likely jeopardize their survival. "My friend, I apologize, but..." Qin Zhuo attempted to explain. Bei Yuan, however, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "I understand. The situation outside is indeed as such. Nevertheless, the nearby safe zone can provide food and drink. If you find yourselves unable to go, you might consider visiting that safe zone." "Oh, are you referring to Area A?" Qin Zhuo pondered thoughtfully. "Perhaps. I wasn't paying attention, but their leader often seeks Mr. Qin as counsel," Bei Yuan mentioned, recalling his previous encounter with Lu Jun and the information gleaned from the emaciated monkey. "Is that so? I am quite eager to meet that gentleman," Qin Zhuo remarked with a hint of anticipation. His curiosity about the gentleman Bei Yuan mentioned was piqued. The fact that the leader of the safe zone would personally visit him spoke volumes of his formidable prowess. This place cannot possibly be the abode of a revered master, can it? Qin Zhuo felt a pang of anxiety. He was acutely aware of the eccentricities of such masters. Should one fail to meet their expectations, the consequences could be dire. As they spoke, Qin Zhuo emerged, his attention drawn to several unfamiliar faces. "Who are these individuals?" he inquired. "Mr. Qin, they are survivors from Area H. They happened to survive the recent sandstorm that headed towards their safe zone," Bei Yuan explained. This revelation caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow slightly. He recalled that the area in question was not, in fact, Area H, as the sand table positioning had been erroneous, and Lu Jun had also been to Area H. In reality, the true designation was the Southern G safe zone, situated quite far from their current location. It was implausible that they could have arrived here under such circumstances. "Are you truly from Area H?" Qin Zhuo pressed again. Qin Zhuo and the others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads as they grew increasingly anxious. "Elder, we in truth. We are from the Survivor Alliance. We heard from Lu Yong that there is an abundance of food in this vicinity, hence." Qin Zhuo took a deep breath and spoke candidly. Though it was his first encounter with Qin Zhuo, the intensity of the pressure was overwhelming. With this in mind, he recounted the entire sequence of events. "The Survivor Alliance?" Qin Zhuo frowned. "You are quite a distance from the Survivor Alliance. Did you journey all this way merely for food?" According to the provisions set forth by Qin Zhuo, which instructed Lu Yong to bring back provisions, It stands to reason that they should not be lacking in sustenance in the immediate future. The fact that they have made such a long journey raises significant concerns. I. Qin Zhuo found himself at a loss for words under Qin Zhuo's questioning. If you do not disclose your intentions, you are not welcome here. Qin Zhuo stated coldly. Young master. At that moment, Su Bo and his companion arrived. Upon spotting the strangers, they exchanged slight frowns. Although these individuals did not possess formidable strength, their capabilities were nonetheless considerable within certain safe zones, posing a potential threat. Esteemed senior, we beseech your mercy. We truly hail from the Survivor Alliance, and our purpose here is solely to search for provisions. We harbor no ill intentions, Qin Zhuo declared, taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth. Listening intently, Qin Zhuo gazed deeply into Qin Zhuo's eyes and replied in a measured tone, You may leave. You are not welcome here. Chapter 88. The Zombie Assault. We seem to have intruded, Qin Zhuo remarked, departing with a demeanor that bore no malice but rather a respectful air. Observing their retreat, Su Bo inquired with curiosity, Young master, was there something amiss with them? Amiss? Qin Zhuo replied in a subdued tone. They do not hail from Zone H, and as for the Survivor Alliance, I harbor doubts about that as well. They have orchestrated the arrival of numerous individuals, all of whom possess considerable strength. Should they reach a safe zone, they would pose a significant threat. Su Bo grasped the implication with clarity. You mean to suggest that they are individuals dispatched from another safe zone, intent on usurping Lu Jun's territory? He exclaimed, having sensed an underlying discord himself. The strength exhibited by those survivors was indeed formidable. While the Survivor Alliance possessed such power, it was comprised of elite individuals. As Qin Zhuo had pointed out, the Survivor Alliance was quite distant from their location, and Lu Yong had departed not long ago, making it improbable for them to have sent out personnel. The inconsistencies in their words were glaringly apparent. Yuan listened intently, astonished. Mr. Qin, He recalled having led those individuals into the farm, a wave of regret washing over him. If they harbored ill intent, it could spell trouble. Qin Zhuo waved dismissively. There is no need for such concern. They would not dare to act recklessly here. As for the safe zone, we need not fret. Lu Jun has managed it for many years and possesses the discernment to detect any anomalies. Beside them, Lu Feifei expressed her worry, Brother Qin. I wish to return and warn my father. If something were to go awry, it could lead to complications. Qin Zhuo glanced at Lu Feifei and nodded slightly. Exercise caution on your way back. The defenses within the safe zone are adequate. While those individuals are indeed powerful, they have yet to reach a level that could jeopardize your safety. This assertion held truth. In the past, he might have been more apprehensive, but circumstances had evolved. Zone A had absorbed the strength of several other safe zones, and those elite forces combined would certainly not be inferior to the newcomers. Lu Jun was no fool. He would adeptly manage any situation. My lord, why did we not take decisive action against them? If we had eliminated them, it would have resolved everything. One man could not help but interject. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, You simpleton, had we uttered a single misstep, we might already be dead in the farm. That young man who spoke earlier possessed formidable strength, and the elder who arrived subsequently is no simpleton either. Furthermore, that robust woman, it is likely that the elder has already surmised our intentions, merely choosing not to expose them. The man's heart raced at this revelation, and he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, How is that possible? We said nothing. And what shall we do next? Qin Zhuo gazed thoughtfully at the nearby area, contemplating. Since we have arrived here, we must not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, the abundance of food in the safe zone would greatly benefit us if we could partake in it. With that said, he turned his head to look back. As long as that senior remains uninvolved, our success is virtually assured. However, the man harbored some doubts and could not help but murmur. Can that individual truly have such an influence? Can he really sway the outcome of a battle? Qin Zhuo replied calmly. The impact of a strong individual in combat is indisputable. Regardless of the number of people involved, if a powerful figure intervenes, all our efforts may come to naught. Let us proceed. Since we have arrived, we must seize this chance. At his command, all the survivors rushed towards the safe zone. Yet, as they approached, the inhabitants of the safe zone had already taken notice. Something is amiss. Numerous survivors are converging at once. Quickly report this. These individuals may not have good intentions. The news reached Lu Jun's ears promptly, and Wu Shan was present at the Lu residence. Who are these people to dare orchestrate an attack against us? Wu Shan exclaimed in frustration. Their safe zone had already gained some notoriety in the vicinity, boasting a substantial number of capable survivors. It was unexpected that anyone would dare to challenge them. Lu Jun merely shook his head and replied coolly, They must have come with a premeditated plan. I suspect there were individuals among the last group of survivors who were planted here to facilitate their scheme. What shall we do next? Wu Shan inquired anxiously. The safe zone had recently faced a zombie assault, and the situation was dire. Since they wish to engage in battle, we shall stand firm and confront them. Lu Jun's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. Wu Shan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow but ultimately chose to remain silent. Soon, Tang Fu led the survivors out of the safe zone, and intense combat erupted outside its boundaries, leaving behind signs of fierce conflict. The sounds of explosions echoed, and vast areas shimmered with a menacing aura. In the frigid night, the heat of the battle attracted the attention of the zombies. Kill them, eradicate them. The undead growled menacingly, and in response, a horde of zombies charged recklessly towards the survivors, their heavy footsteps quickly drawing attention. Hiss what? How can there be so many zombies? Panic spread as the recent battle and the scent of blood had lured the undead. The expressions of the two groups of survivors changed dramatically. Though they engaged in covert rivalry, the zombies were a common enemy. Moreover, the sudden emergence of a massive horde placed them in a precarious situation, depleting their resources rapidly. Let us hurry back to the safe zone. Tang Fu's countenance darkened as he urged his companions to retreat. You cannot enter. These words rendered Qin Zhuo's expression grim, as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You have gone too far. We are human beings. Do you expect us to resist the zombies? We are in the apocalypse, all of us survivors. At this critical juncture, we should unite to fend off the undead. Every additional person contributes to our strength. Tang Fu, standing above, clearly hesitated. He held doubts about Qin Zhuo and the others. Allowing them entry would undoubtedly be a perilous decision, yet his words were not without merit. If they could harness this strength, it would indeed be advantageous. Roar. In that moment, the zombies from behind had begun to arrive in droves, poised to launch their assault upon them. Open the passage, let them in, Tang Fu commanded. With a crack, as the passageway opened, the crowd surged forward without hesitation. However, two individuals failed to react in time. Their bodies were seized by the undead and torn asunder. The gruesome scene sent chills down Qin Zhuo's spine. Chapter 89. The destruction of the safe zone. Qin Zhuo gazed at the unfolding scene, his expression darkening. As he turned his head, he found several individuals brandishing weapons directed at him. What do you mean by this? Qin Zhuo exclaimed, his fury palpable. You know exactly what I mean. I advise you not to cause any trouble here, or I will not hesitate to take your life. Tang Fu warned. The adversary glanced at the survivors before him, his countenance grim. If you wish for a mutually destructive confrontation, I shall oblige. Given the presence of zombies outside, we should strive for peace rather than conflict at this critical juncture. Qin Zhuo responded coolly. You would do well to consider that, for the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear, Tang Fu declared as he departed. Many survivors behind him fixed their gazes on Qin Zhuo and his companions, recalling that these outsiders had recently slain their brethren. Within the farm, Shouho reported, Young Master, it seems there was a massive explosion at the safe zone, which has just ceased. Qin Zhuo sipped his tea, responding nonchalantly, it is likely that the clash between the two factions attracted the attention of the zombies. Rest assured, they are not fools. At this critical moment, they cannot afford to continue fighting, for the zombies are the true enemy. Qin Zhuo dismissed the notion, recognizing that for human survivors, the threat posed by zombies was paramount. Those survivors, capable of evolving their energy, were far from foolish. They would not engage in infighting at such a perilous time. You are correct, young master. Qin Zhuo is no fool. They will likely be compelled to cooperate henceforth. Su Bo remarked with a smile while sipping his tea. Young master, recently I discovered a location akin to what we encountered last time, yet it is fraught with danger. Su Bo began, seemingly recalling something significant. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow slightly, intrigued. Oh, what do you mean? He was curious to understand what situation could evoke such caution from Su Bo, given the latter's formidable prowess. Su Bo replied, the specifics elude me, but I sensed the presence of zombie generals, 2 of them, in fact. Zombie generals. The mention of this title caused Qin Zhuo's expression to shift. These beings existed above the level of elite zombies and possessed intelligence. While zombies ravaged the world, they were not particularly terrifying to survivors, as they lacked the capacity for thought and merely attacked humans. If zombies were to acquire the ability to think like humans, they would become extraordinarily powerful, potentially organizing assaults on human safe zones. Now, Qin Zhuo understood why the safe zone faced incessant turmoil. It was likely due to the influence of these zombie generals. Zombie generals are exceedingly dangerous entities. Young master, although zombie generals possess immense strength, they also have weaknesses, Su Bo suddenly interjected. This revelation piqued Qin Zhuo's interest. As far as he knew, zombie generals were exceptionally powerful, surpassing most zombies, and the idea of killing one while controlling a horde of zombies seemed almost fanciful. Young master, I am aware that while these zombies are ferocious, they do possess vulnerabilities. Ordinary zombies possess vulnerabilities in their hearts and skulls. However, elite zombies diverge from this norm, exhibiting formidable defenses with their weakness residing in the nape of their necks. The situation is different for corpse generals, whose weakness lies in their eyes. Qin Zhuo, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Where did you hear such information?" "A few years ago, I encountered several practitioners who specialized in exorcising demons. They imparted this method to me. Yet, I have not attempted it, for corpse generals command zombies to attack humans, making it challenging to approach them," Su Bo explained with resignation. Although the lethality of zombies is relatively low, their sheer numbers pose a significant threat, complicating any attempt to confront a corpse general directly. Even for a formidable figure like Su Bo, close proximity could prove perilous. Qin Zhuo, deep in thought, remarked, "Let us not rush. We shall wait for further developments." Lacking effective strategies, he recognized he was no match for Su Bo's prowess and could not easily dispatch zombies. All he desired was to survive quietly in this apocalyptic world. Yet adversities seemed to seek him out incessantly. The following day, in the vicinity of the safe zone, zombies relentlessly battered the city walls, their violent assault leaving gaping tears in the structure. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled within minutes, allowing zombies to surge into the safe zone. Zombies have breached our defenses," survivors cried out. "Hold the line. We must not allow the zombies to infiltrate other areas of the safe zone. Hurry," the commanding officer, Tang Fu, wore a grim expression as he immediately led his people to the shattered wall. "Eliminate them." The survivors behind Tang Fu brandished their weapons and charged at the zombies. The frenzied assault generated violent ripples around them, with numerous lower-tier zombies relentlessly advancing toward humanity. The overwhelming numbers caused the faces of all survivors to pale. Elite zombies, resembling commanders, led their hordes into the safe zone, mercilessly tearing many survivors apart. The survivors found themselves in retreat, frantically fleeing for their lives. News of the invasion swiftly reached Lu Jun and his companions. "What? Zombies have breached the safe zone." Lu Jun and Wu Shan's expressions turned grave. Although they had anticipated a fierce onslaught, the current situation was dire. The incursion of zombies into the safe zone indicated a grim outlook, suggesting that the undead would soon reach their location. "Lu Jun, we must hasten our departure from this place." Wu Shan understood the urgency. Remaining any longer would likely lead to them being surrounded by zombies. "What of Tang Fu? Where is he?" Lu Jun inquired. Upon mentioning Tang Fu, a survivor responded, "Mr. Lu, Captain Tang has been slain by the zombies." Several elite zombies joined forces to take him down. This revelation left everyone's faces ashen. They quickly deduced that the presence of multiple elite zombies indicated the emergence of an even more formidable zombie. While elite zombies had appeared before, the circumstances had never been this perilous. It is evident that this time the situation has become dire. "It is over, utterly over," Lu Jun said with a despondent gaze. He had hoped to mount an offensive against the zombies with the strength of several safe zones, but in the span of a single night, the entire safe area had nearly collapsed. The enormity of this disparity was unbearable for him. "Let us hasten our departure from this place," Wu Shan commanded without delay. The surrounding survivors rose to protect their intent to leave, but along the way, they encountered a multitude of zombies. "We must eliminate these zombies and then seek assistance from Mr. Qin. He is our only hope," Wu Shan shouted urgently. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies were swiftly dealt with. And at that moment, several figures rushed in, revealing themselves to be Lu Feifei and others who had returned. "Father, are you unharmed?" Lu Feifei inquired anxiously. "Cough. I am fine. The pressing matter is to leave here as quickly as possible." Lu Jun responded immediately upon seeing his daughter. Chapter 90. A breath remains. Vengeance beckons within the confines of the safe zone. The undead have torn every human to shreds, and the few survivors have become one with them. A zombie, somewhat resembling a human, approached the cultivation area, its gaze fixated upon the food before it, an expression of exhilaration manifesting on its countenance. This is sustenance. Such delectable sustenance. Humanity is fated to perish. Even the survivors behind the high walls cannot withstand the relentless assaults of the zombies. An hour later. "Father, the farm lies ahead. We shall soon arrive." Lu Feifei's eyes were fixed on the glimmering farm in the distance, her heart racing with urgency. Behind them, numerous zombies were stirring restlessly. "Ah, I understand. Let us proceed," Lu Jun replied, casting a bitter glance back. The anguish in his eyes reflected the devastation of the safe zone he had nurtured for so many years, now obliterated in an instant. His previous delusions now lay bare. In the face of overwhelming force, such notions were utterly impractical. The zombies' sheer numbers were astonishing. They would launch frenzied attacks on humanity. And even hiding within the safety of the zone would not guarantee escape from death. Recent assaults had seemed to foreshadow this calamity. Yet, He never anticipated the swiftness of this catastrophe, striking them with bewildering rapidity. Upon reaching the safe zone, the group was utterly exhausted. Yet the zombies dared not encroach upon the farm. Mr. Qin, what has transpired? The thin monkey and his companions noticed Lu Jun and the others, their expressions immediately shifting. Simultaneously, they heard the clamor from outside, unmistakably indicating that the group had fled from a zombie pursuit. Could it be that something had gone awry in the safe zone? Before long, Qin Zhuo and others began to emerge, and upon seeing the weary Lu Jun and his companions, their brows furrowed in concern. Has something happened in the safe zone? Qin Zhuo inquired. Lu Feifei explained. Brother Qin Zhuo, there has been an incident. The zombies breached the safe zone, and now it lies in ruins. When we arrived, we were surrounded by zombies. Had it not been for the cloud incense pouch you provided me, we might not have escaped with our lives. This revelation rendered Qin Zhuo momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, he had been discussing the matter of the zombies with Elder Su. Now, the undead had surged forth, annihilating the safe zone in an instant. Do not fret. Rest well for now, and we shall discuss matters later, Qin Zhuo reassured them. Beidou and the others observed the scene, their expressions subtly shifting. Having endured many battles against the undead, he had witnessed the instantaneous destruction of safe zones. Lu Jun's safe zone was merely one among many that had succumbed. If the zombies were mindless, it was one matter. However, should they possess human-like intelligence, the threat would be terrifying indeed. They could manipulate the undead to assault human sanctuaries. Without sufficient strength to resist, those safe zones would be reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. He had witnessed such occurrences far too often. Even in the north, smaller safe zones could not withstand prolonged assaults from the undead. The stability of the north is attributed to the convergence of formidable individuals from across the globe. In stark contrast, the south is considerably more barren, and its strength is utterly inadequate to withstand the onslaught of the undead. The scene unfolding before him was a poignant validation of this reality. Lu Feifei, witnessing the spectacle, felt a profound sorrow. She followed in Qin Zhuo's footsteps, and the two of them entered the courtyard. She stepped forward, embracing Qin Zhuo, her complexion slightly pallid. Brother Qin Zhuo, I nearly lost the chance to see you again. Qin Zhuo, moved by her words, enveloped Lu Feifei in his arms, softly reassuring her, do not dwell on such thoughts. I am here, and I will ensure your safety. Although Qin Zhuo's own strength was lacking, the vicinity of the farm possessed an inexplicable magic that deterred the zombies from encroaching. However, the swift destruction of the safe zone left him utterly astounded. It should be noted that Lu Jun's safe zone had sheltered over 20,000 survivors, a collective force that ought to have been capable of repelling the zombie invasion. Yet, before the zombies, they were as fragile as paper, easily shattered at a touch. This harrowing reality deeply impressed upon him that the zombies he had previously vanquished were merely a drop in the bucket. Only by eliminating the more powerful zombies could the survivors hope for safety. As Su Bo had previously mentioned, the corpse generals were the true architects of this calamity. Lower-tier zombies lacked consciousness and could not orchestrate large-scale sieges. After a considerable time of comforting, Lu Feifei's emotions finally stabilized. Yet, at that moment, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. It was only natural, for she was but a girl, deeply affected by the overwhelming scenes of the undead and having been relentlessly pursued, leaving her spirit utterly fatigued. Qin Zhuo gently carried Lu Feifei into the room. Young master, is the young lady all right? The thin monkey inquired as he saw Qin Zhuo emerge. Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly and responded softly, Feifei has been affected. The chase must have been quite distressing for her. She needs to rest. So let us not disturb her. The thin monkey nodded slightly and then said, Young master, the situation is extremely perilous. Very few survivors remain. Moreover, Mr. Lu's condition is unstable. What do you think we should do now? What to do? This question left Qin Zhuo himself in uncertainty. The safe zone was already short-staffed, and the zombies had decimated a significant portion of the survivors. How could he possibly fend off the undead? Although resources were ample, the lack of manpower remained an insurmountable issue. Furthermore, with the destruction of the safe zone, he had lost his source of energy. This assault had not only dealt a fatal blow to the safe zone but also posed certain repercussions for him. After a moment's contemplation, he paused and remarked, This matter must be discussed thoroughly with Lu Jun. With that, he made his way to Lu Jun's location. Mr. Qin. Lu Jun sighed with relief upon seeing Qin Zhuo approach. With a hint of helplessness, he spoke again, Mr. Qin, I am truly ashamed. Not only have I failed to meet your expectations, but the sanctuary has also been utterly destroyed in an instant. Lu Jun felt a profound sense of distress. This sanctuary was the result of his immense toil and dedication. He had invested considerable effort to ensure its stability. After receiving assistance from Qin Zhuo, he even believed that the sanctuary could endure for an extended period. He envisioned that with Qin Zhuo's continued support, they could rally enough survivors to launch an offensive against the zombies. However, given the current circumstances, his hopes had ultimately evaporated into thin air. Qin Zhuo, upon hearing this, softly reassured him, "Uncle Lu, this is a warning from the zombies. We can rebuild the sanctuary, but our fury towards the undead must not wane in the slightest." Lu Jun, gritting his teeth, responded, "Mr. Qin is absolutely right. We shall not coexist with these fiends. As long as there is breath in my body, I will ensure their complete annihilation." Chapter 91. Please teach me, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, after the destruction of the safe zone, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. And thus I seek your assistance, Lu Jun said, taking a deep breath and speaking with profound respect. Although he was aware of the relationship between Fei Fei and Qin Zhuo, he wished to separate any personal emotions from this matter. The devastation of the safe zone had dealt him a significant blow. All the years of effort he had invested had shattered in an instant. That feeling was indeed unbearable. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo smiled lightly and replied, "This is certainly not an issue. I trust you are already aware of my relationship with Fei Fei. We are all family, and since I have agreed to assist you, I shall do so with all my strength. However, while the farm is substantial, it has reached its capacity." Lu Jun's expression shifted slightly at these words. He understood all too well that the safest place in the world was Qin Zhuo's farm, which was shrouded in mystery, impervious to the outside zombies. If Qin Zhuo did not permit them to stay at the farm, where would they go? The outside world was rife with zombies, and what means did they possess to combat them? After a moment of silence, Lu Jun spoke up, "Please, Mr. Qin, make the necessary arrangements." Qin Zhuo chuckled softly, dismissing any concerns. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer in the harshness of the outside world. I have already identified an excellent location. However, before that, I need you to organize a team to scout the area nearby." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The location Qin Zhuo mentioned was indeed the mysterious area he had previously observed. He had seen a sword embedded in a rock in that region. When he touched it, he felt an extraordinary ability to control his surroundings within his mind. Although each viewing affected him to some extent, his mental acuity had significantly improved in his current state. Thus, he could monitor the movements there, and fortunately, the distance to the safe zone was not far. What concerned Qin Zhuo was the safety of that area. If any issues arose, they would require manpower for communication. Moreover, there was nothing there at present, and should zombies invade, they would have no opportunity to hide. Therefore, Qin Zhuo needed to make arrangements, which had been part of his prior strategy. He intended to explore nearby locations. By touching a specific point, he could expand his visual range. Only by aligning two perspectives could he grasp the situation on that side. While Qin Zhuo pondered these matters, Lu Jun interjected, "Mr. Qin, if you have any orders, please issue them at once. The number of guardians we have brought is limited, but each possesses considerable strength." Indeed, it was reasonable. Those who had been able to stay by Lu Jun's side for an extended period were undoubtedly formidable. Their presence would ensure greater safety during the scouting mission. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, and then said, "Please wait a moment. In a short while, I shall sketch the image of that object." Soon, the slender monkey emerged from the land, carrying a drawing board and a torch. Qin Zhuo then took the drawing board and began to illustrate. The onlookers were filled with curiosity as they observed what Qin Zhuo was depicting. When he revealed the artwork to everyone, a wave of realization washed over them. A few among them had previously accompanied Qin Zhuo to a particular area and had seen that object before. The painting was exquisitely crafted, almost lifelike. Indeed, at first glance, I believed it to be a tangible entity rather than a mere representation on paper. The spectators were astonished by the stunning imagery, never anticipating that Mr. Qin possessed such profound artistic skill. Qin Zhuo calmly stated, "This is the item you need to seek. They were elusive. Should you encounter them, please inform me at once. If you manage to locate these items, I shall reward you." His words deeply moved the crowd. Previously, while they felt secure in the safety zone, it was merely a temporary refuge. However, Qin Zhuo was different. His strength far surpassed theirs, and he had no reason to doubt the promise of such a formidable individual. Moreover, the safety promised by him would undoubtedly be more secure than their prior sanctuary. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, we shall venture out to search tomorrow. We are determined to find that object," several survivors declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and remarked, "In that case, exercise caution while you are out. The undead now roam freely, posing grave dangers. Do not underestimate them. If you encounter ordinary zombies, there is no need for alarm. But should you confront the more formidable ones, caution is advised." Recently, the emergence of elite zombies had instilled great apprehension in them. Now, with the appearance of the zombie commanders, fear intensified. These commanders possessed human-like intelligence and the ability to control the undead, orchestrating their attacks and patrols with precision. Encountering them would likely result in a fierce battle, and escaping unscathed would be exceedingly difficult. Enough of this. It is getting late. You should all take the opportunity to rest. Tomorrow, I will send Subo out to search as well. If we can find that object, it will benefit everyone. The vigor of his words invigorated the group. If they could secure rewards greater than those from their esteemed predecessor, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. The following day, the group gradually set out to survey the surroundings. Lu Jun and Wu Shan, lacking in strength, chose to remain within the safety zone to recuperate. Qin Zhuo felt indifferent to this and focused on his own tasks. The farm was sufficiently stocked with fruits and vegetables, prompting him to convert some of the fields into areas for shade-loving flowers. Meanwhile, the slender monkey assisted with various farm-related duties. After a few months, he had become remarkably adept. Not only was his speed sufficiently swift, but his very presence also influenced the fruits and vegetables within the farm. Nearby, Lu Jun observed this scene, and a sense of contemplation stirred within him. Previously, he had regarded the thin monkey as inconsequential, merely a superfluous figure. However, upon learning of his background, Lu Jun was taken aback. The thin monkey had only been under Mr. Lu's tutelage for a brief period, yet his prowess had grown astonishingly. Lu Jun could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from the thin monkey was significantly stronger than that of the bodyguards behind him. This vast disparity left him utterly bewildered. As he sipped his tea, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Qin truly is remarkable. A person seemingly devoid of talent has effortlessly guided him to become a formidable force." Chapter 92. The Talking Zombie. Quickly, look, is this not a creation of Mr. Qin? Indeed, it is. We must hasten our return to report this. The survivors who had ventured out in search of supplies discovered something within a cave and were preparing to return post-haste. However, at that moment, a pack of ferocious zombies lunged forth, their claws bared, and their arms stained with fresh blood, evidence of their recent kill of a hapless survivor. Damn it, zombies. We must leave at once. The survivors sensed the imminent danger and quickly issued a warning. They unleashed their latent powers, sending forth lightning and flames that sent the zombies flying. Seizing the opportunity, they fled towards the cave's exit. Yet, as they emerged, dozens of zombies surged forward, mercilessly tearing into the first few survivors. The remaining survivors, pale and trembling, were acutely aware of the encroaching horde. "Stay back. Do not approach," one of them shouted, brandishing a weapon in a fit of rage. At that moment, the throng of zombies parted, revealing a strangely shaped zombie that fixed its gaze upon him. "Tell me where the other survivors are, and you may yet live." The zombie spoke. The survivor stood in stunned silence, never having witnessed a zombie capable of speech. "Kill him," commanded the zombie, and in an instant, the surrounding undead closed in, tearing the survivor into shreds. The zombie leader surveyed the remains before it, shaking its head slightly, contemplatively observing the surroundings. It seems their objective was this. As night fell, "Mr. Qin, something feels amiss," Wu Shan reported. Qin Zhuo frowned slightly and inquired, "What has transpired?" "Several survivors have yet to return. Out of 10, only 4 have come back. I fear they may have fallen victim to the zombies." Wu Shan's voice trembled with concern. Those individuals were their lifeline. Without their protection, they would be in dire straits. Qin Zhuo replied calmly, "The apocalypse is inherently perilous. If they encountered zombies, it is unfortunate but beyond our control. It merely indicates a lack of caution on their part. Or perhaps the zombies have become too frequent." Wu Shan sighed helplessly. "When will these days come to an end?" "Not for some time yet." Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly. Years had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and significant change had yet to materialize. Many outcomes had already been predetermined. The survivors were reluctant to unite and continued to engage in deceit amidst the chaos. These thoughts filled Qin Zhuo with disappointment. If only the survivors could collaborate. Perhaps driving back the zombies would not be an impossible feat. After Wu Shan departed, a figure known as Thin Monkey entered. "Young master, you must come quickly." "What has occurred?" Thin Monkey explained. "A survivor has returned alive, though he is now infected. However, he mentioned something of great importance, related to zombies. He mentioned he encountered a talking zombie." This revelation left Qin Zhuo in a state of astonishment. What was going on? Could zombies truly possess the ability to speak? This notion was entirely new to Qin Zhuo, prompting him to inquire, "You cannot be serious." The truth of the matter would only be unveiled upon the man's awakening. Though his condition appeared grim, the lean monkey also harbored uncertainty. This was his first exposure to such a claim. Yet the words spoken by the ailing individual seemed far from fabricated. "Let us proceed to investigate. Such matters are exceedingly bizarre." Despite having lived for many years, this was the first time Qin Zhuo had encountered such a notion. Upon entering the room in the backyard, Qin Zhuo discovered the rescued survivor. The Beta siblings had forcibly bound him. Upon noticing Qin Zhuo's arrival, they explained, "I fear he may undergo zombification, hence how is his condition?" Qin Zhuo inquired. Beta elucidated. "We have administered medicinal herbs. His situation remains precarious, yet it has improved significantly compared to before." After examining the man, Qin Zhuo remarked, "His condition has stabilized." Just as Qin Zhuo prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed the man awakening. "Cough, cough, Mr. Qin." The survivor's spirits lifted upon seeing Qin Zhuo. "Do not rush. You are safe now. You may share anything with me." "Cough, cough. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving my life." The survivor, pale and gritting his teeth, recounted. "While I was out searching, I encountered zombies. All others perished. By sheer chance, I survived. I witnessed a zombie that closely resembled a human. To my astonishment, it could speak, and the other zombies seemed to heed its commands." This declaration rendered everyone present speechless, including Qin Zhuo, who struggled to comprehend the revelation. "You say a speaking zombie? Surely, you must have misheard. This is the first time I have encountered such a claim," the lean monkey interjected. The injured survivor, filled with fervor, insisted, "I did not mishear. I heard it instructing me to reveal the locations of the other survivors. Beyond that, I am unclear. When I regained consciousness, I was gravely injured, having exhausted all my strength to crawl here." Observing the situation, Qin Zhuo surmised several possibilities. "Do not dwell on it. Your immediate priority is to rest well." Qin Zhuo reassured him, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to restore your health. As for other matters, we shall discuss them tomorrow." "Very well. Thank you, Mr. Qin." The survivor expressed his gratitude. After calming the individual, Qin Zhuo took a seat, his mind swirling with the complexities of the recent events. At that moment, Beidou settled beside him and softly remarked, "Mr. Qin, the talking zombie mentioned by that man, I have encountered before." "Oh, what is the situation?" Qin Zhuo inquired, astonished. Beidou explained, "That would be a corpse general. They possess a degree of intelligence and are exceedingly dangerous. Lower-tier zombies are susceptible to their manipulation, forming a considerable threat. I suspect that his continued existence is intentional. I am concerned that the undead have drawn near." So, this thought compelled Qin Zhuo to glance around, but fortunately, the darkness shrouded everything, rendering him unable to discern anything. However, he soon heard the growls of the zombies. Fortunately, the farm is exceedingly enigmatic, preventing the undead from breaching its boundaries. "It appears that your conjectures were indeed accurate." Qin Zhuo cast a sidelong glance at Beidou and remarked, "If the zombies lack cohesion, they are merely a scattered mass. The emergence of the corpse general has disrupted many matters. We must eliminate him, or it is only a matter of time before calamity strikes." Beidou wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, stating, "I fully support this notion, yet locating him is exceedingly challenging, and he is surrounded by numerous zombies for protection, making it difficult for us to seize an opportunity." Chapter 93, Night Watch. "Have there been any corpse generals in the north?" Qin Zhuo inquired. Beidou nodded slightly and explained, "The north is the most prosperous region for humanity, yet it is also plagued by a zombie crisis. I have heard of a corpse king, a figure of considerable power, who has not launched an assault on humanity for an extended period. The situation in the north is even more dire, with 8 formidable corpse generals present, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary survivors to contend with. However, due to the abundance of powerful individuals in the north, they have managed to endure. As the center of the world, the north is home to exceptionally strong survivors and elite scientists, whose assistance enables them to withstand such attacks. The circumstances outside, however, are likely quite different. The south, deemed a barren land, would find the emergence of corpse generals to be a fatal occurrence. Few cultivators exist in the north, and they rarely intervene. Should trouble arise in a certain area, by the time those strong individuals arrive, it is likely that the situation would have already escalated beyond control." Beidou had faith in Qin Zhuo's strength, believing he could very well be a spirit cultivator or even a more formidable entity. The farm's safety was largely due to Qin Zhuo's presence. Without him, they would likely have succumbed to the zombies long ago. "Mr. Qin, I believe that with you here, those zombies would certainly not dare to act recklessly," Beidou remarked with a smile. "Me?" Qin Zhuo replied, his expression slightly perplexed, thinking to himself, "I possess no extraordinary abilities. How can I protect everyone?" He was acutely aware that without the farm, the situation would be rather grim. "Young master, an unusual number of zombies have gathered outside." Su Bo rushed over. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo's expression shifted. He recalled Beidou's earlier words and wondered if that young man was merely a bait, intending to draw him out. Upon hearing this, he promptly made his way to the front door, only to find a multitude of zombies clawing and gnashing, eager to invade the farm. Due to the farm's unique characteristics, they dared not step inside. Nevertheless, their sudden congregation posed a significant dilemma, effectively restricting Qin Zhuo's movements. "Young master, For some unknown reason, a great number of zombies have suddenly appeared. Fortunately, they cannot set foot on the farm. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Qin Zhuo remarked, his expression tinged with helplessness as he surveyed the surroundings. Since the zombies cannot affect us, let us take this opportunity to rest. We will leave some to keep watch, and should any trouble arise, we will address it, Qin Zhuo stated, glancing at the darkening sky. He was well aware that time was of the essence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the frigid temperatures would soon compel the zombies to disperse. In such low temperatures, both humans and zombies alike would struggle to endure. The zombies would likely leave shortly. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly upon hearing this, saying, "Young master, rest assured. I will remain to keep watch. You all should retire for the night." The others, upon hearing this, gradually made their way to rest. The night air was unbearably cold, and although the zombies stood guard outside, they eventually departed after a while. Qin Zhuo, witnessing the zombies retreat, let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon detected something amiss. A figure appeared in the outside world, standing not far from the open ground, gazing intently at the farm before ultimately turning away. "Who goes there?" Qin Zhuo called out. Yet, the figure seemed to sense something and vanished in an instant. How curious. Was that a survivor who just disappeared? Why did they flee upon seeing me? Or was what I witnessed merely a zombie? Qin Zhuo stared intently at the outside world, wariness etched upon his face. Although the rising temperatures had caused many zombies to gradually depart, their presence still posed a significant threat. If they were not dealt with promptly, they could endanger the farm, which would be dire indeed. Qin Zhuo contemplated the retreating figures of the zombies, lost in thought. The following day, zombies returned, but their numbers were noticeably diminished compared to before. Qin Zhuo's gaze fell upon the remaining zombies, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. He sensed that these zombies seemed to be under some form of control. They would not have left unless faced with imminent danger. It was only due to the frigid winter temperatures that they had retreated. At that moment, the lean monkey strolled out of the room and stretched. His eyes fell upon the outside world, where he noticed several zombies moving about, occasionally flailing their arms. These zombies truly seemed relentless. Qin Zhuo, sitting nearby, shook his head. After sipping his tea, he remarked, although a considerable number of zombies appeared last night, for some reason, they have been gradually leaving. The lean monkey recalled the densely packed horde from the previous night, feeling a shiver of fear. Qin Zhuo cast a glance at him, frowning. "Why are you, a grown man, so flustered? Besides, you have me and the young master here." He paused. "Well, it's getting late, and you need to exercise. That boy Bei Yuan has been recovering quite well lately. I can even sense the strength within him beginning to coalesce." Speaking of this, Qin Zhuo felt a deep admiration for Qin Zhuo. In a world where energy was scarce, restoring it was an arduous task. He had witnessed survivors who had drained their energy to the last drop. Though they survived, their vitality had been completely depleted. Some sought guidance from formidable individuals to regain their strength, but the advice was often minimal, and no one could awaken that lost energy. Yet, Qin Zhuo had personally witnessed Bei Yuan's situation. He could feel the ebbing strength slowly gathering once more. It was unimaginable that the young master possessed such means, accomplishing what even the strongest could not. Qin Zhuo was profoundly shaken. The lean monkey pondered for a moment before saying, "Bei Yuan's physical condition has improved significantly. He was once in a feeble state, but now he has some foundation. However, it is strange. I have not detected any energy within him." The lean monkey had not encountered those who had lost their energy, so he struggled to comprehend Qin Zhuo's assertion. He held unwavering faith in Qin Zhuo's methods of treatment. Given ample time coupled with prolonged exercise, it seemed only a matter of time before the lost strength within Bei Yuan's body would awaken once more. After enduring so many trials, his trust in Qin Zhuo had become almost absolute. He perceived Qin Zhuo as a miraculous figure, someone who could not be daunted by the tribulations of the world. What appeared exceedingly challenging to others seemed effortlessly achievable in Qin Zhuo's eyes. It was akin to those extraordinary medicinal herbs, the energy-laden vegetables, and the strength that could be unlocked with just a mere suggestion. Furthermore, there were those wondrous objects, all seemingly imbued with an enchanting mystique. Chapter 94. How this foolish child spends his days lost in thought. Do not speak such nonsense. The mystery of the young master is beyond our comprehension. Qin Zhuo earnestly addressed the thin monkey and then continued, "Since the young master has made such arrangements, he must have his own considerations. We need only to follow his instructions." The thin monkey believed this wholeheartedly. Before long, Bei Yuan emerged. His physical condition had not been optimal, but after several days of training, he had made considerable progress. His once frail frame now appeared more resilient. His sister, Beidou, stood by watching the training. During this time, he had learned much from Qin Zhuo. In particular, he was intrigued when he observed Qin Zhuo practicing Tai Chi at dawn, prompting him to learn the art himself. Although Tai Chi is a form of martial arts, it is profound and intricate. Given Beidu's character and insight, it was quite challenging for him to grasp its complexities. After learning a few movements, he found them increasingly convoluted. It took him several attempts before he could truly begin to understand. Without Su Bo's guidance, it would have been difficult for Beidu to make any significant progress. The more he learned, the more he could sense the terrifying power interwoven within this form of martial art. That power seemed to lie hidden deep within, unfathomable. Soon, the others began to awaken one by one. Wu Shan and Lu Jun sat nearby, somewhat at a loss. As the administrators of the safe zone, they were accustomed to handling numerous matters, but this tranquil existence felt foreign to them. With the safe zone now vanished, they found themselves with little to occupy their time. They watched the thin monkey and the others training, as well as Beta practicing Tai Chi with Su Bo, feeling a mix of envy and helplessness. They could only sip their tea and engage in bittersweet conversation, uncertain of what to do next. Among the survivors responsible for protection, only 5 remained. The perils of the apocalypse had made them acutely aware of humanity's frailty. Even united, they doubted their ability to vanquish the hordes of zombies. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei was in the kitchen learning to cook. After spending considerable time studying under Qin Zhuo, his culinary skills had improved significantly, though he could not yet achieve the fluidity of Qin Zhuo. Nonetheless, the dishes he prepared were quite commendable. With the increasing number of people on the farm, Qin Zhuo hardly needed to cook anymore. Most of the daily meals were entrusted to the thin monkey and Lu Feifei. The former produced decent food, while the latter had mastered a portion of the techniques after extensive practice. Thus, he harbored no worries regarding sustenance. It was not until the afternoon that Qin Zhuo finally awoke. Upon emerging, he saw everyone conversing and tending to their tasks. "Mr. Qin, you are awake," Lu Jun exclaimed as he approached. For some unknown reason, the number of zombies has significantly decreased today. Indeed, the presence of zombies was markedly lower, and the surrounding sounds had quieted. This surprised Qin Zhuo, and he soon recalled the conversation he had with Beta the previous day. The existence of corpse generals within the zombie horde indicated that the undead were being manipulated by someone. Moreover, if they ultimately must venture outside, it is evident that not everyone can remain on the farm indefinitely. The number of individuals on the farm has already reached its limit. There are only 3 rooms available, yet 12 people occupy the space. After considerable contemplation, Qin Zhuo concluded that although remaining on the farm offers safety, it is not a viable solution. Our current mission is to seek out those anchor points. If we can locate them, our safety will be significantly enhanced. Qin Zhuo had previously observed that there were no zombies in the vicinity of the activated anchor points. He even spotted a few survivors, which led him to realize that these anchor points function as a form of visibility, allowing him to see the positions from the farm. By mastering a sufficient number of anchor points, Qin Zhuo would gain control over the surrounding landscape. In such a scenario, even if zombies were to appear, he would be adequately prepared. Remaining trapped here would be akin to waiting for death, which is not sustainable for long. Although it may not concern him personally, the fact remains that the farm accommodates many individuals, and prolonged confinement would ultimately be detrimental to all. Wu Shan and Lu Jun harbored some hesitation. Recently, they had lost several bodyguards, and further incidents could place them in a perilous situation. After careful consideration, Lu Jun ultimately agreed to proceed. He arranged for a few remaining survivors to venture out and search for the anchor points. Qin Zhuo designated Su Bo to lead the search, accompanied by Beidu and Shou, both of whom possessed considerable strength. Should they encounter zombies, their prowess and intelligence would likely ensure their safety. If they could locate the anchor points, subsequent challenges would become considerably simpler. As the individuals were gradually dispatched, the number of people remaining on the farm diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity while the area was clear, Bei Yuan approached Qin Zhuo and inquired, "Mr. Qin, what is your purpose in seeking these anchor points? They are quite peculiar. I have encountered them in the north before. Moreover, the vicinity of those anchor points is swarming with zombies, posing great danger. To find the anchor points, one must confront the zombies. The area surrounding the farm is rife with them, grotesque and bloodthirsty, filling the environment with peril. Venturing out at this moment would be an exceedingly hazardous endeavor. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences." Having previously possessed strength in the north, Bei Yuan was somewhat knowledgeable about such matters. Qin Zhuo looked at him with keen interest and remarked, "Your health has improved considerably, which is commendable. As for the concerns you raised, rest assured, I have taken them into account. Should we successfully locate the anchor points, I will certainly devise a strategy to address the situation. There are certain matters I cannot disclose to you, but you need only understand that my intentions are deliberate. In time, you shall comprehend my reasoning." Qin Zhuo refrained from elaborating further, offering a response shrouded in mystery. This statement left Bei Yuan somewhat perplexed. However, he trusted Qin Zhuo's character and refrained from pressing further. He then proceeded to inquire about matters pertaining to cultivation, which left Qin Zhuo feeling somewhat exasperated. In matters of cultivation, he possesses only a superficial understanding, rendering him incapable of offering any guidance. Ironically, the questions he poses are both intricate and peculiarly challenging. Faced with such a predicament, Qin Zhuo had no choice but to proceed with a faude of confidence, as he truly lacked any effective methods to address the situation. Upon hearing Qin Zhuo's response, Bei Yuan appeared contemplative, yet internally, he was quite astonished. His insights were incisive and remarkably astute. Indeed, Mr. Qin is profoundly knowledgeable. I have never encountered such notions articulated by others. It is no wonder that Mr. Qin's perspectives are so piercingly insightful, commanding admiration. Bei Yuan displayed a demeanor that was both inspired and moved, leaving Qin Zhuo momentarily speechless. What a foolish child, lost in his whimsical thoughts. He had merely uttered a few encouraging words, yet this lad appeared to be immensely enlightened, which was truly bewildering. Chapter 95. Are these zombies just playing with me? The following noon, a survivor hurriedly returned, exclaiming, Mr. Qin, we have discovered the anchor points. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo immediately inquired, where are they located? In a deep crevice of a cliff. I stumbled upon them while accidentally falling into the abyss during a zombie encounter. There are no zombies lurking there, but it is somewhat distant, the survivor explained. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, glancing at the sky before stating, we shall venture there at dusk. I will prepare down jackets for you. Thank you, Mr. Qin, the survivor replied, clearly appreciative. He had witnessed the miraculous down jackets before. They were far superior to the clothing from the north and provided an unparalleled warmth, ensuring one could remain unscathed even in the apocalypse. As temperatures significantly dropped during the night, these jackets would undoubtedly improve their situation. As the night deepened and the group readied for action, Lu Feifei, clutching Qin Zhuo's arm, could not restrain herself from speaking. Brother Qin Zhuo, may I accompany you? Please. It is exceedingly dangerous there. Although we have not encountered any zombies, the depths of the abyss pose great peril. If we descend and cannot ascend, it would lead to considerable trouble. Moreover, while the temperature is low at night, zombies can still emerge, Qin Zhuo cautioned, fully aware of the grave risks involved. He did not wish for Lu Feifei to be caught in any mishap. But I am very worried about you. If anything happens, I can help from the side, Lu Feifei softly insisted. I do not wish to remain at the farm. I hope to be of assistance to you. I do not want to be an ineffectual woman sheltered under your protection, like a helpless monkey. From Lu Feifei's first outing, it was evident that she longed to prove herself. Her father, Lu Jun, symbolized a future leadership role in the safe zone, yet with its destruction, she found herself largely idle and thus felt somewhat discontented. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Zhuo gently ruffled Lu Feifei's hair and said, very well, you may come along. However, you must heed my instructions, understood? Yes, Brother Qin Zhuo is the best. Lu Feifei exclaimed with a kiss on his cheek, her spirit lifted. You little girl. It's not as if you have nothing to do at the farm. Once we have managed this situation, I will guide you in learning medicine. In the future, when someone is injured, we will rely on you, Qin Zhuo chuckled, ruffling her hair again. Learning medicine? Lu Feifei felt a surge of excitement at the thought of being able to assist Qin Zhuo, especially after he had so effortlessly cured an infection before. If she could master such skills, she could truly aid him. Soon, the group departed from the farm. Although numerous zombies roamed nearby, they did not initiate an attack. Following the survivor, they arrived at the designated area, only to find it eerily quiet and shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Is this the place? The thin monkey asked, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings. Though his strength was lacking, he possessed an acute awareness of the peril surrounding him, as if something lurked nearby. Poised to strike. Right here, it lies just below, the survivor declared, pointing downward. You descend first, we will follow in succession. Once we ascertain the location, we shall proceed. Subo interjected. Shouho, you have encountered that creature before. Accompany them down. Shouho nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Soon, the survivor descended, and Shouho trailed behind several others into the lower area. Upon their arrival, a few survivors were immediately beset by an attack, prompting Shouho to exclaim, Young master. This is a trap, yet the creature indeed lies below. At that very moment, hordes of zombies emerged from all directions. The sight of the relentless onslaught of the undead darkened Qin Zhuo's expression. Although he had anticipated trouble, he had not expected this to be a deliberately laid trap. And the sheer number of zombies surrounding them was disconcerting. Young master, Subo called out. You must be the Mr. Qin they mentioned. From within the throng of zombies, a figure emerged. This individual was peculiarly unsettling. His face was utterly ravaged, yet his form bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. He spoke slowly. In this apocalyptic world, opposing us guarantees your demise. None of you shall leave here alive today. Nearly 60% of the zombies are gathered in this very spot. Survival is impossible. His words drained the color from the faces of those present. The presence of such a multitude of zombies was exceedingly perilous. How amusing, Qin Zhuo retorted angrily. You appear not fully transformed into a zombie. Yet you rally these creatures to slaughter us. Are you still human? Human? You mortals pushed us into the abyss for your own survival, and now you question my humanity. If not for your brutal actions, there would not be so many zombies. The undead, a corpse general from the southern region, roared in fury. It was evident that he had endured much prior to the outbreak. Intrigued, Qin Zhuo inquired, what you speak of is unknown to us. Yet I am most curious about your experiences. That is of no concern to you. Surrender now. You cannot escape from here. You will become one of us. As his words intensified, the surrounding zombies advanced menacingly. We must descend. A thought struck Qin Zhuo, and he shouted urgently. Everyone grasped the rope, pulling themselves downward, while Qin Zhuo stood firm, blocking their advance. The presence of the incense pouch he carried repelled the zombies, rendering them too fearful to approach. Lu Feifei clung tightly to Qin Zhuo, unwilling to part from him. Observing this scene, Qin Zhuo felt a pang of helplessness. However, he had no viable solution. His incense pouch could not sustain itself for long. It would not be long before the zombies relentlessly attacked him. Helpless and vulnerable, he faced certain death. Kill him. What are you standing there for? Kill him. The corpse general bellowed in fury, gazing upon the pitiful sight of the legal fees beneath him. He could scarcely fathom the implications. In this apocalyptic world, no one was a zombie yet. But what in the world was happening with Qin Zhuo? Could it be that he harbored some hidden secret? Just as he prepared to take matters into his own hands, he stepped forward and felt an inexplicable force emanating from the depths of his soul. Bang! He was sent flying. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Qin Zhuo and exclaimed, You. Who are you? How could you? This is impossible. His anger surged as he realized that the outside world had largely succumbed to the realm of the undead. They were supposed to be the rulers of this world. Yet, here was this enigmatic figure, Qin Zhuo, instilling fear and trepidation in their hearts. How could this be? Qin Zhuo, taken aback by the unfolding scene, found himself equally bewildered. He was at a loss for the circumstances surrounding him, for the corpse general's behavior was utterly bizarre, resembling a theatrical performance of deceit. Were these zombies merely toying with him? Chapter 96. Escape, Brother Qin. You are truly remarkable, exclaimed Lu Feifei, astonished as she witnessed Qin Zhuo effortlessly send the zombies flying without lifting a finger. It was a breathtaking sight. All those years, she had believed that only the use of energy could achieve such feats. Yet, Qin Zhuo was extraordinary. As Qin Zhuo gazed at Lu Feifei, he contemplated whether to express his thoughts. I did nothing. Do you believe that? Mr. Qin, how is it up there? A voice called from below. Everything is fine. We shall descend now, Qin Zhuo replied. He cast a glance at the surrounding zombies, grasped Lu Feifei's hand, and without hesitation, they plunged downward, swiftly entering the pitch-black area. Soon, several torches flickered to life, gradually illuminating the surroundings before Qin Zhuo's eyes. In the depths ahead lay a cave, obscured by a mere anchor point. Qin Zhuo approached and examined it, his hand gliding over its surface. Buzz! Within mere breaths, a golden light enveloped the area, rendering it difficult to discern the surroundings. Yet, in Qin Zhuo's mind, it was as if a revelation had occurred. Many regions around him began to glow, revealing a newfound perspective. He swiftly discerned that this area was quite expansive and fraught with danger. Astonishingly, he found he could manipulate the dawn and darkness around him. In the light of dawn, he perceived that the vicinity was teeming with zombies. Particularly, every opening above was besieged by them, their menacing claws poised to advance. However, due to Qin Zhuo's inadvertent drop of a shadowy incense bag, they dared not move forward. Yet, below lay a sealed area, complicating their escape. Qin Zhuo tirelessly searched for a solution and soon noticed that a nearby thicket was in close proximity. If they could breach the passage, they could depart safely. Young master, what is the situation? The thin monkey inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The individual was not mistaken. Every opening above was surrounded by zombies, with the only exit above. What? Does that mean we are doomed? The others' faces fell. Is there truly no other way to escape this place? Their expressions darkened, as it signified certain death. Although the zombies had not yet descended, it was merely a matter of time. One by one, they sank wearily to the ground, their gazes dimmed. Do not despair. I possess a method to leave this place, but I shall require your assistance, Qin Zhuo asserted, pointing to the area concealed by stone. If we can break through here, we shall be free. On the opposite side lies a forest reliant on the main road, devoid of zombies. His words jolted the others back to awareness. However, They quickly exchanged glances, apprehensive. Though they were cultivators, they feared that shattering such a formidable wall would prove immensely challenging, bordering on impossible. I have cast a spell to deter those zombies from descending, yet it will only last for half an hour. We have merely 30 minutes to breach the passage. Once the time elapses, we shall meet our doom here. Qin Zhuo continued, his words heightening the tension among the group. Under such dire circumstances, achieving this feat seemed utterly impossible. Yet, this was their solitary chance. We should be able to shatter the stone wall if we unite our efforts. Since an opportunity presents itself, we must not let it slip away. Subo remarked gravely. He held unwavering trust in Qin Zhuo, convinced that he would not deceive him. Boom. Thereafter, Subo and Beidou harnessed their collective strength, relentlessly assaulting the wall, as various beams of light enveloped the narrow passage. Bang, bang. The sounds echoed continuously, while stones at the entrance tumbled down, producing a deafening cacophony. Time trickled away, and the zombies above continued to roar, unwilling to permit humanity to escape right before their eyes. Yet, they dared not advance an inch. In that moment, a glimmer of light materialized before them. The entrance has opened. Widen the passage. Soon we shall depart one by one. Subo called out immediately. Boom. Minutes later, the opening was sufficiently large for the survivors to escape, and without hesitation, Qin Zhuo and Lu Feifei made their exit. As they trickled out, a sound of gnashing teeth resonated from within. Quick, we must seize this opportunity to leave. Hurry. As the zombies relentlessly pursued, the group scattered in a frenzy. Subo, Shouho, and others shielded Qin Zhuo as they hastened towards safety, while 4 survivors fled in different directions. Under Qin Zhuo's guidance, they arrived at an abandoned house. Feifei, are you all right? Qin Zhuo gently inquired, glancing at Lu Feifei beside him. She shook her head slightly, reassured by Qin Zhuo's protection, stating, I am fine. But are we safe here? Do not worry. This is the safest location nearby. Those other survivors have drawn the zombies away. In saying this, Qin Zhuo's expression turned slightly peculiar. Moreover, not far from here lies another safe zone. This revelation filled the group with elation. The existence of a safe zone implied they had indeed secured their safety. However, Qin Zhuo could not share in their joy. The distance to his farm was considerable, and returning there would likely prove challenging. Yet, his knowledge of the conditions at that safe zone was scant. Venturing there might not be wise. Young master, do you suggest we return or head to that safe zone for the time being? Subo inquired, surveying their surroundings. Shouho also turned his gaze to Qin Zhuo, for they were all resolute in following his lead. Qin Zhuo scanned the vicinity and replied, For now, we must investigate the situation at the safe zone. Only then can we return once we have secured provisions. Very well, let us rest, and then set forth. The following day, the group embarked toward the safe zone. The secure zone firmly shut its doors, hesitating for a moment before allowing the survivors to enter upon sighting them. Shortly thereafter, a man stepped forward and inquired, Who might you be? We are survivors from Zone A, replied Qin Zhuo, glancing around before asking, Would you mind if we rested here for a while? The man smiled, casting a glance at Lu Feifei, and said, Of course, that's no problem. There aren't many secure zones left nearby. But I heard that your zone was recently overrun by zombies. Is that true? This remark caused Qin Zhuo to frown slightly as he confirmed, Indeed. Oh, I see. No matter, please follow me, the man responded. He led Qin Zhuo and the others to a resting area, introducing himself as Tai Hu, the captain responsible for security in the zone. Such a beautiful woman, he remarked, intrigued by the presence of such striking beauty in the apocalypse. However, this was not Zone A, and they would not show Lu Feifei and the others any respect. Instead, they unabashedly commented amongst themselves, with some survivors even uttering exceedingly distasteful remarks. When Qin Zhuo laid eyes on the food, he frowned at the meager and unappetizing offerings. Chapter 97. How dare you touch my girlfriend, young master? Please make do with it. The conditions in this safe zone are quite unbearable, and it is already a considerable fortune that we have been provided with food, Su Bo explained helplessly. They had enjoyed quite a bit under Qin Zhuo's care, and naturally, they were somewhat displeased with the offerings. However, the current circumstances were far from favorable, leaving them with no choice. Reluctantly, Qin Zhuo forced himself to consume some of the meager provisions, yet they were wholly insufficient to satiate his hunger. With a heavy sigh, he lamented the stark contrast between this temporary haven and his own farm. His sole desire was to return to safety as swiftly as possible, and he could sense an ominous intent emanating from the other survivors. As night fell, Tai Hu approached their makeshift resting area, addressing them directly. Gentlemen, we warmly welcome you to our safe zone. However, our esteemed leader wishes to meet this lovely young lady. What do you think? This statement caused Qin Zhuo's expression to darken. It was clear that the request masked ulterior motives. The lean monkey seethed with anger, retorting, "Who do you think you are? My lady is not someone you can toy with." "What do you mean by that?" Taihu's demeanor shifted, his voice taking on a chilling tone as he continued. "Do not forget where you are. This is our safe zone. Your district has perished. If you wish to survive, you must comply, or our survivors will not treat you kindly." This blatant threat ignited Qin Zhuo's fury. "You are threatening us," he stated coldly. "I am not threatening you. I am commanding you. I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation, or you shall face consequences beyond your endurance." Taihu revealed a sinister grin and gestured. "Take them away." As several survivors stepped forward, intent on seizing them, Lu Feifei grasped Qin Zhuo's arm, her face etched with fear. "Don't worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you," Qin Zhuo reassured her softly. Then, his gaze turned steely as he addressed Su Bo, stating flatly, "I do not wish to see them any longer. Rest assured, young master, I share your sentiments regarding these individuals. Allow me to handle the situation from here." Su Bo replied. With that, the lean monkey and Beidou unleashed an overwhelming force, easily overpowering the survivors who dared to confront them. The aura of their spiritual cultivation radiated forth, leaving the opponents speechless with fear. Taihu stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the extraordinary strength of these seemingly unremarkable individuals. Their power was astonishing to a degree that bordered on disbelief. With dozens of survivors utterly defeated, the terror of their strength was palpable. Furthermore, they referred to Qin Zhuo as young master, hinting at his significant status. Regret washed over Taihu and his cohorts for having offended Qin Zhuo. It was a clear path to self-destruction. "Forgive us. We were blind to your worth. Please spare us," he pleaded, kneeling in desperation. "Humph, what gives you the audacity to lay eyes on my lady?" The slender monkey inflicted a few kicks, and then inquired, "Young master, shall we dispose of this fellow?" "No." Qin Zhuo, holding Lu Feifei, shook his head and replied, "He is merely a servant. Taihu, take me to your master." Taihu's expression darkened considerably. If he were to bring them to his master in the safe zone, and something catastrophic occurred, they would undoubtedly be in peril. Just as he hesitated, Su Bo swiftly severed his arm with a sword, coldly stating, "This is your only opportunity. Do not be ungrateful." "Ah, I agree. Taihu cried out in agony, pleading for mercy. He understood that if he did not comply, these individuals would not hesitate to end his life. As they emerged, many survivors cast their gazes upon them. Having noticed Taihu's disheveled appearance and the numerous wounds adorning his body, this sight elicited a flicker of curiosity in their expressions. However, Taihu soon led Qin Zhuo and the others to a vast area, which was the location of the master of the safe zone. "Who goes there?" Upon seeing Taihu's unusual demeanor, the guards immediately inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Taihu was about to divulge the entire situation, but quickly caught Su Bo's icy gaze and hastily explained, "These esteemed guests were invited by the Lord." "Guests? I have not heard of any such arrangements, and you?" One guard sensed something amiss. "Do you have a problem?" Beidou emanated an overwhelming presence, his terrifying aura rendering the two guards speechless, as though confronted by a superior being. "None whatsoever. We have asked too much. Please come in," they replied cautiously. Once inside, the guards finally exhaled in relief. The earlier pressure had left them trembling, a sensation they had not experienced in years. It was overwhelmingly intense. As Qin Zhuo and the others entered the hall, they beheld a portly middle-aged man seated within. Upon seeing Lu Feifei, the man's face revealed satisfaction. "Taihu, you have done well. I shall reward you shortly," he proclaimed with evident approval. This statement did not evoke gratitude in Taihu. Rather, it made him tremble even more. Qin Zhuo regarded the middle-aged man with indifference and asked, "Are you the master of this safe zone? And who might you be?" The middle-aged man glared at Qin Zhuo with disdain, asserting, "This is not a place for you." "Is that so?" Qin Zhuo retorted coldly. "You have quite the audacity to lay hands on my girlfriend." "Your girlfriend?" The corpulent man chuckled derisively. "Friend, it seems you have forgotten where you are. This is my safe zone. Even if you held some status in Area A, here, you are nothing. Desiring to reside here, this is your sole opportunity." The corpulent middle-aged man commanded, "Tiger Man, take him down for me." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo could not help but shake his head in disdain, remarking, "What utter stubbornness." "Seize him," he ordered, "and furthermore, instruct Tian and the others to surrender the food to me." The lean monkey immediately stepped forward to apprehend the individual. The overweight man, lacking any real strength, was swiftly captured. However, numerous bodyguards soon emerged, most of whom possessed abilities akin to elite survivors. Upon seeing Qin Zhuo and his companions, their expressions darkened significantly. One of them shouted, "Release Mr. Zhou, or else you shall all perish today." "Is that so? You think we will meet our end here? Based solely on your capabilities?" Beidou scoffed while toying with the wolf-tooth club in his hand, and then a formidable aura emanated from him, intimidating them instantly. They stood before Beidou, rendered speechless. As far as they knew, while there were spiritual cultivators in the southern region, individuals as young as Beidou were exceedingly rare, if not entirely non-existent. Chapter 98. Wanted by the Safe Zone. Who are you? He could not help but inquire. What are you doing? Why haven't you killed them yet? What do you think I am paying you for? The enraged, portly middle-aged man bellowed. The survivors wore grim expressions, fully aware that they dared not offend these individuals. They held a particular reverence for Qin Zhuo, leading them to speculate whether the young man might be a senior or perhaps a descendant of a prominent family. It is not for you to question our identity. You will follow my young master's orders immediately, or today you shall become mere corpses, the gaunt man declared. This is certainly acceptable. They responded without hesitation. Qin Zhuo promptly commanded them to gather the food. While there was a fair amount of safe food available, it was barely sufficient for consumption. Among the items, Qin Zhuo discovered seeds previously sent by other safe zones, although they had not been utilized. Observing these items, Qin Zhuo gently shook his head, selecting a portion of the decent food to keep. No, you cannot take those items. If you do, what will I eat? This will lead to the demise of the people in our safe zone. The corpulent middle-aged man protested as he watched Qin Zhuo collect the supplies. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo frowned slightly. Coldly, he replied, these items would likely only end up in your hands. Look at yourself, obese and bloated. Then look at those survivors, each one emaciated. This stark contrast is evident. You are utterly unworthy of being the master of this safe zone. However, I have no interest in critiquing your management. You should take care of yourself. We are leaving. With that, Qin Zhuo departed with his companions. The abandoned, overweight man could not contain his rage, roaring, this is outrageous. These people are utterly lawless. And you, I invited you here to protect me. You consume my resources, yet you stand by and watch as they bully me. You have deeply disappointed me. A few survivors exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. One elder among them spoke, Mr. Zhou, some matters are best handled with discretion. But do not push your luck too far. Without us, you would find it impossible to stand your ground. Those survivors would not let you off easily. Moreover, the strength of those seniors is formidable. You cannot afford to offend them. If you continue to be obstinate, the consequences will be dire. This statement only heightened the portly man's fury. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, nonsense. This is my safe zone. I refuse to believe they can best me. I will issue an order for all survivors to capture them. I do not believe they can leave alive. Attention, survivors of the safe zone. Enemies have infiltrated our territory. Recently, they broke into the warehouse and stole our food. They are survivors from Area A who sought refuge here. Whoever captures them will be handsomely rewarded. Sounds resonated continuously within the safe zone, astonishing many survivors who had recently laid eyes on these individuals. The audacity of these survivors was infuriating. Our secure refuge had graciously welcomed them to evade the zombies, yet they dared to pilfer our provisions. Such transgressions could not go unpunished. Numerous survivors began to mobilize. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo, poised to depart, had arrived at the exit, leaving the guard in a state of disbelief. After all, the perils outside were immense. To venture out at this juncture was tantamount to courting death. Just then, he heard the announcement blaring, commanding, secure the gates tightly and apprehend them. The surrounding survivors immediately sprang into action. Truly, they were a group devoid of gratitude. I shall capture that commander. Shortly, we shall be free, Qin Zhuo declared. The group split into two factions, swiftly subduing both parties. Watching the skirmish below, Qin Zhuo felt an envious yearning. The normally masculine Beidou exuded an air of heroism, rendering many survivors powerless against him. His formidable strength instilled fear in their hearts. The captain above was also subdued and, with no other choice, opened the passage. Let us seize this opportunity and depart swiftly, Qin Zhuo urged, leading his companions out of the safe zone. The remaining survivors watched with grim faces as Qin Zhuo's group departed, yet they dared not act, fully aware of their lack of confidence in surviving the outside world. The allure of rewards for venturing out seemed too perilous. They could only watch helplessly as Qin Zhuo and his companions vanished from sight. Once outside, Qin Zhuo and his group exhaled in relief as they entered an area previously accessed through anchor points. Qin Zhuo was intimately familiar with his surroundings and quickly selected a path devoid of zombies, safely arriving at an abandoned dwelling. We can only rest here for a while. Shouho, you shall keep watch while we take turns later, Qin Zhuo instructed. Subodeo replied, young master, such responsibilities should not fall upon you. Allow me to take the watch. Qin Zhuo gently shook his head, gazing around as he spoke. I can perceive everything within a radius of over 1,000 meters. Only by remaining vigilant can we ensure our safety tonight. His words left everyone astounded. 1,000-meter range was no trivial feat, Su Bodeo exclaimed, "Young master, you truly are remarkable. It seems I must learn diligently from you." Beidou, in disbelief, remarked, "Young master, your prowess is astonishing. I can only sense within a few dozen meters, and in comparison, your abilities are incomparable." Qin Zhuo humbly shook his head in response to their commendations. His perceived strength was merely a product of the anchor points. It seemed as though the system had prepared them for him. Once activated, he could observe the situation within a kilometer radius, an extraordinary ability indeed. It was this very capability that emboldened him to venture here, for he possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings. Although there are zombies nearby, there is no need for fear. The group is resting in the vicinity. While Lu Feifei leans against Qin Zhuo's embrace, her eyes filled with affection and trepidation as she whispers, "Brother Qin Zhuo, I am scared." The slender monkey, witnessing this, absent-mindedly scratches his nose and rises to step outside. Beidou looks on with envy. Qin Zhuo gently reassures her, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Moreover, everyone is present. Trust me, we shall soon return to the farm." However, the situation outside is far more intricate than we imagine. That so-called safe zone is utterly repugnant, and there are countless such zones. This remark momentarily stuns Lu Feifei. He elaborates, "Indeed, there are still over 20 safe zones in the southern region, and some are utterly devoid of principles. While zombies rampage outside, their insatiable greed will ultimately lead to their own demise." Qin Zhuo affectionately ruffles Lu Feifei's hair and softly reassures her, "Rest assured, I will protect you and everyone else." Chapter 99. Special beef jerky. As dawn broke the next day, Qin Zhuo lifted his gaze to the sky, removing his garments. For the temperature had risen considerably since the night. The sunlight was blinding. "Shou Ho, rouse everyone. It is time for us to depart," Qin Zhuo commanded. Upon awakening, the group followed Qin Zhuo as they prepared to return to the farm. Their journey was devoid of any encounters with zombies, which solidified their trust in Qin Zhuo's abilities. Daylight, unlike the cover of night, heralded a significant increase in the number of zombies, making it nearly impossible to avoid them. Before long, they reached the area they had previously left, gazing toward the cave entrance not far ahead. Qin Zhuo confirmed their route home. At that moment, however, he noticed the presence of other survivors within his line of sight. "Brother Qin, what is it? Are there zombies nearby?" Lu Feifei inquired, her gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly, observing a location not far off. "I sense the presence of survivors. They are being pursued by zombies. However, it would be futile for us to intervene now. Let us proceed. We are powerless to assist." The group, upon hearing this, remained silent. And soon they safely returned to the farm. "Mr. Qin, you have finally returned. We were quite frightened," Lu Jun, Wu Shan, and others exhaled in relief upon seeing Qin Zhuo. Though they had faith in his prowess, their hearts were heavy with concern after a night without his return. Qin Zhuo explained, "We encountered some difficulties, but they have been resolved. We even visited a safe zone." A safe zone? The two expressed mild astonishment, as they recalled that such places were scarce in the vicinity. The safe zone Qin Zhuo mentioned was likely situated far away. "Let us not dwell on this. We should take some time to rest. We shall discuss other matters later," Qin Zhuo stated, retreating to his room for rest. Shou Ho was soon drawn into a conversation regarding recent events. Wu Shan, upon hearing this, was filled with ire. "We are not well acquainted with that safe zone, but it is rife with all sorts of characters, now occupied by a group from another safe zone. How dare they make such demands? Had I been there, I would have slain them." Lu Jun, enraged to learn that his daughter had nearly been mistreated, felt a burning desire to take up arms against them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shou Ho remarked, "Although the situation was perilous, I believe our master has everything under control." The two nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating Qin Zhuo's forthcoming plans. As Qin Zhuo had mentioned, while the farm's area was considerable, it was predominantly covered by fields, presenting challenges for so many residents. It was only at night that Qin Zhuo finally stirred from his slumber. Lu Feifei had already prepared a meal, and upon seeing the delectable spread before him, Qin Zhuo smiled. He could hardly bear the food from the safe zone. Just then, an idea struck him. He thought of beef jerky from the future. The abundance of beef here is remarkable. It would be a shame not to utilize it. It would be splendid if we could make some jerky. "Brother Qin Zhuo, is it not tasty? Shall I prepare another batch?" Lu Feifei inquired upon noticing Qin Zhuo's slight frown. Qin Zhuo gently grasped Lu Feifei's arm and shook his head slightly. "No, I was merely lost in thought," he replied with a smile. After their meal, Lu Jun, Wu Shan, and others could no longer contain their curiosity regarding the safety zone. Observing their anxious expressions, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly and reassured them, "Do not worry. I have formulated a plan. The location for the safety zone can be. He disclosed one potential site to them. This location was near the farm, close to a recently established anchor point, referred to as Point B, which featured an open area in between. Although zombies might appear in the vicinity with proper trap arrangements, safety could be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, should zombies emerge at Point B, he would detect them immediately. This location was determined after careful consideration by Qin Zhuo. Lu Jun pondered for a moment before stating, since it is Mr. Qin who has suggested it, that location must indeed be quite secure. However, they had previously brought numerous survivors, yet now almost all had dispersed. Relying solely on the strength of the two of them seemed a daunting task. Qin Zhuo responded, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will enlist the help of Shohozi and Beidou. This task would not be easily accomplished in the short term, and they were in dire need of timber, making immediate completion impossible. Wu Shan sighed. This is all we can do for now. We have no viable solutions. After the attack, so many survivors from Zone A scattered. Gathering them again will not be a simple endeavor. Subsequently, Qin Zhuo began discussing his designs with them. Lu Jun was deeply impressed by what he heard. Previously, they had utilized whatever resources were at hand, but Qin Zhuo's proposed designs would significantly enhance their safety and thwart zombie attacks. Moreover, they would enable them to escape trouble unscathed, a truly advantageous solution, albeit one requiring considerable time for implementation. Mr. Qin, we shall commence work on this tomorrow. As for the materials, I believe the trees from the outside can be fashioned into planks, Lu Jun suggested. That is certainly feasible, Qin Zhuo affirmed. A month later, 2 wooden cabins were constructed approximately 100 meters from Qin Zhuo's farm, with numerous traps excavated on either side. Although zombies had visited the area frequently, they were all eliminated through their combined efforts and the assistance of the traps. Several survivors had also taken residence within the cabins, enhancing their collective strength. Qin Zhuo planted seeds in that area to ensure their successful growth, and his farming experience had now surpassed 5,000, drawing ever closer to 6,000. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo had crafted 7 pouches for precautionary measures, and his jerky was finally complete. As night fell, he placed the jerky on a platter and invited everyone to sample its flavor. The beef jerky is infused with an extraordinary aroma, evoking a unique sensation upon tasting that leaves a lasting impression. My goodness, this is delightfully fragrant. It is my first encounter with such exquisite beef. This jerky is remarkably spicy. Do give this a try. It is 5-spice beef jerky. After sampling, everyone was astounded, for the experience was truly unprecedented. They held Mr. Qin in high regard for creating such a delectable treat. Mr. Qin, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought this deliciousness could be crafted? Lu Jun expressed with admiration. Mr. Qin smiled and remarked, while we can enjoy beef, the circumstances when we are out and about can be challenging. If we could utilize beef to stave off hunger, it would be much more bearable. In the future, we need not worry when we venture outside. Indeed, Mr. Qin is wise and far-sighted. We simple-minded folk could never contemplate such distant matters, the others expressed with deep admiration. Mr. Qin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, You jest. Our lives are continuously improving, are they not? Chapter 100. The man of deceit. As they conversed, a survivor hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Mr. Lu, trouble has arisen. We have discovered a severely injured survivor, on the brink of death, and I noticed he bears wounds inflicted by zombies. The faces of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically. Few were aware of this safe zone, and despite leaving ample information for other survivors to find their way here, only 4 or 5 had arrived thus far. Quickly, let us assess the situation. Fei, please fetch the medicinal supplies from the back, instructed Qin Zhuo, who promptly made his way to the safe zone. This new refuge consisted of merely a cluster of rooms, flanked by numerous traps. Upon seeing Qin Zhuo, the crowd bowed respectfully. Enough pleasantries, let us examine the injured man, Qin Zhuo commanded. Soon, he encountered the survivor within one of the rooms. The man was marred by numerous wounds, most of which appeared to be inflicted by a whip-like instrument. This is the result of human torment. Zombies could not have caused such injuries. The crowd's expressions turned grave, as this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. After conducting a thorough examination, Qin Zhuo remarked, his condition is exceedingly perilous. He is barely clinging to life, having escaped at the very last moment. It seems he spotted our signpost and found his way here. The revelation struck the onlookers profoundly. It was evident that a human had subjected this survivor to severe torture. But why such brutality? Did he possess knowledge of something significant? Or was he concealing vital information? As they deliberated, Lu Fei arrived to administer treatment. Under Qin Zhuo's guidance, her medical skills had progressed remarkably, approaching an advanced level. However, she still struggled with certain complex techniques requiring Qin Zhuo's assistance. The survivor's condition had stabilized temporarily, but it would take considerable time for him to regain consciousness. Furthermore, it was prudent to assign guards to watch over him, as Qin Zhuo feared the medicinal herbs might not completely suppress the toxins within his body. Given the state of his injuries, he had evidently endured for an extended period, sustaining himself even after being bitten. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this point. This revelation left the crowd in shock. It indicated that the man had been infected long before, managing to navigate among the zombies until now. His conscious awareness had allowed him to cling to life. Nodding slightly, Qin Zhuo instructed, "Assign 2 survivors to keep watch over him. We shall reassess his condition when he awakens tomorrow." "Understood. I will see to it immediately," Lu Jun replied with a nod. Cough, cough. Where am I? As dawn broke the following day, the survivor awoke with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing himself surrounded by wooden boards, his face paled, as if recalling a troubling memory. "Young man, I trust you are feeling somewhat better now." Lu Jun entered, carrying a bowl of porridge, and took a seat beside the bed. "First, have some porridge to warm your stomach," he said. The sight of the food made the man tremble all over. Despite the overwhelming pain, an intense sense of astonishment surged within him, and he cautiously drank the porridge. "Thank you. This is the first time I have ever tasted such exquisite food." The man expressed gratefully. "What is there to thank? We are both survivors in this apocalyptic world. It is only right that we help one another," Lu Jun replied with a faint smile. "If you enjoy it, I can have someone bring you more in a moment. We have an ample supply of food and water here. This is truly incredible. Out there, food and water are exceedingly scarce. I mean no offense, I am merely curious." The man realized he had misspoken and quickly added an explanation. "It's fine. Our situation is quite different here." Just then, Qin Zhuo and Lu Feifei walked in, their gazes falling upon the man. "Greetings, my friend. I am Qin Zhuo," he introduced himself. "Hello," the man responded, somewhat warily. "When we found you, you were severely injured and had been bitten by a zombie. Could you tell me how that happened?" Qin Zhuo inquired. The mention of those events caused a noticeable change in the man's expression. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, "To be honest, I am a survivor from the Alliance of Survivors. By chance, I acquired a significant amount of food. However, upon returning, I was imprisoned by someone. I do not know who it was, but they tortured me, demanding to know the source of the food." As he recounted these events, he instinctively covered his head. Speaking through the pain, "I can no longer remember what happened afterward." Qin Zhuo gazed intently at him and said, "You are not being truthful. Although I have not met many from the Alliance of Survivors, your demeanor is distinctly different." He continued, "Moreover, your performance is too contrived. If you wish to survive in this world, you must tell me the truth." This statement caused the expressions of those present to shift, their eyes filled with suspicion. It was evident they believed the man was hiding something. Upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar. A person with such a strong will would not be simple to capture, especially after sustaining a zombie bite. The man's countenance darkened, and he looked at Qin Zhuo, saying, "I am not lying. There are many details that I can no longer recall." Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly and rose, declaring, "Take him to the zombie's lair." The man's face paled at this, and he quickly pleaded, "No, I will tell you everything." "Oh, then let us hear it. Do not think of deceiving me. The truth and falsehood will be evident upon your face," Qin Zhuo replied, turning back and leisurely taking a seat. A crowd stood behind Qin Zhuo, their expressions marked by vigilance. They trusted his words, convinced that this man indeed harbored a troubling secret. The man sighed as he gazed at them, confessing, "I have been a zombie for several days now. However, for reasons unknown, I have retained my consciousness. Subsequently, I was captured for experimentation, and it was only through sheer fortune that I managed to escape shortly before encountering you." Those individuals were exceedingly peculiar, their faces concealed by masks, and I witnessed an abundance of food as they fed it to others in a manner reminiscent of feeding dogs. My recollection of them remains vague, with only a black and white mask etched in my mind, adorned with letters that match the markings on their bodies. Beyond this, I am uncertain of any further details. Chapter 101. Preparing for the unexpected. Mr. Qin, could this fellow be lying? Lu Jun instinctively glanced at Qin Zhuo. While they had all failed to discern the man's deception, Qin Zhuo had seen through it at a mere glance, prompting them to heed his judgment. Qin Zhuo, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Lu Jun, as the head of the safe zone, why do you always look to me for answers? And you, Wushan, are no different. What has happened to your experience in managing safety?" "I do not believe he is lying," Qin Zhuo replied, though his statement is peculiar, as I have never encountered a conscious zombie before. He shook his head slightly, but the thought of the articulate zombie lingered in his mind, sowing seeds of doubt. The post-apocalyptic world was indeed full of wonders, zombies that could speak, mysterious buildings that could unlock visions, Everything felt utterly bizarre. You need not endure such torment any longer. The poison within you has been cured. Qin Zhuo said as he rose to his feet. Focus on your recovery, and if anything comes to mind, do let me know. There are not many left in this world who would extend a helping hand like we have. His words rendered the man speechless. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jun stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, standing beside Qin Zhuo. His name is Ho Cheng, a survivor from a safe zone to the east. He claims their sanctuary was overrun by zombies 6 months ago, and everyone fled in panic. He was bitten 2 months prior. Something feels off about him. The fact that he retains memories after being bitten suggests he may have been taken by experimental personnel. Their goal is likely akin to ours, finding an antidote to restore normalcy. Upon hearing the details, Qin Zhuo maintained a stoic expression. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "Let us see if he can recall anything further. For now, our vicinity is secure, but we must hasten to gather sufficient manpower. We need a workforce to expand the safe zone, as greater numbers will enhance our safety. Additionally, we must arrange teams to venture out and search for scattered anchor points." Lu Jun responded, "I will organize personnel to place advertisements by the roadside, encouraging more individuals to come to us. Our area is already one of the safest in the south. With more people, we can surely save even more lives." Indeed, Qin Zhuo agreed. Their surroundings were currently quite secure, though occasional zombies did appear. However, their numbers were minimal and posed no significant threat. Furthermore, numerous traps had been set around the perimeter, alleviating any cause for concern. Having delegated the tasks, Qin Zhuo turned his attention to the farm. It was on the verge of entering an upgrade phase, necessitating some arrangements. An increasing population would soon lead to food shortages, and the new safe zone's terrain was unsuitable for cultivation. Therefore, he needed to devise a plan for crops that could thrive under various conditions and provide a sense of satiety. Soon, several food options began to manifest in Qin Zhuo's mind. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and rice all possess commendable satiety and are relatively simple to cultivate, with the exception of rice. However, rice primarily comes from systematic rewards and exchanges. As for the seeds of potatoes and sweet potatoes, he does not possess them yet. Although they can be exchanged within the system, each requiring 10 energy points to obtain. Most seeds are priced similarly, while blueprints start at a minimum of 100 energy points. For instance, a large wind turbine commands an exorbitant price, reaching an astounding total of 10,000 energy points. Nevertheless, acquiring such a turbine would resolve most electricity issues, thereby enabling numerous endeavors, making it a rather appealing option. Shaking his head, Qin Zhuo dismissed these thoughts and resolved to focus on the immediate matters at hand. Since the last exchange, he had only a single energy point remaining. And in order to gain energy, he needed to procure items that are rich in energy. Such items only manifest in the ruins of cities, and are virtually non-existent in the desolate wilderness. This meant he would need to traverse mountains and valleys to reach other abandoned urban areas. However, this approach was fraught with peril, as he might encounter zombies, making survival a daunting prospect. Although the current situation was sustainable for a while, prolonged outings were inevitable. Qin Zhuo pondered this deeply. As night fell, Qin Zhuo summoned everyone and shared his forthcoming plans with them. The group was taken aback, as they felt remarkably secure in their current surroundings, devoid of any visible zombies. Yet, Qin Zhuo served as their pillar of strength. His departure would inevitably stir unease among them. "This time, I will take Uncle Su with me. I entrust the matters of the farm to you all," Qin Zhuo stated. "Brother Qin Zhuo, I wish to accompany you. I am somewhat familiar with the area and could certainly be of assistance," Lu Feifei interjected after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, Lu Feifei was from a nearby safe zone and was well acquainted with the local conditions. Having him along would undoubtedly enhance their safety. However, Qin Zhuo was reluctant to let him take the risk. Lu Jun, though deeply concerned for Lu Feifei's safety, recognized this as an invaluable opportunity. If Feifei could experience life and death alongside Qin Zhuo, their bond would surely strengthen. Moreover, he had faith that with Qin Zhuo present, Lu Feifei would return safely, and he harbored no worries regarding their security. "Mr. Lu, while Feifei is young, he has learned a great deal from me and may prove to be of help to you," Lu Jun continued. "Among everyone, I might be the one who understands the situation best, but my strength has waned with age. Hence, it is best that Feifei accompanies you." "Well then, if you put it that way," Qin Zhuo relented, agreeing to Lu Jun's suggestion. The following day, he packed his belongings and departed from the farm. With Shouho managing affairs at the farm and Lu Jun overseeing the new safe zone, he felt confident that everything would proceed smoothly. Under Uncle Su's guidance, Shouho's abilities had skyrocketed, and with Beidu's presence as well, they were sufficiently formidable to deter any threats. 3 individuals set out, equipped with provisions, toward the old safe zone. By midday, They arrived at the devastated area. Upon witnessing the desolation of the safe zone, Lu Feifei found herself momentarily at a loss, instinctively clenching her fists. Many of those lost were their comrades and dear friends. Let us search the vicinity, Qin Zhuo suggested, glancing around but discerning little. The system truly lacked a feature to indicate nearby locations. Searching aimlessly felt futile. Fortunately, he could still sense energy signatures within a few meters. Thus, he led his companions in a search within the safe zone. After 2 hours of fruitless effort, he had only collected 4 energy points, a dismally low yield. Having traversed most of the area, he resolved not to squander any more time. Feifei, do you know the location of the nearest abandoned district? Chapter 102. The struggle for sustenance. Previously, I had accompanied others to gather information, so follow me. Lu Feifei, having received guidance from Lu Jun, had been diligently learning how to manage the safe zone and was naturally well acquainted with the surroundings. Lu Feifei explained, the nearest safe zone is quite a distance from here, though the urban area is significantly closer. With that, she led Qin Zhuo towards the ruins of the city. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many urban areas had been abandoned, while survivors continuously sought refuge within the safe zones. Thus, despite the desolation, remnants of human activity still lingered in the cities. As night fell, Qin Zhuo and his companions, armed with flashlights, approached the vicinity of the forsaken urban landscape. The beam of their flashlights shone brightly, stark against the encroaching darkness, while the temperature continued to drop. Observing the pitch-black scene, Qin Zhuo cautioned, be vigilant. I sense that this place holds more than meets the eye. Su Bo and Lu Feifei nodded in agreement, advancing cautiously. However, in the very moment they moved forward, a shadow darted out, attempting to seize Lu Feifei. Bang! Qin Zhuo raised his weapon and fired a shot. The bullet pierced the assailant's palm, and the excruciating pain halted him, his face awash with panic as he turned to Qin Zhuo and the others. Who are you? Su Bo bellowed. Do not shoot. I mean to assist you, for the zombies are lurking nearby. If we do not depart swiftly, we may find ourselves in dire straits, the voice echoed persistently. At that moment, the flashlight illuminated the man's face, a disheveled figure clad in a black overcoat, his expression betraying sheer terror as he glanced nervously at something behind them. Follow me, or you'll find yourselves in grave danger when the zombies arrive, the man urged again. Su Bo surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head slightly. While he believed his strength was inferior to Qin Zhuo's, he could sense that there were no zombies in the vicinity. Noticing Su Bo's demeanor, Qin Zhuo reflected thoughtfully. In that case, let us proceed. Young master, Su Bo exclaimed, unable to contain his concern. Rest assured, even if he harbors ulterior motives, he would need sufficient strength to act upon them, Qin Zhuo replied nonchalantly. This statement left both men momentarily stunned. Upon further contemplation, they found it reasonable. Given their own formidable capabilities, even in the face of zombies, they would navigate the situation with ease, leaving little cause for alarm. Following the man through various areas, they eventually arrived at an underground section. Here, several sources of fire flickered, and the temperature was notably elevated. However, due to the peculiar spatial conditions, the warmth did not disturb the remnants below. The ground above emitted heat, yet numerous concealed objects obscured them, allowing them to evade detection. Who are these individuals? The survivors below remarked with surprise upon noticing Qin Zhuo and his companions. Furthermore, upon seeing a beauty like Lu Feifei, they instinctively swallowed hard. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, women lacked the resources for adornment, having expended all their efforts simply to survive. Who had time for vanity? Just by their appearance. It was evident that these individuals were not ordinary. They are survivors I happened upon, the man explained. The man who had been shot by Qin Zhuo was named Zhu Mu, and he provided an explanation. This place cannot truly be considered a safe zone. It resembles more of a small shelter, offering only temporary safety. Zhu Mu continued, this is the person in charge here, named Luo Chang. Greetings to you all. However, I presume you hail from a nearby safe zone? To my knowledge, Zone A recently suffered a devastating attack from the undead. Are you survivors from Zone A? Lu Feifei nodded slightly, and after surveying the others, spoke. We arrived here purely by chance. Is the frequency of zombie appearances high in this vicinity? Upon mentioning the term frequency, Luo Chang smiled wryly. There are not many zombies appearing urgently. However, we understand this is due to the temperature conditions. It won't be long before we find it difficult to survive, as we have insufficient food under these low temperatures. This was indeed a stark reality. The cold itself posed significant danger, and the lack of adequate nourishment would lead to a drastic drop in their body temperatures. Thus, while they remained alive, they would endure considerable suffering. Qin Zhuo observed the agonized survivors and explained, there is a safe zone a considerable distance from here. You could reach it, as it has ample water and food supplies. Is what you say truly authentic? Luo Chang asked, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had lived in this area for quite some time and was unaware of the circumstances beyond. Just then, a frail man in the back trembled and said, "I once saw a signpost, but I simply cannot reach it. To get there, one must traverse an open area, and the zombie situation there is extremely severe. Even if it exists, I fear we lack the means to arrive there safely." This sentiment resonated with the others. Although they were aware that such places might indeed be real, their capabilities rendered them unable to reach that zone. The zombies outside would not easily spare them. Even if they attempted to move under the cover of night, they could still encounter the undead. Moreover, in these low-temperature conditions, they could not travel far. Taking such a perilous risk, under such circumstances, they would be as good as waiting for death should they falter midway. Consequently, they all chose to stay. Qin Zhuo discerned their thoughts and sighed in resignation. Remaining here is tantamount to awaiting death. It is merely a matter of time before the zombies discover this place. Even if they do not find you, is your supply of food and water truly sufficient? His words rendered the group silent. They bowed their heads, understanding that Qin Zhuo spoke the truth. They were merely lingering in anticipation of demise, yet they felt powerless to leave. Your words may sound appealing, but venturing out would be akin to seeking death. I see you are no better than a villain. Pretending here, a man could no longer contain his anger. This provocation caused all the survivors around to rise in indignation. They were clearly incensed. They were in disarray, while Qin Zhuo and his companions possessed advantages in every regard. To them, it seemed like a mockery. Truly, they were obstinate individuals. I merely wished to extend a helping hand. However, it appears my intentions were in vain. For these people are beyond redemption. Let us depart, Qin Zhuo stated coldly. As they prepared to leave, the survivors clearly grew agitated and stepped forward to impede their exit. If you wish to leave, surrender this woman and all her possessions. I can scent the aroma of food. The survivors descended into madness. Luo Chong observed the scene in silence, for he too coveted the food. The entire underground shelter was on the brink of collapse. Without a doubt, the arrival of Qin Zhuo and his companions represented an opportunity, as the items they possessed were irresistibly enticing. Chapter 103. The intimidation of survivors. Look at your pitiful state. Scrambling for whatever you can find. How do you differ from those zombies? Qin Zhuo stated coldly. His words ignited a furious response among the other survivors. One of the leaders, with a voice laced with greed, retorted, "Humph, even now you choose to put on an act. I know you must have a significant background, but escaping from here alive is an impossibility. Surrender your belongings, and I may allow you to live." In an instant, the other survivors surged forward, eager to seize what Qin Zhuo possessed. Observing these individuals, who resembled zombies in their desperation, Qin Zhuo emotionlessly commanded, "Eliminate them. Leave it to me." Although Su Bo was advanced in age, his formidable strength should not be underestimated. A powerful aura erupted from him, instantly freezing those who dared to advance. The survivors, sensing this overwhelming energy, finally recognized the terrifying nature of these individuals. Su Bo had learned to conceal his cultivation level, making it difficult for outsiders to detect his power unless they were in close proximity. Luo Chong stared in astonishment at Su Bo. The aura he had just emitted was overwhelmingly potent. At such close range, he had felt no energy fluctuations, yet the strength displayed was astonishing. This realization left him deeply shaken. Could it be that the young man also possessed terrifying capabilities? Quickly, he came to understand that it was not his inability to sense the energy, but rather that the opponent's power was so great that he was unworthy of detection. Su Bo's presence alone hinted at a spiritual cultivator, perhaps even a spiritual master. His respectful address of Qin Zhuo as young master clearly indicated that Qin Zhuo's strength was formidable beyond their comprehension, making it evident they could not afford to offend him. In the wake of the apocalypse, many great families had been utterly destroyed, leaving only a scant few survivors. Thus, the number of factions was limited, and the deference shown to Qin Zhuo suggested that his prowess far surpassed theirs. Just as they contemplated retreating, Su Bo showed no mercy, dispatching several attackers with lethal precision. The few remaining survivors trembled in fear at the sight of the fallen bodies. Their earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by a paralyzing dread instilled by Su Bo's overwhelming might. Luo Chong approached, trembling, and spoke, "Senior, we were blind to your worth. We implore you to show mercy." In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, survivors were few. He pleaded on the basis of their shared plight. "Please spare us. We are left with no choice, after all, food." Qin Zhuo coldly regarded their pitiful pleas and replied indifferently, "Let us depart. I initially intended to offer you assistance, but you are nothing but a bunch of hopeless cases. And remaining here is merely a waste of my time." With that, the three turned and left. The survivors watched Qin Zhuo's departing figure with trepidation, fully aware that they could not afford to provoke him and his companions. The recent actions of Subo have thoroughly instilled fear in them. Reflecting on the earlier events, everyone could only manage a bitter smile. Brother Qin, those people are utterly outrageous. We offered our help, yet they still sought to seize our food. Lu Feifei exclaimed indignantly. Qin Zhuo merely shook his head in response, stating, in this apocalyptic environment, as long as we provide them with sufficient sustenance, they would be willing to do anything. Human nature is unpredictable. Our intentions to assist them should be abandoned when faced with such useless individuals. Naturally, Qin Zhuo had no intention of aiding those who were lazy and unproductive, yet he remained unaffected by their actions. He found a safe spot nearby to rest temporarily, as the presence of his down jacket rendered the cold entirely inconsequential. As dawn broke the next day, Qin Zhuo began to search for energy around him. By afternoon, he had amassed 50 points of energy, bringing his total close to 100 points. 100 points of energy could be exchanged for numerous items, including batteries and various seeds, as well as a small generator. This generator could only sustain a few light bulbs, but it would inevitably deteriorate, losing its effectiveness once it reached its peak wear. The electricity in the farm currently powered only the main house's lights and the refrigerator in the inner room. With a small generator, they could significantly enhance their power supply, making the house considerably brighter. Who goes there? Raise your hands. Just as they were preparing to leave, they noticed a group of individuals approaching in droves. These people were survivors, endowed with energy, but some among them were armed with shotguns. Their gazes warily fixed on Qin Zhuo and his companions. Who are you? Qin Zhuo inquired. We are survivors from the nearby safe zone. Where do you hail from? We have never seen you before, replied the man at the forefront, wearing a mask and wielding a sharp sword. Survivors from a nearby safe zone? Qin Zhuo instinctively glanced at Lu Feifei. Although he had previously studied the map, he was unaware of the conditions in other areas. Lu Feifei, having accompanied Lu Jun, was well informed about many matters, making her the most suitable person to inquire of. As far as I know, reaching the nearby safe zone requires traversing mountains. It takes crossing 2 to 4 peaks to arrive here, Lu Feifei continued, scrutinizing the newcomers. Your current state does not align with that. Who are you really? This statement left the survivors momentarily stunned, unprepared for Lu Feifei's recognition of their situation. Nonsense. Our safe zone is not far from here. You must be uninformed outsiders. One man could not help but retort. However, another nearby man restrained him, preventing further remarks. Qin Zhuo, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the survivors, reiterated, Who are you? I have already told you. We are from the nearby safe zone, the leader insisted. The purpose of venturing out is to seek other survivors. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome to join us in our safe zone. The masked man gazed at the trio, extending an invitation. Meanwhile, the individuals behind him continued to advance, their imposing presence exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Qin Zhuo observed their movements and frowned, questioning, What? Do you intend to threaten us? I am not here to intimidate you, but to assist you. In this apocalyptic world, survival is a precious opportunity, and I am offering you that chance. The masked man replied with a congenial smile. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. Come, once you arrive at my safe zone, you shall discover a paradise amidst the chaos. As the surrounding survivors pressed forward, Qin Zhuo felt no fear. However, he was indeed intrigued by the place the man mentioned. Very well, let us follow and assess the situation, Qin Zhuo decided after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 104. Lu Feifei's fourth uncle Qin Zhuo was confident that with Subo's presence, they would encounter no troublesome situations. He was also quite curious about the circumstances in other safe zones and had meticulously noted their route. Should any issues arise, he could easily retrace his steps back to the farm area. Moreover, the vicinity of his line of sight was not far off, rendering it quite secure. He felt assured of his ability to return safely. As they traversed rugged terrains with the group, time slipped away, and the blazing sun gradually dimmed. The temperature dropped significantly, causing many survivors to shiver uncontrollably. Friend, what kind of clothing are you wearing? It looks so warm. Could you? One survivor sought to exploit Qin Zhuo's attire. Qin Zhuo responded coldly, No. The survivor was about to protest when a nearby man pulled him away. It was only late into the night that Qin Zhuo arrived at the safe zone they had mentioned. The safety there was indeed substantial, nestled within a valley. Numerous survivors stood guard outside, while bloodstains marked both sides, and many corpses of zombies littered the ground, evidencing a recent battle. Upon entering the safe zone, he found it eerily quiet, with many survivors casting complex glances towards him. These gazes made Qin Zhuo furrow his brow slightly. Was there an issue concerning him? Although we are safe here, we must refrain from speaking too loudly. Zombies roam a distance away, and attracting their attention would spell trouble, explained a nearby survivor. Qin Zhuo was naturally skeptical of this explanation, but chose not to voice his doubts. Soon, they were led to a temporarily secure area, and as they sat down, the attention of the other survivors shifted toward them. Is this the new friend? Welcome. A middle-aged man regarded Qin Zhuo and his companions with curiosity, especially his gaze lingering on Lu Feifei, which transformed in an unexpected manner, not lecherous, but rather astonished. You are Feifei? The middle-aged man instinctively inquired. Lu Feifei frowned slightly, unable to discern his expression clearly. She turned to Qin Zhuo and said, Brother Qin, illuminate his face. I cannot see clearly. As the light was cast, all survivors turned their eyes toward them, as if witnessing something extraordinary, a brightness unlike anything they had experienced before. Upon seeing the man's visage clearly, Lu Feifei exclaimed in astonishment, Fourth uncle, how did you end up here, and why have you gathered so many survivors? This revelation left Qin Zhuo taken aback. Was this indeed a relative of Lu Feifei? Lu Hai smiled wryly. The moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity. I did not expect you to have grown into adulthood. Recently, I heard that something had happened to your safe zone, so I arranged for people to search for you. And here we are. Lu Feifei continued. The zombies have become increasingly frenzied, and our survival is thanks to Brother Qin's assistance. This is Qin Zhuo. He is also my boyfriend, and this is my fourth uncle, whom I lost touch with many years ago. I never expected to encounter him here. It is truly astonishing. Lu Hai smiled at Qin Zhuo and soon realized his oversight. Oh dear, how could I forget? You must be Mr. Qin. I have heard about you from Lu Jun. You are quite an extraordinary individual, Lu Hai exclaimed with excitement. He continued, you may not be aware, but our safe zone has been able to survive until now thanks to the seeds and food sent by Lu Jun. Otherwise, we would have perished from hunger long ago. Uncle, have you been in contact with my father all these years? Lu Feifei asked in surprise, as he was completely unaware of this matter. Lu Hai explained, yes. We established contact when the safe zone was formed, but the distance prevented us from visiting. However, we have heard much about Mr. Qin, and we sincerely hope that you can offer us some guidance. Seeing Lu Hai's earnest demeanor, Qin Zhuo felt somewhat perplexed. What could he possibly advise on? This safe zone was shrouded in darkness and was inherently peculiar. Moreover, he had not been informed of any specific areas where guidance was needed. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow and asked, could you describe the situation in the safe zone? Lu Hai immediately began to recount the details. The safe zone, as he described, was indeed situated near a den of zombies. Strangely, however, the zombies had not attacked them during their incursions. They had been residing there for over half a year without any incidents. This safety was precisely why they chose to remain, especially since they had effectively managed their food and water supply, rendering the area quite secure. With the arrival of winter, the likelihood of zombie incursions diminished even further, and they continued to gather other survivors. To date, there were already more than 3,000 survivors within the safe zone. 3,000 survivors is no small number. You have achieved great success, but staying here for an extended period may not be wise. Qin Zhuo picked up a flashlight and illuminated the surroundings, pondering. Those zombies likely refrained from entering this area due to something that instills fear in them. Perhaps there exist more powerful zombies, such as corpse generals or corpse kings. This statement sent a chill through the group, prompting them to instinctively scan their surroundings, filled with apprehension. If even a senior like him spoke so, it must indicate the potential presence of such entities nearby. Lu Jun frowned deeply and hesitantly remarked, Mr. Qin, you cannot be serious. Our area has always been safe. How could such creatures exist? Furthermore, I have thoroughly inspected the surroundings, and there is no sign of anything like that. Otherwise, with so many survivors here, they would have perished long ago. Qin Zhuo replied calmly, I did not assert that it was the latter. It seems that the former possibility is far more likely. There must be something in this area that repels the undead, which is why they dare not venture here, ensuring your safety thus far. Upon entering, I could distinctly sense a strange aura, though it was concealed by the winter chill. This revelation cast a pall over Lu Hai's countenance, prompting him to declare, I will promptly arrange for a team to investigate. Such matters warrant vigilant observation at all times. Several survivors, upon hearing this, reluctantly descended to conduct the search. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo and the others were settled in. Observing the rudimentary bed before him, Qin Zhuo felt a twinge of helplessness. He refrained from lying down, instead leaning against the side and gazing thoughtfully at the sky. Images of other regions flickered in his mind, where the shadows of zombies had begun to emerge, only to swiftly vanish from his sight. Brother Qin, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast, inquired Lu Feifei, leaning gently against him. Qin Zhuo offered a slight shake of his head and replied, I am fine. I am merely lost in thought. Chapter 105. Inquiry into the fate of the anchor points. Noting Qin Zhuo's reluctance to speak, Lu Feifei expressed her concern. Brother Qin, your silence worries me greatly. Qin Zhuo chuckled softly, reassuring her, Do not fret. Should we desire to leave, they will be unable to prevent our departure. Well, that is a relief, Lu Feifei sighed, comforted by his words. After all, the outside world was unfamiliar and fraught with uncertainty. If anything were to happen to Qin Zhuo, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Only he could ensure their safe escape. Though he had shown considerable trust in Lu Hai earlier, he remained vigilant. Years had passed since Lu Hai had last been with them, and the events of those years were unknown to him. Should Lu Hai act without regard for their past bond, they might find themselves in peril. Qin Zhuo understood his concerns well. He placed a hand gently on Lu Feifei's arm and whispered, "Rest easy. As long as I am here, nothing will go awry. Su Bo, I fear the night may require your vigilance." "Yes, young master," Su Bo replied with a nod. As night fell, Qin Zhuo and Lu Feifei slowly drifted into slumber. However, amidst the shadows, a figure stealthily approached, seemingly intent on pilfering something from the two. Unfortunately for him, before he could lay a finger on them, he was rendered unconscious by a sudden force, the vigilant Su Bo, tasked with their protection. Having traveled far and wide, Su Bo possessed an astute eye for discerning intentions. Upon seeing the intruder, he immediately sensed something amiss. The positioning of the intruders and their demeanor were decidedly suspicious. Qin Zhuo had specifically cautioned him prior to sleep, heightening his awareness. Initially, he had merely suspected they might take advantage of the cover of night, but the reality was even more alarming than he had anticipated. Su Bo discreetly moved the intruder aside, choosing to remain silent. The next morning, as dawn broke, a man groggily stirred, soon realizing he was bound. Where am I? What do you want?" he stammered upon catching sight of Su Bo's icy glare. "Enough with the pretense. You crept in here under the cover of darkness. What is your true intent?" Qin Zhuo, standing beside Su Bo, asked coldly. The man's complexion paled as he took a deep breath, attempting to explain. I merely caught a whiff of something enticing and couldn't help myself. I am unaware of any other matters, and why have you tied me up like this?" With that, he began to shout in alarm. His cries soon attracted the attention of other survivors, who, upon noticing their companion bound, were visibly taken aback. "What is the meaning of this? We welcomed you kindly, and now you resort to abducting our fellow survivor?" Several of them protested, their indignation palpable. To their outrage, Qin Zhuo replied calmly, "This young man approached under the veil of night, and I have yet to fully interrogate his intentions. Why is it that your reactions are so fervent? Could it be that you harbor some nefarious conspiracy? No, there exists no such intrigue here, my dear friend. You must be overthinking. Perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding," the survivors explained. They were fully aware of Lu Hai's cordial demeanor towards them the previous day, and naturally, they were reluctant to offend. Yet, in the current predicament, they found themselves at a loss. "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in discipline. Should anything arise, please do inform me." Lu Hai approached. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow and raised his hand to release him. "Consider it a favor, since he is unwilling to speak. Let it fall upon you to do so." He understood that these individuals were certainly concealing some secrets. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal, smiling as he said, "Of course, please follow me." With that, he led Qin Zhuo and the others into a wooden cabin deep within. Once seated, he explained, "I intended to sneak a taste of the delicious food brought by Mr. Qin, and I will ensure they receive a stern reprimand for their actions. Mr. Qin, is there anything you required during your visit? If so, I will send someone out to procure it." Lu Hai held great respect for Qin Zhuo and refrained from delving further into that matter, instead addressing the purpose of their visit. Hearing this, Qin Zhuo frowned slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a piece of paper and inquired, "Have you seen this before?" "This is paper, and it is so pristine. It is quite astonishing." Lu Hai had indeed seen paper, yet most of it was tattered, with only a small section usable for writing. Furthermore, he would only produce it for matters of significance. However, the paper Qin Zhuo possessed was substantial and remarkably clean, adorned solely with a drawing of an anchor, which he found rather regrettable. It was merely a piece of paper. There was no need for such astonishment. Qin Zhuo gently shook his head and continued, "Have you seen the object depicted upon it, or have any other survivors encountered it?" Lu Hai appeared somewhat taken aback. From Qin Zhuo's demeanor, it seemed these papers were of little consequence. What extraordinary capability this was, such rare paper wasted on a mere drawing. Lu Hai gazed at Qin Zhuo with admiration, then examined the content with contemplation, stating, "I have no recollection of this item. However, I can certainly allow other survivors to take a look. Among the 3,000 individuals, surely someone must have seen it." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo frowned slightly but acquiesced, as he had no better alternatives at the moment. Soon, numerous survivors began to arrive in succession to view the drawing. Upon seeing it, they were all astonished, instantly recognizing it as paper. While they expressed their surprise, they shook their heads, indicating they had not encountered it before. When it was the turn of one woman, she remarked, "I have seen this item." "Oh, where did you come across it?" Qin Zhuo inquired, turning his gaze towards her. "A month ago, I encountered a horde of zombies while fleeing along a nearby road. At that moment, I sought refuge in a crevice and glimpsed one of those creatures." The woman reminisced, rubbing her temples. "That thing emanated a crimson glow, and subsequently, none of the zombies detected my presence." This revelation astonished Lu Hai, who remarked, "Could it be that this entity is capable of ensuring its own safety?" "No, it resembles a specific point of reference." Qin Zhuo gently shook his head, directing his gaze towards the woman as he continued, "Could you disclose that location to me? I shall reward you handsomely." As he spoke, he retrieved several pieces of beef jerky, neatly packaged into small portions. The aroma wafting forth was utterly tantalizing. The woman swallowed hard, unhesitatingly placing a piece into her mouth, savoring the astonishing delicacy. "This is exquisite. I've never tasted anything so delightful. I can lead you there." She readily agreed. Chapter 106. Return to the farm, Mr. Qin. "May I have a taste?" Lu Hai swallowed hard and could not help but ask from the side. Qin Zhuo glanced at him, nodded slightly, and placed a small piece of beef jerky before him, then promptly stood up and left the safe zone with the woman. Once outside the safe zone, Qin Zhuo realized that the entire area was located beneath a mountain peak, surrounded by an eerie atmosphere, with only one entrance and exit. This was hardly a good sign. Having but a single route in and out suggested that should trouble arise, their chances of survival would be severely compromised. The threat of a zombie invasion was indeed perilous. "Mr. Qin, may I inquire about the items you previously provided?" "They were exceptionally delicious," the woman could not resist asking. Qin Zhuo chuckled lightly. "That was my homemade beef jerky, crafted from prime cuts of beef. If you assist me in locating those items, I can certainly share more with you. I can also guide you to a new safe zone, where the provisions and water sources far exceed those available here." Her expression momentarily froze at his words. After a brief silence, she confessed, "Mr. Qin, I must admit that I was deceiving you earlier." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that your claims about seeing those items were fabricated?" Qin Zhuo queried. The woman shook her head, explaining, "No, that part is true, but everything else was a ruse. I wanted to escape that safe zone." Lu Hai may appear benevolent on the surface, but beneath it, he is a thorough villain. If it were not for your connection to him, he would not hesitate to endanger you. Our survival is contingent upon his collusion with those malevolent individuals, trading a certain number of survivors for peace. A series of revelations left Qin Zhuo momentarily speechless. Lu Feifei exclaimed, "Is this true?" "Absolutely. I stumbled upon this information by chance, but I've heard many elders recount their pasts. Lu Hai is a veritable scourge. Everyone wishes to flee. He had clearly intended to target you, but considering your formidable strength, he retracted his plans. He is not as straightforward as he appears." The woman divulged all that she knew. In the midst of the apocalypse, numerous possibilities exist, yet they had never anticipated the existence of such a vile individual. "Lu Hai is truly disappointing. I had hoped he would choose a righteous path," Lu Feifei remarked with a hint of disillusionment. "Brother Qin, when we return, let us consult my father. I believe he is privy to some information," she suggested. Qin Zhuo affectionately ruffled Lu Feifei's hair and said softly, "Indeed. Let us proceed to the anchor point and then return to the farm." "Yes," Lu Feifei nodded in agreement. Over the next 2 days, they journeyed to the location the woman had mentioned. Along the way, she shared her story. Her name was Chun Yan, a descendant of a safe zone in the south. But their refuge had been devastated by zombies, forcing her into a life of wandering. "I can see the anchor point just ahead," she announced. Chun Yan pointed towards a cave and said, "Look at that cave ahead." Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Are you certain it is here?" "I am sure this is the spot," Chun Yan replied, explaining, "In my moment of desperation, I hid inside and managed to escape." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Zhuo and the others ventured into the cave. Soon, Qin Zhuo discovered numerous skeletal remains within, and the walls were illuminated by a faint glow, as if guiding them like a beacon. After traversing a certain distance, Qin Zhuo noticed an anchor point ahead. However, a few zombies were stationed nearby, their eyes fixed on him with a peculiar intensity. "Stay still, I will handle this," he said, glancing around as he advanced forward. Seeing this, Qin Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too dangerous. Those zombies are formidable. What if?" "Do not worry, Brother Qin is not as simple as you think," Lu Feifei said proudly. Indeed, Qin Zhuo, emboldened by the presence of the Yin Yun incense pouch, felt unafraid. His arrival startled the zombies, yet they regarded him with trepidation, instinctively retreating and pressing against the walls as he approached the anchor point. As his hand made contact, a hum resonated in his mind, and the surrounding area unfolded entirely. Qin Zhuo quickly discerned the peril of this region, for it was a zombie congregation point. Beyond this location, 7 additional points were identified where numerous zombies rested. Without hesitation, he stepped back, urging, "We must hasten our departure. This is a zombie hotspot." A zombie congregation point? The revelation left the 3 of them gasping in shock. They hurriedly exited, relieved that their commotion had not attracted any zombies. Otherwise, survival would have been exceedingly difficult. Upon reaching a safe area, Su Bo inquired, "Young master, what shall we do next?" Qin Zhuo glanced at Chun Yin, pondering, "We need to return, as our food supplies are dwindling, and we must also address subsequent matters." The journey back would require considerable time, thus urgency was paramount. "Very well, let us expedite our return," he concluded. "May I accompany you?" A voice chimed in. "Of course." They replied, and together they hastened towards the safe zone. With Qin Zhuo having opened up the surrounding visibility, he soon noticed individuals approaching the safe area, stealthily observing from a distance. "Let us move. Their presence indicates trouble," Qin Zhuo stated. As they prepared to leave, those individuals pursued them without hesitation. Entering Qin Zhuo's line of sight, concerned about potential mishaps, he meticulously noted their route. They successfully entered the safe zone without incident. But misfortune befell the survivors who encountered zombies, suffering significant losses. 2 days later, their food supplies were nearly exhausted, but just in the nick of time. They returned to the farm. Chun Yin surveyed the surroundings, her face reflecting a sense of incredulity. The verdant fruits and vegetables, the wooden cabin, and the alluring aroma made this place appear to him like a paradise on earth. Gazing at this dreamlike scene, Chen Yinzi shuddered and fainted. Observing this spectacle, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly and remarked, "This person lacks resilience. Feifei, could you kindly assist her?" "Of course, I will help her to rest," Lu Feifei replied as she supported the woman and departed. Upon returning to the farm, Qin Zhuo encountered numerous unfamiliar faces, all of whom greeted him warmly. "Who are these individuals?" he inquired. Lu Jun, standing nearby, elucidated, "They are survivors who have arrived in recent days. Quite a number of people have come, totaling over 20 now." This information caused Qin Zhuo to frown slightly. The increasing number of individuals would inevitably lead to more complications, and they would need to be accommodated. Although he had entrusted these matters to Lu Jun, he felt a twinge of concern, as food supply would pose a significant challenge. Currently, the energy he possessed could only be exchanged for 10 seeds, and considerable time would be required for cultivation. Any unforeseen issues during this period could lead to serious troubles. Chapter 107. A mere chill regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to plant the seeds. Qin Zhuo resolved the matter promptly. The issue of food was currently the most pressing concern, so he immediately set about instructing his subordinates to sow the seeds into the earth. Ding! The farm's level has been upgraded to level 3. The upgrade will be completed within 24 hours. Please rest assured and await its conclusion. Upon receiving this notification, Qin Zhuo felt a sudden chill envelop him, and shortly thereafter, he could no longer perceive any system interface. A day's delay would not pose a significant issue. But the urgent matter at hand was to address the food crisis. Taking a deep breath, he descended to make the necessary arrangements. As night fell, the temperature dropped significantly, and the surrounding cold was palpable, as if something had descended upon the ground. Looking out from the farm, it appeared as though a thin layer of ice had settled. "Brother Hao, there has been an incident." Lu Feifei rushed in, her urgency palpable. "The patients have fallen ill, but I cannot ascertain the nature of their ailments, nor do I know how to address them." This revelation caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow slightly. He had already begun to suspect the nature of their affliction. "Let us go. Take me to see their condition," he instructed. Lu Feifei guided Qin Zhuo into the temporary safe zone, where 2 survivors were burning with fever, their bodies covered in strange blisters. Certain areas had developed bubbles, presenting an eerie sight. "Mr. Qin, please help me. I don't want to die," the survivors pleaded desperately. The other survivors nearby exchanged anxious glances, bewildered by the scene before them, their hearts filled with panic. Qin Zhuo sat beside one of them to conduct an examination, then reassured them, "It's not a serious issue. You have contracted a chill." "A chill? What does that mean?" Lu Jun inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. A chill is merely a euphemism for a cold, which, exacerbated by environmental factors and prolonged without treatment, has worsened. This was the first time Qin Zhuo encountered such a condition, yet it was not particularly difficult to manage. Understanding their unfamiliarity with this ailment, he soon posed a question, "Have you encountered this illness before?" "No," Lu Jun replied with a slight shake of his head. "Most individuals within the safe zone are survivors, and cultivation typically alleviates most ailments. I once heard of someone whose entire body seemed to blaze with gray fire. But the doctors could do nothing and had to let him venture out to be consumed by zombies. We are powerless to intervene. If he endangers other survivors, it could lead to grave trouble. Is there truly no other method of treatment? It was evident in Lu Jun's eyes that he believed it to be an incurable affliction. Qin Zhuo looked at Lu Jun in disbelief. For these were not severe issues at all, yet they were being left to die. Was it possible that, in this apocalyptic world, no one could heal such ailments? Please, I beg you, don't make me feed the zombies. The survivor gazed pleadingly at Qin Zhuo, expressing, I have finally made it here, with food and drink. I do not wish to perish like this. Please, I implore you, save me, Mr. Qin. I know you must possess a way to rescue me. In response to the desperate plea of the survivor before him, Qin Zhuo softly reassured, rest assured, I shall ensure your survival. This is my promise to you. Your ailment is not insurmountable. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The survivor exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Qin Zhuo's assurance. Qin Zhuo glanced at the others before rising and exiting the room, followed closely by the group as they stepped outside. Brother Qin, what troubles you? Lu Feifei inquired from behind. Qin Zhuo shook his head gently, leading everyone into the courtyard. He explained at a measured pace, what he suffers from is merely a cold. It is not an incurable illness. A cold arises from prolonged exposure to chilly winds, especially when one is inadequately clothed, rendering the body unable to withstand such changes. The remedy for this condition is exceedingly straightforward. Qin Zhuo proceeded to elucidate the various methods of treatment. He was determined not to witness the same misguided actions towards this scarce survivor. Such behavior was tantamount to murder. The group, upon hearing his words, experienced a revelation. They had previously believed it to be an incurable malady. Now, they grasped that there existed a viable method for healing. Mr. Qin, you are truly remarkable. Had we remained ignorant of the situation, we might have continued in our previous folly, they remarked. Indeed, we had never encountered such an ailment before. It is astonishing to realize how many missteps we have made over the years, they reflected, deeply moved by Qin Zhuo's insights, cherishing his words as precious gems. They murmured incessantly, eager to commit these teachings to memory. Noticing their fervor, Qin Zhuo gently shook his head and said, there is no need for such urgency. I shall have Feifei transcribe the information later. You may keep it in the room, and should any complications arise, you can treat them accordingly. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Feifei, accompany me. We shall gather some herbs for his treatment. Shouho, please boil some hot water for them to drink, and Qin Zhuo continued to methodically assign tasks. Soon, the new safe zone was fortified with several wooden boards to block the cold wind. After consuming the warm water, the individuals felt significantly better, especially after sweating. Their spirits lifted, shedding the previous pallor of illness. Mr. Qin, your abilities are astounding. I feel much improved now, they exclaimed. With Mr. Qin's forthcoming herbs, had it not been for you, we would surely have perished. The survivors, still trembling at the thought of their prior fears, understood well that falling ill would lead to a dire fate. They were loath to confront the zombies, but Qin Zhuo's timely intervention filled their hearts with profound gratitude. Without him, they feared they would not have survived. That night, they consumed the herbal concoction prepared by Qin Zhuo and finally drifted into a deep slumber. The following day awaited them. The slender monkey rose early to attend to his tasks when he suddenly noticed a survivor approaching within the new safe zone. Oh, are you not afflicted with a cold? He inquired, astonished at the sight of the survivor before him. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the individual stricken by illness, laid low and feeble upon his bed. Yet now, he appeared invigorated and vibrant. This is all thanks to Mr. Qin's treatment. I feel considerably better, the survivor replied. His brown hair tousled as he scratched his head. Mr. Qin provided me with several herbal remedies, advising me to continue taking them for a few more days. And I made a point to express my gratitude to him. Were it not for his intervention, I fear I would have already become a mere corpse. The slender monkey was taken aback by this revelation. How could a patient who had been gravely ill just yesterday rise with such vitality today? Indeed, it is miraculous. I too benefited immensely from those words you shared yesterday, especially upon witnessing your renewed vigor. I must confess, it profoundly impacted me, he remarked with a sense of awe. Indeed, Mr. Qin is nothing short of a sage, seemingly unfazed by any challenge, the brown-haired survivor affirmed, nodding earnestly. Chapter 108. Guidance on Survivalist Cultivation Techniques. As the two conversed, Su Bo emerged clad in a thin garment. The lean monkey could not resist, but to advise, Su Bo, perhaps you should don a bit more clothing? At your age, I fear your frail frame may not withstand the chill for long. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Bo retorted, his irritation palpable. Enough chatter. From this moment forth, you shall run 10 laps outside the farm. Aye, very well. I shall do so at once. The lean monkey, resigned, offered a wry smile and muttered, This old fellow truly lacks finesse. Let him freeze, then. With that, he dashed out. The brown-haired survivor, unable to restrain himself, wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Su Bo, in truth. The lean monkey is merely looking out for your well-being. I too, once carelessly succumbed to the cold, but thanks to Mr. Qin's treatment, I have recovered." Su Bo paused for a moment, but soon dismissed the concern with a hearty laugh. "Ah, I am well aware of this. However, my strength surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. A mere chill could never afflict me, especially considering I traversed the snowy mountains a decade ago clad in thin garments. How could a trifling draft hinder me?" With that, he retreated to the backyard to practice Tai Chi. The art of Tai Chi nourishes both body and spirit, its profound mysteries rendering Su Bo nearly impervious to the effects of strenuous activity. Moreover, he remained a formidable figure. The brown-haired survivor observed with envy but refrained from further comment, hastily departing. Once he was gone, Su Bo paused his movements, lifting his gaze to the lean monkey, who was running outside, and a smile crept across his face. By the time Qin Zhuo woke, it was already afternoon, and the young woman who had been by his side had vanished. Qin Zhuo rubbed his eyes and freshened up. "Brother Qin, you are awake. I have prepared some food for you," Lu Feifei announced, bringing forth a meal and promptly taking a seat across from him. "Brother Qin, you would not believe it. The survivor who suffered from the cold yesterday has already returned to normal today. I even saw him jogging this morning, despite his severe condition just the day before." Qin Zhuo took a bite of his meal, a smile gracing his lips. Though an infection from the cold can be quite serious, a good sweat will often suffice for recovery. However, in more severe cases, medication is necessary. As he ate, he shared various case studies with Lu Feifei, who listened in astonishment, particularly captivated by the treatment methods and anecdotes he shared that often elicited laughter. Qin Zhuo beamed. While he may not excel in martial cultivation, few could rival his medical expertise. His skills had been honed by the system's influence and through extensive self-treatment over time. After finishing his meal, Qin Zhuo made his way to the cultivation area. Upon seeing him approach, the lean monkey immediately inquired, "Young master, do you require anything? I shall fetch it for you at once." Qin Zhuo gently shook his head and approached the area where potatoes and sweet potatoes had recently been planted, remarking, "It seems you have learned quite rapidly. Hee, this is all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to grasp these things," the thin monkey replied, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. Previously, he had been an ordinary individual, but since arriving at the farm, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge, all imparted by Qin Zhuo. Nevertheless, in certain respects, he still fell short and required Qin Zhuo's instruction. Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly, squatting down to examine the seeds before saying, "In the coming days, pay close attention to these seeds. They are of utmost significance." "Young master, what kind of seeds are these?" the thin monkey inquired curiously. Although he had observed the seed extraction process, the seeds looked quite similar, and he was unable to distinguish between them in a short time. Moreover, Qin Zhuo had specifically mentioned their importance, which piqued his curiosity. Could these be exceptionally vital seeds? Qin Zhuo explained, "These seeds are for potatoes and sweet potatoes, as they can be cultivated on the surface. Therefore, they are easy to plant and less affected by the terrain, allowing for large-scale production. Both varieties can provide substantial satiety, which is precisely why I decided to plant them. With the increase in population in the safe zone, even limited food supplies are becoming an issue. So preparations must be made in advance." Upon hearing this, the thin monkey suddenly understood and said, "Young master, you are truly planning ahead. We hadn't considered this at all. You are indeed remarkable. If we can cultivate them on a large scale, our safe zone will be saved." Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly and frowned, saying, "It is hard to say. These seeds are influenced by the land, and they might take considerable time to grow. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee that they will even sprout. By the way, in the next few days, you should go to the new safe zone and guide them in planting." At this point, he added, "Also, have them come up with a name for the safe zone. It is not ideal to keep calling it that." "All right, I will head over to assist right away," the thin monkey replied, placing his belongings down and hastily departing. Currently, the safe zone was being overseen by Lu Feifei, but she spent most of her time studying medicine and was not particularly skilled in this area. Although the situation had improved significantly, there were still some challenges and difficulties to contend with. The thin monkey hurriedly arrived. Young master said to come help with planting the seeds, and also to share some knowledge with everyone. "Ah, that is wonderful," Lu Feifei exclaimed with delight. Many survivors were equally excited, as they knew the methods were guided by Mr. Qin. Moreover, since the thin monkey had been here for quite some time, his guidance would undoubtedly lead to rapid progress. Is it appropriate for us to receive instruction from him? What if an elderly individual could not help but voice his concerns? After all, some techniques were extremely important to the outside world, and if they were leaked, it could lead to significant turmoil. My good sir, you are being overly cautious, the thin monkey reassured him. The slender monkey dismissively explained. The young master is an exceptionally good person. He would not concern himself with such matters, especially since he specifically requested my assistance. The dissemination of this information is beneficial. For the more people who are aware, the greater the chances of survival for many. Only with a larger group can we, the survivors, unite our strength to vanquish the zombies. At this point, he continued, moreover, who would dare harbor ulterior motives? With the young master's prowess, how could he be unaware? You may not realize it, but the young master's strength surpasses that of both Sister Big Dipper and Elder Sue. His habitual modesty is merely a reflection of his dedication to cultivating his character. This revelation left everyone speechless. They were well aware of the formidable power possessed by those two, both of whom were beings above mere spiritual practitioners. The notion that Qin Zhuo surpassed them was beyond their imagination. Chapter 109. Trouble at the farm. Mr. Qin is indeed magnanimous, willing to relinquish such an approach. One might doubt that anyone else could accomplish such a feat. Mr. Qin is a remarkable individual, who surely does not concern himself with trifling benefits, but rather acts for the greater good of the nation. The crowd could not help but express their admiration. Indeed, these praises were heartfelt, for it is no simple task to yield such valuable insights. Yet, Qin Zhuo proceeded without the slightest hesitation. Soon, the others gathered around the slender monkey, their eyes keenly observing his actions, eager to absorb more knowledge. Under the monkey's guidance, their progress was swift, and they established a small cultivation area in an open expanse. Concurrently, they organized the remaining survivors, assigning them a series of tasks to exchange for sufficient provisions. After all, if these individuals were to become idle, their food would be squandered in vain. Fortunately, the group did not voice any complaints. Here, they felt secure, with ample food and drink, free from the threat of zombies, and under the protection of powerful guardians. In the grim reality of the apocalypse, few places could rival this sanctuary. The safe zone continued to be managed by Lu Jun, who possessed both experience and acumen in leadership. Moreover, his daughter, Lu Feifei, shared a close bond with Qin Zhuo. Even Wu Shan conceded his position, for he had no desire to offend Qin Zhuo. Lu Jun, our safe zone is thriving, but we must hasten to expand, Wu Shan remarked, as we have recently welcomed numerous survivors, and our current capacity is strained. Initially, the safe zone could barely accommodate 10 individuals, but now it had swelled to nearly 30, leading to evident congestion. I understand, Lu Jun replied. I have already dispatched personnel to search for timber. Only with sufficient wood can we construct proper shelters. He furrowed his brow, adding, we must take it step by step. Haste can lead to misfortune. At the very least, we need ample materials. That may be true, but the odor inside is intolerable, Wu Shan complained. Lu Jun rolled his eyes at this remark, retorting, be grateful. Previously, while we were comfortable, we were also in peril. With Mr. Qin here, our safety has greatly improved, so let us not be overly critical. Meanwhile, issues persisted within the safe zone, yet Qin Zhuo was also devising solutions. As temperatures continued to drop, relying solely on a stove was becoming increasingly untenable and prone to complications. Additionally, their living conditions were inadequate, risking health concerns over time. Consequently, the matter of clothing became pressing. Regrettably, the previous garments had been transformed into high-quality fabric by Qin Zhuo, leaving no inventory. Contemplating these challenges, Qin Zhuo accessed the exchange interface, where he discovered several design blueprints. Warm outer garment effect provides moderate insulation but may become ineffective in gusty conditions, leading to potential damage. Exchange price, 50 energy. This cost caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow slightly. Not long ago, he had converted all his materials into seeds, leaving him nearly penniless. Alas, he must venture out to gather energy. Otherwise, numerous issues would arise, especially with winter fast approaching. Time was of the essence. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Zhuo pondered aloud. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to embark on an expedition, for energy is an elusive commodity that one cannot entrust to others. Furthermore, it is something that only he can sense. He also intended to search for fabric during his outing. Days later, Qin Zhuo informed everyone of his plans. This time, he did not bring Lu Feifei along, but instead took Subo, aiming for a swift resolution. Lu Feifei understood Qin Zhuo's intentions and, after much hesitation, agreed. Following his departure, the farm settled into a stable state. However, due to the plummeting temperatures, encounters with zombies in the outside world had become exceedingly rare. Additionally, many individuals had succumbed to the chill. Fortunately, there were remedies available, and Lu Feifei had already become adept at managing these minor issues. A month later, Miss, there is trouble. The thin monkey rushed in, his brow furrowed. Many vegetables have suffered frost damage. What should we do now? Numerous vegetables had begun to show signs of decay, and if this continued, they would surely perish. Moreover, I have never encountered such a situation. And the young master did not mention how to handle it. Lu Feifei's brow knitted in concern, for she too was uncertain about how to address this dilemma. The low temperatures posed a genuine challenge, affecting not only people but also fruits and vegetables. I cannot manage this either, Lu Feifei lamented. Brother Qin has been gone for a month now, and I am exceedingly worried. So what shall we do next? The thin monkey inquired helplessly. He had mostly followed Qin Zhuo's directives, and although he had faced numerous challenges, this sense of helplessness was a first for him, causing a sense of panic to rise within. Do not fret. Allow me to think. Lu Feifei paced the room, reflecting on the guidance that Qin Zhuo had previously imparted. Just then, Lu Jun approached and said, Feifei, it seems there is an issue with the water source. The supply has dwindled significantly. What? The water source is problematic? The faces of Lu Feifei and the thin monkey darkened. Their very survival depended on this water source. And now both food and water were compromised. This was indeed a grave predicament. Yet, they found themselves powerless to tackle this issue. Do not panic. Let me think this through. Lu Feifei continued pacing, but his mind was a chaotic swirl, unsure of how to address these challenges. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Feifei. The voice was unmistakably that of Qin Zhuo, yet no trace of him was visible. Instinctively, he called out, Brother Qin, how do you? This question left Lu Jun and the thin monkey exchanging perplexed glances, for there was no trace of Qin Zhuo nearby. Feifei, I am employing a communication technique. I have already rushed to the farm. Is everything in order there? Qin Zhuo continued. Oh, I see. Lu Feifei promptly relayed the situation to Qin Zhuo. Before long, he provided her with a solution, particularly regarding the water source issue. After an extensive discourse, he finally realized, and Lu Feifei immediately instructed, Thin monkey, go to the warehouse and retrieve the tarpaulin. Cover the fruits and vegetables with it, and be sure to ensure proper ventilation. The series of solutions left both of them astonished. Just moments ago, Lu Feifei had been in a state of panic, yet within minutes, everything was resolved. Feifei, what just happened? Lu Jun could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Chapter 110. Out of ammunition and supplies moments ago, Brother Qin communicated with me through a telepathic message. I found it quite peculiar, as such a method is unprecedented. Lu Feifei recalled the recent events with astonishment. He mentioned that he would soon return to the safe zone, bringing back a substantial amount of supplies and survivors. This declaration left everyone utterly astonished. Telepathic communication? Such a technique was unheard of during their long existence. Yet, it was evident that Lu Feifei was unable to manage the situation at hand, indicating that Qin Zhuo had indeed intervened to assist them. Mr. Qin's abilities are truly remarkable. To possess such godlike prowess is astonishing. Lu Jun felt a profound shock. After living for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary method. Beside him, the lean monkey appeared somewhat numb, remarking, I have prided myself on witnessing bizarre phenomena at the farm, and my mindset has been quite resilient. Yet, I now realize that the young master harbors numerous secrets. His affairs are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps this is the hallmark of an extraordinary individual. Lu Jun wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. All right, Dad, lean monkey. You must expedite the arrangements, Lu Feifei urged. The temperature is extremely low, and we must exercise caution. I hope that our current efforts will improve the situation. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Lu Jun and the others were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and promptly departed to take action. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei stood in the room. Her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed outside, murmuring, Brother Qin, please hurry back. Within a dilapidated safe zone, young master, everything is prepared, Su Bo announced, accompanied by a substantial group. Over the past month, they had fortuitously encountered a group of survivors from another safe zone and lent them assistance. Subsequently, those survivors expressed a desire to accompany Qin Zhuo to the new safe zone. Along the way, they had eradicated numerous zombies, which had greatly endeared them to the survivors. After surveying the supplies, Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, glancing at the darkening sky. We must hasten our pace. Behind him, nearly 40 individuals carried various items, following in his wake. Leading the way, Qin Zhuo moved forward, as this area had come within his line of sight. The vicinity remained relatively safe, distanced from the zombies. As night fell, they rested in a desolate area. Qin Zhuo leaned against a wall, deep in thought. Over the past month, he had amassed 160 energy points. With the telepathic communication consuming 100 points and the thermal clothing utilizing 50 points. Although he was left with merely 10 energy points, the situation had improved considerably. The telepathic technique could be directed at any intended target, lasting only 10 minutes, and could be activated 3 times within a day, without the possibility of accumulation. Qin Zhuo found the results quite satisfactory. Having been away from the farm for a month, which felt like an eternity, he believed that this method could effectively keep them informed of their circumstances. Young master, I fear our provisions may soon run out. Su Bo approached Qin Zhao, expressing his resignation. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. Their supplies were already insufficient, and with so many people traveling, it would inevitably become a significant issue over time. However, neglecting this problem would only lead to greater complications. A solution must be devised. Observing his surroundings, Qin Zhao ultimately shook his head, for he had not discerned any signs of food nearby. Moreover, he had spotted the presence of zombies, indicating that they must hasten their departure, lest they find themselves in a perilous situation. The distance to the farm was considerable, and with their current stamina, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. Yet, he quickly formulated a plan. Su Bo, inform them that we shall have food support within 3 days. If they do not wish to accompany us, they may leave now. I will not compel their actions, Qin Zhao declared with unwavering confidence. This statement left Su Bo somewhat apprehensive, as he was uncertain of its implications. Given their dire food shortage, how could Qin Zhao find a solution at this critical juncture? Nevertheless, since Qin Zhao had spoken thus, Su Bo had no choice but to proceed with the arrangements. Upon receiving this information, the expressions of the crowd visibly shifted, though the allure of the jerky kept them reluctant to depart. At that moment, none chose to leave. Instead, they prepared to follow Qin Zhao onward. The first day passed relatively smoothly, but by the second day, hunger began to gnaw at them, yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on. By the evening of the third day, they were ravenous. Mr. Qin, do we still have food? One queried. Indeed, we cannot sustain ourselves much longer. If this continues, we shall starve, and did you not say we only need to endure for 2 to 3 days? They gazed at Qin Zhao with skepticism, clearly at a loss. By this point, fatigue had rendered them unable to walk, each slumping against a stone, breathless and weak. Seeing them halt, Qin Zhao frowned slightly. Hold on a bit longer. Food will arrive shortly. If you stop now, the zombies will appear in mere minutes. Do you wish to perish or survive? His words silenced the crowd. With clenched jaws, they rose to their feet, trudging towards the safe zone, though their pace had significantly slowed due to exhaustion. Observing this scene, Qin Zhao remained silent, while Su Bo furrowed his brow, puzzled by Qin Zhao's actions. At such a critical juncture, it would be prudent to abandon some individuals, allowing for greater endurance and a higher likelihood of reaching safety. Carrying them along, especially with their burdens, would only lead to dire consequences over time. Yet, Qin Zhao was resolute in his unwillingness to forsake them. Young master, might it not be wise to abandon some individuals? Otherwise, we shall find it impossible to return. Su Bo cautioned. His strength is formidable, and the pangs of hunger do not significantly affect him. Thus, there is no need for concern. However, the other survivors are a different matter. Their physical capabilities are not robust, and enduring this situation would only hasten their demise. Qin Zhuo shook his head upon hearing this and explained, they are all survivors, our companions. At this critical juncture, we cannot abandon them. Having such companions in this apocalypse is invaluable. As for the issue of food, I have devised a solution, and you will soon be informed. These words left Su Bo momentarily speechless. The young master truly embodies goodness, unwilling to forsake the survivors even at such a critical moment. Had it not been for his commitment to self-cultivation, he might have already leveraged his power to escort them to safety. Indeed, the stronger one's character, the greater their inherent strength becomes. I must earnestly learn from the young master in this regard. Chapter 111. The Art of Transmission. Even in such dire circumstances, Mr. Qin remains unwilling to abandon us, displaying a commendable spirit of altruism. If Mr. Qin is willing to assist us, we must not succumb to despair. Forward. We shall continue our ascent. After more than an hour of arduous travel, the group finally collapsed by the roadside, utterly exhausted, their breaths weak and labored. The extensive exertion had placed them in a precarious condition. At this point, they struggled to find words, and Qin Zhuo was no exception. Despite his regular physical training, the prolonged trek had drained him, and as a non-survivor, he was particularly fatigued. He felt parched and overheated, discomfort enveloping him. As they rested, shadows appeared in the distance. This is bad, zombies. We are in trouble now. In our current state, encountering zombies would surely lead to our demise, the group exclaimed in panic. Yet, as they drew nearer, they discovered that the figures were not zombies, but fellow human survivors bearing an abundance of food. Mr. Qin, Brother Qin, are you all right? Here, have some water. It was none other than Lu Feifei and her companions. Ah, this is a relief. Let's replenish our supplies, Qin Zhuo said, taking a sip of water that significantly alleviated his discomfort as he rose to his feet. The others eagerly devoured the delicious provisions, their spirits lifted by the sight of such appetizing food. Su Bo gazed at Lu Feifei and her companions, astonished. "Miss Lu, how did you know we were here? And why have you brought so much food?" His curiosity was piqued. While it was understandable that they were concerned for Qin Zhuo and the others, the sheer quantity of food they brought was perplexing. Lu Feifei explained, "Brother Qin instructed me to do so. He said our food supplies were critically low and urged us to come quickly." "This is unbelievable." Su Bo looked incredulously at Qin Zhuo. As a strong individual himself, he had not witnessed anything from Qin Zhuo that would suggest such foresight, yet Lu Feifei asserted it was Qin Zhuo's guidance that brought them here. This raised numerous questions. The group, equally incredulous, turned their gaze toward Qin Zhuo, for they had been by his side and had seen nothing that indicated his involvement. Lu Feifei elaborated. "It is a miraculous art of transmission, allowing communication over a distance. That is how I was informed. Recently, there have been some issues at the farm, and it was Brother Qin who assisted me in resolving them." This revelation left the group in awe. The concept of transmission was entirely foreign to them, a notion they had never encountered before. Despite being survivors, they had only a rudimentary understanding of such mysteries. The ability to speak across distances was indeed a remarkable gift. Suddenly, they recalled Qin Zhuo's earlier assertions, realizing that he had already established contact with Lu Feifei and the others. Fortuitously, they had placed their trust in Qin Zhuo. Had they remained behind, they would have faced certain doom. While many survivors were astonished, none could match Su Bo's astonishment. Due to his prowess having reached an exceptionally elevated level, he had never heard of such abilities and found himself utterly incapable of achieving them. Furthermore, the location here was quite distant from the safe zone, and Lu Feifei had mentioned that she had contacted him several days prior, indicating that it was 3 days ago or even earlier. The distance of several days was substantial. Conversing across such a vast expanse was simply inconceivable. Mr. Qin was a divine being, the savior of this world. I must closely follow him and learn, Su Bo resolutely thought. Noticing the gazes of the crowd upon him, Qin Zhuo chose not to elaborate but instead declared, "You have half an hour to adjust your states. After half an hour, we must set off back to the safe zone. The journey will not be without peril." The group nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo conversed with Lu Feifei, expressing his concerns as he sensed something was amiss. The surrounding zombies were beginning to appear, yet they did not seem to be under any form of control. They merely scattered to various locations nearby, rendering the area dangerously perilous. "Brother Qin, are you all right? Your complexion seems rather pallid," Lu Feifei observed with concern. After such a lengthy trek without sufficient rest, it was hardly surprising that he felt fatigued. Qin Zhuo shook his head and explained, "I am fine. Thankfully, you arrived in time. Otherwise, the survivors would surely have faced dire straits. They were far too exhausted. Had you not come, they would not have been able to endure much longer. We arrived just in time, didn't we?" Lu Feifei smiled and continued, "I have addressed the issues on the other side of the safe zone as you suggested. There is no need for you to worry about that." "Indeed," Qin Zhuo replied. "The temperature is quite frigid. Low temperatures not only adversely affect humans, but can also impact plants and crops to a significant degree. If frostbite occurs, it would pose considerable challenges, leading to food spoilage." He meticulously informed Lu Feifei of numerous matters that required attention. Lu Feifei was astounded, having never realized that environmental conditions could induce such drastic changes. If not managed properly, it could result in substantial food loss, a notion he had never encountered before. Half an hour later, the group gathered their belongings and prepared to embark towards the safe zone. Under Qin Zhuo's guidance, they encountered no zombies and ultimately rested in a temporarily safe cave. The following day, Qin Zhuo stood outside the cave, surveying the surroundings with furrowed brows. After enduring the previous night, the number of zombies had increased significantly, and they appeared particularly menacing. He observed that the zombies were approaching from directions he could not discern, and a portion of the survivors had been driven to this location. They attempted to resist, but the outcome was invariably the same. Those survivors were swiftly dealt with by the zombies. "Young master, has something occurred?" Su Bo, who had a habit of rising early, inquired. Aside from his daily endeavors, he enjoyed practicing Tai Chi in the backyard. Tai Chi is profound and intricate. After an extended period of practice, he felt he had made significant progress. Thus he continued with this approach for a long time. However, upon his emergence today, he noticed Qin Zhuo gazing around with a furrowed brow, as if troubled by some pressing matter. Qin Zhuo remarked, "A multitude of zombies has gathered nearby. Although they are not under any form of control, they are obstructing our vital passage." This revelation left Su Bo astounded, for he considered his own strength formidable, yet he had sensed no changes. not even the presence of other energies in his vicinity. Soon, he realized that it was not his inability to sense them, but rather the considerable distance that rendered him incapable of detecting the existence of those zombies, given his limited power. Chapter 112. Punishing the indolent survivors. Before him stood Qin Zhuo, and Su Bo could not help but feel inadequate. "Young master, what shall we do next? Should we organize a team to charge forward?" Su Bo inquired. "If those zombies are not under any form of control, then we should certainly be able to break through with a high degree of certainty." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo fell into deep contemplation. He sensed that the situation was far more complex. The multitude of zombies seemed to have been driven to this vicinity for a reason, indicating an underlying issue. Yet, Qin Zhuo could not decipher the broader picture. To uncover what lay beyond those images, he needed to arrange for a search for anchor points. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity for a safe departure. "Gather everyone. I will endeavor to traverse the least populated areas to ensure our safe return to the secure zone," Qin Zhuo instructed. Su Bo nodded and hurried away to awaken the other survivors. Within 10 minutes, the group was prepared to act, aiming to head toward the location with the fewest zombies, ready to navigate through that treacherous area. Qin Zhuo led them through a chaotic expanse, yet they soon found themselves besieged by zombies. "Kill them. We must make haste to escape this area," Su Bo commanded urgently, gazing at the surrounding zombies. Qin Zhuo did not feel fear. He shielded Lu Feifei as they pressed onward towards safety. Once they navigated through this perilous zone, the number of zombies would significantly diminish, and time was of the essence, especially with more zombies relentlessly approaching. Qin Zhuo's words inspired the group, and they fought with every ounce of strength to break free from the area, though they suffered the loss of 4 survivors and a considerable amount of supplies. Nevertheless, they did not cease their flight, continuing to follow Qin Zhuo towards the secure zone. 2 hours later, they rushed into the safety of the secure zone. Upon witnessing the familiar surroundings, they finally exhaled in relief, while the zombies outside clawed and gnashed their teeth, deterred from entering the farm. Once back at the farm, Qin Zhuo immediately took a shower and then lay down, ready to rest thoroughly. The surrounding survivors, confronted with the unfamiliar remnants of their ordeal, felt as if they had entered a dream. Here, there was sustenance and shelter, and the zombies had even refrained from entering the farm. For them, this was an exceedingly safe haven, and although the new secure zone had faced zombie attacks, the surrounding traps had effectively eliminated the threats. The group sighed in relief at the sight of the fallen corpses. The next day, Qin Zhuo awoke feeling rejuvenated. The past month had drained him of much of his vitality, but now he felt considerably better. After dressing hurriedly, he rushed to the warehouse. Discovering that the others had already amassed all the materials within, the warehouse was brimming with supplies. Qin Zhuo promptly set to work at the synthesis table to craft thermal clothing. After exhausting all available materials, he managed to produce only 45 sets of thermal garments, which was somewhat insufficient for the nearly 100 inhabitants of the secure zone. Once everything was prepared, Qin Zhuo was about to leave the warehouse when he heard, "Young master, what brings you here?" The slender monkey was preparing to enter the warehouse to retrieve something when he turned his head and spotted Qin Zhuo. Expressing surprise as he inquired, Qin Zhuo elucidated, "I have come here to address certain matters. How have the arrangements for the survivors been made?" "The individuals have all been assigned," came the response, "but they are planning to expand the housing. However, the surrounding trees are dwindling, and there is a noticeable shortage of timber. If this continues, constructing the houses may pose significant challenges. The erection of these structures demands a considerable amount of wood, and the processing requires time. Prolonged delays could lead to perilous circumstances. Currently, we are at an impasse. Even if we were to plant new trees, it would take a considerable duration for them to mature, and most seeds from large trees are of a single-use nature. Acquiring a substantial amount of timber would entail a significant energy expenditure, which he simply cannot sustain. Moreover, the cultivation of large trees would demand at least half a year, if not longer. It appears we may have no choice but to send them out to gather wood. Though venturing into the outside world, fraught with zombies, is perilous, it remains their only opportunity. They would undoubtedly be loath to miss it. Furthermore, with temperatures plummeting, the lack of shelter could lead to their untimely demise from the cold. "Young master, Mr. Liu has already dispatched individuals to collect timber. We should expect some results soon," the slender monkey remarked thoughtfully. However, a few of the accompanying survivors are quite indolent, making them exceedingly uncooperative when tasked with work. I believe such bad apples should be cast aside. Yet they are quite vocal, and Mr. Liu fears they might cause a ruckus, which is why this matter remains unresolved. This is absurd. In such dire times, they still dare to cause trouble. Qin Zhuo's frustration boiled over. His provisions were limited and not meant for those who simply consumed without contributing. "Come, take me to see these individuals," he commanded. "Well, very well," the slender monkey conceded, leading Qin Zhuo to the safe zone. As anticipated, several men were basking in the sun, laughing and chatting, with a considerable amount of food nearby. Observing their leisurely demeanor while others toiled, Qin Zhuo's ire surged. With a stern countenance, he approached them. "Mr. Qin," the group stammered, startled at his presence, scrambling to their feet. They held profound respect for Qin Zhuo and were acutely aware that their current existence was owed to his benevolence. "You seem quite comfortable here, while others are diligently addressing pressing issues. Do you believe this is appropriate?" Qin Zhuo questioned, his voice laced with authority. The survivors lowered their heads, rendered speechless. "Since you prefer the easy life, I shall continue to provide food for you out of solidarity as fellow survivors. However, the portions will be reduced to half. In the past few days, I have prepared warm clothing for all survivors, but you will not be afforded this opportunity. Contemplate your situation in this frigid environment without proper attire." With those words, he departed without affording them any chance. The remaining survivors exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word. However, after Qin Zhuo's admonition, they became considerably more subdued, no longer strutting about with arrogance. In the subsequent days, they indeed received such treatment, with their rations barely sufficient to fill them to 60% of their needs. As night fell, the frigid temperatures became unbearable, and their scant clothing provided no solace. Within 2 days, they succumbed to high fevers, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Observing this scene, the onlookers remained silent. They felt the survivors deserved this lesson for their idleness and lack of contribution. "Please, save us," the indolent survivors trembled, pleading with those nearby. "We shall not behave in such a manner again. We are willing to do anything, merely hoping for an opportunity to survive. We are sorry, we recognize our mistakes." Chapter 113. High-yield potatoes and sweet potatoes. After the relentless efforts of all survivors, the safe zone has significantly expanded, establishing a stronghold centered around a prominent peak. Their primary goal is safety. This area falls under the control of Qin Zhuo, ensuring that any approaching zombies will be detected by him. Consequently, they now enjoy a considerable sense of security, bolstered by the continuous influx of survivors, which has greatly improved their situation. Months have swiftly passed, and the safe zone has remained largely undisturbed. The survivors have even organized patrol routes to fend off zombie attacks. One day, it was time for the potatoes and sweet potatoes planted by Qin Zhuo to be harvested, prompting him to rise early to commence the gathering. Upon learning of the event, Shouho slapped his forehead, exclaiming that he had nearly forgotten about this endeavor. With a hoe in hand, he set out to unearth the crops, followed curiously by Lu Jun and others. Previously, they had heard Qin Zhuo mention the relatively high yield of these crops, and after several months, their curiosity regarding the results was piqued. As Qin Zhuo dug up the potatoes, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the oval-shaped tubers. Soon, Qin Zhuo pulled up more, revealing a remarkable quantity beneath the surface, leaving them astounded. "Goodness, the yield of these potatoes is simply extraordinary. It far surpasses that of other foods," one exclaimed. "But will these little things truly suffice to fill everyone's stomach?" Qin Zhuo, unfazed, elucidated. "You are unaware of their substantial satiating properties. These potatoes provide an excellent sense of fullness, second only to rice, which itself requires a lengthy preparation process. Although the time to harvest is extended, the yield is indeed impressive, provided there is sufficient water to sustain their growth." This explanation enlightened the group. Yet the notion of utilizing water resources to cultivate rice seemed an extravagant luxury to them. The apocalyptic environment is harsh, with rainfall occurring infrequently. They can only extract groundwater, and the success rate is exceedingly low. Moreover, locating a reliable water source has proven challenging. It took them an entire month of traversing mountains to discover a single source. The idea of using this precious water for cultivation felt wasteful. Qin Zhuo chuckled. Rice is truly the optimal choice. However, the environment must be conducive to its growth. Otherwise, sustaining it long-term becomes exceedingly difficult. Now, let us prepare a few dishes. With that, he began to gather the remaining soil. Shouho and the others assisted in collecting the potatoes and sweet potatoes. As they harvested a large area, their piles quickly filled to the brim. "This is utterly astonishing," Shouho remarked in disbelief. "I witnessed the master plant merely a few seeds, and now, look at the abundant harvest. It's simply incredible. With this food, we can survive the winter." Lu Jun expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Beside him, Lu Feifei interjected, "Dad, it's not that simple." "Why do you say that?" Lu Jun inquired. The latter explained, "Have you forgotten? These seeds are all buried underground, which signifies that we can obtain an abundant supply of food with minimal care. Furthermore, they are unaffected by the changing seasons. We merely need to harvest them when the time is right. If these seeds can be disseminated, they would undoubtedly enable all survivors to endure the perilous times." This revelation enlightened the crowd. Indeed, these seeds are remarkably extraordinary, impervious to seasonal influences, and their vast yield is sufficient to sustain numerous survivors through the crisis. Lu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he remarked, Mr. Qin is truly remarkable. If these seeds can be promoted, it would be a blessing. Brother Qin has always considered the welfare of the survivors. A person like him is destined to be a savior. We are fortunate to know him. Shouho, be cautious and avoid damaging the roots, Lu Feifei advised from the side. This comment left Shouho somewhat helpless as he explained, Miss, it's not that I'm careless. It's just that this material is rather unique. The roots seem to serve no purpose, and I am unclear about the seed's exact location. I will inquire with Brother Qin. Lu Feifei entered the kitchen with the items and placed them in the vegetable washing area. Brother Qin, are the seeds located at the roots of this soil? She asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, Qin Zhuo slightly shook his head, saying, No, those roots are of little use. The focus in battle lies within the food itself. If potatoes are left for too long, they will sprout, and those sprouts are the seeds. As he spoke, he washed a nearby potato and then retrieved a sweet potato. Slicing it open, Lu Feifei was slightly astonished to see the red interior of the sweet potato, having never encountered such an ingredient before. Qin Zhuo smiled and explained, Isn't sweet potato supposed to look like this? Moreover, sweet potatoes are quite delectable. He took a bite, exclaiming how sweet it was. Curious. Lu Feifei took a piece for herself. After tasting it, she found it indeed had a delightful sweetness that lingered on the palate. The flavor was distinct from that of cooked dishes and quite pleasant. Qin Zhuo chuckled lightly. Naturally, there are numerous ways to prepare these foods. Now, you shall assist me in cooking. An hour later, someone remarked, What delicious dish do you think Mr. Qin will prepare? Little did they know, the food made by Mr. Qin is utterly scrumptious, but unfortunately, it is currently being prepared by Brother Shouho and Miss Lu. If they could taste it, it would be a true blessing. As they spoke, Shouho and Lu Feifei emerged carrying the dishes, the enticing aroma leaving all the survivors in awe. They were profoundly astonished. The allure of such deliciousness was astonishing. They swallowed hard but hesitated to pick up their chopsticks immediately. Without further ado, Qin Zhuo stepped forward. A beaming smile on his face as he settled into the main seat, leisurely explaining, These dishes are crafted from just those two ingredients. What? All of this is made from those two ingredients? Due to the influence of certain ingredients, the colors of some dishes underwent a transformation, rendering them unrecognizable for the moment. Upon hearing this news, they were understandably astonished. Here, we have braised potatoes, also known as tubers, along with potato meat mash, roasted sweet potatoes, and baked potatoes. Do give them a try, Qin Zhuo explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly dug in. As they savored the delectable flavors, their astonishment grew. What exquisite food! My, this is simply delightful. Indeed, it is the first time in my life that I have tasted such exquisite delicacies. The potato meat mash is absolutely stunning. With each bite, it offers not only the unique texture of the potato, but also the delightful essence of meatballs, harmoniously complementing one another. A true culinary masterpiece. When Lu Jun took a bite of the potato meat mash, his eyes sparkled with amazement, and he felt profoundly moved. Chapter 114, The Zombie Onslaught. Gazing at the delectable feast before them, a profound astonishment filled the eyes of the crowd. When had there ever been such an abundance of exquisite flavors in this apocalyptic world? The alluring aroma wafted through the air, as if an invisible hand were guiding them towards indulgence. After sampling these delightful dishes, they were utterly captivated by the exquisite taste. The ordinary delicacies they had previously encountered had already astonished them. Now, having experienced such culinary marvels, their hearts brimmed with awe. What sort of remarkable individual could craft such exquisite food? Moreover, the yield of potatoes and sweet potatoes was exceptionally promising. Without a doubt, they could embark on large-scale production. This signified that they would continue to enjoy such sumptuous meals in the future. The flavors were so extraordinary that it was their first time experiencing such delights in their lives. Gratitude swelled within the hearts of the survivors. Thanks to Mr. Qin, they were able to savor such exquisite cuisine. Qin Zhuo not only provided for their basic needs, but also ensured their safety and offered ample medical resources, experiences they had never felt in this desolate world. As he surveyed the culinary creations before him, a smile graced his features. During the 2 years of this apocalypse, he had explored numerous methods, yet large-scale production eluded him. Although the farm's yield was ample, much of it was reserved for personal consumption. With a larger group, this would pose a challenge. Currently, the safe zone established by Lu Jun accommodated nearly 300 individuals. This substantial number presented a problem for their settlement. Consequently, they employed a dual approach. On one hand, they dispatched individuals to forage for food and timber, while on the other, they sought anchor points for safety, operating within Qin Zhuo's line of sight. He could sense danger and preemptively avert threats should trouble arise. This ability constituted the core of Qin Zhuo's authority. He had now acquired 3 visual zones, enabling him to ascertain the presence and quantity of zombies within a specific radius, an invaluable skill in this apocalyptic reality. If the group enjoyed these dishes, they could certainly relish them in the future. Both potatoes and sweet potatoes provided substantial satiety, making them excellent sustenance for all. As these words resonated, several survivors soon felt a sense of fullness. Previously, they had subsisted on meager rations, often competing for food. Now, they could finally enjoy an ample supply of nourishment, which filled them with exhilaration. Remarkably, they felt comfortably satiated despite having consumed only a modest portion. This was simply unbelievable. Previously, they had eaten copiously yet felt no sense of satisfaction, but now, even a small amount had sufficed. Mr. Qin was indeed correct. Potatoes were not only delicious but also capable of alleviating hunger, truly a dual benefit. The survivors are not foolish. They possess their own reasoning. Qin Zhuo has treated them exceptionally well, and they can naturally sense this. With the provision of food, they now have sufficient strength to venture out and gather materials. Qin Zhuo, upon hearing this, dismissively remarked, "I haven't done much. I merely ensure that everyone is well fed." However, the water source within the safe zone remains a pressing issue that we must address. Once we resolve the water problem, we need not worry about our sustenance any longer. The subsequent concern is the acquisition of materials. Only by obtaining a substantial amount can we construct a more secure sanctuary. This statement resonated profoundly with the many survivors. Although they tirelessly scoured for materials day and night, their current situation is markedly safer than their previous lives, and the rotation system ensures their security. As they conversed, several survivors hurriedly entered. "Ahu, what is the matter? Were you not tasked with guarding the main route? Why have you returned at such a time?" Lu Jun inquired, his brow furrowed upon seeing the newcomers. Ahu, upon hearing this, explained with a sense of resignation, "Mr. Lu, it is not my desire to return. But my comrades encountered several survivors. They have all been bitten by zombies, and before we could attend to them, those zombies surged into our temporary safe zone. Our reliance on the main route's temporary sanctuary has been shattered. All the survivors have perished, leaving only me alive." This revelation left the group in disbelief. The safe zone had been remarkably secure of late, yet they had not anticipated that zombies would seize this opportunity to launch an assault. Ahu continued, "Fortunately, we had previously set numerous traps, which allowed us to eliminate the pursuing zombies. Otherwise, I would have had no chance of returning to the safe zone. I have already instructed the other brothers to prepare roadblocks, but I feared the situation might deteriorate once more. Hence, I hurried here to report to Mr. Qin. The sudden emergence of zombies is indeed a perilous matter, one that even Qin Zhuo had failed to sense." Lu Jun's expression shifted slightly as he promptly commanded, "Ahu, immediately instruct the other survivors to prepare defenses. We absolutely cannot allow those zombies to destroy the safe zone we have painstakingly built. Rest assured, Mr. Lu. I will arrange that right away." Once Ahu departed, Lu Jun turned his gaze to Qin Zhuo and inquired, "Mr. Qin, what should we do next? The sudden appearance of zombies cannot bode well." After hearing this, Qin Zhuo suppressed an eye roll, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lu Jun, who had previously held the position of ruler over the safe zone, should possess considerable management experience. Why, at this critical juncture, does he turn to me with such queries? Is he truly a misguided manager? Must he consult me on every matter? While inwardly lamenting, he remained silent. Qin Zhuo was still pondering how to address the predicament at hand. He promptly activated the anchor point vision. Indeed, he discovered a considerable number of zombies relentlessly advancing towards their location. However, along the way, he noticed something peculiar. It seemed as though a myriad of strange objects had been scattered about, and the zombies appeared to be pursuing these items, arriving near the safe zone. Could it be that other safe zones had orchestrated some insidious plot against them? The nearby zombies were indeed present, albeit in limited numbers. With Qin Zhuo's precise location confirmed, he had already instructed the other survivors to drive the zombies back. Although they might reappear, the zombies remained few in number, yet. Never before had such a significant incursion occurred. It was evident that an issue was at play. Chapter 115, The Ragged Man. Do not be alarmed. The suddenness of this event surely indicates deeper issues at play. Qin Zhuo's gaze swept across the gathered crowd before he continued, "Rest assured, I will arrange for a search party to investigate tomorrow. Once we uncover the truth, we will take appropriate measures. The zombies in our vicinity have been mostly dealt with. Yet the resurgence of their invasion at this critical juncture is clearly suspicious." His words brought a collective sigh of relief. With Qin Zhuo at the helm, they felt confident that the situation would be managed adeptly. Their trust in him was unwavering, especially considering that without his leadership, Survival in this post-apocalyptic world would have been exceedingly challenging. Securing food and sustenance in such dire times was already a remarkable fortune. They could hardly wish for more. Lu Jun understood the necessity of taking charge of the situation and promptly organized a team for reconnaissance and defense. With the strength of a sufficient number of survivors, the zombies began to sense their disadvantage and gradually retreated. The night was particularly brutal, with many survivors having fallen victim to the onslaught, while those who were rescued tended to their injuries. Due to the harsh conditions, numerous wounds became infected, worsening the plight of the survivors. Qin Zhuo, accompanied by Lu Feifei, tended to the wounded. Yet, the situation remained grim. As Qin Zhuo treated one individual, Bei Yuan, the younger brother of Bei Dou, approached with sincerity in his eyes. Mr. Qin, may I offer my assistance? My strength has returned significantly, and I can feel the energy within me. It's merely a matter of time before I fully regain my abilities. I have no pressing matters at hand, so please, allow me to help. Witnessing the suffering of so many survivors stirred a desire within Bei Yuan to contribute, especially since his sister, Bei Dou, was already on patrol. Qin Zhuo assessed the somewhat frail Bei Yuan and replied, if you wish to assist, then by all means. But you must also learn the art of healing under my guidance. Absolutely. I will devote myself to mastering the medical arts, Bei Yuan responded, excitement coursing through him. Aware of the critical importance of medical knowledge for the survivors. Should he be injured, he would be capable of addressing the crisis swiftly. Very well. Come in and begin your training, Qin Zhuo agreed, recognizing the urgency of their situation. With assistance, their efforts would be significantly alleviated, particularly since timely treatment of infections was paramount. Bei Yuan was more than capable of handling bandaging and urgent care, and his presence would certainly expedite their progress. Meanwhile, the external situation deteriorated further. The lean figure of Shou Ho was tasked with patrolling the area, leading a number of survivors in search of supplies. Along various roads, he encountered numerous corpses, individuals who had succumbed to infection and were beyond salvation. They bore evident wounds, and the ground was stained crimson with blood. Just as the thin monkey prepared to investigate, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that someone was watching him. Who goes there? Show yourself. The thin monkey was no longer the same. His senses had sharpened beyond that of many survivors. The moment the stranger glanced his way, he had already sensed their presence. The survivor beside him promptly followed as the thin monkey rushed forward. They pursued relentlessly until they cornered their quarry at the edge of a precipice. Before them stood a tall man, ragged and disheveled, his pallor striking, and his face marred with grime. As he gazed at the thin monkey and his companions, disbelief washed over him, prompting him to exclaim, "Stay back. I am also a survivor." The thin monkey fixed his gaze on the bedraggled man and cautioned, "I am well aware that you are a survivor, but why did you attempt to hide upon seeing us?" The man, still looking at the thin monkey, explained, "I cannot ascertain if you are genuine survivors." "What do you mean by that? Do survivors disguise themselves?" The ragged man continued, "I was once captured by a group who claimed to be survivors. However, once they seized me, they disemboweled me. Were it not for the strength of the energy within me, I would have long been left to rot in the wild. They later remarked on the potency of my energy, as if they had discovered something remarkable, and sewed me back together." The thin monkey found this tale utterly astonishing. He inquired, "Is this truly the case? I have never heard of such occurrences before." "My friend," he continued, "we are both survivors, and our safe zone lies not far ahead. Come with us." The ragged man gazed deeply at the thin monkey, falling into a long silence, as if hesitating and contemplating. "I can accompany you, but you must ensure my safety." His voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes darting around in panic. "You see, there are many zombies lurking nearby. They are ferocious and will devour any survivor they catch. My companions have all been transformed into zombies, and now they wish to kill me and make me one of them." The thin monkey readily understood the gravity of the situation. "I grasp the circumstances," he replied. "Let us proceed to our new safe zone. As long as you share your story with my lord, we will guarantee your safety. Our secure location is just ahead, with ample water and food, and the zombies dare not attack us there." The ragged man appeared somewhat skeptical of this assurance. Yet, considering the present situation, he ultimately decided to follow the thin monkey back. Upon returning to the safe zone, it was already afternoon. The thin monkey promptly brought the ragged man before Qin Zhuo. "My lord, this individual is Qin Yun, whom we encountered along the way. I believe he is aware of the recent events, hence I brought him back. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Qin." Clad in tattered garments, Qin Yun appeared remarkably pale and frail. Qin Zhuo cast a few glances at Qin Yun and raised his hand, saying, "Thin monkey, please go and prepare some food for him. His condition is quite delicate." These words filled Qin Yun with gratitude as he replied, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your understanding. Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, responding, "There's no need for formalities. We are both survivors. In times like these, we must assist one another. Since you have arrived in my safe zone, I shall ensure your protection." As they conversed, Fin Monkey returned with the food. Chun Yun gazed at the meal before him, his eyes wide with astonishment, his expression a portrait of shock. Chapter 116. In the safe zone conducting human experiments in this apocalyptic world, having endured for such an extended period, he had encountered only a scant few morsels of food. Those meager provisions barely satiated his hunger and were of abysmal taste. Yet, to survive in this desolate era, she had no choice but to swallow those unpalatable offerings with great reluctance. Before her now lay a feast replete with exquisite flavors, each dish enticing enough to awaken one's appetite. He ravenously indulged in the culinary delights before him. The sensations of these delectable morsels entering his body were simply ineffable. Mr. Qin was profoundly grateful, and the exquisite taste of the food was indeed intoxicating. Qin Yun's face radiated excitement, even going so far as to lick the entire plate clean. Qin Zhuo, however, remained composed, smiling as he remarked, "No need for such gratitude. Should you choose to stay and help us manage the safe zone, you too shall partake in these culinary delights." Is that truly the case? Qin Yun's face reflected astonishment. Such delectable food was unprecedented. Qin Zhuo's promise seemed almost too incredible to believe. He had previously waited in other safe zones and was well aware that the truly delectable fare was monopolized by the rulers, leaving the survivors to subsist on mere scraps. Yet, in this grim reality, they were compelled to eat whatever they could, for merely surviving was a triumph in itself. "Our young master speaks the truth," interjected the lean monkey with a hint of displeasure. "It is not only you. All survivors shall savor these dishes. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with any survivor. They will provide you with an honest answer." Qin Yun, sensing the unfriendly gazes surrounding him, instinctively clarified, "I did not mean it that way. I was merely taken aback." Qin Zhuo dismissed his concerns with a wave. "There is no need for such defensiveness. Now, might you share what you have observed? Zombies have become quite rare in this vicinity, yet yesterday we learned that some survivors were masquerading and hunting others." He recounted the events in detail. Chun Yun was taken aback. The unique circumstances of the apocalypse made it exceedingly difficult to safeguard one's territory. Yet, Qin Zhuo's words suggested that their safe zone possessed formidable strength. Such a tone was seldom heard, as most regions could barely defend themselves, let alone organize a rebellion among survivors. Qin Zhuo, however, exuded an exceptional confidence, radiating an aura of dominance and assurance. What audacity, what confidence! Qin Yun, without a shred of doubt, recounted all he knew. It appeared that the nearby safe zone was facing significant issues. Some had captured the scarce survivors for experimentation, seeking to create a remedy. The items they required were contained within the bodies of the survivors. They had already produced a sufficient number of samples, but only survivors with sufficiently robust energy could withstand the potency of the concoction. Qin Yun was one of those apprehended. However, fortune favored him, as he managed to escape at a critical moment. The survivors who fled with him encountered trouble. They became separated and, unbeknownst to them, were subsequently besieged by zombies. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as they had witnessed. This revelation caused Qin Zhuo to furrow his brow, as he suspected that the experimental serum had malfunctioned, triggering a heightened sensitivity in the zombies towards human blood. Consequently, they relentlessly pursued the survivors to prevent such information from leaking out. Beidou, standing beside Qin Zhuo, shook his head slightly upon hearing this. "Young master, such occurrences are tragically commonplace in the outside world. To my knowledge, the Eastern Safe Zone is currently conducting human experiments." Beidou elucidated. Having traversed various regions, he possessed considerable knowledge and spoke candidly. However, compared to the situation in the southern regions, they have achieved some success. The only issue is the scarcity of the serum, primarily due to the difficulty in sourcing the necessary materials. Beidou glanced around at the others before continuing. "Thus, the number of individuals who can be cured remains exceedingly low. Yet, there are still those who organize expeditions for survivors to seek out these precious ingredients. It seems that such practices are alarmingly persistent in the outside world." Qin Zhuo sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. If only a low-cost, mass-producible antidote could be developed, it would be a remarkable breakthrough. If humanity could significantly restore consciousness, over time, the population of zombies would dwindle drastically. Unfortunately, such an approach carries both advantages and disadvantages, particularly concerning the procurement of materials, which poses a substantial challenge. Aside from the abundant resources in the northern regions, the conditions in other areas are considerably more troublesome. The entirety of the post-apocalyptic environment has suffered severe degradation, and the once lush landscapes have vanished. Locating sufficient medicinal materials requires immense time and labor. Furthermore, acquiring such materials is exceedingly difficult. While artificial cultivation may be a preferable option, its execution proves to be quite challenging. Most of Qin Zhuo's medicinal materials are sourced from the system, leaving him somewhat lacking in this regard. He discovered that while the cultivation of medicinal plants is promising, it adversely impacts the growth of ordinary food crops. Numerous fruits and vegetables have begun to mutate due to the potency of the medicinal plants. Although this mutation is not inherently detrimental, prolonged consumption is not advisable. Chen Yun, we are already aware of the situation you mentioned. However, I suggest you remain within our safe zone for now. I will arrange for your accommodation here, and as for the zombies, I shall take personal responsibility for addressing the matter, Qin Zhuo stated. Chen Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." He was soon escorted away. The individuals in the room were left in deep contemplation. Chen Yun's words were laden with information, and they found it challenging to decipher the key elements amidst the complexity. Young master, it appears that the latest zombie horde is a result of human intervention. We must act swiftly to address this, or the consequences could be dire, Su Bo, standing nearby, cautioned anxiously. Qin Zhuo was well aware of the gravity of this statement. The scale of the current safe zone is expanding significantly, and all the trees within Qin Zhuo's line of sight have been felled. They have been fashioned into numerous wooden houses for habitation. Yet, no matter how many wooden structures are erected, they cannot fend off the relentless onslaught of the undead. In the long run, this will undoubtedly pose a problem. Qin Zhuo must devise a solution, for the impending threat of a zombie attack will ultimately become a grave concern. Furthermore, time is of the essence. He must act swiftly, not only for himself, but also for all the survivors. Young master, are you all right? Su Bo, noticing a subtle change in Qin Zhuo's expression, could not help but express his concern. Waving his hand dismissively, Qin Zhuo replied, "I am fine. I was merely contemplating certain matters, though they require further meticulous consideration." Chapter 117, The Kidnapping of Zombies? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhuo turned to Su Bo and said, "Since they seek to capture survivors, why not turn the tables on them?" Su Bo, reflecting on this suggestion, nodded thoughtfully. "Young master, your strategy is indeed astute. However, we must possess adequate strength to thwart the onslaught of zombies. Even the impersonated zombies harbor a certain degree of aggression, as they are, after all, survivors. The energy within their bodies has undergone evolution, granting them formidable enhancements. Dealing with them will prove quite a challenge." Qin Zhuo pondered for a brief moment before continuing. "If the issue lies with manpower, it is not insurmountable. As far as I am aware, there are no particularly powerful survivors in the southern region, which works to our advantage. I shall instruct Beidou to manage this matter. With Beidou's prowess, handling them will be more than sufficient." Su Bo remained silent after considering this. For Beidou's strength is indeed among the most formidable in the southern region. Even when faced with a vast horde of zombies, he could effortlessly extricate himself. Qin Zhuo promptly relayed the situation to Beidou, who was taken aback by the unexpected delegation of responsibility. For the past few days, he had primarily been leading the survivors on patrols. Possessing a demeanor akin to that of a man, he was well liked by the survivors. "Rest assured, young master, since you have entrusted this task to me, I shall handle it with utmost diligence," Beidou vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly, then retrieved a sachet from his bosom. "Beidou, it is not a matter of mistrusting your abilities. However, wear this sachet just in case. It will render you immune to any formal attacks for half an hour." Beidou's eyes widened at the sight of the sachet. Such an item, capable of shielding its bearer from attacks for half an hour, was non-existent in the outside world. Truly, Mr. Qin is remarkable to possess such a thing. The astonishing nature of this revelation ignited a sense of anticipation within Beidou. What further marvels could the extraordinary Mr. Qin bestow upon him? He accepted the sachet, preparing for any eventuality. "Leave this matter to me, Mr. Qin. I will ensure the safe retrieval of those individuals." Qin Zhuo felt a deep-seated confidence in Beidou's assurance. He smiled and advised, "I have always placed my trust in you. Proceed with utmost caution on your journey." In the dead of night, Beidou and his team stealthily departed from the safe zone, following a lengthy path that led them to a temporary safe point. The site had been devastated, with numerous human footprints imprinted upon the ground. Beidou frowned slightly as he observed the traces. The footprints of the zombies bore an uncanny resemblance to those of humans. Yet the surrounding evidence suggested deliberate destruction. He then proceeded to organize their next steps. The survivors tasked with luring the zombies experienced a palpable sense of trepidation. Yet they proceeded according to plan, continually venturing out to attract attention. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Beidou soon observed zombies stealthily moving about. Unfazed by this sight, Beidou raised a hand and declared, "Everyone, stay alert. In a moment, we shall spring into action. This mission has been entrusted to us by Mr. Qin, and if we execute it successfully, rewards will undoubtedly follow. Do not falter, do you understand?" His words ignited a fervor among the group. They were acutely aware that gaining recognition could yield significant benefits. Should Mr. Qin be in a generous mood and offer them guidance, their abilities might surge to unprecedented heights. Soon, zombies appeared on the chaotic streets, their grotesque visages contorted, leaving a trail of saliva in their wake. The survivors at the forefront were gripped by panic. Despite knowing there were sentinels hidden in the shadows, their inner fear was inescapable. Zombies. Run. If we don't flee now, we might be in grave danger. Several survivors cried out in terror, their anxiety palpable. Just as the zombies were about to capture them, Beidou commanded, "Now move. Capture them at once." The survivors surged forward, collaborating with Beidou to ensnare the zombies. However, a shocking realization dawned upon them. These were indeed genuine zombies, and trouble loomed large. What now, Beidou? What should we do next? The survivors trembled in fear upon discovering that all were authentic zombies, having initially presumed they were merely disguised imposters. Fortunately, their earlier caution had spared them from bites, which would have been disastrous. They retreated nervously, casting wary glances at the surrounding zombies. "Let us leave this place immediately." Beidou resolutely led the other survivors away. After their departure, several zombie figures emerged from the depths, though they did not display hostility. Instead, they gazed in the direction of Beidou's exit. What just happened? Why would survivors attempt to capture zombies? Could they share our intentions? A youthful voice inquired. "Are you foolish?" "They are likely coming for us," replied a middle-aged man's voice. "It seems our previous tactics were flawed, or perhaps the earlier survivors disclosed our plans. We must exercise caution. Should we encounter them again, we must be vigilant. Allowing them to capture us could spell disaster." The middle-aged man continued. "Are you aware of any nearby safe zones?" "I heard there is an safe zone nearby, but it was destroyed by zombies 6 months ago," the younger voice responded. "Those individuals might be survivors from that zone. I have also heard of a remarkable figure named Mr. Qin. He was said to possess extraordinary powers, regarded as a divine being." The middle-aged man scoffed, declaring, "A divine being? What a ludicrous notion. In this apocalyptic era, there exist only two kinds of individuals, survivors and zombies. The concept of a divine being is merely a fanciful illusion." Amidst their conversation, Beidou and others had already returned to the safe zone, binding the zombies. Many survivors were startled, only to be taken aback by the sight of the clawing zombies in their hands. What is happening at this hour of the night? To encounter zombies is unfathomable. No, wait, someone has actually captured them. Chapter 118. The Northern Visitor Sister. How on earth did you bring a zombie back? Beiyuan was startled as he realized the situation. Beidou explained, "We must treat him. He possesses information we require." "Oh, I shall change my clothes and assist immediately." Beiyuan hurriedly changed and rushed over to help. "How is the situation?" After a while of treatment, Beidou inquired nearby. Beiyuan responded, "I have treated him, but his condition is dire. The wounds he bears are grievous. Even if he recovers, he will not have long to live." This statement caused Beidou to furrow his brow slightly. "Does this mean that we have rescued a corpse?" Just as Beidou felt helpless, Qin Zhuo arrived. "Young master, this is the zombie I captured midway. If we could interrogate him, I believe he might divulge some hidden truths." Beidou recounted the entire sequence of events. Qin Zhuo frowned and said, "It appears the situation has become quite complicated. Since you were unable to capture anyone, it is likely they sensed something amiss." This remark caused a subtle change in Beidou's expression. "Young master, we ventured out in the dead of night. Surely no one noticed us." Beidou could not help but defend their actions. Qin Zhuo shook his head, stating, "The matter is not as simple as you think. It is precisely your actions that attracted their attention, allowing the real zombies to act first. Hence, you did not encounter those disguised individuals." Beidou felt somewhat helpless at this revelation. He had not anticipated that both parties would miss each other. "Young master, I shall continue to pursue them tomorrow. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover their trail." Beidou asserted defiantly. "No need for that. Since you have already made one attempt, you have undoubtedly drawn their attention. They will not reveal themselves again." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo merely shook his head. The alarm has been raised, and capturing them now would likely prove troublesome. Those cunning individuals will not afford them another opportunity. Attempting again would likely be a futile endeavor, perhaps even leading to further complications. As the two conversed, the man had regained his senses. However, the pain throughout his body was unbearable, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" He gazed around in agony, his eyes filled with terror. Qin Zhuo replied calmly, "You are in a safe zone belonging to the south. However, How did you become a zombie? Can you share what you witnessed? The man shook his head, wincing as he said, I cannot remember anything at all. Am I truly a zombie? And what about the injuries on my body? Did you inflict them upon me? Qin Zhuo frowned and replied, This matter has nothing to do with us. But do you genuinely remember nothing? What do you mean by that? Our young master kindly rescued you. Yet you respond with such an attitude. The man, upon hearing these words, sensed something was amiss. He could only explain, My friend, I sincerely apologize, but I truly cannot recall anything. Qin Zhuo gazed deeply at the man for a considerable time before ultimately shaking his head. He could discern that the man was genuinely sincere, particularly evident in the flicker of fear within his eyes. It is exceedingly difficult for one to feign such intensity, especially given his battered condition. Had he not succumbed to zombification, he might have already met his demise. Only a zombie could disregard the sensation of pain and persist until now. Although Qin Zhuo possessed the ability to offer him treatment and restoration, the severity of his injuries was such that he could scarcely endure for much longer. After a series of inquiries, the man's body succumbed to immense agony, and before Qin Zhuo and Beidu's eyes, he passed away. Beidu rushed forward in an attempt to save the man, but soon realized that the life had left him, rendering him a mere corpse. There was no need for such desperation. He could no longer be saved. The man had survived solely due to the capabilities bestowed by zombification. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Furthermore, upon his recovery, all his strength had been expended, and his vitality had reached its conclusion. Qin Zhuo later elucidated, Do not dwell on it. His death was already preordained, and neither of us can alter fate. He patted Beidu's shoulder. Beidu nodded, though his expression remained somber, as he contemplated certain matters, causing his mood to shift. Qin Zhuo slightly shook his head but refrained from saying anything further. In the apocalypse, such occurrences were exceedingly commonplace. Death was merely a release for them. In an environment devoid of food and water, mere survival was already a luxury. The following day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the farm, Zhou Xianhai, who had fortuitously visited 6 months prior. He had come to address several matters, but upon witnessing the safety zone near the farm, he appeared somewhat astonished. Numerous houses had been constructed around the farm, and survivors were patrolling the area. In stark contrast to its previous desolation, this place now exuded a semblance of vitality, which left Zhou Xianhai in disbelief. This is truly remarkable. It is completely transformed from before, he remarked with a sense of wonder. Just as he prepared to enter the farm, several survivors intercepted him. The patrol was composed of ordinary survivors, lacking in strength, yet their demeanor was resolute. Who are you? No outsiders are permitted here, they asserted. I am here to visit Mr. Qin. You may inform him that Zhou Xianhai, an old acquaintance from 6 months ago, has arrived, he replied with a slight smile. The team leader, still skeptical, instructed, Please wait here. I will inform Mr. Qin immediately. The news was swiftly relayed to Qin Zhuo, who, upon learning of the visitor's arrival, mused with interest, Zhou Xianhai, what brings him here? Qin Zhuo was rather indifferent towards the visitors from the north, for he possessed everything he needed and saw no necessity for collaboration with them. Brother Qin, since they have come, let us meet them, said Lu Feifei, who sat beside him. Guests should be treated with respect. We must not be overly dismissive. I am well aware of that. In that case, please invite them in. Qin Zhuo replied, sipping his tea with a tone of calm detachment. Before long, Zhou Xianhai was ushered in. Upon seeing Qin Zhuo, he smiled and said, Mr. Qin, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. But what brings you here? Qin Zhuo inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. I have come specifically to see you, Mr. Qin. I have heard much about your affairs in the north. Many are proclaiming that you are a divine being. Send to aid us survivors, Zhou Xianhai explained with a grin. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow and replied in a serious tone, Such nonsense. I am merely an ordinary person, not a divine entity. Chapter 119. The entire army strikes. Mr. Qin, I come on behalf of the Zhou family from the north, hoping to invite you for a discussion, Zhou Xianhai respectfully stated. This remark caused the crowd to furrow their brows. Zhou Xianhai's intentions were clearly nefarious. If he were to take Qin Zhuo away, what would become of the south? Should Qin Zhuo depart, would they not face the threat of a zombie attack and perish? Mr. Qin, one of those nearby could not help but speak up. They were deeply concerned about Qin Zhuo's departure. Without him, they would have no safe haven. If Qin Zhuo left, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to survive even a month. Qin Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, saying, If you have come solely for such matters, it is unnecessary. I shall not leave the southern region. Zhou Xianhai continued, Mr. Qin, with your capabilities, you would undoubtedly manage the affairs of the survivors in the north far more effectively. The north surpasses the south in every aspect and is not plagued by zombie attacks. It is truly a paradise in this apocalyptic world. Why do you not consider this? There was indeed truth in his words. The South was impoverished and lacked in many respects, while the North was abundant and well protected by formidable survivors. To call it a paradise was not an exaggeration. However, Qin Zhuo had no intention of departing the South so easily. He replied, "The South has its own merits. Although the North may seem appealing, it is fraught with hidden dangers. I fear trouble will arise before long. I advise you to return quickly to manage your affairs." Zhou Xuanhai's expression shifted slightly. Had it been an ordinary person speaking, he would have ordered their execution without hesitation, but Qin Zhuo was different. His words carried an undeniable weight of truth. Could it be that the North was truly on the verge of calamity? He had great faith in Qin Zhuo's insights. For the current situation in the South would not have been possible without his assistance. Since that is the case, I shall not disturb you any longer, Zhou Xuanhai said hurriedly before departing. Qin Zhuo, however, remained intrigued and said nothing. His previous words were merely intended to intimidate, and he had not anticipated Zhou Xuanhai's hasty retreat. Yet, this was also a conclusion Qin Zhuo had drawn from the information he gleaned from other survivors. Although the North appeared stable, many resources had been severely depleted over the years, and the zombies were stirring restlessly. It was only a matter of time before trouble would arise. Young master, do you truly believe the North is in imminent danger? It is the most prosperous place in this apocalypse. The thin monkey could not help but inquire. Qin Zhuo remained silent. Who could he ask? His previous statement had merely been a casual remark. However, judging by the situation in the North, it seemed unlikely that stability could endure for long. If success were to occur, it would indeed be a mere coincidence. With that, Qin Zhuo rose and returned to his chamber. Su Bo sighed with a hint of exasperation. You are quite foolish, lad. The young master was clear in his words, yet you seem unable to comprehend. Su Bo, what riddle are you trying to solve? The young master said nothing at all. The lean monkey scratched his head, expressing his helplessness. The young master has sent Zhou Xuanhai back, clearly indicating that he has discerned an underlying issue. It seems that trouble is brewing in the North, Su Bo sighed. The North represents the hope for all survivors. They still cling to the dream of living peacefully there. Should calamity befall the North, the other regions will surely descend into panic. The collapse of their strongest force would be a catastrophic disaster, robbing other survivors of their hope. In the following days, Qin Zhuo continued to manage affairs within the safe zone. With their assistance, many individuals had begun to recover from their ailments, and the survivors expressed profound gratitude. The number of survivors venturing outside grew steadily, and soon they organized a substantial safe zone, aptly named the Land of Hope. Currently, they could only rely on their strengths to seize opportunities. Had it been others, the situation would likely appear grim. The other survivors furrowed their brows at this development. While the safe zone expanded, the external zombies relentlessly pursued them, continuously organizing assaults on the sanctuary. Upon learning of this, Qin Zhuo promptly dispatched teams to search for anchor points. Once visibility improved, he realized the sheer number of zombies converging from all directions. Many of the survivors who had ventured out were slain, yet a significant number were still gathered. The two parties found themselves in a stalemate. Fortunately, the safe zone was well supplied with food and water, but the prolonged conflict only intensified the evident strain on both sides. One day, Qin Zhuo stood within the safe zone, lost in thought as he gazed outside. Qin Gij, are you all right? Lu Feifei approached him, concern evident in her voice. Upon hearing her, Qin Zhuo shook his head slightly. Pondering, the temperature is dropping. We have waited long enough. It is time to launch a counteroffensive. Do you mean to take advantage of the cold when the zombies are hesitant to venture out and eliminate them all in one fell swoop? Lu Feifei inquired. Indeed, winter presents a tremendous opportunity. I have already prepared warm clothing for many survivors. When the time comes, we will seize the moment and eradicate those zombies. Qin Zhuo asserted confidently. Lu Feifei paused for a moment and then replied, I will inform my father right away. I believe he will swiftly address the current situation. Though the safe zone had remained secure, an undercurrent of fear persisted among the survivors. Qin Zhuo merely shook his head upon learning this. Fear is inconsequential, as long as they can still wield their weapons. As night fell, Qin Zhuo summoned everyone to the farm. I have devised a combat plan for you. All you need to do is follow my instructions, he announced. This strategy encompasses most areas, and if we succeed, we can annihilate nearly all the zombies surrounding us. His words elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Though they had entertained similar thoughts, the probability seemed exceedingly low. The relentless emergence of zombies made their success appear almost impossible, compounded by the fact that zombies would continuously devour humans to swell their ranks. The prolonged battle had left them in a precarious position. Now, an opportunity such as this has unexpectedly arisen, filling their hearts with exhilaration. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, we shall spare no effort in vanquishing them. Success is assured. The crowd was invigorated. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and raised his hand, saying, "In that case, let us depart at once. You may examine the items upon your return. Furthermore, should you encounter other zombies, remain vigilant." "Understood, Mr. Qin." The group clasped their fists in respect and departed. Beneath the night sky, numerous survivors clad in warm garments emerged from the safety zone, while behind them, many others gazed with hopeful eyes. For those departing were their beacon of hope. Should they succeed, safety would soon follow. The opportunity lay before them today, and the outcome would be determined in this very moment. Chapter 120. The collapse of the North under the cover of night. It became evident that Mr. Qin's words rang true. A multitude of zombies lay ahead. "Be cautious," a man warned. The survivors behind him stirred restlessly. "Fear not, Captain. We have awaited this moment for far too long. I shall ensure their complete annihilation," one survivor declared. "Indeed, Captain, issue the command," murmured the others in agreement. The captain nodded slightly, raising his hand. "Raise your weapons. We shall seize this opportunity to eradicate these zombies." "Kill! Kill!" echoed the cries of the survivors as they charged forward, weapons in hand. A fierce blaze engulfed a vast expanse, while snowflakes fell gently from above, contrasting with the throng of survivors. The zombies, clawing and gnashing, found themselves powerless against the raging fire. The tumult of battle raged on for an indeterminate duration. Ultimately, the zombies were vanquished, their lifeless forms staining the ground with crimson. The remaining survivors erupted into joyous laughter, for they had triumphed. "Let us check for any remaining zombies. If none are left, we must hasten our departure. It is time to report back to Mr. Qin," the captain exclaimed, wiping the blood from his face, exhilarated. "There are none left. We have slain them all. Who could have imagined our success? We have triumphed. These zombies deserve their fate." The survivors reveled in their elation. The captain surveyed his surroundings and commanded, "All right, let us hurry back." "Yes, Captain," the survivors responded, gradually making their way towards the safety zone. As they celebrated their victory, news of similar successes trickled in from other safe zones. The following day, the news of the extensive zombie slaying invigorated everyone. Upon learning this, Qin Zhuo immediately expanded their territory and gathered materials to fortify their defenses against the zombies. Simultaneously, they had secured several former safe zones, their numbers swelling to over 1,600. A month later, their ranks surged past 3,000, with their collective strength significantly enhanced. Qin Zhuo also entered the safe zone, temporarily entrusting the farm's management to Li Shouho while he addressed the frontline situation. With the advantage of anchor points, Qin Zhuo's prowess had grown immensely. Previously reliant on the strength of the safe zone, they had rescued numerous survivors from surrounding areas, continually augmenting their power. "Mr. Qin, the safe zone is steadily progressing. We are now quite secure within this city," Lu Jun expressed with gratitude. In the past, his safe zone had been destroyed, leaving him in despair. Yet now, he had made a triumphant return, reclaiming vast territories and accepting survivors from several other safe zones. Though they were merely a fraction of the southern region, their current position was remarkably secure. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuo replied calmly, "There is no need for such optimism. The zombies have not vanished entirely. They will continue to seek us out. We are about to deploy personnel across numerous regions and subsequently accommodate more survivors." Lu Jun wholeheartedly endorsed this notion. Nodding in agreement, "I have been sending people out for constant searches. I anticipate results soon." He continued, "The dwindling number of zombies is indeed a positive sign. Yet I sense that the situation is more complex than it appears." Qin Zhuo replied calmly, "Let nature take its course. Solutions will emerge in due time." "What news from the north?" At the mention of the north, Lu Jun visibly hesitated and responded, "The situation in the north is far from optimistic. I heard that recently zombie factions launched an incursion. Many have been injured, and some are already fleeing the region. I understand that their supply lines have encountered difficulties, compounded by relentless zombie assaults on ordinary people, which have devastated their agricultural lands. Additionally, there are issues with water sources, though I cannot ascertain the veracity of these claims." Lu Jun's revelations did not surprise Qin Zhuo, for he had previously suspected that troubles would arise in the north. It seemed that Zhou Xianhai's last expedition was likely to seek his assistance. The north was in a precarious state, while the south had stabilized. "Let us expedite the gathering of survivors and assign more individuals to guard the temporary safe zones," Qin Zhuo instructed. Lu Jun nodded affirmatively. "I will make the necessary arrangements. However, matters over there should be resolved shortly, as the survivors we dispatched have returned." "Very well," Qin Zhuo acknowledged. Months later, the southern safe zone had expanded to encompass a vast area, establishing temporary safe zones at several strategic locations. In recent days, they had welcomed a steady influx of survivors, the majority of whom hailed from the north. However, Qin Zhuo remained unaware of the full circumstances, having returned to the farm, where numerous tasks awaited his attention. Moreover, the agricultural yields were set to see a significant increase, while external conditions remained less favorable. The farm was also a source of invaluable experience. It had now ascended to level 4. Qin Zhuo had constructed several buildings in the extensive territory, and the surrounding area had become secure, leaving the management of the safe zone in Lu Jun's capable hands. A few days later, Lu Jun paid a visit. Mr. Qin, calamity has struck the north. The human safe zones have crumbled, and many survivors are fleeing to other regions. We have received a considerable number of survivors from the north here, Lu Jun said gravely. Qin Zhuo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. I did not expect the situation to deteriorate so swiftly. The safe zone had been relatively stable these past few months. Had it not? Lu Jun replied, under your guidance, Mr. Qin, the safe zone has remained secure, and our population has reached 50,000. Vast areas have been transformed into substantial urban developments, and we now possess the strength to fend off zombies. He spoke with palpable excitement. For the safe zone had evolved from a mere refuge into a burgeoning city. While it may not be bustling with traffic, the infrastructure had been meticulously established across all facets. Qin Zhuo nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, in that case, we must pay close attention to the movements within the safe zone and strive to accommodate other survivors. Additionally, we should mobilize ample manpower to search for anchor points. As for the northern regions, we shall proceed cautiously, step by step. Very well, I shall ensure they remain vigilant and further bolster our personnel for excursions, Lu Jun responded. Nodding in agreement, he then inquired, Mr. Qin, will you not visit the safe zone? Whether I go or not makes little difference. I find great comfort at the farm. As long as the safe zone remains secure, that suffices. Should any troubles arise, simply inform me, Qin Zhuo replied, expressing his fondness for the farm's offerings and his lack of desire to depart just yet. At that moment, Shouho and Subo approached, their basket brimming with an assortment of fruits and vegetables, a sight that elicited a chuckle from Lu Jun. In that case, I shall not insist on Mr. Qin's presence. Should we encounter significant trouble in the future, I will certainly inform you at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 121. The Eradication of Zombies, Global Elation, half a year later. The northern regions were engulfed by the undead, leading to a mass exodus of survivors within mere days. This turmoil sparked a series of gruesome events across various areas, which only exacerbated the frequency of zombie appearances. Meanwhile, the southern regions began to witness a steady influx of survivors. Though they were not particularly strong, each bore varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, thanks to the medicinal herbs crafted by Qin Zhuo, many survivors were rescued. Grateful for their salvation, they reflected upon their dire circumstances in the north, contrasting sharply with their newfound safety in the south. Their current state was significantly more secure, with numerous survivors vigilantly guarding the perimeter, resulting in a marked decrease in zombie encounters. Within the safety zone, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. It was almost inconceivable. When I departed from the south, I believed it was beyond redemption, yet now, the transformation is astonishing. I had ventured north in a desperate bid for survival, and now I find myself filled with regret, several survivors lamented. Observing the orderly conduct of fellow survivors, they exhaled in relief, reassured that such an organized environment must indeed be very safe. Their astonishment grew as they beheld the towering cityscape. The guide leading them into the city remarked, "This is all thanks to Mr. Qin's assistance. We are currently preparing to establish a second large-scale survivor safety zone. Since you have arrived, you may stay here with peace of mind. It is quite secure, and any zombie encounters can be swiftly managed." The survivors breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Simultaneously, the safety zone continued to dispatch survivors on expeditions, expanding Qin Zhuo's vast vision and unlocking numerous regions with his aid. After an extended period, all locations in the southern area had been opened, leading to the establishment of 3 large safety zones and many smaller ones, marking the passage of 2 full years. The safety zone was consistently expanding, accommodating an ever-growing number of survivors. Other survivors from different regions were drawn to the south, for there was no place safer. With Qin Zhuo's assistance, the entire safety zone was developing at an astonishing pace. Lu Jun, overseeing 3 large safety zones, found the task quite demanding. Yet he swiftly delegated authority to ensure proper management. Under the guidance of many capable individuals, the safety zone continued to progress. As for Qin Zhuo, he refrained from intervening directly. With the safety zone stabilized, he preferred the tranquility of farm life, where all necessities were at hand, and he could venture out whenever he wished. The construction within the safety zone had reached a level 6 status, occupying a vast area. Furthermore, Lu Feifei had married Qin Zhuo. They resided on the farm, enjoying their lives, and with the assistance of Subo, Shouho, and others, managing farm affairs became quite effortless. Bei Yuan had departed the farm to assist within the safety zone, while Bei Dou chose to remain, his intentions becoming increasingly clear as he developed feelings for Qin Zhuo. Yet, out of respect for Lu Feifei's presence, he remained silent. Lu Feifei was well aware of the situation, but he had not yet found an appropriate moment to address these matters. After more than 2 years of interaction, he held a considerable admiration for his elder sister Bei Dou, and their relationship had certainly improved. "Brother Qin, what are your thoughts on Sister Bei Dou?" Lu Feifei suddenly inquired. This question momentarily caught Qin Zhuo off guard. He glanced at Lu Feifei several times, pondering her words. "Why do you suddenly bring this up?" "Brother Qin, I can see that Sister Bei Dou has feelings for you," Lu Feifei explained with a hint of exasperation. "Moreover, you have kept her at the farm for an extended period. Would you really let her maintain a connection with that scrawny monkey? She remains because of you. I understand you refrained from mentioning it before to spare my feelings. But now I hope you will give this matter serious consideration. I know you prefer to avoid entangling yourself in too many affairs, and you do not wish to involve yourself with external matters. Yet I hope you can manage the situations close at hand." Qin Zhuo found himself both amused and troubled by her words. He had indeed observed certain things, and Bei Dou's strong-willed nature had shifted his perspective over the past 2 years. However, since Lu Feifei had spoken so candidly, he felt compelled to take action. "Since Feifei has said it, I shall agree. There are matters I intended to discuss with you previously, but..." Qin Zhuo considered Lu Feifei's feelings, recognizing that few could endure such circumstances. "Brother Qin, thank you for your consideration." Lu Feifei gazed deeply into his eyes. "I simply do not want Sister Bei Dou to continue in that manner. Although we survivors can cultivate our abilities, time is also a precious commodity. You have aided me immensely, and I understand certain things." Qin Zhuo gently ruffled Lu Feifei's hair and responded, "Regardless, I will not neglect you in the future. Our lives are gradually improving, are they not?" "Indeed." Lu Feifei replied with a hint of nostalgia. A few years ago, the outside world was perilous, yet now a safe zone has taken shape within the city. Survivors can now defend their territory, and I believe eradicating the zombies is merely a matter of time. This statement held true. A smile graced Qin Zhuo's face as he remarked, "Yes, this world is continually improving. The days of chaos are behind us. Look, I have planted numerous trees nearby, and it won't be long before they form a lush forest." This thought brought a smile to Lu Feifei's face. A few days later, Qin Zhuo informed Bei Dou of the developments, and the two concluded a 2-year wait. Meanwhile, the external conditions were improving, as survivors had begun to organize their forces to combat the zombies. 1 year later, zombies had largely vanished, and medicinal herbs had been cultivated across all safe zones. A few months later, a new generation began to emerge, representing hope for the apocalypse. It would not be long before they could lead happy lives. 2 years later, the western and northern regions have been entirely reclaimed, with survivors amassing sufficient resources to restore vast territories. Ultimately, the zombies that had coalesced in the eastern region vanished after 6 months. The world has entered a state of safety. The disappearance of the undead has invigorated all survivors, yet it has also given rise to open and covert rivalries. However, Qin Zhuo has chosen not to engage in these conflicts, instead dedicating himself to a life of tranquility. Soon, Lu Jun retired from his position and settled near the farm, having realized over the years that such a life was excessively exhausting. The lifestyle chosen by Qin Zhuo, on the other hand, proved to be more suitable for him. Overthinking can become quite burdensome, yet upon arriving at the farm and witnessing the playful children, he beamed with a contented smile.